As someone with the template of Gojo Satoru, after crossing into slaying gods, not only did I establish the special solo squad White Day, but within a year, I also eliminated 15 Sea Realm Mystics and saved 6 cities. Just now, I instantly killed a Sea Realm Mystic with unlimited void, only to be scolded into a mess by Idol Division Chief Yifan. My salary was docked for 3 years, and I received a major demerit, all because I used public funds to hire a massage therapist. At this moment, 2 beautiful assassins were holding poison-coated daggers, ready to strike me down, but my power of stop froze them just 1 millimeter away, rendering them immobile. Such playful intentions, ladies? Too bad, I prefer uniforms. I pinched the poison blade, and upon closer inspection, you could see that the edge was also suspended 1 millimeter from my fingers. Under the power of stop, any attack fueled by killing intent cannot approach, it simply halts in that infinitely close space. The 2 assassins exchanged bewildered glances. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. After an extreme calm, the storm arrived. Together, they unleashed their Forbidden Ruin abilities, Sequence 221 Scorching Fire and Sequence 222 Frozen Rain. In an instant, the massive room was split into 2 colors, red and blue, with me as the dividing line. The full force strikes of 2 Sea Realm experts poured forth without restraint. A thunderous roar pierced the long night, flames soared into the sky, and the top floor of the skyscraper was obliterated. From afar, red and blue mushroom clouds slowly rose. Strangely, only the top floor was affected. The floor beneath me remained completely unscathed. Since this floor had no guests, the violent explosion caused no casualties. After an overwhelming silence, a mocking laugh rang out lightly. That's it? Clad in a white bathrobe, I patted one of the girls on the shoulder while standing on the edge of the 100th floor, the howling wind brushing past my face. Under the scrutiny of my azure blue eyes, the 2 felt as if their very souls were being torn apart. Who sent you? The ancient god church, right? Moon Locust or Whisper? So what if I killed a few of your Sea Realm members? You were the ones who tried to kill me first. I held the 2 Sea Realm members like they were nothing more than a pair of chicks, muttering to myself, one day, our god will personally kill you. You're too arrogant. A mere Sea Realm brat thinking you're invincible. The assassin's face twisted into a heart-wrenching roar. My dismissive gaze and haughty demeanor infuriated them. Hearing this, I first chuckled, then leaned in close to the 2 of them and spoke disdainfully. You're not worthy of killing me. If you want to test me, send Whisper, send your god. With those words, I tossed them off the building. A 100-story fall wouldn't kill a Sea Realm member, but the Void Blossom would blast them to smithereens. I looked down at the endless stream of cars below the skyscraper, pulled down my black eye patch, and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, Yifan erupted in curses. You bastard. Daring to dine and wine on public funds, I'll put you in confinement. And hiring masseuses? I'm docking your salary for 3 years. Go ahead and deduct it. You just docked a year's worth 3 days ago anyway. It's public funds, it's not like I'm short on money, I replied nonchalantly. At these words, the other end fell silent. Then, the sound of another phone call came through. Commander, the hotel Gojo was staying in just exploded. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. I listened quietly, thinking to myself that this wasn't my fault. If I hadn't held back, the entire building would probably be gone by now. Explain yourself. There are assassins from the ancient god church. This was a valid reason, but Yifan said, but I still have to reprimand you for using public funds to hire a technician. You're part of the special team, a hero of Daxia. How could you do such a thing? Heroes are human too. Besides, I'm no hero, that would be an insult to real heroes. I have enough self-awareness to know that. I'm just a free-spirited person. That's all. The other party was momentarily left speechless. By the way, are you following Manhwa? Also, help me book a plane ticket. Where to? I stared into the distance and calmly said a place name, Sangnan City. Ah, what are you going there for? Can we go on vacation? Whatever. Damn freedom. Why the hell did I agree to you in the first place? Faced with this daylight, even Yifan, the highest commander of the Night Watch, had mixed feelings of love and hate. He admired my character, valued my abilities, but detested my lawless nature. With powers outside the Forbidden Ruin sequence and strength rivaling divine agents, it was hard not to love me. Commander, one more thing, the long nights are lonely as snow. Can you call me a couple more technicians? Preferably fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged ones. The scene shifts, and I find myself lying on the bed. With a single thought, a panel visible only to me appears before my eyes. The Heaven and Curse Binding Unlock mission is displayed. Mission 1, slay 15 Sea Realm beings, progress completed. Mission 2, achieve the Sea Realm cultivation level, completed. Mission 3, rescue Zhao Kongcheng, in progress. The next day, a black van was parked outside Sangnan City Airport. In the driver's seat sat a middle-aged man with a stubbly beard, while a young girl with a high ponytail occupied the passenger seat. The co-pilot was a young girl with a high ponytail. Uncle Zhao, What do you think about pulling a banner or something like that? They're a special squad G. Red Tassel's tone was a bit excited, somewhat like a stargazer who was about to meet his idol. Low-key, our vigilante's main focus is low-key. Zhao Empyrean City was speechless, thinking to himself that you could simply release some salutes. Oh. Then why don't we drive the captain's thieving-looking buggy to pick up the people? This crappy van is too pricey. Red Tassel rested her chin in both hands, her bright eyes flashing with light as she spat. When these words came out, Zhao Empyrean City's old face turned red, coughed lightly a few times, and replied, the higher-ups said to keep a low profile. Besides, what's wrong with my broken boxcar, a means of transportation, being able to walk isn't enough. The Red Tassel rolled his eyes and directly demolished the stage. Obviously it is Uncle Zhao that you drive the captain's favorite car into the ditch, that gives the captain a heartache. Stop. You see that person is not? Zhao Kongcheng hastily changed the topic, otherwise the old bottom will be stripped bare by this unlucky child. Where is it? Let me see. Red Tassel poked his head out, scattering back and forth like a groundhog, and finally locked onto a young man dragging a suitcase in the crowd. He had a head of silver hair, wore a black eye patch, and was estimated to be 1 meter 9, wearing a loose white half sleeve on top, with black slacks and sneakers on the bottom half. From afar, he gave off a sunny, confident feeling. It was just a bit odd to be walking on the road in broad daylight wearing an eye patch. Wow! That little brother gives off a mysterious handsome feeling. After flamboyantly finishing, she added, it's just wearing an eye mask in broad daylight. This oddball outfit is exactly the same as what the OP said. It's him, can't go wrong. Go get him. Okay. Wipe off your saliva first, don't scare them. Old Zhao helplessly held his forehead and reminded. I didn't crave his body. Just shut up, unlucky child. Uncle Zhao, you scruffy uncle. Just as the duo's daily fight was about to enter a white-hot stage, a soft male voice interjected. Both of you, why don't you stop for now? Ah. The cold sentence gave Red Tassel a frightening yelp. She clearly remembered that the person in front of her was at least 100 meters away. How come he appeared beside the car in the blink of an eye? Cough. Old Zhao coughed a few times in embarrassment, got out of the car and walked to Wang Quan, politely extended his hand, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm the 136th Squad Station in Songnan City, Zhao Kongcheng. After the words, Wang Quan's eyes lit up, smiled and shook the other party. This is not a protection target. He only knew very little about the plot of Zhanshan, basically brushing the video, but he still had some impression of the person in front of him. The phrase "this slash will be cool" was the brightest label. Hello uncle. My name is Wang Quan, I belong to the special squad, Daylight. Call me Little Wang or just call me by my name. Zhao Kongcheng froze for a moment, clearly the topmost talent of the Night's Watch, but without the slightest shelf, and with an enviable air of intent, just like a lion with a high pride but loved ones. His initial impression of Wang Quan was very good. Alright, it's my turn. Red Tassel squeezed old Zhao aside with a butt, and with a bright smile, said, hello, my name is Red Tassel, and I'm also a member of the 136th Squad Station in Songnan. Hello, please take care of me in the future. The gorgeous girl in front of him, who was full of vigor, Wang Quan liked, at least the initial impression was like this. To be precise, the two people from Squad 136 were very enthusiastic, helping to carry luggage and shushing them. On the way back, Red Tassel and Wang Quan sat in the back seat, asking this and that with a curious face. The special squad was one of the supreme combatants of the Night's Watch, an honor that every Night's Watchman could only dream of. Now that they could come face to face with it, any normal person would be thrilled. Little brother, are you strong? Red Tassel, a straightforward and sincere person, asked. It can be interpreted that way. Have you heard of Mask? Heard of it. I heard that their captain is Divine Agent G. Humph. Only to see Wang Quan raise his head, like a fishing man who had caught a 60-pound fish, showing off, little master, I beat their team by myself and won. Wow. Hong Ying applauded frantically, her eyes were starry, and she worshipped even more. There was no desire for flirting in Wang Quan's eyes, only the sincerity of wanting to act like a pussy. At the same time, the Mask squad that was far away on a mission sneezed twice almost simultaneously, thinking which asshole made up our minds. All of them unanimously thought of one person. It must be that bastard Wang Quan. The boxcar drove through the downtown area and came to the suburbs. A bridge came into view. Red Tassel was still acting as a tour guide, explaining, this is the Peace Bridge, underneath the bridge is the Jiangnan Grand Canal, it's one of our landmarks in Songnan. Oh. It's been hard for you to introduce it one by one along the way. Ha ha ha. What a big deal, open your mouth. Red Tassel patted Wang Quan on the shoulder, she was completely self-centered. Right, little brother, what are you doing in Sangnan? Zhao Kongqing asked in a very low voice, his tone was mysterious. After all, the appearance of this level of the special squad, on behalf of what big things are going to happen, he was quite curious. Uncle, I'm on vacation? Zhao Kongqing? Vacation? Aren't you guys busy? I'm rather special. Wang Quan explained, to be precise, it's efficient enough, so there's more discretionary time. Oh. So that's how it is. I thought that something terribly important had happened. You don't know, our captain was so nervous when he was notified, he was so worried that he didn't sleep for a night. Now we can finally relax. As he spoke, old Zhao began to recite Chen Mai, and Red Tassel would still add a few words from time to time. Your squad is really close. Wang Quan could hear that this squad 136 was like a home away from home. Of course, we are all comrades in arms. We are also comrades in arms. Red Tassel wrapped her arms around Wang Quan's neck and held her little brain high. Being comrades in arms with the members of the special squad, that was a face to say out to thieves. Let the captain make a delicious meal for you, little brother, to receive the dust. Chatting all the way down, Red Tassel had completely taken Wang Quan as one of their own. Wang Quan had always been a loner, and this long-lost feeling was, how should I put it? He did not hate it. The van stopped in front of a still inconspicuous store with an old red signboard on it. Peace Office. To the left of the firm was a pre-wedding company, big and red and very eye-catching. On the right side was a funeral one-stop shop that did white-colored affairs, and similarly dealt in life events. In this contrast, the firm is mediocre. But the more ordinary the greater, this small store door installed a city of peace. Chapter 4, Squatting on Lin Xie. Ding dong. Pushing open the door of the office, the clear and pleasant sound of the electronic bell rang out. Behind the counter directly facing the front door, an older man wearing a dark blue t-shirt was reading a book. Hearing the doorbell, he slowly raised his head, and the moment he saw the visitor, he couldn't help but have his nerves tense up as if he was seeing the plague. You are, Daylight? The man opened his mouth and asked. He had too many secrets on him, and didn't like strange strong men coming to the city, especially strong men that would attract a lot of rats. This place, Sangnan, was already chaotic enough. Wang Quan walked to the counter, smiled and stretched out his hand. This person, he had read the other party's file, he was considered to know. Senior, I've heard a lot about you, I didn't expect you to be here. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai's expression froze for a split second. Of course, Zhao Kongqing and Red Tassel did not notice the change in their captain. Captain of Squad 136 in Sangnan City, Chen Mai. Chen Mai held Wang Quan's hand with a hint of warning in his seriousness. Wang Quan, you can just call me Little Wang. Without warning, Wang Quan leaned close to Chen Mai and whispered, the famous black impermanence, my junior has heard your story. Oh? You kid knows quite a lot. There aren't many in the Night's Watch who know things about me. Tell me, what do you want to do in Sangnan? Vacation. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Chen Mai's mouth twitched and he almost opened his mouth. This kind of person can have time for a vacation? That's a lie. Is the special squad so idle now? Seeing Chen Mai's doubts, Wang Quan explained, his tone as calm as water. In the recent month, I have dealt with 3 Sea Realm mysterious invasions, killed 5 Sea Realm powerhouses of the ancient God Church, and preserved 6 cities, so I really should take a vacation. This battle record made Chen Mai suck in a breath of cool air. This guy, so strong. Then, welcome to Sangnan, have fun. Ha ha ha, okay. The duo's mesmerizing maneuvers were giving Zhao Kongqing and Red Tassel a whole lot of confusion. Captain, you two have met? Red Coma curiously came over. No, Brother Wang is a youthful hero, I've met him like a friend at first sight. Chen Mai laughed. You guys take people to have fun. By the way, little Wang, where do you live? This question, Wang Quan was silent. He realized a very serious problem. Yesterday, he was just deducted for 1 year's salary, and not long ago, he was deducted for 3 years, but he has only been joining the Night Watch for 1 year. He who had been going out on missions at public expense was a poor man. Borrowing a room, begging to be taken in. I don't have any money. Senior, are you still recruiting? Chen Mai? I'm recruiting your ass. Recruiting people from the special squad to the 136th squad? The higher-ups won't kill me. No. Ugh. I thought I shed blood and fought for the people, but in the end, I still have to sleep on the streets, alas. Wang Quan sighed long, sad like a sadistic drama puppet hero. Just then, the red-tasseled cherub descended to earth. Come and stay at my house, the big villa is just for me and Xiaonan, there are plenty of empty rooms. Heroine, righteousness. Wang Quan clasped his fists and was moved. Ahahaha, not really. Being complimented by an idolized figure, Red Tassel scratched her head somewhat sheepishly. So what? Team Chun, can I dilly-dally? Why? Can a talent like you lack money? Vacation, Wang Quan said helplessly, the organization doesn't give funding. Yesterday the commander deducted my salary for another year. Why deduct your salary? Public funds called. Cough cough. Eat and drink. So many people are here, killing Wang Quan can't tell the public expense called technician. As you wish, just a few meals. How about you help my team members train during the week? With such a top talent in place, it would be a waste not to use it. Okay. With food and accommodation taken care of, Wang Quan didn't have much else he needed. Captain, the pickup mission is complete, I'm going to squat that kid. Zhao Kongcheng glanced at his watch. Go on, try to pull him into the gang, Divine Agent is a talent amongst talents. Chen Mai waved his hand. So what, can I go? Divine Agent, I also want to meet, just quite curious. Wang Quan proposed. He naturally knew that the agent in the duo's mouth was the protagonist Lin Xia, and most of all, the system mission was to protect Zhao Kongcheng, so he had to follow at all times to be able to do so, hell knows when the other party met danger. Yes. I think with a role model like Little Wang around, it's easier to convince that kid. After all, young people have common topics. Zhao Empyrean City readily accepted the proposal. Fine, as you guys like. Sannan City's second middle school, on the tooth of the road opposite the school entrance. Zhao Kongcheng was wearing a pair of sunglasses, a brand new shirt and straight pants, big leather shoes, and a cigarette in his mouth, directly transforming from a scruffy middle-aged greasy man to a handsome man with uncle-style temperament. In order to be less noticeable, Wang Quan also changed his eye patch to sunglasses. The duo stared at the students traveling to and fro, searching for Lin Xia's figure with all their might. After scanning through, Wang Quan said decisively, Uncle, the person you said didn't come. Huh? How did you know? By looking. I have good eyes. Wang Quan said confidently. That won't do, that kid stood me up last night and said he's some kind of third-rate student, he can't even stop going to school. Wait for him. Dry waiting. That's right. The king's rights system was on a mission, so he could only give up his life. The two had just finished exchanging words when a few female students ran over. Some of them were so shy that they didn't dare to look directly at Wang Quan, and some of them were bold enough to ask. Classmate, are you from the second middle school? No. Wang Quan averted his gaze. In front of the six eyes, even fairies have flaws, let alone ordinary people, really suffer. So are you cosplaying? Can you collect stamps? Can you add a micro? If you're young, you should think about how to study hard instead of falling in love. Wang Quan learned the tone of a parent and persuaded in a serious manner. Be obedient, go to class now. Aha! I will study hard. Also, handsome, you're so nice. With the super high face value, even the most tiresome words of the students turned into heavenly music, and a few adolescent little girls ran away shyly with little hearts in their eyes. Old Zhao stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in his heart, this ing works? Then he took out his cell phone and took a picture of himself, thinking, aren't I quite handsome? Gradually, the street lamps lit up, the dim light illuminated the bleak night. Under the streetlight, a large and a small squatting on the teeth of the road, there is a kind of indescribable sadness. Old Zhao's eyes were red, and his feet were full of cigarette butts. Wang Quan was all fried, and there were lollipop sticks around his feet. These two people froze from 7 in the morning to 10 at night, people squatting numb. But as Wang Quan said, that kid Lin Xia didn't come to school. I've decided, if I meet that kid, I'll definitely let him see why flowers are so red. Wang Quan cursed and said. Little Wang, it's been hard for you to accompany me, a good vacation time has been wasted. Old Zhao felt a little guilty. It's fine, I'm happy to tag along. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Uncle Zhao is a good man. The two of them chatted again. After squatting here for a day, their relationship had improved a lot. Just then, on the walking path across the road, a teenager wearing half-sleeves was leisurely strolling. I'll go, isn't that the kid you described, Uncle Zhao? Ha? Zhao Kongqing looked over and instantly widened his eyes. That's him. Don't let him get away. Chapter 5, Welcome to the Real Misty World. Zhao Kongqing so shouted, Lin Xie twisted his head to see, this is not the uncle from last night, without any hesitation, scampering is to run. But just ran out less than 2 steps, Wang Quan stopped in front of Lin Xie, who stared wide-eyed, but wasn't very surprised. He clearly remembered that this guy was still on the opposite side of the road. Was this an instantaneous shift on his part? After last night's incident with the ghost-faced man, he knew that the world wasn't what the eyes saw. Son thief's son, Grandpa has been waiting for you all day. Where else do you want to go? Wang Quan seemed like a disgruntled woman who was alone in the house, and his right hand was like a vice-like grip on Lin Xie's shoulder. Lin Xie chilled a bit and said coldly, Who are you? Any more of this and I'll call the police. Don't we're doing pretty much the same job as the police uncle. Zhao Kongqing's voice rang out, he was walking slowly towards the duo. I have to say, having a forbidden market is cool. Lin Xie sighed and turned his head to look, continuing to play dumb. Uncle, who are you again? If he hadn't met before, Zhao Kongqing would have really been fooled by that pitiful look. Me? An innocent victim who was cheated by you, emotionally blowing cold winds for the whole night. Don't even think about it, you kid won't be able to fly. He added. Ugh. Realizing that he couldn't break free from Wang Quan's big hand, coupled with that incredible instantaneous transferability, Lin Xie let out a long sigh, looking like he was at the mercy of others. Uncle Zhao, where to? Wang Quan skimmed his head and asked. Let's go, to a nice place where no one is around. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand and took a step toward an unknown direction. An uncle, 2 youngsters. Surprisingly, they walked together towards a couple's hotel. Is this a distortion of human nature, or is it a moral degradation? Feeling the passers-by's strange eyes, Lin Xie customized a bitter melon face and said in a panic, What do you two want to do in the end? I'm sick and have hemorrhoids, let go of me. Wang Quan still firmly pressed Lin Xie, even leisurely humming a little song, letting the other party shout, but also cooperated to intimidate. I see you look white and clean, quite good. Go ahead and shout, no one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth twitched, and he said breathlessly, I say, what kind of stuff are you young people loaded with in your heads? Just chatting. Besides, I have a wife. Saying that, a group of 3 people walked into the hotel. The moment she saw the trio, the female receptionist dropped her cell phone, her eyes wide, her face overflowing with incredulous excitement, the spirit of a corrupt woman possessed. 3 men, this plot chain. Simply. State cellar. 1 dynamic passion big bedroom, please. Zhao Kongqing pulled out his ID card. Okay. Good. We also need the IDs of those 2 little handsome boys. Wang Quan didn't care, Lin Xie blackened his face, and both of them handed over their IDs. Cough cough. The female receptionist's breathing was a little short, and after a few dry coughs, she returned the ID and said with a smile, I wish the 3 of you a good time, and if there's anything you need, I promise to fulfill it all. Darn it. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat them, Lin Xie would definitely beat up the duo violently. The 3 of them went upstairs to the front of the room and swiped their cards to enter. Zhao Kongqing immediately unlocked the door, while Wang Quan loosened his grip and leaned against the wall with a smile on his face. It was Lin Xie's first time coming to this kind of place, and looking at the strange facilities and ambiguous to the extreme type pink ambient lights being used in the room, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Auntie wouldn't beat herself to death if she knew she came to this kind of place with 2 men. Boy. It's really just a chat, this little brother is here on vacation in Sangnan, just helping me out in passing. Seeing Lin Xie's sky-collapsing expression, old Zhao cried and laughed, explaining with a serious face. Oh. Lin Xie stretched his muscles and sat on the edge of the bed as Zhao Kongqing pulled a chair and sat down. What do you want to chat about? Chat about you. Lin Xie, male, 17 years old. Agent Michael, good and evil situation unknown. That god, you must have seen it. I'm sure you've realized that this world isn't as simple as you think. When these words came out, Lin Xie's body trembled slightly, and after a long time, he nodded his head. The duo in front of him was by no means simple, they had some sort of organization behind them, especially the silver-haired one, who looked and was not much older than himself, yet he could subdue himself with one hand. I know you have a lot of doubts, I can solve them for you first. Zhao Kongqing looked at Lin Xie who was in deep thought, his tone sincere. Uncle Zhao, let me do it. By the way, let him see what the real world means. Wang Quan, who had been silent, stepped forward, and at the same time, the world stood still. At least it seemed that way. Zhao Kongqing's mouth was half open and motionless, and Lin Qiye had directly disappeared. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qiye had already been pulled into Wang Quan's domain. He stepped on the vast starry sky, and in the distance, an eye pupil that looked like a black hole slowly rose up, with bright star rings surrounding the mysterious eyeball. In an instant, countless information flooded into his mind. September 1922, for the first time in the history of mankind, a mythical creature was observed, number 001, the Dragon of Chaos, Leviathan. In 1928, mankind observed a god living on the moon, number 003, King of Angels, Michael. In the same year, the fallen angel, number 004, Lucifer, was discovered in a North American volcano. The mist that stops, the disappeared gods of Dasha, the night watchman who guards all beings in the dark, the spiritual realm, the gods. The other side of the world that belonged to the world was presented in Lin Qiye's mind, and what shocked him the most was the way of obtaining this information that was forced into his brain. Snap! A crunching sound echoed through the room and Lin Qiye snapped back to his senses as he stared at Wang Quan, staring at this young man around his own age, and couldn't help but have more than a hint of a beautiful reverie in his heart. What, do you like it? One person saving millions of people, being awarded a medal by the organization, possessing great power in being able to explore the unknown. Young man, shouldn't you be spirited, and there's nothing you can't do for the world? Don't you want to be a hero? Wang Quan's tone was soaring. Between the lines he showed two words. Confidence. Uncle Zhao's purpose of this trip was to pull Lin Qiye into the Night's Watch, so Wang Quan added a bit of private stuff when he was filling Lin Qiye with information. It wasn't a big deal. It was just the heroics of saving the world in passing. Of course, the field only unfolded for 0.001 seconds and wouldn't cause the slightest damage to Lin Qiye. What's happening? Little Wang, don't tell me that you're done accounting for things you can talk about for hours. Zhao Kongqing marveled in hindsight. Uncle Zhao, I told you, the efficiency piece of the job. The commander all clapped his hands. Lin Qiye didn't say anything for a long time, but Wang Quan suddenly got close to him. His gentle words seemed to carry some sort of magic, inviting with gusto. Junior, welcome to the real Misty world. Come, please make your choice. To be nothing? Or nothing? Chapter 6, The Pitfalls of 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 the Pitfalls. A spirited teenager sends you a sincere invitation, the same teenager, or someone who has lived a disabled life for 10 years. How many blank stares he had suffered, Lin Qiye had already lost count. A vivid picture came to mind, with bright and shiny medals, laughing friends, and the loneliness of traveling alone. For a moment, Lin Qiye suddenly realized that in a certain aspect, this guy called Wang Quan was somewhat similar to himself, but the other party's life was too wonderful. It was as glorious as being hung up. Envy? It was a lie to say that one wasn't envious. Soon, a gentle smile covered those enviable glory, followed by 10 years of day-to-day care and exhortation, the person who always put the strong show his aunt. There is nothing more soothing in this world than the warmest affection. Of course, the cousin who studied very well also needed him, the spiritual little black mange. Lin Qiye wasn't envious anymore. He had family, and he couldn't leave them. I'm sorry, your life is wonderful, but my home is very gentle. Auntie has taken care of me as a disabled person for 10 years, my cousin is studying well, and seeing as I can see, it's time for me to accompany them and return the favor. God or night watchman, I like being with my family. Lin Qiye's sentences were true, nothing could bring up his interest, he only needed his family, he had too much guilt in his heart. You. Alas. Divine agent, too precious, if you join the Night's Watch, your achievements will not be lower than Little King. And our treatment is generous, your family will have a better life. Zhao Kongqing didn't want to give up and persuaded bitterly. Wang Quan was silent, he had said what he could say, everyone is independent and has their own pursuits, forcing can't be done. Uncle, you know what? Lin Qiye looked out the window, his tone carried a faint sadness, Auntie's health is failing, cousin is too young, I have to take care of them. You guys are heroes, it's great, but I just want to guard my home. Zhao Empyrean City was silent, family has its own problems, he knew it well. Fine. Then I have one last question? If it's okay, just sign a confidentiality contract. What is it? There are good, bad, and neutral gods, and every divine agent needs to help the gods accomplish one thing. So what were the instructions aka tasks that Michael gave you? Does he want to destroy humanity or help it? Lin Xie shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. Kay didn't say anything. Huh? Old Zhao was a bit surprised, thinking that Michael was presumably a neutral type of god, and if he was an evil god, the higher-ups would have long since issued a directive to purge him. Besides, the people of the special squad were in Sangnan, so there was no need to worry about themselves. Is there anything else you want to ask? Lin Xie was a bit anxious. If he didn't go home, his aunt should be worried. Nothing. Good. I'll sign the confidentiality agreement. Putting down a sentence, Lin Xie prepared to leave. Why don't you reconsider? Zhao Kongcheng made a final struggle, but once he thought that this kid had a bearing that didn't belong to his age, he sat back down and didn't say these words. Seeing that old Zhao was a bit lost, Wang Quan settled down and said, people have their own destinies, you can't force it. Even though it was a mission, didn't you still let him go, Uncle Zhao? In theory, a divine agent, he had no choice. You're still too gentle. Ah, it's not as good as it sounds. Zhao Kongcheng hemmed and hawed. Soon, the two of them also checked out and left, and Zhao Empyrean returned to the peace office. As for Wang Quan? His figure flashed, and with the enhancement of the skill of the spell song, he instantly caught up with Lin Xie. The so-called no-downside spell style could be understood as the idea that a distance could be endlessly and infinitely shrunk, and when this concept was realized in a certain piece of space and reality, it was shrinking the earth into an inch. There were some words that he still needed to clarify, or perhaps it was a warning. Lin Xie strolled under the streetlight. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, and without warning, the guy named Wang Quan appeared in front of his eyes in a watery manner. It was instantaneous transportation again. He immediately spat out, Big brother, can you stop acting like a ghost, coming and going without a trace? No need to persuade, I don't want to join you. Wang Quan stood under the streetlight and silently peeled off the candy paper before handing the lollipop to Lin Xie in front of him. His tone was incomparably calm, but it caused the latter's heart to tremble violently. You say, I want to kill some people, can you stop me? When these words came out, Lin Xie's eyes widened as if he was mad, and without saying a word, he punched Wang Quan in the face, and bizarrely, no matter how hard he pushed, his fist stood still. At this moment, this fist full of rage was only an inch away from Wang Quan. Bastard! How dare you? If you dare to harm my family, I will never rest with you for the rest of my life. Lin Xie felt angry that Wang Quan was threatening him. At some point, the lollipop had been stuffed into Lin Xie's mouth, and he didn't even know when the other party had moved it. In an instant, he reacted to the fact that this bastard wanted to make a move and he couldn't stop himself. At once, a sense of powerlessness arose. That's right, this world wasn't calm, there were some things that the law couldn't even control. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Who knew that Wang Quan laughed, hilariously. Ha 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 ha. See how scared you are. I'm a good person. Also, just asking you a question just. Lin Xie? This question wasn't funny at all. Can you stop me? Can't stop you. Lin Xie spoke honestly, certain that the other party had no malicious intent, and he spoke much more calmly. Do you know how many assassinations I experienced when I first became a member of the special squad? Wang Quan asked with a smile on his lips. Ghost knows? On one mission, there were 10 people who came to kill me. I'll go. This you damn well don't die. Lin Xie spat grudgingly. Wang Quan backhanded the kid and faked it, of course. Old me killed them back. And then chased their people everywhere and killed them until they didn't dare to assassinate me. How's that? No June. Awesome. Lin Xie applauded very perfunctorily. Wang Quan. What happened to a bit of hand itching to hit someone? So? Lin Xie spread his hands, you caught up with me just to act tough? No. Wang Quan shook his head, there's an organization called the Church of Ancient Gods that specifically targets divine agents like you. They're a bunch of anti-human lunatics that will do anything. You are a divine agent. It's not your fault, but I want to warn you. Stay with your family, they are doomed to the same endless hunt as you. This is not a joke, I have a friend who is also a divine agent, and he was assassinated for quite a long time. Wang Quan looked serious and raised his hand to pat Lin Xie's shoulder, then walked towards the opposite side of him and gradually disappeared into the darkness of the night, but left behind an ancient saying. The piker is not guilty of harboring the evil. Words left behind by the old ancestors, you know. Lin Xie turned back, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but think carefully, muttering and whispering, if a guy like him wants to kill. Chapter 7, the super invincible big devil of the universe. Xiaoqi, you don't look too good, are you sick? Lin Xia just pushed open the door of her home to see her aunt poking her head out of the kitchen, looking at herself with concern in her eyes. It's fine. Lin Xia's mind echoed from time to time with the words left behind by Wang Quan, a piker is not guilty of harboring a sin. By the way, why aren't you wearing your school uniform? I got up in a hurry in the morning and forgot. The more his aunt cared, the more he panicked. If he caused his aunt or cousin to get hurt because of the awakening, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Just arrived at a new school, you need to make a good impression on the teachers, do things carefully, if you can, Auntie reminds you. Auntie urged in a serious tone, a kind smile on her face. I pay attention. Alright, wash your hands for dinner. Go and shout for your cousin. Okay. The fragrant dishes were brought to the table, and the family of three sat around, the soft light enveloping the bland and happy smiles. Under the bright lights, knives clashed fiercely with knives, sparks flying everywhere. Chen Mai's face was grave, his knives were tricky and powerful. Wang Quan had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he took the moves calmly. The few people on the side were all wide-eyed. In front of the special squad, the captain who usually casually beat up the crowd even looked a bit overwhelmed. Within a short minute, the two had exchanged blows at least 100 times. Chen Mai put away his sword, smilingly looked at the cute team members on the side and asked, next, who's next? The team members were just about to enthusiastically sign up, when he immediately added, little Wang, don't keep your hands to yourself, or you won't have a meal. With these words, the others fell silent. Friends, sorry. Wang Quan hadn't planned to put out his full strength, but the meal ticket spoke up and couldn't act. I'll go first. Red Tassel warily walked over to the weapon rack, the back of his foot gently hooked, and the lance entered his hand. Chen Mai consciously retreated to the side, hugged his bladder and began to watch the show. Actual combat is a shortcut to improving strength, especially when fighting against powerful people, growth is faster. Wang Quan changed to a wooden sword, and hooked his hand at Red Tassel, smiling like a gentleman, please teach me. When it was too late, a bit of the gun came out like a dragon. Before the person arrived, the cold aura had already arrived. The Red Tassel transformed into a flash of residual shadow, and the soft posture was vaguely visible. Just at the moment when the spear was about to touch the king's right, he carelessly erected the wooden knife, seemingly casually but grasping it just right. The wooden blade advanced close to the lance, only to hear a bang, and by the time the crowd reacted, the Red Tassel had already set into the wall of the training room. Holy! You kid doesn't know the slightest thing about mercy. Old Zhao swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Red Tassel was the squad's main attacker, and he damn well only lasted one move. Uncle Zhao, try? Wang Quan lightly raised his eyelids, slightly provocative. Agu, you kid, I. Bang! Before the Red Tassel came down, Old Zhao also went up. Chen Mai nodded with a pleased face and said with a smile, little Wang, good job, I'll give you extra chicken legs tonight. Team Chen, I want to add a pork leg. Chen Mai. Next, who? Wang Quan knife pointed to the remaining four. Wu Shangnan coughed lightly. So what, there's another profile, I'm going to scrutinize it. I'm the sniper. Lung Xian's cool voice rang out. I'm an auxiliary, a healer. Si Shaonan looked at the captain, a pitiful look. Originally usually have not been less by the captain brutally beaten, this has come a more ruthless lord, cannot be Oh. That. When Shima is neither a sniper nor a support, a moment of speech. Oh. Little brother one, it's you. Wang Quan threw over a knife. Ha? Wait, I'll make a preparation. 3 seconds later, with a miserable cry from Wen Shima, another person was added to the wall. After watching the battle for a while, Chen Mai went to cook. The rib soup was bubbling in the pot, the kitchen trembled from time to time, the cutlery clanked, those who knew were training not knowing thought it was an earthquake. Little Wang you damn light, my old waist Uncle Zhao, it's okay, I know a little about medicine, can cure lumbar disc protrusion. You. Brother Quan, lighten up, I'm really assisting. Wang Quan, I'm not convinced, come again. Ugh. Bang 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 bang. Devil, you are the big devil. 100, no, 10,000 times scarier than the captain. When Shima shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Nope, what about Sangnan's safety if we're given a fight? Isn't this with me? The hour-long training finally came to an end, and this time that was comparable to hell tossed the people of Squad 136 into a miserable state. Wang Quan carried the bruised and swollen Red Tasseled on his back out of the training room, the reason being that this girl was too strong. No matter how many times she was knocked down, she would always get up, which she quite appreciated. The crowd walked out one after another. Shenmai poked his head out from the kitchen and didn't hold back a laugh. Little Wang, enough can do. Of course. Wang Quan waved a hand. Training, I'm a professional. Soon, Shenmai realized a serious problem. Xiaonan was also beaten up. He would usually keep his hands off when sparring with this girl. After all, it was inconvenient to beat up the medical team members. Xiaonan, can you still heal? Captain, I'm exhausted. With a pair of panda eyes and a beeping mouth, Xiaonan glared viciously at the captain while cursing. Brother Wang Quan is a devil, the invincible super devil of the universe. Wang Quan put Red Tassel on the sofa. His right hand was covered by a silver halo. He put his palm on the top of the other party's hair, and all of a sudden, the silver-colored light mass wrapped around Red Tassel. As the silver glow dispersed, Hong Ying was astonished and her speech became stuttering. My injuries are healed. It doesn't hurt anymore. So powerful. And you can heal? She looked up, her black gem-like eyes meeting those pale blue pupils, and her confidence was instantly infectious. So handsome. Red Rhapsody murmured, unable to help but look at her for a moment longer. I've said it all, slight knowledge of medicine. Wang Quan revealed a warm wrong, gently rubbing Hong Ying's brain, turning towards the others. Come, one by one. Ladies first. Oh. Woo woo. See, Xiaonan had tears in her eyes, not because of the warmth, but because the number of times she would get beaten up this way would become more. Don't ask how she knew. Shenmai operated this way. Xiaonan, this is moving? Touched your ass. Of course, Wang Quan didn't have a healing type of forbidden market. This ability was a reversal technique, a type of spell power manipulation that applied spell power in the form of multiplication, causing the negative energy of the spell power itself to become positive energy, thus achieving the purpose of healing, but in this case, he was manipulating spiritual power. The following day, Wang Quan woke up from his big bed in the Red Tassel Villa. He stretched and pushed open the door to his room in his pajamas. What came into his eyes was Red Tassel, who was only wearing underwear, and at a glance, what he should have seen, what he shouldn't have seen, he saw it all anyway. How to say? White and red skin, firm breasts, slender and tight waist, long and round thighs. He almost blurted out, yo. Nice figure. On the contrary, Hong Ying's face was so red that it could even drip water, and hot air kept drifting out from the top of his head. You get in there. Okay. Wang Quan immediately closed the door. Red Tassel ran back to the room without looking back, and she pressed herself against the door, her body sliding down a little bit as she mumbled and whispered. Oops. Totally forgot that there was a man living in the house. Shame on you, shame on you. Ugh. Hong Ying, grow a pair. Suddenly, firm abs came to mind. Wang Quan's pajama buttons were untied, and Hong Ying stared at him for a long time. What are you thinking about? Dead brain, stop it. Hong Ying buried her little brain into her chest, even more shy. Chapter 8, Home Visit. At the dining table, Si Xiaonan sleepily picked at his meal. Wang Quan and Hong Ying looked at each other with more or less embarrassment. Big devil, why don't you eat? Since she was violently beaten up yesterday, Xiaonan defaulted to this name, and Wang Quan didn't mind. Oh. Eat dinner. Wang Quan casually and absent-mindedly picked up a piece of ribs. Definitely have dinner, what else? Let's sit and have a meeting. And you, Sister Hong Ying, what are you looking at? Si Xiaonan cast a meaningful glance. Can't take your eyes off of her, looking at someone. Hong Ying's quick eyes and hands covered Si Xiaonan's mouth. Xiaonan, eat without speaking. Red Koma's words carried the slightest hint of threat. Si Xiaonan nodded frequently with an expression of I understand everything. After dinner, Wang Quan was in charge of cleaning up the dishes. Living in someone's house, you can't eat and drink for nothing, you always have to do some work. Si Xiaonan nestled on the sofa reading comics. She smiled and looked at Hong Ying. Opening her mouth was a kill. Sister Hong Ying, if you like it, then go for it. Look at it. Demon King is handsome. Young is the top talent of the special squad, except for hitting people a bit hard. People are nice. He's just on vacation for a while. After this village, there'll be no more stores. Look at you, your eyes are going to fall out at the dinner table. Tisk, TSK. I don't blame you, female single dog. It's normal to see such a good opposite sex will like. Shelled me. Only to hear a whooshing sound, a piece of cake flew into Si Xiaonan's mouth. and the red tassel transformed into Godzilla, just short of an atomic spit. Shaonan, stop talking nonsense or I'll spank you. I don't like people. Let's go, I'm going on a mission. The ghost face king hasn't been found yet. Red tassel blared at Si Shaonan with a red face and hurriedly went out the door. 10 minutes later, Wang Quan similarly went out, calling while strolling. Hello? Aren't you on vacation? Have a fart and let go. Yifan's impatient voices rang. After all, when this bastard came to the phone, it was quasi no good. Commander, give me $100,000 in my card. I'll hit your head, your kid's salary has been deducted to 4 years later. Business, there's a Michael agent in Sangnan. I know. He has a difficult family and wants to join the Night's Watch, but he can't spare the time, so I'm thinking of applying for a stipend. It's on my salary, not public funds. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and soon, Wang Quan's cell phone rang. Ding! The bank card arrived at $100,000. Having this heart, not bad. Ha, that goes without saying, suave, kind and upright, selfless, righteous partner. Says exactly the kind of person I am. Shameless, all the good words are for you to say. Yifan scolded again, his words full of dislike. Right, you'll be in Sangnan City for a while. That place. It's not peaceful. It's quite good. Even the legendary Black Impermanence is here. Do you want me to notify the Shangjing? Yifan interrupted Wang Quan, very decisive, no need. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Just then, it rained. In the blink of an eye, the dry asphalt road was dyed a dark color, and the curtain of rain blurred the line of sight. Wang Quan put his hands in his pockets, dripping rain, and leisurely walked towards the bank. Gradually, the rainstorm engulfed the silhouette. The silhouette stepped out of the rain. It was none other than Zhao Kongcheng, who had just arrived at the doorstep of his house. He had brought the confidentiality agreement with him and was trying to make one last struggle. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Auntie pushed open the door and was confused to see a stranger standing at the door. Hello? My name is Zhao Kongcheng. I'm a physical education teacher at the second middle school. That kid from 7 Nights has bad eyes. I'm here to do a home visit and take a look on the side. Zhao Kongcheng's tone was sincere. After hearing what happened to Lin Xie, he then sympathized with the child extraordinarily. Oh. Teacher Zhao, please. It's fine, it's supposed to be. Not long after, Lin Xie went home. Why are you a kid drenched like this? Auntie, I forgot my umbrella. Lin Xie hemmed and hawed. Silly child, call me I'll go pick you up. Auntie snapped, but her hand movements didn't stop at all as she brought Lin Xie a towel. Xiaoqi, your gym teacher came for a home visit, she's in your room. At these words, Lin Xie was confused. Pushing open the door to his room, as he expected, Zhao Kongcheng was holding a teacup and smiling. No, uncle. How did you find my house? This is a tracker. Zhao Kongcheng picked up the coat of arms on the table with a smug expression. So it was waiting for me here. I told you, I don't want to join you, don't waste your efforts. No, I'm asking you to sign the agreement, I'm reporting that you're missing. And Wang doesn't care about this, don't worry. Okay, I'll sign. During the signing process, Zhao Kongcheng lamented, your aunt is really not easy. Makes me think of my old mom. When I ran off to join the army alone, I also left her old man alone, alas. Now that I think about it, unfilial Zhao Kongcheng sighed, then pulled out a roll of craft paper and placed it on the table and slowly opened it. Lin Xie fixed his eyes on it. It was money, a lot of money. The night watchman allowance pays a lot, it can't be spent. These count as what I gave to your aunt. It's not easy for her to bring you up like this. There aren't many people who are so good. After saying that, Zhao Kongcheng shoved the money to Lin Xie. I don't want it. The night watchman really doesn't lack money. Then don't want it either. Why are you such a stubborn kid? Seeing you makes me think of the person I once was, and I want to make up for it. Then give it to your mom. She's remarried, and I give her money every month. Then to your wife and kids. Didn't I say? My family doesn't lack money. Even if I sacrifice myself, my family will still have a bright future without worrying about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Oh. Then keep it for cigarettes. I don't accept money from soldiers. After some pushing and shoving, Zhao Kongcheng still couldn't argue with Lin Xie. I'm leaving. Really leaving. Zhao Kongqing took one step and turned back 3 times. He still wanted to persuade, but when he thought of the situation of this family and this strong child, he still couldn't say anything. Stop! Lin Chiye called out to him, and old Zhao's eyes lit up, thinking that the other party had changed his mind. Heraldry. Oops. Almost forgot, this is my life. And the umbrella, it's raining outside. Thanks, but I can't return the umbrella. It's fine, consider it a reward for you heroes, goodbye. Lin Chiye watched Zhao Kongqing leave, looking at the solid back and smiling slightly. This uncle was a good person, a very good person. He didn't hate it. It was just that he couldn't let go of his own little family. And how many people can let go? Uncle, the road is slippery in the rain, be careful. Lin Chiye reminded. Got it, go back. Zhao Kongqing unhurriedly sat back in the black van, stowed his umbrella, and was just about to light one when his headset rang. It was Chen Mai. Old Zhao, we've tracked the Ghost Face King. It's most likely to appear in 2 places at the moment, one is the old city center and the other is the city center. Get ready and evacuate the crowd. Yes. Zhao Kongqing stared out the window, his brows locked. The rain got heavier and heavier, completely engulfing the world. Chapter 9, To Use Your Fists. In the dilapidated old city center, the wind and rain were shaking, and a man in a dark red cloak was running wildly in the rain, with a large carrying case in his hand. Tick-tock. Tight nerves made the sound of the rain so clear, Zhao Kongqing's brows furrowed, and Wu Shangnan's voice rang out in his earphone, Old Zhao, you have only one mission, and that is to evacuate the crowd, don't fight, don't ever fight. You can't beat the Ghost Mask King, moreover the old city center already has few people and lives scattered, there won't be any major losses. Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's anger rubbed off on him, but the people living here are also people, they are all human lives, there is no way I can back down. Old Zhao, calm down. I've already notified Wang Quan, he's there in the downtown area, everyone else is on their way to the old city, support will be here in 10 minutes. We can't lose a night watchman with rich experience because of a small incident, there are countless incidents of mysterious killings every year. Wu Shangnan persuaded bitterly, he was in a hurry. We are not gods, we are human beings, do our best. Ghost Face King is Chuan Realm, you're just an ordinary person without a forbidden ruin, don't be impulsive. Shannan, have you forgotten the oath we said when we joined the Night's Watch? Zhao Kongqing's tone was resolute, he knew that the vice squad was doing it for his own good, but he had his own principles. I'm sorry, I can't do nothing. Looking back, in the blurring curtain of rain, the short houses were enveloped by a cozy light, just like the most beautiful scenery on earth. Right at this moment, a foul odor rushed into his nostrils, Zhao Kongqing's pupils suddenly shrunk and froze in place. The rain became even heavier, and disorganized sounds filled his ears. After freezing for 2 or 3 seconds, he slowly twisted his head to the side, and in the deserted alley, he saw that the manhole cover was twitching. The answer was clear. Report. Watchman Zhao Empyrean has discovered the Ghostface King in the old city center. Old Zhao, trap it with unrestricted airspace and wait for backup. Shangnan, you know, unrestricted airspace isn't for trapping anything, it's for hiding. Then you go evacuate the crowd. Hey! Old Zhao? Zhao Empyrean hung up the communication, he pressed the button on the suitcase, the box clicked and popped open, 3 billboards were exposed, and with the manhole cover as the center, the billboards were quickly arranged. With that, the blood droplets merged into the billboards, a dark red halo lit up, and when viewed from high above, the 3 red lines connected to form an equilateral triangle, and in the next second, a piece of the old city center disappeared from the map. Zhao Kongqing took one last look at the short houses behind him, touched the coat of arms in his pocket, the corners of his soaked mouth rose, drew his sword, and entered. Heavy rain engulfed the world once again. On the rooftop of the tallest building in the center of the city, Wang Quan carried a cloth bag, his pale blue eyes growing brighter in the rain. Sharp eyes like a sword penetrated through the rain curtain, sweeping through the entire city center in an instant. He did not find any abnormality, so he opened his headset, not waiting for a report. Wu Shangnan's anxious voice rang out. Ghostface King has appeared, in the old city center. Only old Zhao is there alone. He hung up his communication. Do you have a way to get there? Captain, they need at least 10 minutes. Actually, Wu Shangnan didn't hold any hope, because turning back halfway would take 10 minutes, and rushing there from the city would take at least half an hour. Oh? Old city center? Give a location. If you don't consider pedestrians and buildings, 1 second should be enough. Ha? Wu Shangnan was shocked, his whole body was numb. 1 second, is this ing human? What if we consider these things? Send me a location, ask for no one on the route, preferably the kind of hidden alley route, the faster the better. Okay. I'll send it to you right away. 10 seconds later, Wang Quan received the route. He glanced at it and smiled slightly. Not bad, not too far, expected to arrive in 2 minutes. Ah, that's great, made it in time. Thanks a lot, make sure to save old Zhao. No problem. Uncle Zhao is so nice, how could I let him die? Wang Quan glanced at the rain curtain, stepped on the edge of the rooftop with one foot, opened his arms, and did a free fall movement. From afar, a flash of silver light lit up the world. Regardless of whether there was a system mission or not, this person he was bound to save. A funny, hot-blooded uncle, who wouldn't like it? Outside the house, the world was in chaos as the rain poured down. Inside the house, it was steaming hot and the smiles were as sweet as cake. Lin Xiye looked out the window from time to time with an absent-minded look. Xiaoqi, what's wrong? Auntie gave him a piece of ribs, concerned. I'm fine. Ah, Jean. Seeing her son not eating either, Auntie cried and laughed. Why don't you eat too? It's a good day, there's meat and you still don't eat. Oh. Xiao Jin might have been under too much pressure from schoolwork lately. Lin Xiye explained. Just then, a dog barked from the balcony. Auntie looked over and little Black Lie ran to the balcony at some point. Why isn't this little guy eating actively today? He usually hates to drill the bowl. Lin Xiye picked up a bone and shook it. Little Black Lie looked at the bone and then looked out to the balcony, a torn look. Lin Xiye saw the problem and thought of Zhao Kongcheng, quickly walked towards the balcony and threw the bone to the puppy as he looked out the window. In the boundless blackness of the night, there was nothing but heavy rain, as if the world had fallen silent. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a comet-like silver flash appeared in the endless darkness. At this time, he found a bat under the balcony to hide from the rain, and thought that his newly acquired Starry Night Dancer could communicate with nocturnal animals, so he gave it a try. He didn't know until he tried, but he was shocked once he tried. Lin Xiye was as motionless as a statue. Xiaoqi, what are you doing? As soon as his aunt's words fell, Lin Xiye turned around violently as he hurriedly ran towards the door and put on his shoes. Auntie, it suddenly occurred to me that there's an emergency, I'm going out. Silly child, what's so urgent? Let's talk about it after the rain stops. Auntie, I'm going out. Lin Xiye learned about Zhao Kongcheng from the bat. His heart couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He was eating in a warm house, but that uncle fought with monsters to guard himself. No matter what, he couldn't do it and watched dryly. The black-haired boy rushed into the rain, the heavy rain cut the world, the silver-haired boy similarly raced against time. They shared a common destination. Under the bat's guidance, Lin Xiye was the first to arrive outside the unrestricted hollow, but he was confused. There was nothing, the bat couldn't have lied to him. That. He raised his head and stared dead at the empty space in front of him. He remembered that uncle seemed to have mentioned something about a contraption that could shield others, so he guessed that was it. Icy cold rain slid down his cheeks. Lin Xiye took a deep breath and shouted, Uncle, I know you're there, let me in, I'll help you along. Uncle. Zhao Kongcheng. Old Zhao. Hello? After shouting a few sentences, a ghostly voice came from the blank world. You don't stay at home on a rainy day, come out and sneak around my ass, give me a roll. I don't want. You don't want to secretly save the world alone. Uncle, let me in, I can help you. Lin Xiye touched forward, ripples appeared in the heavy rain, and the invisible barrier was close at hand. Scram! Old me doesn't need your help. Also, you can't even open the ringless airspace, so you can help my ass. Zhao Empyrean City cursed. I. Lin Xiye froze. Suddenly, he remembered Michael, remembered his eyes, not waiting to act. A hand on his shoulder, the magnetic voice of the king's power rang out with arrogance. Junior, if you want to do something, go and do it right. But remember, don't shout, use your fists. Chapter 10, Grab a knife and kill it. With Wang Quan's arrival, the flying raindrops seemed to see ghosts as if they were avoiding, and with him as the center, a rain-free vacuum field appeared. Lin Xiye twisted his head to look, his black pupils reflected the silver figure, his silver hair was windless, and a circle of energy ripples spread out in all directions. Wang Quan clenched his fists and blasted out at the invisible barrier, and in a flash, the unrestricted airspace transformed into butterflies fluttering in the sky, like a dark red elf. Being in this blood-colored vortex, the aura was awe-inspiring, as if. At this moment, in this rain, in this world, I am the only one. Lin Xiye stared blankly at a black sphere standing silently not far away. In the midst of the stagnant downpour, with countless white ghost faces flowing on the surface of the sphere. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghost Face Phase Earth. Within its range, it was able to deceive the perceptions of all creatures whose realm was less than or equal to its own, reversing the concept of space. Of course, Zhao Kongqing didn't know what was happening. He was still trapped in the Ghostface King's realm. He was drenched in blood. He didn't know how many injuries he had sustained and how many bones he had broken. It was obvious that he was going to be unable to hold on. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that old me would finally wait for this day. Bastard, prepare to die. Zhao Kongqing laughed out loud and immediately pulled out his coat of arms. The heraldry was the life of every vigilante. This phrase was an oath and a fact. On the back of this coat of arms, there was a small needle that would pop out as soon as a switch was pressed, and the end of the needle was coated with a drug called Ghost God Lead. With the use of the Ghost God lure, the power hidden in the life essence, allowing those without the forbidden ruins to obtain them, and those who possessed them to become even stronger. But unfortunately, it was a means to die with the same fate. But fighting for dignity and conviction, the Shakura Fong was enough. Just then, the Ghost Face Phase land shattered. The Ghost Face King and Zhao Kongqing were both confused. Uncle Zhao, it's not time to fight for your life. Wang Quan appeared at old Zhao's side at an unknown time and pressed the small needle back. You. Guy, Zhao Kongqing released a laugh and feigned irritation. It's clear that it's almost time for Laozi's home turf. It's not that I'm blowing, Laozi's forbidden market must be a thief. Got it, got it. Save it for later. In order not to get in the way of the battle, Lin Xie hurriedly ran over to support Zhao Kongqing. Sensing that something was wrong, the Ghost-Face King didn't hesitate for a second, twisting up its huge body and running like crazy in the opposite direction. The instinct of the creature told it that if it fought with this human who had suddenly intruded into the room, will definitely die. Wang Quan, with one hand in his pocket and one hand carrying a cloth bag, walked over unhurriedly, and wherever he passed, the rain would stop for a moment. Ghost-Face King? What trash! He was that disdainful, such a rookie, so what if he let it run for a while first? No, big brother, it's all about to run. Why are you still taking a stroll? Lin Xie couldn't even look at it anymore and urged. Don't panic. Wang Quan waved his hand with his back to the two of them, leaving behind a handsome back. As soon as the words left his mouth, he disappeared. By the time Lin Xie reacted, the Ghost-Face King, who had one of his arms cut off, descended from the sky and fell heavily into the ground, blossoming like a bloody flower. Wang Quan stepped on the void and floated above the Ghost-Face King like a god. You. Just how many of these non-humans are there in your Night's Watch? This scene was completely beyond Lin Xie's knowledge. His worldview collapsed. This damn well wasn't something a human could do. The Special Squad is one of the Night's Watch's topmost fighting forces. Not everyone is that strong. Zhao Imperian explained. In terms of pushiness alone, he estimated that there were few in the Night's Watch that could rival the king's power. That, aren't you the heroes hidden under the darkness of the night? Are you sure he? So shiny that others won't see it? This directly gave Zhao Kongqing a question, froze for a moment, and added, a matter of acting style, right? Wang Quan is more special. These two were whispering crickets there, but Wang Quan stopped. Ghost-Face King was paralyzed in the muddy puddle, like a mess of rotten meat, with only one expression on his pale ghostly face of despair. Sayoko. Ha? My name is Lin Xie, asshole. I'll leave the rest to you, kill it. Wang Quan turned around without looking back, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Lin Xie's side. Me? Are you sure? Of course, with me here, what are you afraid of? Wang Quan assured with conviction. If Uncle Zhao isn't here, if I'm not here. Saying this, Wang Quan looked in the direction of Lin Xie's home and continued, can you keep your home? The world is so cruel, being in it, you don't have a choice. Lin Xie fell silent. Wang Quan was right, he had the power of Michael, he was a divine agent, and it was all like Pandora's magic box. Once opened, there was no way back. This time, someone guarded his home for him, then the next time, the next time, the next time. This time, Lin Xie didn't run away, didn't retreat. Zhao Kongqing was able to lay down his life to guard an unrelated person. He himself must also take up the sword. Uncle, borrow the knife. Kid, you haven't had systematic training, don't force yourself. Uncle Zhao, he's a divine agent, he's not that fragile. If he was killed by a dying ghost face, it would be just like that. Wang Quan raised his hand and placed it on Zhao Kongqing's shoulder, unleashing the reversal technique. A warm and soft light covered Zhao Kongqing and healed him. All right. Be careful. Old Zhao was like an old mom, exhorting in a serious tone. Aha! Lin Qiye picked up his straight sword and scurried out with a whoosh. Michael brought him many abilities, such as extreme dynamic strength, almost undiscovered perception, and the Nyack Starry Night Dancer's augmentation. Technically speaking, he was considered a dual god agent himself. Ghostface King, right? Kill him and I'll let you go. I'm a man who always keeps his promises. Wang Quan tore open the candy paper and put a strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth while promising. In front of absolute power, the Ghostface King had no choice. It let out a reluctant roar and struggled to stand up. The pale Ghostface roared, and the eternally burning golden pupils glittered. The heavy rain was still falling, and the pale blue straight blade tore through the rain and met the sharp claws. Click! The lighter lit up with a tiny flame, and wisps of smoke drifted from the lit cigarette. Zhao Kongqing took a sharp breath. Not only is man alive, he can see the divine agents fighting. One word. Cool. As the straight blade and the sharp claw clashed, a mechanical tone sounded in Wang Quan's mind. Mission 3, Save Zhao Kongqing, complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining heaven and spellbinding. The color of blood that never goes out, the spiritual power that burns brightly, the ultimate sublimated flesh. Reversing all spiritual power into fleshly power with extra reinforcement, the limit of the sea realm is 10 times. Chapter 11, Joining the Night Watch. The heavy rain was the curtain, and the old city center was the stage, where a fierce fight was taking place. Even though Lin Qiye was a newcomer who hadn't received any training, he was still able to block the Ghostface King's attacks with precision. He, who hadn't even left the novice village, had quickly gained a deep knowledge of the mythical creatures of the Shangchuan realm. Without Zhao Kongqing consuming the Ghostface King, and without the king's right to beat it to the brink of death, he himself would be unbeatable in front of this monster. Knives and claws clashed, sparks flew everywhere. The Ghostface King's attack seemed to have gotten stronger. Little Wang, nothing will happen to this kid, right? A trapped beast is still fighting. The more he wants to live, the more he will fight for his life. Zhao Kongqing had a worried look on his face. With decades of fighting skills and a wealth of experience added to his own, he was only barely able to get through a few moves with the ghost-faced king. He can. Divine agents are very strong. Wang Quan stared into the distance with a burning gaze. His tone was that confident. After all, he had fought with Mask and Phoenix. As expected, as soon as the words fell, Zhao Kongqing saw a scene that made him both envious and shocked. The bursting golden pupils were like two solar furnaces, and even though they were separated by more than 10 meters, they could still feel the blazing aftertaste. Visible to the naked eye, the Ghostface King froze. The Ghostface King, who had just stepped into the Zhan realm, was able to shock the Chuan realm. Damn it, divine ruin is awesome. Envious. Uncle Zhao, you're not bad either. You were able to last this long without dying. It's okay to not speak if you don't know how. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the two people beside him talking and laughing, Lin Qiye, who was fighting for his life, was furious. Calm down. Absolutely be calm. He admonished himself in his mind over and over again. Seizing the moment when the Ghostface King stiffened, he violently swung his blade at its neck. As the light blue blade flashed by, a graceful curved moon was fixed in the heavy rain. The Ghostface King was decapitated. Winning. Lin Qiye, who was fighting a mythical creature for the first time, was overjoyed. Next, a bizarre scene occurred. The headless Ghostface King sent out a killing blow. His blood-stained claws were like arrows that left the string and struck Lin Qiye's heart. In a flash, he saw it, he realized it. The Ghostface King's key point was that pale ghost face, but unfortunately, it was all too late. Too late? No. With one foot in hell and teetering on the edge of death, an unprecedented survival instinct erupted, and this desire to survive turned into power. The majestic golden pupils once again erupted with rolling divine might, and Lin Qiye's reaction speed was raised a notch. The straight blade cut through the rain, leaving behind a residual shadow, and when the blade cut through the pale ghost face, the Ghostface King screamed miserably, and there was unwillingness, doubt, and despair in this mournful roar. The tattered body fell to the ground with a bang, and the ghost face crumpled into a ball like a deflated leather ball, rolling down to the bottom of Lin Qiye's feet. He could clearly feel the slightest warmth pouring into his body along the straight blade. Only after slashing at the corpse a dozen times in succession did he completely relax, and as the adrenaline faded, his legs went limp and he sat down in the muddy water, gasping for air. Bastard! Did you already know this monster's weakness? Why didn't you tell me? Lin Qiye turned back and glared angrily at Wang Quan. Ha? Weaknesses? Doesn't it have weaknesses all over its body? Hit this trash and sprinkle it. Wang Quan spread his hands. His appearance made Lin Xie furious. If he wasn't unable to fight, he would definitely want to brutally beat up this cargo. Holy! You damn definitely know. Lin Xie cursed and lay down, letting the rain fall on his face. On the surface, although he was angry, his heart was indescribably relieved. I protected my family. Little Nighty, how's the consideration going? Wang Quan walked over to Lin Xie with his hands in his pockets and asked. Lin Xie was silent as he turned his head to the side, his soft gaze passing through the gradually thinning rain curtain and landing on the tiny home. Yeah. One was too weak. So weak that he would lose his family without the help of others. Today's monster was only the first, but life was long and it would never be the last. Auntie, Jin, little black lie. I'm sorry I can't stay with you guys. Oh yes. If you join the night watch, the officials will focus on protecting your family. Wang Quan added at the right time. These words sort of dispelled Lin Xie's worries as he nodded and said. I agree to join you. But after 10 years, I will return to accompany my family. When these words came out, Zhao Kongcheng was confused. He remembered that the Night's Watch could not quit. Of course, as long as you master the power and reach a certain height, do as you please. Wang Quan tore open the candy paper and put the blackcurrant flavored lollipop into his mouth, savoring it. Then I will definitely become stronger until no one can harm my family and no one can restrict me. That's right, that's what it takes. Wang Quan squatted beside Lin Xie, nodding in satisfaction. It would be better if you could replace the commander-in-chief. That old deng always deducts my salary. It's simply blacker than a black-hearted capitalist. Listening to their conversation, Zhao Kongcheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He only wanted to be a general, but these two goods are the commander-in-chief. And what is the meaning of replace? Why is there a flavor of rebellion? Xiao Wang, not that I'm talking about you, don't bring down the newcomers. Young people can't be overly ambitious, they have to be down to earth, one step at a time. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan bounced up with a sound of miso, pointing one hand to the sky. His tone was high and bold, confidently saying, Young man, since you should be spirited, there is nothing you can't do for the world. This was Wang Quan, a confident man. All right. After all, I'm old. Zhao Kongcheng let out a long sigh of emotion. Just then, the roar of an engine sounded in the distance, and a black jeep violently crashed through the heavy rain, and after drifting perfectly, it steadily stopped beside Zhao Kongcheng. He fixed his eyes on it and said in confusion, Didn't this car fall into a ditch? You still have the face to mention it? The front car door opened, and Shen Mai, dressed in a black slim-fitting trench coat, held open an umbrella, his eyes full of grudges. Where's Ghostface King? Look! Zhao Kongcheng stood up, patted his soaked ass, and pointed to a short distance away. Thanks to Xiao Wang coming on vacation, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Uncle Zhao, are you still alive? Hong Ying's voice with a sobbing tone rang out, scurrying out of the rear car door in a windy manner. Zhao Kongcheng. Is the stinky girl blind? Wow. Still alive, awesome. Red Tassel had a look of surprise on her face. Little King came in time. Zhao Kongcheng helplessly held his forehead and explained. Wang Quan, thank you. It's good to have you. Hong Ying usually got along with old Zhao like he was her own father, so she was very grateful. Only to hear a duong sound, Wang Quan, who was still pretending with Lin Xie, didn't react, and was knocked away by a trembling, flimsy semi-trailer. Because Red Tassel didn't harbor a trace of malice, the stopping power wasn't activated. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Looking at Wang Quan who flew out, Red Coma's small face flushed with regret. The corners of Lin Xie's mouth hooked up with a pleased look as he muttered, pretending to be a bully gets struck by lightning, dead white hair, deserved it. Hey! I have good hearing. What did you say? Lin Xie directly played dumb. With the arrival of the logistics department, the entire 136th squad returned, this time. Not a single one was missing, returning safely. Chapter 12 A Call from the Hayakuri Family. Peace Firm, Underground. Under the bright lights, Lin Xie was surrounded by the crowd like a panda, making him embarrassed. Cough cough cough. Don't look. Oh. Hong Ying withdrew his gaze, still full of curiosity. You're a divine agent G. I guess I'll only see you this once in my life. Little brother, I heard Uncle Zhao say that you blared at the ghost-faced king so much that he didn't dare to move, so you must be very powerful. Si Xiaonan squatted on the sofa, his hands resting on his chin, looking dumb and dopey. At these words, Lin Xia's old face flushed. He clearly almost died. Okay? Alright, all idle with nothing to do, right? Let's practice. Chen Mai lifted up Si Xiaonan and casually tossed it aside, then with a serious face, he looked squarely at Lin Xia and introduced himself. Hello? I'm Chen Mai, captain of Night Watchman Squad 136. After saying that, he pointed to Zhao Kongcheng, who was holding a thermos cup next to him. Zhao Kongcheng, the vigilante of Squad 136, you know. As soon as the words left his mouth, Red Tassel's lively and cheerful laughter rang out. It's my turn, it's my turn. She struck a very handsome pose and continued, Squad 136's main attacker, Red Tassel. Hello? Facing a group of strangers, Lin Xia nodded politely. Hello, Night Watchman Squad 136 frontal combatant, Wen Shima. A white towel was handed to Lin Xia, and it was the owner of the voice who delivered the towel. Lin Xia looked at the voice. It was an ordinary-looking young man. He took the towel and smiled. Thank you. It's fine, at least dry your hair, be careful of catching a cold. Wen Shima was ordinary but gentle. Little brother, my name is Si Xiaonan, just call me Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan's smile was very healing, just looking at it would put him in a much better mood. Also, I'm the medic and combat aide for Squad 136, come find me if you get injured in the future. Aha! Right at this moment, the tall and cold handsome man who had been leaning against the pillar spoke up, Lang Xian, long-range fire support. The people present all introduced themselves and Lin Xia recognized them. The main thing was that these people from Squad 136 were all very distinctive. He swept his gaze across the entire hall. He just didn't see Wang Quan, that smelly white hair who loved to show off, who knew that just as he breathed a sigh of relief, that familiar, slightly voice rang out. Yo! Looking for me? Sayoko. This handsome guy is here. When these words came out, Lin Xia's expression stiffened, mechanically twisted his head around, and said without any good humor, Are you a damn ghost? Walking without a sound? It's impossible to carry sound. Wang Quan stepped away from his long legs and smoothly crossed the back of the sofa, sitting next to Lin Xia. By the way, what do you do in this squad? Me. Wang Quan picked up an apple on the coffee table and took a bite, saying vaguely, lend a hand, dabble in food, in short, I'm here on vacation. 7 nights, this one belongs to the Night's Watch Special Squad, Daylight, the elite of the elite. Just getting to know the Night's Watch and being able to make friends with the elites, you're quite lucky. Wen Shima added, with a hint of admiration between his words. Holy! Looking at Wang Quan's dangling appearance, still munching on an apple, Lin Xia swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty inside. Are you vigilantes really a formal organization? Of course, formal as hell. Wang Quan emphasized. To be precise, we belong to a semi-military organization with strict discipline and excellent style. Chen Mai explained. Then can I quit after 10 years? At these words, Chen Mai's mouth twitched, then he shook his head. The Night Watch is not a neighborhood committee, it's not something you can come and go whenever you want. No. If you're strong enough, so strong that nothing can limit you, feel free to, like becoming commander-in-chief or something. Wang Quan patted Lin Xia's shoulder, but the next moment his eyes went cold for a moment. But if you do anything to harm the heavens and the earth, you'll be overpowered. I know. After 10 years, if I can leave, I'll have my own consequences. As soon as the words fell, a footstep sounded outside the living room, and Wu Shangnan walked in with a pile of information. Captain, the relevant documents are all here. Just have Lin Xia fill them out, then it's just a matter of waiting for approval from the higher-ups. Only after he finished speaking did he see Lin Xia, so he pushed up his glasses and said politely, Hello. I'm the vice captain of Vigilante Squad 136, Wu Shangnan. Since you've decided to join, just fill out the information. Okay, thanks. Lin Xia took the information, and he had just moved his pen when Wang Quan dialed a number. Hey, Commander, does the information of Agent Michael's approval count for me? Wang Quan, I'm busy. Don't call when something's wrong, you think this is your home. Yi Fan cursed, and the crowd of Squad 136 stared in disbelief, especially Chen Mai, who had seen the commander before. The crowd never expected that Wang Quan could directly contact the commander-in-chief, they could only say that it was worthy of being a special squad. Count on it, just sign it. Okay. Wang Quan hung up the phone and signed the documents that Lin Xia had signed one by one. Now you count as semi-officially joining the Night's Watch. Lin Xia? Didn't I say it's just a matter of you signing it? No, after the application is approved, newcomers still need to participate in a year-long intensive training program to learn fighting, firearms, combat deployment, use of forbidden ruins, etc. Wu Shangnan popularized. Then until then, let's say Oko be a temporary member in Squad 136. Wang Quan proposed. Yes. But food and lodging are not included. Team Chen, don't be so stingy. It's a matter of more bowls and more chopsticks. Shen Mai glared at Wang Quan, you have the face to say that when you're a dabbler. Suddenly, Lin Xia's voice drifted in quietly, everyone, I can't go back to my aunt's house, or I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. So, for this month, where will I live? Didn't Uncle say that you guys are treated so well by thieves that you won't worry about food or clothing for the rest of your lives? Cough cough. That's the treatment of a full-fledged team member. Old Zhao coughed lightly and hemmed and hawed. I'll pay for the food and lodging, after all, I'm the one who pulled you in hard. Zhao and Parian City immediately promised. No, my house has many empty rooms, just come and stay at my house. The warm-hearted Red Tassel spoke up, Niels, the captain has always been a knife mouth and tofu heart, you can't starve. Ha! It's been agreed that food and lodging are not included. Shen My mind was poked and prodded, glared at the Red Tassel and walked away. Look at it, I got it right. Hong Ying was still getting carried away. Red Tassel, I see that you've been slacking on your training a lot lately. Come to the training room, let's practice. Ah, no. Don't look at me like I'm just a sheep. The grass smells better because of me. The sky is bluer because of me. A cell phone ringtone suddenly rang in the living room, and the crowd looked at each other in disbelief as to who would use such a childish ringtone. It was no one else but the strongest in the crowd, Wang Quan. He pulled out his cell phone and the caller contact display. Bailey XIN. Chapter 13, $100 million commission. The white clouds have become soft because of me. Don't look at me like I'm just a sheep. Sheep are unimaginably smart. The classic melody echoed in the hall, and the crowd looked at each other with rich expressions. Wang Quan looked at the vibrating screen and considered whether to answer the phone. After all, the caller was Bailey XIN, chopping white, but he grabbed. No. It was the person who had to send it. After a short period of thought, he pressed the connect button. Bailey family head, I must emphasize, chopping white, flew into my hands on its own. As soon as the words fell, the sound of a teacup shattering came from the other end of the phone, and Bailey XIN's person went numb. I was the one who promised you to randomly choose a forbidden object, old matters will not be mentioned. Wang Quan instantly smiled with joy and asked, then, do you have something to do? Nothing, I'm hanging up. Bye. Stop, there's a commission. I serve the people, I don't take private work. Wang Quan decisively refused. That righteous look made the others admire him, even Lin Xia's impression of him changed quite a bit. The commission is $100 million. Say something. Wang Quan changed his face faster than flipping a book and glanced at the others in passing and explained, you are part of the people, the Bailey family lord is also a member of the people, serving the people, there's no shame in that. There was a moment of silence from the crowd, and Bailey XIN was equally silent. At this moment, their hearts were in the same place, that is, brazen kingship. I got some insider information, I plan to send Tu Ming to Songnan City and entrust you as a security guard for a month. My card number is 1666. Which day will little fatty come? I'll personally pick him up. I'll notify you when the time comes. After explaining the commission, Bailey XIN hurriedly hung up the phone. He didn't want to say more than half a sentence with this shameless guy. Originally it was an intention to pull in talent in the first place, but he didn't expect that this guy directly shunned one of the treasures of the town family. Wang Quan bite a Bailey family master, the Night's Watch almost all heard of the Bailey family, only that one can directly contact the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman, the Bailey family head personally called. Wang Quan's background was too hard, or maybe he knew too many bigwigs. Bailey is the Bailey family that has the Forbidden Object Museum? When Chiemo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked curiously. Yes. Why? Brother Quan, you still know the Bailey family? Can't be considered familiar, I've seen them a few times. Alright, aren't they all working? Disperse, do what you need to do. Shen Mai was not surprised at all, after all, he is also someone who has seen the world. Of course, the vice-captain's Wu Shangtan was also not shocked, because he had similarly served in the special squad before. Old Town. After a day, Zhao Kongqing knocked on the door of Lin Xia's house once again, only this time, he was delivering the notice accompanied by Chen Mai, who was carrying a heavy cloth bag in his hand. Coming. Wang Feng opened the door, and seeing that the visitor was old Zhao, she greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhao, is there something wrong? Ms. Wang, due to my identity, I lied to you last time. I'm actually a staff member of the Tsunnan Military Administration Office. Huh? Auntie was confused until Zhao Kongqing took out his ID with a big red steel seal. Take a seat inside first. Auntie made a gesture of invitation. My family Lin Shiya had something to go out and hasn't returned yet. Trouble. In fact, Auntie guessed a generalization in her heart. Her family's youngest 7 went out so urgently, it was probably about joining the army. Taking advantage of the aunt's effort to make tea, Zhao Kongqing wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. He had no bottom in his heart. Fart of the military government office, the documents are already made. Captain, what if we can't muddle through? Chen Mai had a calm face and slowly spoke. What are you afraid of? All of our information is real. Auntie walked out of the kitchen with a teapot. Zhao Kongqing hurriedly took it and said with a smile, Ms. Wang, please. It's fine. Shao Qi, he wants to join the army? Auntie was a bit worried. The boy's eyes are just right, alas. He does want to join the army. Here's the document, you can see for yourself. Chen Mai handed over a document with a steel seal. Good. Auntie nodded her head and carefully and meticulously read them one by one, not even missing a single word. After reading the information, Auntie believed it. After all, no one would dare to forge the government's steel seal. Suddenly, she stood up and bent slightly towards Zhao Kongqing and the two of them, her tone humble and sincere. My family Lin Shiya used to be blind, his eyes are just right, I beg you to take more care of him, please. This scene caught people off guard. Old Zhao hurriedly got up and swore in assurance, Ms. Wang, since he decided to serve his country, then we naturally won't treat him poorly, you can rest assured on this point. Alright, thank you. Right, this is the subsidy, you keep it. Chen Mai handed a cloth bag to his aunt, a total of $1 million. This. So much? The department is special, it should be. And besides the subsidy, there's also a monthly meal allowance, medical allowance, and salary. We have good benefits. Lin Shiya hadn't become an official night watchman yet. In fact, 800,000 of that million was given by Wang Quan, 100,000 was what old Zhao wanted to give away in the beginning, and the rest was the unofficial subsidy. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the tallest building in the old city, Lin Shiya was sitting there, staring unseeingly into the distance, a gentle smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Wang Quan stood with his hands in his pockets, a candy stick in his mouth, glancing at the giggling Lin Shiya. He spat out the stick and said, if you don't want to part with it, go back and take a look. I'm afraid that if I go back, I won't be able to come out again. I really don't want to give up. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Lin Shiya saw the cloth bag. He remembered that it was in Wang Quan's hand when he dealt with the Ghost-Face King and asked, how much money is in the bag? What bag? You gave the money, there should still be the part that uncle gave but I didn't ask for. Lin Shiya had a meticulous mind, how could he not guess? 1,100,000 subsidies, 100,000 of Uncle Zhao's, and the rest I gave. When these words came out, Lin Shiya's eyes widened in shock. For the current him, 1 million was a huge amount of money, an unmistakably huge amount of money. A great favor, if you need to use me in the future, just say so. Also, I'll pay you back when I make money in the future. Lin Shiya knew that it was completely useless to say I don't want it at this point, it was already too late. Don't need it, just took on $100 million commission, not bad. Wang Quan didn't care about it, it was smooth sailing. To be honest, quite envious of you. Live in style. Lin Shiya turned his back to Wang Quan and couldn't see his expression. Then I'm also quite envious of you, having a family, little master, I'm an orphan G. Wang Quan said unapologetically, but from his tone, he couldn't hear any sadness. Instead, there was a flavor of optimism. Even Lin Shiya was infected by this emotion. I'll see you again in 10 years. Goodbye, my family. Lin Shiya revealed a smile and got up to walk towards the direction where the morning light shone from. Wang Quan stretched his back and turned to follow, as a fresh breeze blew by and took away the thoughts. Chapter 14: The Landlord's Foolish Son. In front of the forest store, Lin Shiya reluctantly followed behind Wang Quan as he said in a bad mood, didn't you say training? Come to the forest store to train for what? It can't be practicing eloquence to sell cars. You guys are unreliable, I'm going back to the captain. Seeing that Wang Quan had been silent, Lin Shiya was ready to run away, who knew that just as he turned around, his shoulders were pressed down, the kind that couldn't move a muscle. Don't go, first pick up someone today and bring you to the world. But master has money, arrange a car first. Can't you go on a shared bicycle? Lin Xie glared at Wang Quan and cursed in his heart, tycoon, pure tycoon face, my ass. After a few moments, a black Maybach S rushed out of the 4S store and headed straight to the airport. Wang Quan held the steering wheel in one hand, leisurely humming a little song. The somewhat corny-sounding DJ surrounded his ears, and Lin Xie, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, had a disgusted look on his face. In the next second, his pupils suddenly shrunk, overwhelmed hands clutched the seatbelt, yelled, car. There's a car in front of him, damn it, it's going to crash. That's right, Wang Quan's newly purchased Maybach S was already beyond a safe distance from the car in front. Seeing that it was about to crash, Lin Xie realized that this brainwashed person was still stepping on the gas, and the roar of the engine tugged at the heartbeat and was getting faster and faster. However, a bizarre scene appeared. The Maybach passed through the car in front of it in a vaporous position, and on the ordinary avenue, the car's speed had already reached 200 mph. From afar, a silver stream of light swept across the lane, leaving a long trail, and the camera couldn't capture it, the speedometer couldn't detect it. In front of the airport, not caring about the luxury car or anything, Lin Xie fiercely kicked the car door open and flew to the toilet. A moment later, his face was pale as he arrived next to Wang Quan, and he was close to vomiting his stomach out. Dead white hair, you a girl definitely did it on purpose. Holy. You want me to die, say it straight. Aya, calm down. Wang Quan persuaded as he took a big bite of his chocolate matcha cake and dazzled, how's this training? Lin Xie? What kind of training is this? Especially the mindset. Remember, no matter the situation. Saying this, Wang Quan ate the last bite of cake. Be calm enough. Calmness will ensure that you survive when facing a mystery. He tossed Lin Xie a strawberry-flavored lollipop with a smile on his face. As for how this training came about, a certain white-haired person who didn't want to be named said, being jerked off by mystery is faster than this. Ugh. Your damn words are surprisingly somewhat reasonable, convinced. Lin Xie let out a long sigh and sat helplessly on the bench, tearing open the candy paper to take a taste, and in an instant, his eyes lit up. This candy. So strange. It tasted great, like eating fresh strawberries, and had a rich milky flavor. Where did you buy this candy? Customized, $10,000, also has the effect of restoring physical strength. I white blue. Lin Xie's worldview is going to collapse. A lollipop, $10,000, this is the life of the rich. Like to eat, here. Wang Quan dug into his pocket and then stuffed Lin Xie with a handful of lollipops, 7 or 8 of them as far as the eye can see. No, I don't want it. Thinking about the value of the lollipops, he was very embarrassed. It's fine. Wang Quan crossed his legs and waved his hand leisurely, his gaze looking toward the airport exit. By the way, why don't you call out master to hear it? How can I say that I've trained you too? No call. Lin Xie twisted his head. Clearly this guy was not much older than himself. Calling him master always felt weird. Calling me master, you definitely won't lose out. In the future, if someone bullies you, directly report my name and keep you safe. It's not that I'm blowing. The White Death's name can't be said to be prestigious in our circle, it can only be said to be resounding. Lin Xie. Isn't this the same meaning? Stinky white hair, really can NC. I poo. What Lin Xie didn't notice was that Wang Quan changed the topic so that he wouldn't dwell on the lollipop. By the way, who did the pick up? The Bailey family's young master, Bailey Tu Ming, about your age. Wang Quan replied. As soon as the words fell, he saw dozens of burly men in black suits walk out of the airport exit. Their expressions were serious and they were heavily guarded. This. Which star is this? There are too many security guards. And, it's too ostentatious. Lin Xie spat. Just as he said, the vast majority of gazes outside the airport were attracted by the security group. Wang Quan raised the corners of his mouth and spoke, interesting. The next moment, a small fat man in loose casual clothes walked out of the airport surrounded by the crowd, and he was followed by a dozen security guards dragging suitcases. Sayoko, the person we're waiting for is here. I'll go, it's this fat guy who's strutting around? Lin Xie was dumbfounded, but quickly realized that something was wrong. The fact that you took the job as a security guard and entrusted a strong person like you to protect him means that the little fatty's situation is dangerous. If that's the case, isn't being so high profile looking for death? After saying that, Wang Quan gave Lin Xie a violent chestnut and cursed, "Little master, I'm not a security guard, the push is too low." The little fat man looked around and quickly saw Wang Quan. He immediately beamed with joy and waved excitedly from a long distance, shouting, "Brother Kwan, Honaimogen," spreading points of the melon to live inside. "I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you very much." "I've not seen you for a long time, I miss you very much." This mouthful of fluent Guangxin dialect, at a glance, it is the old Guangxin people. "Little fatty, long time no see." Wang Quan opened his arms and quickly greeted him, ready to give little fatty an embrace, but was stopped by the bodyguard. Not waiting for Wang Quan to open up, little fatty kicked the bodyguard away and cursed, "I'll gripe your mother, Brother Quan is not a bad person." "Brother Quan, the newcomer doesn't know you, don't mind." Little fatty scratched his head a little embarrassed. "It's fine. Ha, I knew it blah, Brother Quan is open and honest." Soon, the little fatty noticed Lin Xie. He glanced at Wang Quan and asked, "Who is this brother?" "My disciple, Lin Xie, a local." Wang Quan didn't care if Lin Xie agreed or not. He opened his mouth. After all, in the future, when he went out to pretend that his disciple was a divine agent, the thief would have a face. "Damn white hair, I'm not your disciple." Lin Xie glared at Wang Quan. "Wow. Brother Seven Knights is awesome bah, to be Brother Quan's disciple, I admire you. First time meeting, my name is Bailey Tu Ming. If you think this name is awkward, just call me Tu Ming. Of course, chubby can be blah, sounds more friendly." The little fatty's self-congratulatory behavior made Lin Xie a bit confused. In theory, shouldn't the son of that kind of bullish family be arrogant and lawless? "Hello, I'm Lin Xie. Ha, first time meeting, make a friend. I've brought some specialties, I don't know if Brother Seven Knights likes them?" Saying this, Bailey Fatty waved his hand towards the people behind him, and one of the burly men pulled the suitcase forward, and after unzipping it, he almost blinded Lin Xie's eyes. At this moment, his entire body froze, as if his cerebral cortex had been smoothed out. For some reason, he thought of a classic saying, which was, "The landlord's stupid son." Chapter 15: The White Death. A suitcase of gold bars, the rich man's meet and greet gift was this plain and simple. Seeing that Lin Xie didn't react for half a day, Bailey Fatty thought that the other party didn't like gold, so he clapped his hands and replaced it with another bodyguard. Opening the suitcase, he took out an exquisite gift box and a whole set of Rolex watches were presented, equally bright. "Ah, this." Lin Xie hadn't yet recovered from the golden house and fell back into the vortex of luxury watches, and these were watches he had only seen in magazines. "You don't even like this, what about the Vacheron Constantine? Is it hard to believe that Brother Seven Knights likes diamonds?" Sorry, no diamonds this time." In Bailey Chubby's tone was incomparably sincere. He thought that not speaking meant he didn't like it, in which case, changing it would be the end of the matter. No. These are too valuable, I can't take them." Lin Xie shook his head frantically, but little fatty appeared to be familiar with Wang Quan and couldn't not give face. In a sea of people, meeting is fate, Brother Seven Knights is polite blah. Come on, try it on." The fat meat on Bailey Chubby's face trembled and smiled like the Maitreya Buddha, but this smile was surprisingly innocent. Saying this, a piece of green water ghost was already worn by him on Lin Xie's wrist. "Just keep it if it's for you. This kid is rich beyond your imagination." Wang Quan patted Lin Xie's shoulder and explained, "For him, this watch is equivalent to us eating a bowl of white rice." No, Brother Seven Knights don't listen to Brother Quan's nonsense, my family just does a little business." It was only then that Bailey Fatty remembered that he should hide his identity, but unfortunately it was already too late. "Little Fatty, let these bodyguards go back, it's too conspicuous." "Protecting you, I'm sufficient alone." "Okay." Fatty Bailey looked back and said, "All of you get lost, the paychecks are still on." "With my brother Quan, everything is fine." "Yes." The bodyguard's neat and tidy voices rang out. Bailey Fatty looked and looked again, casually pulling over two suitcases. In the future there is no chance that they will have to meet new friends. There is nothing wrong with bringing some souvenirs. "Brother Quan, go." Bailey Chubby strained to drag over the suitcase. Wang Quan mouth corner a draw, asked, "What you bring?" "A box of gold, a box of watches." "Those security guards still have it in their hands. Which one does Brother Quan fancy to take directly?" "It's too heavy, I'll take it for you." Wang Quan still had principles. He had already received $100 million from someone's old man. It would be excessive to take it again. "Thank you, Brother Quan." Bailey Chubby hummed a little song and leisurely walked in front. Lin Xie skimmed his head and asked in a small voice, "This chubby brother seems to trust you." "The two of us washed our feet together, and the technicians, holy, they're all top-notch beauties." Lin Xie. In the parking lot, Bailey Chubby sat in the Maybach with gusto, and quipped, "Brother Quan, the car is nice yo, it's a shame it's not a limited edition, I'll send you one some other day." "Right, does Brother Seven Knights want one?" In the spirit of meeting his brothers, Bailey Chubby naturally wanted to level the playing field. Lin Xie was stunned, he finally knew why the landlord's stupid son was so rare, sending a luxury car was a matter of opening his mouth. "No need, I don't have a license, I can't drive." "Oops. Too bad. Brother Seven Knights, why don't you get in the car?" I'd better take a taxi." Thinking back to that fly-like feeling on the way up, Lin Xie was tingling. "Then you pay attention to safety." Wang Quan twisted the key, as the body shuddered, the Maybach turned into a silver stream of light rushed out. "I'm lost. Brother Quan, the front. The front is a wall. Dying ah. Brother Quan." Listening to Chubby Bailey's miserable screams, Lin Xie folded his hands and silently prayed. "Brother Chubby, seek your own happiness, alas." The deep night gradually engulfed the setting sun, and a cab stopped in front of the peace office. "Ding dong, welcome." Lin Xie pushed open the door of the store. Sitting at the front desk was Wen Qima, who was reading a book. "Brother Mo, did Wang Quan bring a chubby guy here?" "You mean Brother Quan, he hasn't come today." "Right, didn't he take you to special training?" "The special training is over." Speaking of special training, Lin Xie smiled helplessly. "That's so." When Qima suddenly smiled badly as he pointed at the underground entrance, a hint of sympathy in his tone. "The captain is waiting for you at the training ground." "Don't be afraid, Xiaonan is also there, healing anytime." "Lin Xie? Go! Don't let the captain wait impatiently, or you'll break a few more bones." At the mention of Chen Mai, Wen Qiamo couldn't help but feel a nasty chill, as if recalling certain tragic memories. Feeling this chill, Lin Xie swallowed hard. The bright moon was high in the sky, and the stars were dotted. A black Maybach was moving at breakneck speed in the outskirts of Tsangnan, the speed of the dashboard soaring to the bottom. Even so, it couldn't outrun the tracking rockets behind it. With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud composed of smoke and dust slowly rose. At the same time, 100 meters away, the corner of the mouth of a mercenary wearing a black combat uniform curled up as he muttered, "Specialty rockets, one shot is equivalent to a miniature nuke now, even a sea-realm mystery would be seriously injured." After saying that, his headset lit up for a moment, and another mercenary's puzzled voice rang out, "Captain, there's no body in sight." "Then it's just a dead body." "Ah? Then how can we collect the bounty? The head of the Bailey family's young master is several $100 million. "Don't be afraid, I recorded the video." "Captain Wise." Excited, the mercenaries looked along the sniper scope. A deep pit came into view, smoke and dust still drifted from the dark scorched earth. Suddenly, in the rolling heat wave, a flash of silver flashed. The mercenary incredulously wiped his eyes, but found nothing. Just when he thought he was hallucinating, an extremely unpleasant voice rang in his ears. "Damn it, that car cost me over $1 million, how do you want to compensate me?" At those words, the mercenary stiffened, he mechanically twisted his head, the expression on his face changed from shock to horror, and finally froze completely. Only to see that under the pale moon, the silver hair swinging in the wind leaped more than once, as if it was a burning flame. Wang Quan carried Bailey Chubby in one hand and condescendingly scrutinized the mercenary. The terrifying murderous aura was like a huge mountain that pressed the mercenary. He was as if he had seen a ghost, his body trembled non-stop, and he pulled the trigger with a slip of the hand. Only a bang was heard, and trembling voices rang in every mercenary's ears. "Is. Yes. Is." He stammered halfway through the sentence, and the rest of his teammates were anxious. "Who is it? You tell me." "Viper? Viper, you asshole, go crazy." The teammates' tirades, the cold moonlight, the narrow-eyed smile, it was all driving the sniper crazy. Finally, his voice filled with despair drifted into the ears of each of his teammates. "It's the White Death." At the drop of a single word, the night fell into a deathly silence. The next moment, the mercenary captain's tone revealed determination as he yelled, only one word popping out of his throat. "Run." It was rumored in the rivers and lakes that White Death himself must run, can only run, otherwise will die without a doubt. Chapter 16. Hello sister-in-law. "Hey. Ray good ah." Bailey Chubby revealed a harmless smile, which made the sniper even more scared. "Ah. Don't kill me." "Oh?" Wang Quan patted the sniper's brain and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What about my car?" I'll compensate you. The sniper was scared less. The guy in front of him was a ruthless person who had chased after the ancient god church and cut it down. No need. Wang Quan continued to speak very kindly, which made the sniper relax quite a bit, thinking that the legendary White Death wasn't that scary. In the next second, the spell Common Groundwell was unleashed. With a flick of his hand, a dark purple sleek sphere the size of an egg whizzed into the sniper's body, leaving a trail of shattered emptiness where it passed. There were no screams, no blood, and the sniper disappeared silently. Wang Quan left behind Chubby Bailey. The guy was still holding his suitcase. People can die, but the meet and greet can't be lost. Fatty, wait for me for 10 seconds. Okay. Brother Quan is mighty. As soon as the words fell, Wang Quan disappeared in place. Within 10 seconds, the boundless darkness lit up from time to time with a bright spot of light, which looked like a falling comet from afar. Little Fatty, make way. Wang Quan's voice rang out, and just a moment after Fatty Bailey moved out of the way, black mercenaries descended from the sky. 1, 2, 3. There were 10 in total, taking a total of 10 seconds. The mercenary captain glared viciously at Wang Quan and threatened, Wang Quan, you've made so many enemies, one day someone will kill you. This kid's head is only a few 100 million, why are you fighting for your life? Yes, you're right about everything. Wang Quan nodded his head frequently, and his response almost infuriated the mercenary captain. Wang Quan, you. This time, he didn't have a chance to finish a sentence as his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Please let me go, it's just a mix of food. A female mercenary was so scared that she knelt down and kowtowed. Her tone was horrified. She didn't want to die. I'm willing to give you my entire fortune. Wang Quan didn't say anything, casually sweeping around. The others took a stand and begged for mercy. Your last words are a bit boring. He yawned lazily and spat. In the next second, pale blue pupils covered the moonlight, and the infinite empty space opened up. A minute later, 9 hollow-eyed, drooling cuties appeared at the end of the mountain. In this minute, their brains received 100 years of garbage information, their brains went down, and they all became idiots. After dealing with these killers, Wang Quan suddenly twisted his head to look at the distant rolling mountains and coldly opened his mouth, that condescending, murderous, confident voice echoing under the dome of the sky. Old me is right here, those who want to kill little Fatty, feel free to come. In the dark night, many people returned resentfully. Wang Quan clapped his hands, picked up Fatty Bailey with one hand, and said with a smile, going home. How to go back? How about I call a private plane? Bailey Chubby was very clear about the current situation. The cliff below him was at least 1,000 meters high. Of course I'm walking back. Wang Quan scratched his head and took a step towards the cliff. Meanwhile, a tired Lin Xie had just arrived on the street across from the Red Tassel Villa. Without realizing it, he saw a shooting star crossing under the black night sky, and he didn't know if it was a matter of perspective, but the shooting star was getting closer and closer to him. Holy! It's not a matter of perspective. Am I breaking the rules of heaven? How did a meteor hit me? Unfortunately, he was smashed. Bailey Chubby and Wang Quan sat up. The former scratched his head with a confused face. Brother Quan, this villa area isn't bad, the ground is soft, I'm going to buy a set. It's not right, it shouldn't be. I remember that there's no lawn in this area. Grass your head, dead white hair, your grandfather, you two get out of my way. Lin Xie's angry curses came from underneath the duo, who slowly lowered their heads, startled. I'm going, little knight. Brother 7 Knights, where's the night run? Lin Xie. I just got back from training, you two assholes, get out of my way. Oh Sorry, Brother 7 Knights. The duo flew up, and Lin Xie rubbed his ass as he stood up, staring viciously at the duo. Thanks to turning on the emergency brake, I was afraid of smashing into someone. Wang Quan had a moment of fear, and then his words changed, but the one who smashed was one of their own, so it's fine. You? Lin Xie stared wide-eyed, never been so speechless in his life. He served this up. Little Knight son, can only say that you're not very lucky, you can be hit by meteors in the middle of the night. Don't buy a lottery ticket recently Wang Quan thoughtfully reminded. I thank you Lin Xie chose to give up communicating because this bastard was shameless. Go home first. Wang Quan grinned and wrapped his arms around Lin Xie, who reluctantly followed him across the street, with Bailey Chubby pulling his suitcase behind him. The person who opened the door was Red Tassel. Her beautiful eyes swept over the trio and finally landed on Bailey Chubby. She asked suspiciously, "This little brother is?" "The person I entrusted with the need for protection, temporarily staying for one night. He pays for the room." "That's right. By the way, I've left food for you, it's hot in the pot. Let's eat first." Hong Tassel guffawed. A pair of small pear swirls added a few points of delicate spirit. The tone was even more cordial. Bailey Chubby looked at Wang Quan and then at Lin Xie. His brain worked fast, and then suddenly realized, with a well-behaved face, he looked at Hong Ying and opened his mouth crisply. "Good day, sister-in-law. My name is Bailey Tu Ming, you can just call me Fatty." "Oops. Brother Quan didn't even call out to me when he got married, so take this as payment." Saying that, Bailey Fatty pushed the suitcase in front of the shy Red Tassel. No, this Chubby. No. Brother Bailey, Wang Quan and I are not in that kind of relationship." "Really?" The more Hong Ying explained, the redder her face became, and her heart was fluttering with dear. "I see. Then it's boyfriend and girlfriend blah, looks like I didn't miss Brother Quan's wedding. But the meeting gift cannot be less. This box of gold sister-in-law received, when a milk powder money is also good." Wang Quan was embarrassed by what was said. Lin Xie just stifled his laughter and exclaimed in his heart, "Fatty brother is awesome, just like to see dead white hairs in trouble." "Little Fatty, I'm just staying temporarily. Don't you talk nonsense." He gave Fatty Bailey a violent chestnut in an attempt to plug the guy's mouth. Hiss. Pain, pain, pain. Chubby Bailey covered his head and screamed miserably. I'll go clean up a room, you guys go eat. Ahahaha, see you later." Red Tassel panicked and ran away. "Wait, haven't received your gift yet, Mrs. Quan." Right at this moment, Si Xiaonan, who was wearing a strawberry bear one-piece pajama, walked out of the kitchen with a piece of bread in her mouth, and happened to hear Bailey Chubby speak, and caught only one keyword, Sister Quan. "Wow." The slice of bread falls to the ground. Si Xiaonan's face is surprised. The CP of knocking has become, "Good lord. I think Sister Hong Ying is very nice, why don't you try?" Lin Xie arched his fire at the side. Looking at Si Xiaonan, that little expression, Wang Quan helplessly propped up his forehead. "This." More and more said the more chaotic, he just wanted to say, "It's not what you see." Chapter 17 Special Training. Rest well, special training tomorrow. Wang Quan put down his chopsticks and gave Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby a wink. "Ugh. I'd rather be beaten up by Team Chen." Lin Xie let out a long sigh. After all, this white hair was bad, hell knows what was in his head. "No blah. I'm here on vacation Brother Quan don't joke." Bailey Chubby heatedly smiled, his eyes were as innocent as a husky. "Little Fatty, you're too vain to run away if someone assassinates you." Wang Quan's expression was serious, not at all like he was joking. "But Chubby Bailey jabbed his finger, and before he could finish his sentence, Wang Quan immediately jumped ahead of him. "No using your forbidden objects." At those words, Bailey Chubby could not cry, the whole person was bad. "Good night. See you tomorrow." After the explanation, Wang Quan went back to his room. He comfortably lay on his bed and opened a website called Silver Wolf Bounty. The main background of the page was black, and a silver wolf head was faintly visible. There were all sorts of bounty missions on the page, and Wang Quan clicked on one of them. Bounty on the life of the Bailey family's young master, bounty of $2 billion. Holy, the bounty has risen again. Little Fatty is really miserable. Poor baby. Wang Quan shook his head and spat out sympathetically. Of course, he entered this website mainly to look at the comments. Who would have thought that Wang Quan, who was attached to the special squad of the Night Watchman, would sign up for this kind of grey website? Big head not afraid of rain. I'll go. Don't take it, don't ever take it. Little Master's bodyguard this time is the White Reaper, and the Black Snake Squad is all dead. This killer is not too hot. That's right, I saw with my own eyes. I was thinking of intercepting it. People almost lost. The day is not afraid of, the ground is not afraid of. A bunch of goons. The White God of Death counts as a fart. The old man in a minute to kill him. This killer is not too hot at. Big 6 the 6 it. If you dare to go on, I'll tell you to call your father. After watching for a while, Wang Quan closed the website. He felt that little Fatty should be safe for the time being. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. Bailey Chubby was wearing gold silk pajamas, snoring loudly and sleeping soundly. Gg. Don't sleep, it's time to train. Your kid's life is not long all. Wang Quan stood beside the bed and patted Bailey's chubby face. It's early in the morning, stop it, take it and squander it. Bailey Fatty casually threw out a Rolex gold watch, turned over and continued to sleep. Dead Fatty, don't sleep. The corner of Wang Quan's mouth twitched, a look of hatred, backhanded a slap to Bailey Fatty to wake up. I'm going. Who is it? Bailey Chubby woke up and sat up, snapping his eyes open. Seeing that it was Wang Quan, he was instantly relieved. Egu. Brother Quan, you want to scare me to death. Get dressed, I want to see you on the first floor in a minute. Or else I'll throw you off the roof of the tallest building in Sangnan. After saying that, Wang Quan left the room without looking back. Bailey Chubby's sleepiness immediately disappeared because he had really played bungee jumping on the roof of the tallest building in Sangnan, or the kind without a rope. Miserable, miserable. Brother Quan is playing for real. He winded up getting dressed and reached the first floor in exactly 59 seconds. Not bad. Wang Quan pressed the stopwatch and nodded with a pleased face. Lin Chia unhurriedly ate his breakfast, which consisted of rice porridge, xiaolongbao, salted vegetables and boiled eggs. What surprised him the most was that these were actually made by Wang Quan. Brother Seven Nights, aren't you sleepy? Bailey Chubby sat next to Lin Chia and smiled to get close. In order to become stronger and guard my family, this is nothing. Although Lin Chia's tone was calm, it shocked people and Bailey Chubby's eyes lit up. Wow! Brother Seven Nights is a real man. Eat up! Lin Chia felt that Bailey Chubby was quite nice, completely lacking the arrogance and domineering nature of the children of the worldly family, and smoothly handed him an egg. Wow! Xiao Longbao smells so good. The white congee also has lotus seeds, red dates, and dried cinnamon, and the pickles are crispy G. Damn, white hair did it. Brother Quan is awesome. Right at this moment, the surprised voice of Hong Ying came from the second floor. It smells so good. Which family's breakfast did you buy today? Sister-in-law. Sister Hong Ying, Brother Quan made it. That's right, even though he's a man with a sick brain, his cooking skills are nothing to write home about. Lin Chia added. As soon as his words fell, Wang Quan walked out of the kitchen with a pie in his hand, wearing an apron with a bear print. His sense of manhood was full. Hong Ying, good morning. Come down for dinner. Hong Ying froze on the second floor, staring at Wang Quan with unblinking eyes. Men who can cook are really super handsome. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. Hong Ying shook her head and smoothly jumped from over the railing to the first floor. You two eat less, or you'll vomit when the time comes. Wang Quan looked at the wolfish Bailey Chubby and thoughtfully reminded. Don't look at me as just a sheep. The green grass becomes more fragrant because of me. The sky is bluer because of me. The slightly childish ringing of the phone rang, and the three of them unanimously looked at Wang Quan, who didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest and answered it as if nothing had happened. Hello? Is there someone beside you? Yes. For a change, there's a very important thing I forgot to tell you. Aha! The caller was Yi Fan, and since he said it was something important, Wang Quan obediently left the living room. Speak. Is Lin Chia by your side? In. Don't let him leave Sangnan City, not even one step. Why? There are some things that aren't appropriate to say over the phone. If you're curious, you can ask Chen Mai. You have the authority to do so. Aha! Wang Quan didn't have a skin this time and nodded with a frown. After returning to the living room, Lin Chia noticed that something was wrong, glanced at Wang Quan, and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Have you eaten? Aha! Where's little fatty? Fine. Let's go then. Pushing open the door, Lin Chia glanced at the parking lot. The Maybach was gone. Where's your car? Setting off fireworks. Lin Chia? Brother Seven Nights, Brother Quan's car was blown up bleh. He's furious. Bailey Chubby whispered crickets. Serves him right. Boo. Lin Chia's scolding gave Chubby Bailey a fright and hurriedly silenced him. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Wang Quan wrapped his arms around the two of them from behind, revealing a devilishly bad smile. You two, are you ready for the great escape from hell? As soon as the words fell, he lifted one person with one hand, and a silver-colored light wrapped around the three of them. In an instant, the surrounding scenery crazily retreated, so fast that even the residual shadows disappeared, leaving only blurred images. In the next second, the three of them had arrived in front of a large mountain, and when they looked at it, it was an empty hillside with a slope of about 60, and it led straight to the top of the mountain. Vam! So fast, I can't. Bailey Chubby flopped on the ground and started to vomit. He finally realized why he was told to eat less. How special training? Lin Xie stared at the distant hillside and asked. It's simple. You two climb to the top of the mountain before dark, it has to be two people together. Right, wait a little longer. I'll be right back. After saying this, Wang Quan disappeared into thin air, his mysterious tone making Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby unable to figure it out. Chapter 18, Not Giving Up on Any of Your Teammates. When Wang Quan was slow to show up, Lin Xie helped Bailey Chubby to rest under the shade of a tree, and the latter sat paralyzed under the tree, saying pitifully, Brother Xie, thank you. Small thing. You rest for a while. Lin Xie patted Bailey Chubby's shoulder and comforted him. He looked around, there was nothing but an endless sea of trees. Hell, he didn't know which barren mountain in the outskirts of Cangnan this was, and he was afraid that it would be difficult to walk out. Suddenly, two straight knives fell from the sky and plunged straight into the earth. I remember the dead white hair didn't have a knife when he came. Lin Xie felt bad and quickly picked up one of the straight knives and threw one to Fatty Bailey. Brother Fatty, take it. It was a pity that Fatty Bailey was so clumsy that the straight sword first hit his head and then bounced off the ground. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Isn't it climbing a mountain? What are you doing with a knife? He had a puzzled look on his face, his eyes as innocent as Aera. You. Behind you. Run. Lin Xie didn't reply, but instead tremblingly pointed to the bushes behind Bailey Chubby. Brother Seven Knights, why are you scared like that? After me. Chubby Bailey twisted his head to look, and his entire body froze in place. A lion-sized blood-colored giant wolf was staring at him with a deadly stare, fishy saliva dripping down the gap between its sharp teeth. Run! Lin Xie's pupils suddenly shrunk and he yelled out, at the same time holding his sword and rushed out, only to hear a clang as the straight sword grazed the blood wolf's teeth, sparks flying everywhere. Bailey Chubby rolled aside smoothly, holding the straight blade in his hand. He finally reacted to the fact that this was part of the test. Run towards the forest, the terrain is more complicated there, it can effectively block the enemy. Oh. Bailey Chubby frantically nodded his head, turned around and rushed to the woods on the side. Just at the moment he stepped into the junction between the clearing and the woods, his body sank and was pressed to the ground by an unknown mighty pressure. I threw thunder, old mother-ah. Brother Seven Knights, you can't get through here, blah. What? Lin Xie was shocked and immediately reacted to the fact that it was the king's right that was messing with him, but it was even more of an afterthought. After all, the rules were agreed upon at the beginning. The blood wolf seized Lin Xie's moment of distraction, and its wide claws slapped down from the side, bringing up a burst of sound. Clang! A crunching sound echoed through the valley as Lin Xie flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. This was still thanks to the perception given to him by the mortal dust divine domain, or else that strike would have killed him. The snow wolf's speed was surprisingly fast. Taking advantage of Lin Xie's efforts to fall to the ground, it attacked once again, and as it leapt up in the air, a bloody shadow swept across the sky. Damn it! Lin Xie quickly reacted and stuck his straight blade in the snow wolf's mouth. However, a few wolf teeth were still lodged in his arm, and the smell of blood further stimulated the blood wolf's animalistic nature as it surged in strength. Lin Xie was just about to unleash Michael's divine might when Bailey Chubby's roar of extreme fear rang in his ears. Little master is fighting you. Ah! Perhaps it was a blessing of luck that the blade pierced into the blood wolf's chest cavity and pierced its heart. Warm blood spurted out of the wolf's mouth and splattered Lin Xie, who gritted his teeth and drew out his arm, and in a smooth motion, stabbed the blood wolf's throat with a straight slash. Just like that, the snow wolf whimpered and fell to the ground, and the two of them combined their efforts to solve a Marigold Realm mystery. Brother Seven Knights, are you alright? It's fine. Holy, you're bleeding. It needs to be bandaged quickly. Bailey Chubby anxiously looked left and right, only to realize that there was no gauze or anything like that. In a hurry, he cut off a section of his shirt with a knife and hastily wrapped it up for Lin Xie. After doing this, Bailey Fatty sat paralyzed on the ground and took a long breath. Ouch. I'm exhausted. Almost thought I was going to die. Just then, Wang Quan's voice rang out, criticizing in relief. Sayoko, quick reaction, but your blade technique is too rusty, it's just in vain. Normally, a blood wolf can't bite you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie cursed and said, Damn white hair, I've only been learning for a week, you bastard, playing dirty. Come out if you've got the guts, don't play God. Brother Quan, where are you talking? Fatty, you're useless. One blood wolf scared you so much that you can't move. Without little Nighty, you'd be dead. Young man, you still need to practice. Then, next, the life and death escape begins. Wang Quan's voice with a smirk echoed in the ears, like a demon's whisper, creepy. In the next second, a gust of wolf howls came from behind the duo. Looking back, an invisible barrier trapped a dozen or so fierce-faced blood wolves and was close at hand. I'd maintained a pressure, time until sundown. Then, run desperately to the top of the mountain. Because if you get caught up, you'll be torn to pieces, yo. That's right, just now was just foreplay, and what followed was the real special training from hell. Holy. You're a pervert, aren't you, to come up with this type of training? Lin Xie cursed and pulled out his legs to run. Brother 7 Knights, wait for me ba. Bailey Chubby spread his heavy legs, and from afar, he looked like an egg with long legs. Every step the duo took forward, the wolves came 1 point closer. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, a parasol was stuck in a rock crevice, and a square wooden table was placed under the umbrella, with fruit platters, potato chips, happy water, and other snacks on the table. Wang Quan was wearing sunglasses, lying comfortably in a rocking chair, humming leisurely. From time to time, the miserable screams of Bailey Chubby and the piercing howls of wolves came from down the mountainside. Feeling that it was almost time, he raised his hand in the direction of the hillside and then gently waved it down. In a flash, an invisible pressure fell. Lin Xie's feet sank and he hurriedly plunged his straight sword into the ground to support his shaky body. On the contrary, the panting Bailey Chubby was directly pressed down by this mighty pressure and struggled to get up. At this moment, the barrier restricting the wolves was still 20 meters away from the duo. Fatty, get up. We must not fall down here. Lin Xie's brows were tightly locked and his speech was breathless as the pressure restricted every aspect of movement. Brother 7 Knights, I can't. Just go. Bailey Chubby had to gasp for air with every few words. After all, he was just an ordinary person without a forbidden ruin. The wolves were approaching. Lin Xie was torn. To be honest, he and Bailey Tuoming had known each other for less than 3 days, and their relationship wasn't that good. Wang Quan lifted his sunglasses, his pale blue pupils glittered, and he saw the performance of the duo on the hillside clearly. Originally, this special training did not expect them to pass, he only wanted to teach the two a truth, that is, never give up on your teammates. Looking at the 7 knights that stopped, Wang Quan was looking forward to the performance of the other party, a stranger who had known each other for a few days. How should he choose? Chapter 19 End of Special Training. Lin Xie turned around with great difficulty, using the straight sword as a crutch and moving step by step towards Chubby Bailey. It was important for the two of them to arrive at the top of the mountain together, something that Wang Quan had said from the beginning. Of course, even without this rule, he would have turned around, because when he was bitten by the blood wolf, Bailey Chubby rushed up to him without any hesitation. This guy was just a pampered commoner. More so, he was a sincere person. It wouldn't be a bad thing to make a friend like this. Looking at Lin Xie, who was struggling to move, Bailey Chubby's eyes were red and he said breathlessly, "Brother 7 Knights, leave me alone and run." "Brother 7 Knights, you're really a good person." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie barely managed to squeeze out a smile and replied, "We're teammates, don't you think so?" Of course. It dawned on Bailey Chubby that he was a teammate. That's right, at this moment, the two of them were comrades fighting side by side. The wolves were still advancing, only 10 meters away from Chubby Bailey, but the first to reach their destination was Lin Xie. Under the pressure, bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. He crouched down a little bit and gritted his teeth to help up Bailey Fatty. The two looked at each other and smiled, with the sincerity of a teenager in their eyes. "Let's go." "Aha!" They assisted each other, their other hands supporting their heavy bodies with their straight blades as they slowly moved towards the top of the mountain. The wolves were less than a meter behind them, and the grinding of teeth, panting, and thirst for blood could be clearly heard. Stopping might actually kill them. At the top of the mountain, Wang Quan lowered his sunglasses, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he praised in his heart. "Good job." The refreshing morning sunlight faded, the poisonous daylight tortured the earth, and a large series of footprints were added to the messy gravel on the long stretch of hillside. Each footprint was a few centimeters deep into the ground, and the depressions were extraordinarily obvious. Sweat soaked Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby's clothes, and from a distance, they looked as if they were drenched. Ow, 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 ow. The wolves howled anxiously as the food was close at hand but out of reach. Lin Xie turned his head and was shocked as a huge wolf head was almost close to his face. "We need to speed up our pace. Brother 7 Knights, I've already given it my all blah." Bailey Fatty let out a long sigh. He was really trying his best. This half a day down topped the amount of exercise he had done in the past year. Look back, I believe it's time for your little universe to explode. Huh? Bailey Chubby twisted his head with a puzzled face. When the moment he and the wolf's face were pasted together, his face paled, somehow his waist didn't hurt anymore, and his legs weren't sore. I throw thunder, old mother. This is scarier than a horror movie. Run! Chubby Bailey shouted, so the two of them increased from snail speed to turtle speed. It also got better, enough to pull away from the wolves by 10 centimeters. Meanwhile, Wang Quan on the top of the hill looked at the horizontal log held up in his hand, and then looked at the two people slowly moving on the hillside, and after hesitating for a second, he threw the rolling log to the other side. It's better not to go up in intensity. Ugh. It can't be helped, who made me a good person? If Lin Chiye were to hear these words, he would definitely have to break into a rage. Gradually, a reddish haze drooped down from the distant sky, the mountains laid leisurely in the canvas that was the sky, and Wang Quan was lying on top of the mountain, watching the clouds roll by. The blood-like light stretched the shadows of Lin Chiye and Bailey Chubby. They had already completed more than 90% of the route and were still more than 100 meters away from the mountaintop. Bailey. Without waiting to finish, Lin Chiye only felt his shoulders sink. He turned his head to see that Bailey Chubby had fainted. The guy had burned out. Alas! Since you're tired, let's take a break. Lin Chiye slowly flattened Chubby Bailey and sat down to rest himself. After a day of hard work, they pulled away from the wolves by 10 meters. What? Giving up? When it gets dark, the wolves will lift the restriction, yo. Wang Quan thoughtfully reminded. Lin Chiye twisted his head to look and first stiffened his face, then cursed and said, "You damn well know how to enjoy yourself. To think that I came through the same thing in the beginning, even worse than you. This is all just a small fight." Wang Quan's tone was calm, and he couldn't hear whether he was blowing off his power or stating facts. By the way, call out master to hear it, the special training stops here. No way, even if I die of exhaustion here being gnawed by wolves, there's no way I'll call out to you, this dead white-haired master. Lin Chiye glared at Wang Quan, raising his middle finger tremblingly in the process. Seeing this, Wang Quan immediately returned the middle finger and snickered, "Cure your Parkinson's before you say anything." "Humph. Just you wait. I can climb up." Lin Chiye arrogantly gave Wang Quan a blank look before looking at the distant sky. The red haze was thinning, and the very bottom was even tinted with a faint layer of black. Night is coming. The wolves were getting closer and closer. The distance of 10 meters gradually disappeared as they took their deathly steps, letting out excited howls, ready to enjoy chasing their prey for the day. The sky was getting darker and darker. Bailey Chubby's snores sounded. Lin Chiye closed his eyes and ignored the wolves. It was getting dark. The restriction was lifted. The pressure that had imprisoned the wolves faded like a tidal wave, and under the curved moon, the wolves' heads were high, howling to the sky. Dozens of blood wolves rushed out like mad, and Lin Chiye opened his eyes at this moment, light flowing in his eyes. Nick's divine skill, Starry Night Dancer, was unleashed. In a flash, the clear pupils were dense with faint star power as he took a deep breath and stared blandly at the rushing wolves. At this moment, he had a feeling that, under the night sky, I am invincible. After the divine skill was unleashed, Lin Chiye's strength, speed, endurance, and recovery ability all increased by 5 times. He clenched his teeth as he yanked up Bailey Chubby and slung it over his shoulder like he was carrying a sack. Right at the moment the first blood wolf pounced, he pulled his legs and ran. Lin Chiye ran like his life depended on it, and the wolves desperately chased after him. This last 100 meters was a true life and death situation. Finally, Lin Chiye rushed to the top of the hill. He put down Bailey Chubby, his legs went weak, and he sat on the ground. Turning his head to look, dozens of blood wolves covered the sky and all of them pounced over. But strangely enough, he didn't feel scared. It was because there was the king's right. I don't know when, but Lin Chiye had some trust in this guy. It was the advice of a man can't be held responsible for a crime. It's the strong power. Or was it saving Zhao Kongcheng who had guarded his little family? Or maybe it was the silent giving of a lot of money to his aunt. Just as Lin Chiye froze, he saw a series of blue balls of light strung into a string under the dome of the sky, and an invisible suction force distorted space. Dozens of blood wolves disappeared in a matter of moments, followed by a bright explosion, like brilliant fireworks, illuminating the surrounding mountains. Wang Quan stepped into the light and came with a soft smile, giving a thumbs up towards Lin Chiye and praising him without mincing words. "Little Nighty, good job. That goes without saying." Lin Qiye glared at him and responded proudly. In the next moment, Wang Quan's words changed as he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked curiously, besides the mortal dust divine realm, the blazing angels have granted you other abilities? Or do you have other channels to obtain the forbidden ruins? When these words came out, Lin Qiye was very shocked and inexplicably panicked a bit as he spat in his mind. Damn you, Detective Conan! Chapter 20: The Snake Demon Comes. No! This is Michael's ability. Lin Qiye was calm and feigned composure. It doesn't look like it to me. Wang Quan stroked his chin, his expression serious. In the face of Wang Quan's pressing questions, Lin Qiye used the fainting technique and immediately fainted. The key thing was that he had gone through a day of special training. Fainting couldn't be more normal and could be said to be flawless. I'm just curious, you cannot say anything if you don't want to. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Wang Quan cried and laughed, lifting Lin Qiye in his hand, only to realize that the guy was really dizzy. Thus, he carried the duo away. Starlight flowed and the sky showed white. The warm sun shone through the window in the room, and Lin Qiye raised his eyelids and realized that he was lying naked in the bathtub. In the tub was a slimy, black, and smelly liquid. I'm going. He hurriedly stood up and found a surprise. His body didn't hurt at all, instead it was extraordinarily soothing and light. Wake up and go take a shower, then come eat. Wang Quan's voice sounded from outside the room, right? The potion you used is specially made by the Night Watch, it can expel impurities and strengthen your body. Thanks. This is your reward for completing the special training. After eating, Lin Qiye moved to the peace office. Ding dong, welcome. The familiar electronic bell rang, and Lin Qiye saw a gorgeously dressed strange woman sitting by the sofa at the front desk, with Wen Qima sitting across from her. Mr. Wen, is your firm ready for the evidence I want? Of course. Please take a look. Wen Qimo pushed out a file bag with a smile on his face. The woman opened the file bag, took out the photos inside and glanced at them, her face turned blue as she cursed, this pair of dogs, can they stand up to me? After cursing, the woman rushed out of the office in a furious manner, the resentment was simply heavier than that of a stern ghost. Ms. Sun, to go through legal procedures, don't be impulsive. Wen Qimo reminded in a loud voice. After the woman left, Lin Qiye curiously asked, her husband cheated on her? It's more complicated than that. Wen Qimo sighed with a sympathetic face. Lin Qiye? It's that woman's husband and her sister got together. I love a family ethics drama. Lin Qiye has only heard of this kind of thing, but it's the first time he's seen it, and he asked as an afterthought, we're still in charge of sneak peeks? Gee. What words? Firm, we run a firm, like detecting, conflict mediation, finding pets in the street. When Qima listed a whole bunch of things, in short, the firm manages quite a variety of things. Listening to Lin Qiye froze. How was yesterday's training? When GMO chatted about the daily routine. At that, Lin Qiye shuddered, don't mention it, almost cool. That guy's training is 10,000 times scarier than the captain. No. 100 million times. Just this description alone made Wen Jimo's scalp tingle. Without chatting for a few sentences, the doorbell of the office rang again. The two of them looked towards the door in unison, revealed a polite smile and said in unison. Welcome, may I ask what's up? The visitor, wrapped in a large summer coat and wearing a mask and ducktail hat, appeared secretive. There's a monster in the school. Li Fei? Lin Qiye recognized this tightly wrapped guy from his voice. It was the student who survived the ghost mask incident, also from the second middle school. I'll go. Lin Qiye? Li Fei was equally surprised, didn't you join the army? Just after asking, he immediately reacted, his tone becoming envious, you joined this organization. That's right. Why are you dressed like this, aren't you hot? I'm afraid of being recognized, you don't know, yesterday when school was over I saw. Li Yifei told the duo what happened yesterday one by one. Summarizing it down was that a classmate named Lu Xiaoyan turned into a monster and then swallowed the director of instruction alive. I saw it with my own eyes, it's never half false. It scared me so much that I didn't sleep for a night, and I even took a leave of absence from class today. Don't you guys specialize in dealing with this kind of thing? Help! Li Yifei's face was pale and he looked terrified. This student, let's talk about it in detail down below. When Shimo made a gesture of invitation. Next side? After a few moments, Li Yifei sat on the living room sofa in the basement with a face full of consternation. The crowd of Squad 136 surrounded him in the center, all serious. That. What I said is true. Don't kill me. Li Yifei was so scared that he stuttered. Young man, don't be afraid, we are all good people. Zhao Kongcheng pressed Li Yifei's shoulder and said with a smile. Say what you saw again. Shen Mai leaned on a side pillar and glanced at Li Yifei. Good. Just like that, Li Yifei narrated again. Wu Shangnan was the first to open his mouth as he calmly analyzed. Currently, it seems that this mythical creature has an extremely strong camouflage ability. After all, if it can communicate with humans, and even live normally in a crowd, it at least has an intelligence equivalent to that of a human. Hiss, so troublesome. Wen Jimo's goosebumps rose. No. The most troublesome thing is its assimilation ability. As of now, we don't know how many people it has infected, especially in densely populated areas like schools. Chen Mai frowned and spoke slowly. Can't we kill that Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying suggested. Sister Hong Ying, we don't know if she's the original body or not, and we don't even know if she was the first to be infected. Seven Knights is right, the situation is more complicated than expected. Chen Mai nodded. That's right, we even have to prepare for the worst. Wu Shangnan added. What plans? Hong Ying was at a loss. Let's say the entire second middle school is infected with uncountable monsters. Wu Shangnan said one of the most terrifying things in the calmest tone. Then isn't the entire Tsangnan in danger? What if the whole city is infected? What on earth are you guys talking about? Li Yifei held his head with both hands, too scared to breathe. Think about it, your classmates around you, teachers, cafeteria ants, your parents, what if all of them are the monsters you saw that day? Wen Qima asked rhetorically with a wry smile on his face. Ah! Wouldn't that be a dead end? Li Yifei exclaimed. Prayer Mo, don't scare him, if something goes that wrong, the Crow of Calamity will warn him. Zhao Empyrean spread his hands helplessly. Ha ha! Just liven up the atmosphere. What is the Crow of Calamity? Lin Shiye was puzzled. It's a forbidden object that gives an early warning when a major incident occurs in Tsangnan. Chen Mai explained. Nah, I'll leave first. Li Yifei directly skipped out, his heart couldn't stand being with this group of people, call me if something happens. Also, I won't say anything. Qima, look at how you're scaring other children. Li Yifei panicked and pushed open the door of the office, not noticing that there was someone standing in front of him. Thus, he and Wang Quan collided. You're weird. These words sent chills down Li Yifei's spine and he froze in place in fear. Chapter 21, I have a plan. Wang Quan's intuition told him that there was something wrong with the person in front of him, but what puzzled him was that the scent was indeed ordinary. You. Who are you? Li Yifei asked with a terrified face and stuttered. He didn't know why, just standing next to this person made him feel scared. Who do you care who I am? Wang Quan blankly glanced at Li Yifei. Then, goodbye. Li Yifei lowered his head like a shy little girl and walked quickly towards the door. Right at this moment, Chen Mai's voice rang out from the corridor behind the front desk. Kid, wait. Something wrong? We've discussed it, split up a group of people to infiltrate second middle school, you assist them. Ah? Li Yifei pointed at himself with an unbelievable face, a group of monsters, I don't know superpowers, I'll die. You are the one who knows the situation best, we need you, of course, it's not mandatory. Also, if we solve this incident, I will give you a chance to join us. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's eyes lit up. Being a hero who saves the world is something he has always fantasized about. Team Chen, what happened? Wang Quan was puzzled. Things are a bit tricky, involving the survival of Tsangnan, do you want to come along? Chen Mai intentionally made things sound serious, after all, the danger level plummeted if Wang Quan was there. When Chen Mai said this, Wang Quan came to be interested, tell me about it. After a few moments passed, Wang Quan stroked his chin with a look of serious contemplation. Of course. But wait for me to prepare. Before leaving, he purposely explained, ask Sayoko if there's a way to get everyone from their school together. Chen Mai had an afterthought and hurriedly reminded, no, collective purges are prone to accidental injuries. Team Chen, what are you thinking? I'm not a homicidal maniac. Wang Quan blankly glanced at Chen Mai and hurriedly left the peace office. Squad 136 split into two groups. Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan went to investigate Lu Xiaoyan and the director of instruction's family. Lin Xie, Red Tassel, and Si Xiaonan infiltrated the school. Zhao Kongcheng maintained the unsuspecting airspace when Qima stood by outside the school, and Lang Xian supported remotely. Dressed in their school uniforms, Lin Xie's trio wandered around the entrance of the second middle school, and since the boss outside the door was always keeping a close eye on the trio, there was no way for them to enter through the front door, or else they would most likely spook the snakes. Thus, the trio planned to do something that many students dared to think about but not dare to do, and that was to climb over the wall. Your school's uniform is ugly. Standing under the shade of the wall, Red Tassel, who was carrying a long black box, spat out that she disliked the school uniform. Sister Red Tassel, it already looks good on you. It directly pulls up the grade of the school uniform. Lin Xie replied with a smile. Yo! I didn't expect little brother Seven Knights to have such a sweet mouth. Red Tassel couldn't help but smile. The light golden shimmering light shone on Hong Ying. She was wearing a white shirt, her red and white school uniform was openly zippered, and she was wearing a high ponytail. She had the aura of a yuanqi full of beautiful girls. On the contrary, Si Xiaonan, she went for a completely sweet and cute style, with a cartoon long-sleeve top, her school uniform tied around her waist like a skirt, and a pair of pillheads adding a bit of petulance. Are we leaving right away, or are we waiting for the big devil? Si Xiaonan asked. Just now Wang Quan sent them a message. Wait. Red Tassel said without hesitation, her bright eyes carrying an imperceptible expectation. I sent him a location, it'll be quick. Good. Wait for your lover boy. Si Xiaonan flirted. Xiaonan, what are you talking about? Red Tassel broke in a second and snapped. Just as the words fell, a silhouette quietly arrived. Yo! What are we chatting about? Wang Quan's voice rang out, and the three of them looked in unison, their eyes widening at the same time. Holy, your cosplay is a bit strange. No. It's a little bit sick. Big Devil is going for the humongous bandit style today? Is this to rob the second middle school? Under the sunlight, Wang Quan was wearing a Special Forces camouflage uniform, holding an AK, a ring of brass-colored ammo chain wrapped around his chest, and a few grenades hanging around his waist. No. Big mistake, since the so-called snake demon can camouflage and Sayaka happens to be able to recognize this camouflage, the problem is much simpler. I have a plan. 3 minutes later, Lin Xie questioned, are you sure the plan you mentioned will work? Just tell me if this radar detection of yours is accurate or not. Accurate. Good then. With me here, not a single monster will be able to run, and not a single ordinary citizen will be injured. Wang Quan patted his chest, and the bullets made a crisp collision sound, like that unrivaled confidence. Today is Monday, the whole school is organizing to raise the flag, so let's do it at that time. Lin Xie looked at Wang Quan's costume, his brain buzzed, disappeared for half a day, together with this goods went to purchase cosplay costumes and props. But once he thought of Wang Quan's powerful strength, Lin Xie surprisingly felt that the other party was right. Then, reiterate your respective tasks. I'm in charge of hijacking. Suppressing. Nope. Control the students and teachers, and deal with the mythical creatures by the way. Are you damn well trying to say hijacking? Absolutely. Lin Xie blankly glanced at Wang Quan before saying, I'll be responsible for finding out the snake demon's true body. Wang Quan, take it. Oh no. It's when we control the school, Xiaonan and I will be in charge of lining up other places to see if there are any people, so that there won't be any leaks. Hong Ying had a serious face, she trusted Wang Quan. Listening to the duo's raw speeches, Lin Xie helplessly propped up his forehead and spat in his heart. The night watch is definitely not a serious department, ugh. Good. Then, set off. Wang Quan waved his hand and carried AK over the wall into the school. Red Tassel first threw the long box over, then his calves powered up, then he jumped high and handsome. Looking at the short Si Xiaonan, Lin Xie asked, need help? Ha? Si Xiaonan rolled his eyes and quickly walked over to the 2-meter-high fence, tapping his toes between the gaps and easily jumping up the wall. This scene gave Lin Xie a dumbfounded look, muttering, performing lightweight skills? Newbie, go for it. After saying this, Si Xiaonan raised his condescending little brain. Lin Xie threw the black box over the fence and jumped up while bracing his hands on the edge of the wall, then stomped on the wall with both feet and easily flipped up. However, compared to the silky smooth maneuvers of the first three, it was a bit unimpressive when it came to him. Lin Shiye, who landed on the ground, was a bit embarrassed. After all, he was still trying to help the smaller Si Xiaonan, not realizing that he was the rookie in the team. Action! Action! Go! 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 I'll find a bush to crouch first. Wang Quan was a bit excited, and Lin Shiye seriously suspected that this guy had played too much chicken lately, and simply wanted to start a real-life mode today. Dealing with Snake Demon was just a matter of passing by. Step on the point of quiet steps. Oh. Lin Shiye had a look at a little cutie. Like, look at Wang Quan, I'll go back to my class to contact Lu Xiaoyan first, you guys go investigate the director of instruction. When the flag is raised, start moving. Okay. Go for it, 7 knights. Go for it. Just like that, the not-so-reliable sounding plan began. Chapter 22, Everybody, heads down. Day. A crisp knock on the door interrupted the teacher who was lecturing. He held up his glasses, looked towards the door and said, "Enter." As the door to the classroom was pushed open, Lin Shiye stood in the doorway carrying a black box and bowed slightly. "Good day, teacher." The students looked at Lin Shiye in unison, because this guy hadn't come to school for more than 10 days, and the crowd thought that he didn't read anymore. "What have you been doing these days?" The teacher was equally shocked. "Got an eye disease and was hospitalized for 2 weeks." Lin Shiye calmly stated non-existent facts. "So? Quickly return to your seat." This teacher still took care of Lin Shiye, a disabled student, and didn't say much. "Alright, all look at the blackboard, I'll continue speaking." While walking towards his desk, Lin Shiye swept the class with his spiritual power, and after taking his seat, he frowned. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he stealthily swept over his earpiece, and Shen Mai's voice rang out. "Is your divine ruin working? How's the situation?" Lin Shiye lowered his voice, his tone grave. "The situation isn't good. There are 2 infected people in our class, besides Lu Xiaoyan, there's also a girl. When I crossed the corridor, I scanned, there should be 6 people infected." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the headset. 6 infected people on 1 floor, what about the entire school? The situation was more than bad, it was downright awful. To have so many people die at once, if word got out, the school would definitely be ruined. Can they be saved? It can't be saved, their internal organs have disappeared, and their bodies are parasitized with bizarre flesh and blood. Lin Shiye heard a heavy sigh, followed by Chen Mai speaking, "Then pay attention to safety and assist Wang Quan in removing the threat. Xiangnan has already found out the information, he will share it with everyone." As soon as the words fell, Wu Xiangnan's voice appeared in everyone's earphones, calm and rational. "The Nandu Snake Demon. It possesses superb camouflage ability and intelligence no less than that of a human, and after swallowing a creature into its stomach, it can plant a snake seed in its body, and the creature's shell transforms into its heir, to be manipulated by it. The good news is that until adulthood, snake demons aren't very strong. Of course, with the king's power in place, it's completely unable to pose a threat. Purge the snake demon as well as its heirs, and good luck." After Wu Xiangnan finished speaking, only the sound of electricity remained in his ears. Meanwhile, in an unoccupied corner outside the second middle school, Zhao Kongcheng inserted the last billboard. He bit his index finger and wrote a 1 on the billboard with his blood. In a flash, a light red positive prismatic cone enveloped the entire second middle school like a pyramid, and the red aura flickered and finally disappeared into nothingness. "Unrestricted airspace, open." "Roger." Red Tassel's voice rang out as she and Si Xiaonan infiltrated the office building, feeling their way into the director of instruction's office according to the address given by Lin Shiye. The office was empty. Si Xiaonan touched the teacup on the desk, it was still warm. People just left not long ago, they should have gone to a meeting, otherwise they wouldn't have locked the door. "Hong Ying's sister, the director of teaching will not come back for a short time, search for clues." "I'll keep a lookout." "Aha." Hong Ying nodded and immediately rummaged around. Si Xiaonan pulled out a small mirror and hid sideways behind the door, observing the situation in the corridor through reflection. Drawers, cupboards, folders. Any further searching should have dug up the ground, but there was nothing. Suddenly, Red Raider's ears twitched as she heard the sound of tiles buckling, so she crouched down and fixed her eyes on the fact that the adhesive was missing from a couple of tiles under the desk. She drew the dagger at her waist and pried open one of them, and all of a sudden, a strong stench hit her, and underneath the tile was a yellow-brown film. "Ha! It stinks to high heaven, and there's the smell of fishy and blood." Red Coma frowned, picking up the film with the tip of her knife, and as it stretched open, a human skin with scales came into view. Sure enough, It's a snake that can still molt its skin. See Xiaonan spat. After Red Tassel finished covering up the traces of the scene, an incomparably familiar music rang out of the window, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Is it possible that the nation's flag-raising ceremonies all use one entrance song? Seems like it. The duo walked over to the window, and downstairs there were crowds of people. Many students had already left the building. Lin Xie was sandwiched among them, and Li Yifei carefully followed behind, just about sticking up. Holy! You pervert, stay away from me. Lin Xie glared at Li Yifei in disgust and said without a trace of anger. Classmate 7 Knights, I'm scared. Afraid of a whacker, there's one behind you. I'll go. Li Yifei stared wide-eyed, only feeling a chill down his spine and softness in his legs. Just kidding. Seeing Li Yifei scared like this, Lin Xie had to tell a small lie to save the other party from spooking him. According to the plan, Lin Xie stood in the class queue and waited for the good news. He quietly looked around, then opened his headset and whispered, "The flag-raising ceremony is about to begin, and almost all the people are here. My forbidden ruin can't cover the entire field, but the number of snake demons around the area has exceeded 20. I'm lining up the girls' dormitory." Red Tassel's voice rang out, "No one has been found for now. There should be no one in the cafeteria either." See Xiaonan Hui reported. At this moment, next to the school building, Wang Quandong sneakily poked his head out. He pulled the bolt of his gun and said with a smile, "Humans in place, wait for my signal." Roger. Okay. Go for it. In the not-so-large square, the students stood neatly, and the principal on the high platform held the microphone and cleared his throat first. Ahem. Good morning, students. Now the sun is just right, like students together, you are the rising sun. Obviously a flag-raising ceremony can be resolved. The principal froze for 10 minutes, and also a little bit not yet finished. This gives Wang Quan are tired of hearing. Leader, nonsense is longer than life. Wang Quan raised his AK towards the sky and pulled the trigger hard. Ta-da-day-day-day. The muzzle of the gun spat out flames, and the loud sound of the gunshot echoed throughout the campus. In a flash, everyone's eyes were drawn over. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Quan, wearing a humongous hood, strutted towards the square. The principal, with a displeased face, angrily rebuked, "Classmate, which class are you from? Who gave you permission to bring imitation guns? Do you know how dangerous it is? The flag-raising ceremony is about to begin, how dare you pull a prank? This is outrageous. Call your parents over tomorrow. Now, immediately, get your ass over here, you won't get away with this punishment. You." The principal was like a chatterbox, not realizing the seriousness of the matter in the slightest. In the next second, the microphone stand beside him was chipped off by a bullet. The principal was dumbfounded. Really? Really? The real one? You're committing a crime, understand? Without waiting for the principal to finish his sentence, the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against his head, and he pissed himself in fear in front of the entire school. Shut up! Wang Quan glared at the principal and took the microphone in his hand, first letting off a shot in the air, then a rampant voice rang out. "Hello everyone. I am a terrorist. Everyone, hold your heads and crouch down. Thank you." Lin Xie in the crowd was dumbfounded and muttered, "This damn well doesn't look like an act." Chapter 23, You're too weak, that's all. The second middle school square was deathly silent, and the entire school was dumbfounded. A terrorist attack? One person? What a joke. I said, hold your head and crouch down. A voice filled with majesty echoed between heaven and earth, and the pale blue six eyes suddenly lit up like a god descending. Spiritual power was like a churning sea wave, a circle of invisible ripples spread out. Where it passed, no one could stand. In the blink of an eye, the red and blue crowd was forced to crouch down, and Lin Xie was the only one standing upright. Little Knight, action. Lin Xie marveled, this was the way the king's power was resolved, no need to be careful or sneaky, just a single word. Good. He pressed the black box, a straight blade popped out, took a deep breath and slowly walked to his companion Lu Xiaoyan. You? What are you doing? Lu Xiaoyan had a horrified look on her face and screamed in disbelief. From an outsider's point of view, a poor girl was pleading with a knife-wielding madman. But in Lin Xie's perspective, it was a bizarre ball of flesh wailing as he said disdainfully, stop pretending. A light blue blade flashed, a brain covered in black scales rolled into the crowd, and Lu Xiaoyan collapsed to the ground, blood flowing to the students' feet. Murder. Don't kill me. Blood, so much blood, vomit. There's a monster, Lu Xiaoyan is a monster. The snake demon's head was like a stone that fell into the water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves, and the cascade of terrified shouts filled the small square. Letting the crowd scream in misery, they were unable to move. Was it the ordinary people who were truly afraid? Of course not. The ones who couldn't help but feel a vicious chill were the snake demons, because Lu Xiaoyan was dead. It wasn't a coincidence that human could see through the disguise. On the high stage, Wang Quan casually pulled over a chair and crossed his legs, staring at the crowd without looking away, lethargy and confidence revealed in his eyes. Below the high stage, Lin Xie shook off the blood on his straight sword and walked towards Han Ruoro, who was also a snake demon in the same class. Lin Xie, you murderer! You lunatic, why did you help that terrorist kill people? Han Ruoro roared like crazy but couldn't move. She couldn't do anything but rage impotently. Lin Xie stared at her expressionlessly as if he was looking at a dead person. Are you really human? I forgot to tell you that I can see through your disguise. You. Han Ruoro was dumbfounded, repeating over and over as if she was a psychopath. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Impossible is not important. Go to hell and talk to King of Hell. Lin Xie's hand rose and fell, and another snake demon fell in a pool of blood. The others realized afterward that Lin Xie only seemed to strike at monsters. Who's next? So hard to guess. Wang Quan duly followed up with a voiceover and was enjoying himself. After killing the two snake demons, Lin Xie ran to the high platform, and he decided to take care of the snake demons mixed in with the leaders first. This time, without waiting for him to do so, the two snake demons took the initiative to show themselves as they roared at Lin Xie, their tone defiant. I just want to live. What's wrong with me? Are you humans the only ones who have the right to survive in this world? Is the life of a snake demon not a life? The snake demon had thought that the sole trifecta of questions would sway Lin Xie, but unfortunately, the only thing that awaited him was an icy cold blade. Then the person you ate is breaking the laws of heaven? Lin Xie asked rhetorically, if you live others can't. And I'm human. Just as Lin Xie was about to make a move to behead another snake demon, Wang Quan stopped him. White hair, what are you doing? These guys don't deserve any sympathy. Of course. Wang Quan didn't deny it as he pressed forward until he was close to the snake demon. You just talked about me, didn't you? Is it just that you want to survive? Where are you? Snake demon? Of course, I'm not talking about you, but the Nandu snake demon. At this moment, Wang Quan suddenly twisted his head, his intimidating eyes sweeping across the field as he searched for his main body. Yo! Very composed. Wang Quan sat back in his chair and continued to suppress everyone present. Sayoko, continue to do it. No need for you to say it. Lin Xie killed the snake demon on the high platform and turned around to walk into the queue. Let me answer your question. Wang Quan pulled out a lollipop and unhurriedly tore open the candy paper. There's nothing wrong with you wanting to live. Humans aren't the only ones who have the right to survive in this world. The life of a snake demon is also a life. The light and fluffy candy paper slipped through Wang Quan's fingers as he removed his mask, his pale blue eyes gleaming and the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Overbearing. Condescending. Confident. He looked like the king of this world, his lips opening and closing slightly. You're too weak. Nothing more. There was no mockery between the words, just a simple statement of fact. After half an hour had passed, blood flowed in the front square, removing the main body. All of the snake demon's children died. The noisy crowd also quieted down, even the little cuties. All knew that Lin Xie and the stranger were dealing with some sort of unknown monster. The rest of the school's edges were also searched by Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan, and nothing slipped through the cracks. The four gathered in the square and stared at the crowd with a helpless expression. I couldn't detect the mother. She might possess a stronger disguise talent than the snake demon's children, or maybe her realm is too high. Lin Xie analyzed. What then? There's no end to the chances of the Matrix not dying. Hong Ying sighed. Right at this moment, Chen Mai's voice rang out, everyone, Lu Xiaoyan's family has all turned into snake demons, and the situation is the same for the head teacher's family. Xiangnan and I have completed the purge. How about you guys? Chen Mai didn't hold much hope. After all, the school was too big and there was too much foot traffic. Trying to find out all the snake demons would probably take a day or even more. Captain, except for the mother, the children have all died. Ha! Shenmai exclaimed, somewhat in disbelief, this is too fast. Only 43 minutes and 36 seconds have passed since they entered the second middle school. Wu Shangnan added, very efficient, perfect. Compared to this, the two of us are rather ankless. Cough cough cough. Good job, find out the main body as soon as possible, extra dinner tonight. Captain, I want pig's feet. Red Tassel said with a smile. I want roasted chicken wings, Captain. I want to eat big elbows. Beef stew with carrots and potatoes, Team Chen. Chen Mai, Stop ordering and hurry up and fix me the matrix. Shangnan and I will return to the office first. Tell Uncle Zhao and the others to get ready to erase the passerby's memories. Wang Quan said, he had already thought of a way. Prepare to take on the enemy. He looked at the other three and reminded them. How do you want to find it? Lin Xie looked puzzled. It's simple. The Nandu snake demon's mental power is bound to be much stronger than an ordinary person's, so that means it wakes up the fastest. Whoever is the first to run towards the school entrance in a while will be the mother. When the time comes, chop it and it's done. Wang Quan turned around and walked towards the square, leaving the remaining three in a daze. Chapter 24 The Alarm. A fresh breeze blew by, and the leaves of the acacia trees on both sides of the square rustled as they danced like butterflies. Ta! A crisp stomping sound rang out, and at this moment, the fluttering leaves stilled. A large black hole rose from behind Wang Quan, and the incandescent-colored aura was like a starburst. A colorless world covered the campus, and a starry, twinkling sphere floated in the square. The students were gone, the Nandu snake demon was gone, and so was Wang Quan. This was the sphere unfolding, the infinite empty place. However, in the eyes of Lin Qia's few people, this strange and magnificent sight was only a moment. In the crowd, Li Yifei snapped his eyes open, a pair of vertical pupils flashed as he felt like he had dreamed a dream, a very, very long dream. To his delight, the damned confinement disappeared. That white-haired man was too terrifying, hold back, must hold back. That's right, it was him who was conversing with the Wang Quan duo on the high platform. Everyone, the crisis is lifted, please evacuate in an orderly manner to the school entrance. Wang Quan's voice rang out, very cordial. The Nandu snake demon glanced around, the students were still dumbfounded, presumably terrified, so it didn't move. It was only until someone started screaming and fled towards the school gate in panic that it relaxed a bit in its heart and blended into the crowd. When it thought of that terrifying white hair, the Nandu snake demon shivered straight away. Its original plan was to let the ordinary snake demon trigger chaos, and take advantage of the chaos to behave itself, and finally join the night vigil, and find a chance to control a night vigil senior, that way it would be truly safe. But its plan was disrupted by Wang Quan. It's a pity. The Nandu snake demon let out a long sigh and couldn't help but quicken its pace. Without realizing it, it ran to the first few positions, very close to the school entrance. But strangely, it ran faster and faster, overtaking everyone. Or rather, the others didn't move. Jerking back, at some point, the commoner was confined. Sure enough, it's you. Nandu snake demon. Wang Quan's smiling voice drifted into the snake demon's ears, and it turned pale with fear. Just now, Wang Quan had released a very precise pressure that happened to be able to trap ordinary people but not the snake demon that was a mythical creature. This kind of perverted control could only be done by 6 eyes. Right at this moment, Shen Mai's incomparably urgent voice exploded, Wang Quan, immediately go to the southwest of Songnan City, I'll wait for you at the border. Leave the scene to Lin Xie and the others, with Red Tassel here, the snake demon can't threaten them. Wang Quan could hear that Chen Mai was extraordinarily anxious, it seemed like something big had happened. Without waiting for Wang Quan to reply, a long spear entwined with a rosy red color passed through his eyes, the spear tore through the air, followed by a silhouette breaking into the eyes. A delicate spark blossomed out, only to hear a boom as the Nandu snake demon flew out backwards. Leave this place to us, finding it out will be enough. The captain really needs you. Be safe. Good. Wang Quan nodded as he took a step and disappeared like a great change. 3 minutes ago, peace office. Shen Mai and Wu Shangnan had just entered the underground space when the cawing of a crow suddenly drifted into their ears. Not good. Bad. They were alarmed, and the 2 middle-aged men who had always been calm fleshed out in panic. This was because the one making the cries was the Crow of Calamity, as one of the few forbidden creatures that possessed life. It was very rare even in Daxia. Within the Night's Watch, only a few major cities such as Shangjing, Guangshan, and Huaihai had the Crow of Calamity sitting in their midst. It could predict the direction of a city's fate in the short term, and if there was some sort of dangerous catastrophe coming, it would scream the alarm in advance. Shenmai came to the birdcage in an instant. The bird inside looked like an ordinary crow. If there was any difference, it was probably the brighter feathers. There was a map under the birdcage, and the Crow of Calamity was screaming in the southwest direction. "Captain, what's going on?" "I don't know." "I'll go take a look." Shenmai's brows tightened as he turned around and rushed out of the basement. He was like a ghostly shadow, traveling between the streets and alleys at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The Shenmai at this moment was different from the captain in Team 130's XS impression. His aura was even stronger, even surpassing the Peak Sea Realm's Wanquan. After all, this was his original strength, a supreme powerhouse of the Klein Realm, and even more so, an agent of the gods. 30 seconds later, on a peak at the Songnan border, Shenmai held a straight sword in his hand and stared dead at the deep, uninhabited mountains in the distance. Rumble. The clear sky was filled with thunder. It wasn't thunder, but some kind of creature moving. At the end of the horizon, a mountain was moving. Shenmai's face was grave as he muttered, "This thing's strength supremacy is immeasurable." Seeing that mythical creature getting closer and closer, Shenmai had no intention of stepping in to stop it, not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Because once he used too much power, he wouldn't be able to suppress the aura of that thing. So, he pressed his headset, Wan Quan, immediately to the southwest of Songnan. Right now, the only person he could rely on was Wang Quan, who had come on vacation. That kid is only in the sea realm, I don't know if he can block it. The mountain-sized mythological creature was still advancing, and wherever it passed, dozens of meters tall trees became roadside weeds, unbeatable. "Team Chen. Cricket me in the back again." Wang Quan's voice rang out. At some point, he had already come to Chen Mai's side. "IF King Lu. You kids so fast?" Even Chen Mai can't help but marvel, spatial class ability is awesome. Saying that a man is fast is not fair. Wang Quan wrapped his arms around his chest and stared into the distance, half serious and half joking, then emphasized, "I'm fast but durable." "What time is it? The hell are you still talking to me about this stuff?" Shen Mai pointed to the distance and cursed. "Can we stop that thing? If we let it come over, Sannan will be gone. A mythical creature of the limitless realm is completely disaster level. Stop it." Wang Quan said without hesitation, his feet stepping over the cliff as he took one step towards the distance. Seemingly sensing the killing intent, the mythical creature raised its head. Its lantern-sized vertical pupils were drenched in black and gold, and its pupils reflected Wang Quan's figure. Tiger head, turtle body, deer legs, snake tail. I remember that the four unlike him damn well isn't these four things either. Wang Quan scratched his head and was confused. Mythical creatures, legends abound. That's not the point. Concentrate on fighting. Shenmai said in a serious tone, looking at Wang Quan's dangling appearance. He was a bit worried. Besides, this kid's realm was less than limitless. "Team Chen. You're so strong, dang Yama King agent, how come you're not on it yourself?" Wang Quan didn't mean anything else, he was simply curious, and before Yifan let him ask the other party about the inner workings of Songnan City, but then he forgot about it. "I can't leave the confines of Songnan City." "What if you leave?" "We'll die." Shen Mai's answer was extraordinarily calm, as if he was answering what he ate tonight instead of death. "That's so. Then, leave it to me. Just rest." Chapter 25, Delivering Death to Death. The mythological creature's tiger head was high, black energy points of light converged from all directions, and in less than a breath of time, dazzling balls of light coalesced, and the dusky light even hid the sun's radiance. At noon, it was dark. Woo woo. Space let out a guttural wail, like countless steam trains speeding by. The moment this sound subsided, beams of light burst out and the sky seemed to crack open. Wang Quan had a calm face, a light blue ball of light floating on his left hand and a purple ball of light floating on his right hand. The moment his hands came together, a dark purple sphere shot out with a whoosh. The technique Common Groundwell was unleashed. At this moment, heaven and earth changed color. Two distinctly different spatial forces advanced along their respective orbits, with a sleek spherical incision on one side and an irregular gap covered in cracks on the other. The moment the two collided, a whirlpool of two colors took over the mountain range. A circle of energy ripples spread out, and Shenmai stood at the top of the mountain, his windbreaker hunting. This mythological creature is also a spatial system ability. That's right. Wang Quan frowned, not good yo. As soon as the words fell, the pale blue six eyes faded, a layer of blood color soaked through the eyes, brutal and overbearing physical strength erupted out, and in an instant, all of the peak sea realm's spiritual power was transformed into the purest power. Immediately after that, the red dragon pattern climbed up Wang Quan's neck to the right side of his face, the vertical pupil overlapped with his right eye, and the mountains trembled. You kid has more than one forbidden ruin. Chenmai marveled as he looked at the blood aura draped Wang Quan. This bastard has spatial immunity, I can only change my battle strategy. Wang Quan grinned and twisted his head, of which turned into a golden vertical pupil right eye gleaming. He liked the current state, the purest physical strength, but the system's reinforcement seemed to also have the bloodline of a mythical dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The mythological creature threw back its head and roared, as if it was swearing sovereignty, but it was also tinged with the slightest bit of fear. Wang Quan took a step out, his terrifying power crushed the space, leaving a circle of red ripples, and in the blink of an eye, he came over the mythical creature, and like a meteorite falling, he smashed his fist heavily on the side of its tiger's head. The mythological creature slammed into a mountain on the side, triggering the mountain to shake, but its flesh strength was equally not bad, only the side of the tiger's head was sunken in. Just then, the sunlight above Wang Quan's head disappeared. The moment he raised his head, the thick snaketail covered in greenish-black scales smashed down, its momentum was like a mountain, and its speed far exceeded the speed of sound. A series of mock rings like white fireworks bloomed one by one on the trajectory of the snaketail's travel, and this speed made Wang Quan not even react. The snaketail smashed Wang Quan into the mountain, followed by a sweeping blow that cut the several hundred-meter-high mountain in half. Wang Quan. Chenmai was in a hurry, after all, this was a genius no less than a divine agent, and the night vigil could not afford to lose him. He stepped into the air and hung silently at the border of Sangnan. Taking a step out would kill him. If he didn't step out, Sangnan would be finished. Ha! I'm long dead anyway, that thing can only be entrusted to this kid. Chenmai smiled to himself as he prepared to strike. A creature of the limitless realm was still too much of a stretch for a human of the sea realm. Team Chen, Oldney isn't dead yet. Wang Quan's voice rang out, still full of confidence. Chenmai followed the voice and looked. In the middle of the half-completed mountain, blood aura was lingering, that blood mist was getting thicker and thicker, and a silhouette was looming. The four unimaginable statues similarly sensed the aura of the king's power. It violently waved its snake tail, and in the next moment, a crescent-shaped bladed wind broke out. From afar, the black-bladed wind looked like the moon falling from the sky, breaking through the layers of space and disappearing into the blood mist in the blink of an eye. The world fell into silence at this moment, without a single sound, until a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. The sound of space shattering could be heard crisply, and the huge dragon head poked out from the blood mist, holding a rounded black moon in its mouth, its majestic vertical pupils staring at the mythical creature in the distance. As the dragon bit down, the crescent moon transformed into flakes of light that flew in the sky. Ta! 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 From the blood mist came one resounding sound of footsteps on the ground after another, and Wang Quan stepped out. His white hair was disturbed by the wind, crimson blood drenched his body, and an exposed wound ran across his chest. With every step, the wound was healing. Why is this kid's self-healing power similar to that of a mythical creature? Chenmai rubbed his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Of course, what surprised him the most was that Wang Quan's spiritual power seemed to have grown a little, and he was infinitely close to the limitless realm. Could it be that this kid wanted to break the realm in battle? Chenmai came to a sudden realization. Putting a dead body to death, this way of breaking the realm was fast, but it was completely the method that only a madman would choose. A madman and a genius are only one step apart. That's really true. Interesting. Having lived most of his life, Chenmai had seen many geniuses, and although those geniuses had called him a genius, today he admired Wang Quan to the core. The one man and one beast kept exchanging blows, and at the same time, downtown Sangnan. The screen outside the shopping mall was broadcasting emergency news. A 5.6 magnitude earthquake occurred in the southwestern mountains of Sangnan City. The epicenter of this earthquake is located in the mountainous hinterland, about 35 kilometers away from the nearest county, and there have been no reports of casualties or major property damage. The city's seismic bureau reminds the public, if you encounter a significant tremor, immediately turn off the gas power, stay away from glass windows and hanging objects, and get the latest information through official channels such as television and radio. Of course, the earthquake was just rhetoric, thanks to Wu Xiangnan informing the Sangnan municipal government. Who would have thought that the battle between the king's power and the mythical creatures had reached the level of a natural disaster, and there were always slight aftershocks in Sangnan City. After Wang Quan left, The front square of the second middle school was in chaos, and the sudden earthquake was like adding fuel to the fire. Lin Xie looked at the crowd inside helplessly, then picked up the AK that Wang Quan had left behind and shot it toward the sky before the crowd quieted down. Line up! Line up and evacuate, don't make me say it a second time or talk to the bullets. With that, he pulled the bolt in front of the crowd. It had to be said that this thing was just as good as a deterrent. The crowd had just quieted down when a large explosion occurred at the back, and Lin Xie turned his head to look, dumbfounded. Half of the school building had collapsed and the other half was shaking, and in the rubble, a long spear was stuck in the snake's body. 7 nights, Nan, I've got it. This thing couldn't be deader. Red Tassel waved his hand and shouted with a grin. No, no. Lin Xie explained a few words to Si Xiaonan and ran in the direction of the school building with his straight sword as he jumped into the large pit blasted out by Red Tassel and launched his spiritual power to probe. It's snake skin. Lin Xie reminded that the Nandu snake demon was still alive. As soon as his words fell, the entire school shook violently, and the other half of the originally unstable school building collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air, and killing machines followed. The Nandu snake demon launched a sneak attack with lightning speed. Its sharp claws pushed right into Lin Xie's heart. It intended to fish to death. White Hair couldn't beat it, but couldn't it get this little cub at the peak of the marigold realm? Die, die, die. Death to anyone who sabotages my plans. Chapter 26, The Fish That Missed the Net. Life and death were just a split second away, and no one could save Lin Xie. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The hideous snake face, the vertical pupil full of resentment, the desire for life. Lin Xie could see it clearly. You want to live, I want to live more than you do. The blazing golden pupils suddenly lit up, and under the divine might of the blazing angel, everything bowed down. The Nandu snake demon's sharp claws stopped at Lin Xie's chest, and it was confused. What exactly was this unspeakable power? At this moment, the Nandu snake demon could only think of one thing. God. The situation of certain death was reversed, as Lin Xie retreated back to his body, and the straight blade left a perfect arc along his movements. Warm blood gushed out like a spring, the snake's head rolled down to his feet, and a warm current surged down the blade into Lin Xie's body. He panted heavily, only slightly exhausted, and that was thanks to Wang Quan's hellish special training a while ago. The Nandu snake demon is dead, the crisis is over. Lin Xie opened his earpiece and reported. Good job. Wu Xiangnan's voice rang out, evacuate immediately. What's going on with the captain and Wang Quan? Lin Xie asked. Wu Xiangnan was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. There's a mythical creature of the limitless realm at the southwest border. We can't do anything about that kind of battlefield. We can only trust Wang Quan and the captain. Limitless? Are you kidding? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed. In the years he had been transferred to Tsangnan, the most powerful mythological creature he had seen was the Ghostface King who had just died a while ago. It's true. Did you guys think that the tremor just now was an earthquake? That was just the aftershocks from the battle between the king's power and the mythical creature. At those words, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Lin Xie looked at the blue sky and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He remembered that White Hair was in the sea realm. What if he couldn't beat it? The instant the thought was born, he snuffed it out, and then muttered in his heart, Dead White Hair, don't you really die? The moment he turned his head, he found Red Tassel clasping his hands together and praying with a pious face, God bless, let Wang Quan and the captain come back safe and sound. Little brother Wang Quan, don't die. Half an hour later, the originally noisy campus calmed down. Lin Xie took one last look at the collapsed school building and turned around to walk out of the unrestricted airspace. In an unnoticed corner, the manhole cover trembled slightly, and in the next moment, a pair of large eyes full of curiosity emerged from between the cracks. The teenager pushed aside the manhole cover and ran furtively into the ruins. His name was Xingyu, a veritable schoolmaster, but also a person who was almost crazy about exploring the truth of the world. At this moment, the head of the Nandu snake demon was at his feet, yet there was not a trace of fear on his face, only blazing curiosity as he lifted the head and scrutinized the sickening head. How wonderful! There are such wonderful creatures in the world, Anqing Fish paused, gasping a bit roughly, I want to dissect it so badly. The truth of the world is in it. Full of joy, he put the snake's head into his book bag, moving carefully as if it was some rare treasure in his hands. He looked around the room and realized that the surveillance was down, before returning to the sewers with peace of mind. In the dark and damp sewer, the stench followed him, almost suffocating, and Xingyu silently endured, still holding the book bag tightly in his arms. Just then, a melodious music rang out in the campus, his pupils contracted violently, his eyelids sank, and he drifted off to sleep. Gradually, his body shook, he was sleepy. That group of people still had this tactic? No. I will never sleep. The interesting world is still waiting for me. And Xingyu struggled frantically, like a dehydrated fish. Suddenly, a strange power surged out of its heart, and it felt refreshed, as if a clear spring had flowed through it, washing away the hypnotic whisper. And Xingyu slowly raised her eyelids, her bright eyes glowing in the sewer. A faint layer of gray light flowed underneath the eyes. Me? He looked at his palm, every muscle, every bone, every inch of skin, every blood vessel. With just one glance, he gained insight into the structure of his palm. Right now, his body was a precision instrument, and he was able to see how every single part worked. And Xingyu had an afterthought and hurriedly pulled open his book bag to pour out the snake's head. With a glance down, the snake head seemed to be broken down into a screw, a wire, a gear. This mythical creature that couldn't be explained by modern science changed shape in his eyes. The only pity was that it was impossible to see through it now. He pulled out a fruit knife and prepared to dissect the snake demon. A knife plunged into the hideous snake's head and cut with difficulty. Finally, he cut a small slit, and he desperately wanted to figure out what was inside. The incision grew bigger and bigger, and the teenager trembled more and more, and in the dirty sewers. A bizarre snake's head, a fruit knife, a skinny teenager, a burst of crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's great. How funny. It's delightful. I know. Ha 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 ha. In the black van, when Chiemo turned off the player and said with a smile, "There shouldn't be any leaks now." "Why don't you play it again?" Zhao Kongcheng reminded, "After all, the school is crowded." "Uncle Zhao, your worries are redundant, people will only remember that there was a terrorist attack." "Good, then pack up and go home." Zhao Kongcheng turned his head to look at Lin Xie's people and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhao, can I go to the border to take a look?" Hong Ying asked, those beautiful eyes filled with worry. "Absolutely not. If we go, we will only interfere with little Wang and the captain's play. We are teammates, we have to trust them." "That's right, trust them. Big Devil is very strong." Si Xiaonan wore a smile, a pair of small pear swirls showing, "The captain is also super strong." All right. Red Koma helplessly sat back in the back seat. She twisted her head to look. Lin Xie had already fallen asleep. Unbeknownst to her, he was torturing the Nandu snake demon in the mental hospital. With the roar of the engine, the black van drove away. The city returned to calm, and the warm sun was peaceful. The ground shook at the border, and the loud noise was like a concerto of doom. Chen Mai sat on the top of the mountain, straight sword inserted in front of him, 10 miles in a radius. Only this one mountain stood, appeared to be alone. Looking into the distance, the mountains that originally stretched around had undergone a drastic change, as if they had been recklessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Those originally towering mountain peaks have now disappeared, replaced by a bottomless canyon, like a huge wound where the earth was torn open, shocking to the eyes. The remaining mountains were inlaid with pits of various sizes, appearing abrupt. Just then, a 100-meter-tall mountain flew in from the distance, completely obscuring his vision. With the mountain close at hand, he didn't panic at all, and only sighed softly. Pity this great mountain. Chapter 27, Breaking the Boundary. Seeing that the mountain was getting closer and closer, Chen Mai was as steady as an old dog, and even flew to light a cigarette. A few wisps of green smoke rose, and a blood-tinged silhouette whooshed in front of Chen Mai. Wang Quan threw a straight punch towards the mountain, and countless cracks spread out with the point of contact as the center. After the thunderous explosion, the 100-meter mountain was turned into a sky of falling debris. Team Chen, you are not panicking at all. Wang Quan twisted his head and glanced at it, spitting helplessly. Panicked about what? Aren't you there? By the way, how much longer until we break through the realm? Wang Quan didn't answer and took a step out of the mountain top as a blood-colored meteor crossed the sky, his confident voice resounding. Immediately. As the words fell, a blood-colored beam of light rose up from the ground, and a blood-colored dragon circled above along the light pillar, its head dotted with a flash of golden light. That was Wang Quan. Roar, roar, roar. The mythological creature roared at the dragon, and a black ripple spread out, and in the blink of an eye, a metallic, metaphysical shell was attached to its body. The beast began to rotate itself, and its speed grew faster and faster, and from afar, under the blood-colored dome, its body looked like a black gear, and its outermost layer was surrounded by a ring full of crushing sensation stars. At this moment, the mythological creature's aura reached the extreme, and those remaining halves of the original mountain were churned into valleys, while a large amount of rocks were piled up into a brand new mountain. Wang Quan stood on the clouds with his feet on the dragon's head, staring downwards with an excited expression. He unhurriedly tore open the candy paper and put the blueberry-flavored lollipop into his mouth. Shenmai, who sits on the top of the mountain, the king's right that stands in the dome of the sky, and the giant beast that is ready to. At this moment, a certain delicate balance seemed to have been struck between the three, or perhaps it was the calm before the storm. Shenmai sucked up the last mouthful of smoke and gently flicked off the cigarette. In an instant, the kingship moved, and the behemoth moved. One in the sky, the other in the ground. Red and black divided heaven and earth. The dragon's roar shook the sky and the beast's roar shook the earth. This earth-shaking scene was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Pedestrians in downtown Saigon stopped to watch, and the strange scene stunned everyone. A pair of pupils reflected in a scene like heavenly punishment. The giant dragon wrapped around the black gears and got stuck in the sky. Suddenly, the blood-colored dragon collapsed, and a rain of light reflected on half of Sangnan. For some reason, the crowd inexplicably felt scared. Wang Quan had lost? Shenmai bounced up violently, his brows furrowed as the straight blade in his hand emitted a gusty sword sound. The armor around the mythical creature began to fall apart, but the breath remained. Just then, a brilliant golden lightsaber rushed out from the ground and pierced through the giant beast's body. The beast's blood drenched the lightsaber, and in the 100-meter deep pit, Wang Quan raised his head proudly, holding, chopping white, in his hand, and the shadow of the lightsaber originated from that tang blade. He had broken the realm. His spiritual power was almost endless, vast and majestic, and he was at the fifth realm, limitless. The spiritual power of the sea realm was not enough to support him in using two very different abilities at the same time, but now it was completely possible. Wang Quan gently waved, Zhan Bai, and the blood-stained lightsaber in the sky fell with it. With one sword, everything bowed down. This mythical creature shattered with a loud bang, like a dream, more like a nightmare. Clang! As the tang blade invaded, Wang Quan looked up at the only remaining peak, looking away from Chen Mai as he smiled and said, Team Chen, there's a bug. I'll go first. Good. Congratulations on advancing to infinity. Chen Mai was sincerely happy for Wang Quan, and in his heart, he even marveled at this guy's endless potential. Everything is water under the bridge. Wang Quan smiled faintly and turned around to disappear. He was already at the peak of the sea realm, and all that was missing from breaking the realm was a life and death battle. The appearance of this mythological creature gave him this opportunity, and everything that is, went with the flow. Chen Mai sheathed his sword and took one last look at the devastated mountain. Only one of the dozen or so rolling mountains remained under his feet, surrounded by 100-meter deep valleys several miles in circumference. This battle had directly changed the terrain. Of course, opposite to this mountain were newly formed dwarf peaks. Hiss. How do you explain it? Earthquake? It seems like this is the only way. Chen Mai had a bitter look on his face. The aftermath was a big problem. That's just it, the logistics department is all geniuses. He shook his head, turned around and jumped down to the top of the mountain. Moments later, Chen Mai returned to the peace firm. In the basement, he was surrounded by the crowd of Squad 136. Captain, where's Wang Quan? Is he alright? Why didn't he come back with you? Red Tassel's small mouth just didn't stop. 3 consecutive questions to Chen Mai, whole confused. Am I not your dear captain? He's fine, he even broke the mirror. Yes. The Red Tassel jumped up high, happy. Chen Mai, With things settled, what did the Wang Quan people go and do? Did something get mixed in? Wu Xiangnan reacted quickly and asked. It should be. Wang Quan has already gone to deal with it. Let's take charge of troubleshooting the city's interior. That mythical creature doesn't look like it was naturally created. Chen Mai stood up, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as he explained. Praying Mo, contact the relevant departments and adapt what happened today to deal with it. Good. When Chiman nodded and immediately left the hall. 7 nights, you team up with old Zhao and go line up the west side of downtown. Hong Ying and Xiao Nan are in charge of the east side of downtown. I'll go to the center of downtown. Xiao Nan and Lingxuan go to the old city center. Chen Mai made an instant decision and quickly arranged the tasks. Yes. Squad 130's XS execution efficiency was still quick, as the people grabbed their equipment and left the peace office one after another. Half an hour later, a black van stopped at the mall parking lot. "Kid, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Kongqing knocked Lin Qia's head and asked. "I'm thinking about how strong it is to cause heaven and earth to change color. At least above the fourth realm," Zhao Kongqing replied. Suddenly, the car radio started broadcasting news. Underground gas leakage triggered an explosion after the earthquake, and there were no casualties from the sky visions. Today, after the 5.3 magnitude earthquake in the southwestern mountainous area of our city, a large amount of flammable gas was released from the cracks in the ground, which triggered a series of explosions when it met an open flame, and a dark red sky phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky over the city and led to a mirage phenomenon. Emergency services have blocked the scene, after checking no casualties. Experts say the gas is a mixture of methane and hydrogen sulfide, which has been stabilized by natural diffusion after the explosion. Geological monitoring teams are currently assessing the subsequent risks and reminding people to stay away from the area of the fracture zone. The news was still playing on a loop, and Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qie glanced at each other, with the former spitting out, "Yoo-hoo! That kid Qima is really efficient. The rhetoric is all made up. Impressive indeed." Lin Qie nodded, and without realizing it, he caught a glimpse of pedestrians coming and going, a group of guys living in a wonderful world. Who would have thought that the so-called earthquake was caused by humans fighting monsters? Thinking about it that way, it seemed like he was living with more understanding. But is it better to understand? Or is it better to be stupid? There was no way of knowing that. Chapter 28, Going Home for a Look. Songnan City, southwest border. Wang Quan swept through the dense bushes like a ghostly shadow, the sound of crashing water growing louder and louder, close to his destination. Rushing out of the bushes, a small lake lay in the quiet valley, and there was a person standing on the sparkling surface of the lake. It was a man wearing a black tuxedo, his long hair casually draped behind him, a purple kite brooch pinned on his chest, and a faint smile hanging on his demonic face, like an aristocratic gentleman in the English style. Wang Quan stopped at the edge of the lake, his brows tightly locked, with an unspeakable disgust in his eyes. "Bastard, you're still alive. How unpleasant." Upon hearing this, the man smiled politely, looking gentle and elegant, his magnetic voice crossing the calm waters. "Old friend, you're still alive, how can I be willing to die?" "What, don't like the gift I gave you? I didn't expect it to make you stronger again. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Pity." The man seemed to have realized something and shook his head helplessly. Wang Quan pressed the hilt of his sword with one hand and didn't intend to strike. He could see that the man in front of him was just a doppelganger. "Congratulations on your early death." No. "I won't die before killing you," the demonic man said with extreme certainty. As soon as the words fell, his right arm shattered like glass, without any bloody scene, as if it was really just glass. Ouch. About to be caught up by those crazy people. The man's only remaining left arm crossed over his chest and bent down to apologize. "Sorry, excuse me." The next second, the man's entire body shattered open. "Ch." Wang Quan snorted coldly and spat towards the place where the man disappeared. "Damn asshole. Curse you for eating instant noodles without seasoning packets. Drinking water will be choked on, and it will rain when you go out." Wang Quan cursed and returned to Songnan City, coincidentally meeting up with the crowd of Squad 136 who had returned from their mission. "Not looking too good, hurt?" Zhao Emporian City asked with concern when he saw Wang Quan's dark face. "No." Wang Quan shook his head, meta disgusting. "Found the culprit?" Chen Mai asked. "It's just a doppelganger, the main body isn't there, don't worry." "That's good, there's no problem in downtown Songnan either." "Aha. Right, what are we going to eat tonight? What about the promised extra meal?" Wang Quan's words changed, and he resumed his usual smiling appearance. "Plus. Definitely add. Count me in." After this incident, Songnan returned to its previous calmness, and everyone went about their lives as usual. Time passed by, and it was already time for the Night's Watch recruits' intensive training. Lin Qiye walked to the mouth of the captain's office and gently knocked. "Captain, I'm coming." "Enter." Pushing the door in, Chen Mai was drinking tea as he looked up at Lin Qiye. "The intensive training will start tomorrow, according to the usual practice of previous years. The location is in Shangjing City. I'm relieved that you're going with the Bailey family's youngest Taiyu, accompanied by Wang Quan." In the afternoon go buy some daily necessities. Shangjing is not like Songnan, prices are expensive as hell. Right, I'll pay for the money. Chen Mai said with some neat pain. As the captain, how can he show? Captain, Fatty covered it, so there's no need for you to bleed. Lin Chiye cried and laughed when he saw the captain's meaty appearance. Rub. Being rich is good. If you can't buy anything, the intensive training can't avoid getting injured. When the time comes, you come to me to get some medicine. It's definitely better than the ones on the market. Also, take good care of yourself over there, don't lose the face of our 136th squad. If someone bullies you, tell me, I still have some connections in Shangjing, I can shake people to them up. But you can also mention Wang Quan's name appropriately, absolutely useful. Chen Mai was like an old mom, talking in bits and pieces for an hour. Lin Chiye didn't feel bored, instead he was at ease. Go buy food with Hong Ying and the others, we're having hot pot tonight. Go on, go on. Chen Mai waved his hand. Thank you, Captain. Lin Chiye bent down slightly, his tone was sincere. These days, the captain took good care of him. As the sun set in the west, Lin Chiye sat outside the peace office, staring fondly at the reddish sunset in the distant sky. Unconsciously, he smiled, and smiled brightly, but the same faint sadness was mixed between his brows. Is it time to go? As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the old town. Right at this moment, a few silhouettes covered the remnants, and Bailey Chubby's voice rang out. Brother Seven Knights, what are you doing? Lin Chiye looked back and saw that Chubby Bailey was standing with Wang Quan. The duo had come to the banquet. Nothing. Homesick. Wang Quan hit the nail on the head. Cry, cry, men have tears, just not to the sad place. I don't know why, once I think of my vegetable disciple crying, master wants to laugh. Lin Chiye. The faint sadness was stirred up by Wang Quan's maneuvering. Lin Chiye now only wanted to punch someone. Don't be sentimental, wait until we get to Shangjing, I'll treat you to delicious food and spicy drinks. Go go go. Let's eat, Seven Knights. Bailey Fatty put his arm around Lin Chiye's shoulder, and the two of them walked into the peace office together. When they arrived at the office's underground living room, the copper pot was already gurgling with hot air. Chen Mai walked out of the kitchen with freshly cut mutton and greeted the three of them as they sat down. Dinner ended in laughter, very happy, very beautiful. As the moon rose, Lin Chiye stood on the villa's balcony, quietly enjoying the night breeze. Suddenly, the fallen head intruded into his eyes, and he cried out in shock. I'm going. Damn you for scaring people to death in the middle of the night. Want to go home and take a look? Wang Quan asked drunkenly as he held the bottle of wine that was poured but not spilled in one hand. Today, he drank to his heart's content with Zhao Kongcheng, so he purposely didn't sober up, otherwise someone in his realm wouldn't be able to get drunk. Still counting. Without waiting for Lin Chiye to refuse, Wang Quan had already picked him up and set off. Passing through the neon of the city, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the short house in the old town. Lin Chiye froze, standing in front of the door of the house and hesitating. Big man grating. Wang Quan blankly glanced at him and used a little trickery. The door of the room quietly opened. While Lin Chiye wasn't paying attention, he gave the other party a push in. You. Under the soft moonlight, looking at the remembered home, everything was so comforting. It's already good to be able to take another look before leaving. Suddenly, the door to his aunt's room opened. Lin Chiye stood in the living room with anticipation in his eyes but panic in his heart. But to his surprise, his aunt didn't see him, but he was indeed standing in the living room. Thinking of this, he glanced back at Wang Quan who was leaning against the doorframe and pouring wine. It must be this guy's ability. This wasn't some kind of invisibility, but another use of the domain. When the one who entered the domain was someone who possessed spiritual power, Wang Quan could make that person unaffected by the infinite emptiness for a short period of time through a fine operation. The manifestation of this operation was that the person entering the domain could be invisible. Sometimes, kinship was a magical thing. Lin Chiye's aunt froze in place as she looked at the empty living room and asked for no reason, Xiaoqi, is that you? This sentence asked Lin Chiye's eyes and silently nodded. Going home to see, a glance is enough. Chapter 29, Honorary Chief Instructor. The moonlight was like a mother's arms, gently cradling the old city in her arms. Somewhere on the roof of a building, Lin Chiye was sitting on the edge of the rooftop, which happened to be in view of his home. Wang Quan had one hand in his pocket, staring unblinkingly at the distant sky, quietly enjoying a lollipop and letting the evening breeze blow by. Thank you. Lin Chiye suddenly spoke, his tone revealing a hint of sadness. All buddies, what a big deal. Wang Quan waved his hand, full of disinterest. What's wrong? It's not your disciple anymore. Lin Chia exhaled and joked. This one can have it. Good thinking. Lin Chia blankly glanced at Wang Quan. He really wasn't willing to recognize someone about his age as his master. It always felt weird. Oh. I've blown out the awesome anyway. Wang Quan had the look of a dead pig, even a little smug. You. Words choked on his mouth. Lin Chia has never seen a shameless guy like this in his life, but this guy is perfect in every aspect. Really, God is not long-eyed. Don't look at me, I'm just a sheep. The grass smells better because of me. The sky is bluer because of me. The classic ringtone of the phone rang. Lin Chia frowned, spread his hands helplessly, and muttered, when is this one going to change its ringtone? How childish. In the next second, a fist slammed straight into the top of his head. Electric shock like sourness flowed throughout his body. Wang Quan cursed and said, this is called childishness. What do you know? Hey. Who is it? Not sleeping at night, sick. Wang Quan was a little drunk. You want to rebel. How dare you drink during the mission, deduct your salary for a year. Yi Fan wasn't spoiled either, and spoke like thunder, almost like greeting Wang Quan's ancestors. No, that's not right, I'm here on vacation, what's wrong with a small drink? Wang Quan was dumbfounded. Cough cough cough. Yi Fan lightly coughed a few times and his tone became formal. You are hereby appointed as the honorary chief instructor of the 039 Recruit Intensive Training Base. After saying that, its words turned, now there's a mission, who the hell let you drink? Wang Quan sort of reacted. Lao Deng just simply wanted to scold himself. What honorary chief instructor, what do you mean? This year's intensive training has been changed to Songnan City. Oh. Wang Quan wasn't surprised at all because it was inevitable, it was just a matter of notifying sooner or later. Dock the people from the logistics department in a while, they'll be in Songnan at 1 a.m. Yi Fan's tone became serious, he was always like this when talking about official business. Wang Quan glanced at the green water ghost on his wrist. The time was now 9 o'clock in the evening. Location? Around Jinnan Mountain. Roger that. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. Wang Quan turned his head to look at Lin Chia and asked, how do I get to Jinnan Mountain? Lin Chia, what for at night? Picking up someone. Look at your navigation, it should be on the map. Lin Chia felt inexplicable, what kind of person to pick up in the mountains in the middle of the night? Wang Quan clicked on the map. A search was really there, but it was a veritable deep mountain forest. I'll go first. After saying that, he leapt straight down from the rooftop, leaving behind a handsome back, leaving only Lin Chia in the wind. How am I going to go back after you leave? Lin Chia shouted into the air as an afterthought. In Shangjing City, the night watchman intensive training office. A man was lazily lying on a recliner behind his desk, and at the corner of his forehead was an iconic scar in the shape of a cross. Xiaopinga, the captain of the Night's Watch squad based in Shangjing City, squad number 006. Knock knock knock. After a knock on the door, a burly man walked in, glancing at his own captain with countless questions in his eyes. Where is Songnan City? Why isn't it in Shangjing City? All the equipment is here, isn't this asking for trouble? This mighty man with many questions was none other than the chief instructor of this training set and the vice captain of squad 006, Yuan Gang. What? Panicked. Xiaopinga slowly sat up and narrowed his eyes slightly. You can't train in a different place? That's impossible. Yuan Gang shook his head. As for why? I don't know, anyway, it's an order from the top, so let's just carry it out and be done with it. Songnan City well. A small place in the southeast, I remember it's next to Huaihai City. Oh. Then I have to go, the upper echelon is in a hurry. Can you carry it without me, Captain? Hiss. You owe me a beating. Xiaopinga's eyes widened as he slapped a slipper over, but it was easily dodged by Yuan Gang's side. Tisk. Just dodge it. Let me tell you, that kid is also in Songnan, and is still the honorary chief instructor appointed by the commander himself. Who? Yuan Gang looked puzzled. Look at the group. Which group? Who wants to kick King's ass? Xiaopinga spoke quietly. Holy. It's that, daylight, guy. Yuan Gang exclaimed, directly opening the group chat. How lonely is invincible, a selfie of Wang Quan at the top of Jinan Brothers. I am the honorary chief instructor of the current training set, I can't even let anyone worry about taking a vacation, it seems that the organization still trusts me too much. Wang face, lousy is playing with life, why are you on vacation? I wanna blow King's dog's head off Phoenix squad leader. Why? What the hell are you showing off for? Asshole. Whirlpool, brother Quan, when did you go to Sannan? How lonely it is to be invincible, its sister, be gentle or you won't be able to get married. Lao Miang wants to blow up King's dog head, roll. How lonely is invincibility at Swirl, old brother, long gone, a month to deal with so many tasks, I deserve it. Xiaopinga, take care of my little Yuan. How lonely is invincible, when will Gangzi arrive? Yuan Gang. Suddenly kind of wanna quit, what's going on? Captain, I can't beat him. Normal. And I heard that he broke the realm. Ha? This bastard lives too much, is it honorable to make him the chief instructor? It's honor, you should still arrange it however you want. Alas. Yuan Gang let out a long sigh and began to sympathize with the recruits, but he was also a little bit looking forward to it. Wang Quan was good at practicing people. On the following day, the morning light broke through the clouds, the propellers of the heavy-armed helicopters stirred up the beams of light and slowly landed on the tarmac, stirring up a burst of sand and dust. On the other side, several men in military uniforms stood in the gusty wind, heads held high and faces unchanged. The door of the helicopter slowly opened, and Yuan Gang, who was carrying a black box, stepped down from the helicopter. The crowd that had been waiting for a long time saluted in unison and shouted under their breath. Good day, Chief. Yuan Gang walked in big strides, his eyes swept over the surrounding area, a touch of sadness flashed under his eyes as the man was surprisingly not there. Without much thought, he asked. Is the intensive training camp finished building? Report. The intensive training camp was completed at 6 o'clock and is ready for use. Aha! Yuan Gang nodded. In the next second, a loud rumble came from the direction of the intensive training camp, and the crowd was immediately alerted. Chapter 30 New recruits reporting for duty. Enemy attack? Yuan Gang looked into the distance with a frown on his face. After all, there was an invasion of mythical creatures of the immeasurable level in Songnan City a while ago, which forced him to be serious. Especially since the 10 miles around the training camp were all barricaded and guarded with the defense level of a military base, no one else could arrive here except for the recruits who came to set up training. This sudden loud noise made it easy to stress. All, alert! Yuan Gang pressed the black box, and after the straight blade popped out, he drew his sword and rushed towards the intensive training camp. Clang clang clang. The sword resounded in the sky as everyone rushed forward at top speed. On the horizon, a silhouette sat on the ruins, its posture was upright, and its close-fitting uniform outline near perfect muscle lines. Wang Quan? Yuan Gang froze in place, momentarily unable to get his head around it. Yo, Gang. Cough cough. Instructor Yuan, good morning. Wang Quan smiled and waved his hand. In front of the crowd of soldiers, he still had to give Yuan Gang face. What's going on here? Yuan Gang signaled the others to withdraw their straight swords. Wang Quan was right here, external invasion could be ruled out. Alas! Wang Quan let out a long sigh, and after a moment of silence, he explained, the quality of this dormitory building isn't very good, it falls apart when I touch it. With that, he stood up, turned his back to the crowd, and intoned, the new recruits are the future of the vigilantes, the payload of the legacy. For the sake of their safety, I request that the strength of the dormitory building be strengthened. Cough cough. First, get this building up as soon as possible. Today it's time to send out a notice that there might be new recruits reporting for duty. Have you heard Chief Instructor Wang's order? Hurry up and build it for me. Yuan Gang really thought it was a quality problem and turned his head to scold the group. Also, bring me a copy of the list of new recruits. Yes. Yuan Gang took the list and quickly followed Wang Quan. Seeing that no one was around, Yuan Gang removed his serious disguise and said somewhat breathlessly, it couldn't have been your kid who collapsed, could it? Gangzi, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Wang Quan awkwardly kowtowed, I swear it wasn't me. Saying that, Wang Quan held his 3 fingers together and started to swear. Forget it, forget it. It's not bad to strengthen the quality a bit, let's talk about this class of recruits. Yuan Gang changed the topic, he really didn't dare to mess with this one, whoever had been violently beaten up knew. You'd better look at the list first, don't be scared. Wang Quan reminded. How many classes of recruits have I led? Yuan Gang had an unimpressed look on his face, and when he scanned down the list, his brain almost went down, damn it. What the hell is this? The young master of the Bailey family. Divine Agent Lin Chie. Heir to the Bagua Pomen Shinjing, heir to the Majia Gun in Hebei, and an active Special Forces soldier. Tisk, TSK, TSK. There are also 3 of them who possess ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruins. This kind of configuration makes Yuan Gang a little scalp numb. No wonder the higher-ups want to arrange for Daylight Wang Quan to be the honorary chief instructor. Replacing some ordinary instructors may not be able to calm down the scene. When the people arrive, you directly give the recruits a downward spiral. How about it? Yuan Gang revealed a bad smile and spoke slowly. It's fine, I'm afraid I'll demolish the training camp on a whim. How about calling out a special squad to hold down the fort? It's just the right time to let that group of recruits see one of our Night's Watch's highest halls of honor. Yuan Gang's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a good idea. Most importantly, he was really afraid that Wang Quan would demolish the training camp. In fact, collapsing a few buildings was fine, but if he blew up a deep pit and changed the terrain or something, he couldn't handle it. You just need to deter them properly, don't use too much force. Yuan Gang was uneasy and emphasized. Okay. Let's leave the fighting to Wang Free and the others. I'm happy to be free. Wang Quan nodded, he was completely fine with it. The commander had asked him to be this honorary chief instructor more for safety reasons, and for this city, that mythical creature of the limitless realm might just be an appetizer. Outside the Jinnan Mountains. A large off-road vehicle was parked outside the rugged trail. Lin Chiet and Bailey Chubby were each dragging 2 suitcases, silently listening to the chatter of the people in the vehicle. We can't get in ahead, so we'll send you here. Good luck with your intensive training. Chen Mai glanced at the duo and said. Whoever bullies you guys, just call, we'll come over and chop him up. Zhao Kongqing said with concern, this is our 136th territory. Uncle Zhao, we're not a triad, we're a proper organization. Wen Qima let out a bitter smile. That's right, when the time comes, sis will back you 2 up, cheer up and train. Go for it. Good luck. Got it. Lin Chia nodded. Thank you all for taking care of us in the recent period of time. If you have the chance to come to Guangshan in the future, I'll treat you all to a good meal. Ba. Little Fatty was still a bit reluctant to leave. Go on, go on. Get acclimated in advance. Shen Mai waved his hand and urged the 2 to leave. 7 nights. Wait, help me bring something to Wang Quan. Red Tassel pulled out a gift box from her backpack and quickly handed it to Lin Chia. Okay. It won't be a love letter, right? Bailey Chubby asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Honging flushed and shook her head frantically. It's just lollipops la. I see that he quite likes to eat them. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Kongqing Ili began to imitate. I see that he quite likes to eat it. Honging, Uncle Zhao, I want to eat it too. Go buy it yourself. You girl is turning your arm outward, TSK TSK TSK. Uncle Zhao, can you shut up? No one will take you as mute if you don't speak. Honging rolled her eyes. This lollipop was handmade by Sister Honging, I saw her pounding it for days. See, Xiaonan appropriately added. Xiaonan, shut up. Ha 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 ha. Big grin and you still no shame? Amidst the laughter, Lin Chia and Bailey Chubby set off. 20 minutes later, looking at the muddy mountain road that they couldn't see the end of at a glance, Bailey Fatty screamed in agony. 7 nights, take a break. It's hot. I can't. It feels a little bit like I'm going to die. Lin Chia sighed and kept talking, but deliberately slowed down and pulled over one of Bailey Fatty's suitcases with his hand. The moment he pulled the suitcase, his body sank, and then he said without a trace of humor, What have you packed? Gold? Watches? Upon hearing this, Bailey Fatty hemmed and hawed, scratching his head, all of them. Recruit training is a good opportunity to make friends. What about your necessities? There will be someone to send them, don't worry about it. Bleh. Lin Chia immediately dropped the suitcase, you'd better take it yourself. Who's a good person to go to special training and bring gold? 7 nights, help. Bailey Chubby hugged one of Lin Chia's thighs, crying and begging. I'm going to die of exhaustion. Meanwhile, in the military barrier outside the training camp, a soldier with binoculars frowned, a little confused by the complexity of the situation. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up his walkie-talkie and began to report. Discovered someone approaching ahead. Report the specifics. A little fat guy is hugging the thigh of a high school-looking boy. As soon as these words came out, an exclamation of surprise came from the other end of the intercom. Ha! Chapter 31 The Gift. This is deep in the mountains, you think it's a play? Don't joke around during work hours, or wait for confinement. The end of the intercom gave the soldier a scolding. Sir, I'm not joking. Now that skinny, tall male high school student pushed the little fatty out of the way. I think it's the new recruit. A 10-mile sentry post, ordinary people can't get through. Not long after, several military SUVs drove out of the barracks and headed in the direction of Lin Chia and Bailey Chubby. The sun was shining brightly and the air was hot and twitchy. At this moment, Bailey Chubby's entire body was soaked. 7 nights, do you think there's air conditioning in the barracks? No. Lin Chia turned his head and blankly glanced at Bailey Fatty. You think you're on vacation? Saying this, he lifted the 4 suitcase pulls in his hands. Then the fan blay? This isn't too much to ask for, right? Just shut up. Or else people will arrest you later. Lin Chia glared at Chubby Bailey, then let out a long sigh. In the next second, the roar of an engine sounded in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the duo was surrounded in the SUV, surrounded by soldiers with loaded guns. 7 nights, you crow's mouth. Bailey Chubby whooshed behind Lin Chia and weakly spat. I just wanted to blow on the fan. The officer in charge came to the duo with quick steps and asked with a serious face, what kind of person? Lin Chia pushed Bailey Chubby away and replied without being condescending, new recruit, Lin Chia. Saying this, he elbowed Chubby Bailey, who had the afterthought to dabble and jumped out, new recruit, Bailey Tu Ming. The officer looked at the duo skeptically, his tone somewhat incredulous. The notice was just sent out a few hours ago, you guys are so fast? Songnan locals. I'm on vacation in Songnan. Documents. Here. After checking the documents, the officer waved at the duo, get in the car. Buzz. The buggy splashed a large amount of dirt, and the duo enjoyed the slight cool breeze brought by the speed. The buggy stopped at the entrance of the training camp, and the officer pointed to the gate in front and said, go in yourself. Lin Chia and Bailey Chubby stood side by side in front of the barracks' massive iron gates. Looking up, the large red letters emphasized the majesty. 039 Recruit Intensive Training Base. Here was where they were about to spend a year. Not a moment later, a person walked out from behind the door. Bailey Chubby's eyes lit up and he ran forward with gusto. Brother Quan, so you're here. Did you miss me? Wang Quan frowned and gave a slap to Bailey Chubby to jerk him off. He coughed a few times and said in a serious manner, I am the honorary chief instructor of this training set. When I work, I call my position. Don't bite a brother sister up. No. No, Brother Quan. Set on the ground, Bailey Chubby lifted his arm with difficulty, still calling him by his name. You can also be an instructor? Is the Night Watchman a proper organization or not? Lin Chia was greatly shaken. He had already asked this question for I don't know how many times. Cough cough cough, Lin Chia, we're very proper, don't ask this question in the future. Oh. You're the only one who's immodest. Lin Chia had a look of sudden realization. The instructors following by the side looked at me and me at you with shocked faces. Just how fierce was this chief instructor Wang? The title of White God of Death wasn't blown out of proportion, and this teenager still dared to scold him. He was simply a ruthless person. Let's go. I'll take you two to familiarize yourself with the barracks. The others should do whatever they want. Yes. The instructors dispersed, and Lin Chia and Bailey Chubby followed behind Wang Quan left and right as they silently walked inside. The interior of the training camp was very large, and the buildings weren't the kind of temporary model houses, they were all buildings solidified with unknown materials. From afar, a block of tall buildings looked like large leeks growing out of the ground. The ground had a strict functional division, where to go people, where to go cars, all kinds of landmarks, clear, strangers would not get lost even if they came here. I remember there isn't any construction around here at all. Just how long have you guys been stealing construction? Lin Chia suddenly opened his mouth and asked somewhat incredulously. Construction started last night and was completed at 6 in the morning. Wang Quan explained. I'll go. What kind of speed is this? The speed of gathering a country's power. Never underestimate the Night Watch's logistics department. Awesome. Lin Chia couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Quan, does the dormitory have air conditioning? Have it your ass, you think you're here to camp? Hearing the little fatty's question, Wang Quan's mouth twitched and backhanded him with a violent chestnut. Training ground, canteen, theory classroom, maneuverability teaching ground, shooting range. Wang Quan led the duo through all the places they could go, during which Lin Xiye had a small change of heart towards Wang Quan, as every instructor passing by would salute Wang Quan with a respectful face. He could tell that the respect for Wang Quan in the eyes of others was genuine. "I thought you were one of those guys that everyone shouts at." Lin Xiye spat out jokingly. "What do you mean, kid? Oh, a beating, don't you?" Wang Quan twisted his head and glared at Lin Xiye, then laughed badly. When the trio passed by the supply station, everyone looked at Lin Xiye almost in unison, not avoiding it in the slightest. Their eyes were practically as if they were seeing a giant panda. "Eh? Why are they looking at me like that?" "Because you're my Wang Quan's disciple." "Bull." "Okay. Because you're an agent of the gods." "Huh? I'm the only divine agent in the entire training camp, wasn't there one before?" Lin Xiye was even more puzzled. It was logical that with so many gods, there should always be ones that supported humans or were neutral. There was. The current captain of the Mask squad is the last agent who walked out. That's right, he still has the forbidden object in his hand that our family gave him. Bailey Chubby added. Then the king's right you guys didn't send? That. Brother Quan snatched one of my family's townhouse treasures. Halfway through his words, Wang Quan handed over a nuclear good look, and Chubby Bailey hurriedly changed his words. "It's chopping white, that shows Brother Quan, just like those artifacts in those graphic novels that would recognize their owners." Wang Quan nodded with a pleased face. Chatting away, the dormitory area was close at hand. Without these two people looking for it, Wang Quan directly brought the duo to a dormitory that sat north to south and had the best lighting. "This place is the best, you two live here. I'll ask someone to register you at that time. After all the introductions that should be made, enjoy the life of the training camp. Come to think of it, this place is quite nice." A light flashed in Wang Quan's eyes, a nostalgia. "Wait, there's one more thing." Lin Xiye called out to Wang Quan and opened a suitcase, taking out jars. "This is?" "A jar of lollipops handmade by Sister Hong Ying. She asked me to bring it to you." Lin Xiye explained. "Oh. I'll turn around and thank her." The two of them were calm, as if they hadn't realized the true meaning. On the side, Bailey Chubby let out a long sigh, helplessly holding his forehead, and muttered, "Alas. 2 straight male cancers, wasted." Chapter 32, The Tugging Teenager. "Brother Quan, listen to me." For the sake of Wang Quan's happiness, Bailey Chubby decided to step forward. "Say that, you don't just thank you need to show it, like sending a bouquet of roses, buying a pretty dress, and by the way, complimenting Sister Hong Ying's craftsmanship." "Need to be so troublesome?" Wang Quan cocked his head and seemed to be thinking seriously. "Listening to me is definitely right." "Oh." Wang Quan nodded, and after he left the barracks, Lin Xiye spoke quietly. "That, Quan. Cough cough. Dead white hair is always helping everyone train. Is it possible that Sister Red Tassel is thanking her for this?" Bailey Chubby? The piece of human feelings, the duo was indeed inferior to Chubby Bailey, who liked to give gifts. "Sister Hong Ying likes Brother Quan, don't you think so? Isn't it usually just people joking about her? She's never admitted it." Lin Xiye explained in a serious manner, not even saying it in person. How can it be counted? "Alas." Bailey Chubby looked up at the ceiling at 45 degrees and sighed. 7 nights, sometimes, it doesn't have to be said in person because. TSK. How can I say it? Some people get shy in front of the person they like. "Oh." Lin Xiye nodded. After packing up the dormitory, Bailey Chubby sat paralyzed on the bedpan and complained, "No, where are my living supplies? Where's my soft bedding? How are you going to send it in?" 7 nights had been puzzled. He had long ago advised Bailey Chubby to go to the supply station to receive a set of bedding, and this one froze and waited for it to be delivered from home. "I don't know. Anyway, I spoke to Pops before I came here, and he said he would send someone to deliver it. I think you'd better go to the supply station for another set." Lin Xiye suggested. "The instructors will probably refine you to death if you make it special. Like making you run 10,000 laps a day or something like that." Upon hearing this, Bailey Chubby sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly ran out of the dormitory. 7 nights, why didn't you say so earlier? I don't want to run 10,000 laps, it'll kill me." Lin Xiye smiled helplessly and bitterly. He was just exaggerating. "Forget it. Fatty is just a bit lacking in heart, alas." On a high building in the distance, a group of instructors quietly watched Lin Xiye and Fatty Bailey's every move. "It doesn't feel right. An instructor named Hong Hao suddenly spoke up. These two dangerous people are getting along too harmoniously. That's right. An agent, a god, or the king of angels. A young master of the Bailey family, pampered from a young age. Shouldn't they more or less carry a bit of pride in them? It's like. This instructor didn't continue, but still unconsciously glanced at Wang Quan. That's called self-confidence for me, what do you know? Wang Quan blared at him. Hey! I am worshipping you. The instructor scratched his head and said naively. Yuan Gang swept a glance at the crowd and slowly spoke. There are no two identical leaves in this world. Identity and background is one aspect, but character is the leaf. You can't look at people on the surface. Don't you think so, Chief Teacher Wang? Ha! The two of them have known each other for a long time. They've been together for a month. Wang Quan decisively demolished the stage. But you're right, these two are really good. They must be exercised ruthlessly. When it came to Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby, the corner of Wang Quan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Chief Instructor Wang, do you have any high tips for exercising new recruits? Life and death. Wang Quan said without hesitation. The rest of the instructors were dumbfounded. How do you mean time speed? For example, let all the people run around the training ground, throw a Chuan realm mythological creature behind them to chase after them, and if they run slowly, they will die. At these words, the crowd gulped and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Just run laps. The new recruits are just a bunch of dolls who are new to the Marigold realm, Chuan realm mythical creatures and all, too ruthless. That's right, in the intensive training camp, their forbidden ruins are suppressed, they're just ordinary people. Seeing this, Wang Quan waved his hand full of unconcern. It doesn't matter, with me here, a breath can be saved. And you can't just watch them go to their deaths, just punish them severely if they get caught up. Sounds good to me, just life and death. Yuan Gang nodded. I'll immediately ask the headquarters to ship an Speedy Chuan realm mythical creature. Chief Teacher Yuan, why even you? The mythological creature can just be replaced with a Gen realm. Someone suggested. There's no need to say, the more the form is in crisis, the harder it is to train people. There are a lot of demons in this class, so it's not a big deal to change the training method. Go. Meeting. Wang Quan waved his hand and the crowd left the rooftop. In the dormitory, Lin Xie and Bailey Chubby glanced at each other, and they almost spoke in unison. You also have a little spine chill? Aha. Bailey Chubby nodded frantically. On the way back from collecting the bedding, he felt something was wrong. It felt like there were many pairs of eyes staring at him. At 11 o'clock at night, Wang Quan swaggered out of the training camp. His brain was about to explode after thinking about the contents of the day's special training in hell. Looking at the distant sky, he muttered to himself, returning gifts or something, let's talk about it tomorrow. There shouldn't be any flower stores open at this point. A minute later, Wang Quan arrived in the city and casually found a restaurant. The boss was a middle-aged uncle, wearing a white chef's uniform with a big belly. Boss, give me a deluxe super unbeatable set fried rice. Ha? My house doesn't have the set meal you're talking about. The boss was a bit confused and smiled apologetically. Just put whatever is expensive in there, it's not bad. When these words came out, the boss's eyes lit up. It's a big customer. Okay. You wait. Not a moment later, the back kitchen wafted out a burst of neat flavor. Right at this moment, 4 teenagers dragging suitcases walked into the restaurant. The leader seems to be the boss of the 4. He is wearing a black duck tongue cap upside down. The right side of his face is plastered with band-aids. His body is thin and tall, and he is wearing torn jeans. Wang Quan curiously sized up the teenager and then kept staring, his whole body revealing a tugging air. The teenager noticed Wang Quan's gaze and glared at him viciously, then let out a vicious statement. What are you looking at? Never seen a living person before. After saying that, the teenager rushed to the back kitchen and shouted, Boss, come with 4 servings of egg fried rice. Okay, wait a moment. The 4 teenagers were sitting far away from Wang Quan, excluding the tugging teenager. The other 3 were also looking at Wang Quan curiously. Brother Shin, why is that person's hair white? And he's the only one eating in the middle of the night, he looks lonely. Shut your mouth, don't just talk about people. The tugging teenager made a move to knock his little brother's head. I was wrong. After saying that, Bean Jr. took another look and then exclaimed, I'm going. That white hair is gone. Just then, Wang Quan's voice sounded quietly from behind him. Junior, is he looking for me? Chapter 33 Rose. Ghosts. Bean Jr. whooshed and popped up, shrieking in terror. You're sick. The tugging teenager gave Wang Quan a blank look. That said, it's so late and you guys are carrying luggage, and you don't look like locals. Young age, did you run away from home? Or came out to work? Wang Quan casually took a stool and sat beside the four and asked. His tone had a tone of an elder. In fact, he was the one who sensed the stronger than average spiritual power in the trio and guessed that the four should be recruits participating in the intensive training. None of your business. The tugging teenager was a bit impatient and tried to restrain himself from making a move. Meeting his fate, let me treat you guys to dinner. Wang Quan smiled faintly, not waiting for a few people to refuse. He shouted towards the back kitchen, "Boss, change those 4 egg fried rice into the deluxe version as well." Okay. A few people wait. No, you people are sick. The tugging teenager really couldn't stand it and cursed. Are we very familiar? Who wants your treat? We don't lack money. As soon as the teenager's words fell, the naive teenager added in a low voice, Brothershin, we spent a lot on staying at the hotel, so we do lack money. Seeing. Demolished by his little brother, the tugging teenager frowned, slightly embarrassed. I'm sure you guys will get to know me soon. Wang Quan patted the tugging teenager's shoulder, his tone mysterious. Not long after, 5 portions of deluxe fried rice were served. If you guys don't want to eat it, just throw it away. Wang Quan picked up his chopsticks and reminded. He could see that the tugging teenager was a bit stubborn, or an arrogant one. Brothershin, throwing it away wastes food. Brothershin, there's still big lobster G in the rice. Brothershin, let's eat. After sitting in the car all day, I'm going to starve to death. The 3 little brothers had a soft meal, and the tugging teenager nodded helplessly although he was extremely reluctant, except that he himself didn't move his chopsticks. Instead, he walked over to Wang Quan's side. How much? I'll give you the 3 of them's share, I don't need to eat myself. No need, if I say I'll treat you guys, I'll never charge you. Wang Quan was seeing that it wasn't easy for the 4 little kids to make a trip running around before he invited them to eat. How much do these cost in total? The tugging teenager was unforgiving and insisted on paying. He also knew it was tiring to run around, so he didn't mind if his brothers had a good meal. I don't know. I'm leaving. Wang Quan pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The tugging teenager froze in place for a long time. This guy is so strong. What the hell does he do? He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, quite shocked that just for a moment, that oppressive force was simply chilling. The tugging teenager didn't understand, not being a relative, why did this white hair invite them to dinner? The next day, Wang Quan left the door early and went straight to the best flower store in Sangnan city center. Boss, get me a bouquet of flowers, the best, the most expensive, and the best looking. Wang Quan's request was simple and rough, the main one was not bad. The owner of the flower store was a gentle and considerate-looking woman. She put down the trimmed bouquet, twisted her head to look at the guest and politely asked, "May I ask who you are planning to send this flower to?" "My friend." At this, the owner smiled and continued, "Is it a man or a woman?" "A girl. About my age. She gave me a jar of handmade candies, and I plan to return the favor." "I see." The boss's wife revealed an intriguing light smile and instantly suggested, "How about roses?" "Boss, you watch and give, I don't know much about flowers." "Okay, then a bunch of roses." Soon, the boss's wife took a bouquet of delicate roses and handed it to Wang Quan. The bouquet was heart-shaped, wrapped by an exquisite white coat and tied with a light pink ribbon. "This gentleman, please make sure to tell your friend that this bouquet is 99 flowers." "Why?" Wang Quan was confused and puzzled. 99, for a long time, for good luck. The boss's wife sighed without a trace, thinking that this gentleman really doesn't understand oh so much. A girl's handmade candy already says a lot. Fine, I know. Scan the code. The collection code is at the counter." After giving the money, Wang Quan walked out of the flower store holding the roses, and the boss's wife, with an anti-smile on her face, wished, "Good luck to this gentleman." Got it. Peace Firm, underground living room. The people of Squad 136 were sitting casually, everyone doing their favorite things and relaxing. Just then, a crisp footstep sounded outside the living room, and the crowd glanced at each other, already guessing who the person was. Even the sound of footsteps carried confidence. Besides Wang Quan, who had suddenly disappeared, who else could it be? Wang Quan walked into the living room holding a bouquet of heart-shaped roses, and the crowd froze, only to hear a snapping sound as the lance in Hong Ying's hand fell to the ground. Her heartbeat accelerated and a blush bloomed on her face like a rose. The rest of the people immediately put down the work in their hands and stared unblinkingly at Wang Quan, who was walking towards Red Coma. "Thank you for the candy, it's delicious. This bunch of roses is for you." "Ah." Hong Ying's eyes widened, her small white hand hanging in mid-air, hesitant to take it. Her heart was even more pleasantly surprised. "Right, I still have one more thing to say." Wang Quan remembered the words of the flower store owner's wife. At this moment, the eyes of all the people in Squad 136 were not normally wide. Everyone held their breath, as if they wanted to witness a miracle. Heart-shaped red roses, could it be a marriage proposal? This was their common expectation. "There are 99 flowers in this bouquet, I wish you a long life." When these words came out, Red Coma let out a light eek and gaped. "Wish you a long time. You." In an instant, the folds in the cerebral cortex of the rest of the people in Team 136 seemed to be instantly smoothed out, and it felt as if they had returned to the primitive era all of a sudden. Wishing a person a long time didn't mean cursing you to be alone for the rest of your life. "Holy." Zhao Kongqing was the first to speak. "Holy, idiot." Si Xiaonan was about to die of anger. "Alas, young people." Chen Mai let out a long sigh. "Lang Xian, brother Quan, awesome." It was Wang Quan's turn to be confused. He felt that he had a problem. It was clearly just a return gift. Hong Ying received the flowers, and the rest of the crowd continued to do their own thing, the loss of not being able to eat the melon written in their eyes. Who knew that Wang Quan spoke again? "Can I ask you a question?" He scratched his head a little embarrassed. In the eyes of outsiders that meant he was a little shy. But it also meant that there was still drama, and the sense of anticipation was back, even more so than at the beginning. "WH? What's the problem?" Red Rouge hugged the flower, her little brain drooping into it, her voice surprisingly small for a normally big-headed girl, her shy tone adding a bit of cuteness. "Don't hit me if you ask," Wang Quan emphasized. "Aha." Hong Ying nodded. "What's your circumference?" "Put." Before Red Tassel could answer, Si Xiaonan sprayed the juice he had drunk until he was drunk. The rest of the people's faces froze with a faintly dead sense of powerlessness. The living room was quiet. Chapter 34, Mask, and Wang Quan. Wang Quan asked for the 3 circumferences in order to buy a dress for Hong Ying. He listened to little Fatty's advice, bought flowers and compliments have been done, just one more to send a dress. But buying a dress is about size, at least in Wang Quan's opinion. The silence remained as he looked around and explained, "So what?" I just wanted to give Red Tassel a skirt as a return gift. What kind of expressions do you all have?" The crowd still didn't say anything, they just looked at the little cutie. Like expression, normal people which open their mouth to ask girls 3 circumference, pure stink rogue. The Red Tassel lowered her little brain, the top of her head kept having hot air floating up. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up with a miso, and stuck to Wang Quan's ear and mumbled a few low words. When this came down, her face turned even redder, and she ran out of the living room without looking back. Wang Quan lightly coughed a few times, the tip of his nose still lingered with a faint residual scent, the red-tasseled person's circumference, he remembered. "Bye. Come find me at the training camp if you have something to do. I'm going to work." Leaving a few sentences lightly, he hurriedly left. In many aspects, Wang Quan was perfect, except for the peace of love between men and women, which was sluggish as hell. But the 3 sets of numbers that kept drifting through his mind made him a little shy, and on second thought, it was himself who had put the cart before the horse. He also did not know why he did that kind of rude thing. After leaving the office, Wang Quan first went to the mall to buy a pure white dress for Hong Ying, and then rushed to the villa without stopping. Standing outside the villa, looking from afar, Hong Ying was practicing her gun, and under that delicate figure, valor and delicacy blended together appropriately. The tip of the gun passed through the golden beam of light, and the young girl's inadvertent glance back was the one who broke into her heart. Plop plop plop. When the mind was in turmoil, the gun's momentum changed, and it lost its center of gravity. Seeing this, Wang Quan instantly arrived and held Red Tassel in his arms, softly reminding. "It's good not to be distracted by practicing your gun." Red Coma hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. "Go in and sit down?" Red Coma shrunk in look away's arms and suggested. "Yes." "Then. You put me down." "Sorry, wasn't paying attention." Wang Quan then realized that he was still holding someone else. He quickly turned his head to the side and gently put down Red Tassel. The fresh scent that belonged solely to the young girl wrapped around the tip of his nose. Logically speaking, people after strenuous exercise should always carry some sweaty odor, but Wang Quan only smelled a peculiar fragrance. You smell good. Smelling, he suddenly came up with this sentence. Ah. Hong Ying was puzzled, then sniffed his arm. How can I say, sour, it's time to take a shower. The next moment, as if realizing something, she said somewhat shyly, if you want to compliment a girl, you shouldn't do it at a time like this, you just finished exercising, how can you say it smells good? No. Wang Quan replied categorically, it's the truth, you smell good. Ah. Hong Ying suddenly turned around, almost sticking together with Wang Quan, and both of them froze as they gazed into each other's eyes. In fact, Hong Ying just wanted Wang Quan to smell it seriously, it didn't smell good at all. I didn't expect it to cause this kind of result. Her heart was beating so fast. Wang Quan heard it clearly. No, it's me, my heartbeat is not slow. Wang Quan reacted with hindsight and hastily took a step back. Hong Ying squinted her eyes slightly, looked at Wang Quan with a smile, and asked in a feigned calm manner, how is it? Doesn't smell good, does it? Fragrant. One word, one firm look, like the arrow of Cupid, the god of love, steadily shot into Hong Ying's heart. She stood on her tiptoes and turned around in a gyroscopic silky turn, her back to Wang Quan. The pretty little face is dipped in a touch of sunset red. Walking into the living room, Hong Ying quickly rushed to the kitchen, asking as she walked, what to drink? Coke. Here. She pulled open the refrigerator and tossed Wang Quan a bottle of happy water. By the way, this dress is for you. See if it fits? Wang Quan handed over the bag, and Hong Ying was a little surprised that he really wanted to buy a skirt by asking for a circumference. If you want to give it away, don't you just take me to the mall? Next time for sure. Wang Quan nodded. After all, he bought things with a clear purpose, usually from entering the mall to shopping no more than 20 minutes. No, look, it's a pure white dress. You have a good figure, I feel it will look good on you. Wang Quan added, of course, he was being honest. Thanks. Hong Ying's hand clutching the bag tightened. Wang Quan had complimented her many times today, and her heart was so happy that it took off. Why don't I wear it for you to see? That's fine. Wait for me to take a shower first. Hong Ying winded up and ran into the bathroom. Wang Quan sat on the sofa, the Coke had just been unscrewed when the bell rang. Hello? Come back quickly, something's wrong. Yuan Gang's tone was serious, something should have happened. Wang Quan glanced in the direction of the bathroom and shouted, Hong Ying, I have something urgent, I'll be sure to look next time. See you later. As soon as the words fell, the sound of clattering water disappeared, followed by the sound of clattering running. Red Ruffian slammed open the bathroom door and asked with some loss, is it urgent? It should be. Wang Quan only said half of his words, then immediately turned around with a red face, because Hong Ying was naked, her long wet hair resting on her chest, but not completely covered. In an instant, his mind was filled with white blossoms. Cough, cough, cough. You're not wearing any clothes. Wang Quan reminded. Ha? Ouch. Ah. Sorry. Bang. The bathroom door was slammed shut, and Red Tassel's trembling voice floated out, next. Next time. I really didn't mean it. I'm the one who saw you naked, you don't have to apologize. The cell phone hadn't hung up yet. Yuan Gang heard his old face redden while there was the sound of laughter from a few people in the mask squad. He hurriedly interrupted the two, you two stop chatting, there are still outsiders around. Wang Quan calmed down and spoke in a calm tone, Gangzi, you better really have something urgent. Yuan Gang seemed to see shocking waves after these words, and his heart pulled out of his chest. There was definitely an emergency, but it might not be that urgent. Someone is injured, come and heal them. Who? Maelstrom. Good. Make him wait, I'll break his legs. Brother Quan, why? Swirl's puzzled voice rang out, I came here in a hurry to support you, you can't do this to me. Idiot, you're interrupting someone's world of two. Chance's grumpy voice rang out, scolding without a good reason. Ha? No, if a straight man of steel like Quan can have a girlfriend, I'd rather believe that the outer gods have struck. Maelstrom was still his usual self, mouthing off and his tone was a match for the usual Wang Quan. Bastard, wait for me. Captain, save my dog's life. I don't care, you're on your own. Wang Nian shook his head, his tone sounding a bit gloating. Woo woo. I was wrong, Brother Quan. Wait until I break your other intact arm. Wang Quan let out a harsh word and left the villa cursing. The good atmosphere was all ruined by the mask E group. Chapter 35, The Undertaker. Under the sunlight, the majestic towering gate glowed with a metallic luster, and 7 people clad in grey cloaks and carrying black boxes stood outside the training camp. "Captain, you must stop Brother Quan later, he beats people to death for real." The person wearing a swirling mask had trembling lips and teeth, his bright eyes were filled with the desire to survive, his right arm was still wrapped in bandages. "It's okay." The man wearing the king mask spoke in a flat tone, "He can cure you." At these words, the sky collapsed on Maelstrom, and underneath the mask was a hopeless despair. Right at this moment, a flash of silver streaming light appeared on the horizon in surprise, and from afar, it looked like a comet. In the next moment, Wang Quan steadily stopped in front of Wang Mian, and the two of them glanced at each other, simultaneously reaching out to shake each other, and almost in unison, they said, "Long time no see. Brother Quan." The man wearing the scales mask stepped forward and greeted him cordially. "Hello Brother Quan, hey." Swirl smiled and walked forward, "Since it's been so long, don't beat me up. The beating is you." Wang Quan glared at him and said without a trace of anger, Brother Quan, what does your girlfriend look like? Is it good looking? How did you two meet? How old is she?" The girl wearing the rose mask was full of gossip, itching to ask 100 questions. That's right, it's not gossip, just pure curiosity." The man in the scales mask coughed lightly, a serious man trying to eat his melon. "I think it's that girl who's chasing after Quan, or else he'd be single for life with his level of head iron." The man wearing a crescent mask stroked his non-existent glasses and analyzed seriously. Cough cough cough. "Honestly, I'm also quite curious." King Face, who was the captain, followed the rhythm of his teammates. 7 pairs of looking eyes looked at Wang Quan's scalp as he explained, "That's my friend." Then, he told the crowd the cause and effect. "I'm going. That girl called Red Tassel is definitely interested in you, get a grip, there's no store after this village." As the same girl, Rose hit the nail on the head. Wang Quan nodded and said with a calm face, "I know, but I don't. Forget it, let's not talk about this first. Talk about the intensive training camp, that's the purpose of calling you here." "Oh. Totally forgot what an honorary chief instructor you are. Let's go, the conference room is in detail, Yuan Gang is waiting." Wang Mian nodded. When Wang Quan passed by Maelstrom, he healed his arm with reversal technique style in passing. It was already noon after the business talk, and Wang Quan and Wang Mian walked through the training camp, chatting about the past. "Is it too early for me to meet him?" Wang Mian asked. "Same divine agent, let's get acquainted." Wang Quan put his hands behind his head and leisurely walked ahead. "You're still the same, thinking of one thing at a time. You don't understand, this is called." Without waiting for Wang Quan to finish, Wang Mian naturally picked up, "It's called freedom." Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being buddies who have hunted down the ancient god church together. Wang Quan laughed and passed on, striding forward. Soon, the duo arrived in front of Lin Chia's dormitory door. "Little knight, in or out?" Hearing this address, Wang Mian's mouth twitched, but he wasn't surprised. "Something wrong? Aren't you an instructor? So idle all day?" Complaints came before the door opened. The moment he opened the door, Lin Chia locked onto Wang Mian with a glance. He didn't recognize this masked guy, but unexpectedly felt familiar because divine might wouldn't lie. They were both divine agents. Wang Mian similarly sized up Lin Chia before introducing himself. "Hello, Michael's agent, you can call me Wang Mian. I'm a friend of your master." "Whom? Who is my master?" Lin Chia frowned and glanced at Wang Quan. Cough cough. "Teaching you for a month, how does that not count?" Wang Quan's power had blown out of the water and hurriedly gave Lin Chia a wink. "That counts as a teacher at best, it's not the same as a master." Lin Chia completely ignored Wang Quan and corrected. "Not bad. Being able to make this person suffer, I'm optimistic about you." Wang Mian spoke in a much more cordial voice. It wasn't true that he and Wang Quan shared a lifelong friendship, but their usual mode of getting along was more like detrimental friends. "Regarding the agent side of things, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." "Thanks." Lin Chia nodded. After chatting for a few moments, Wang Quan and Wang Mian left the dormitory. Afternoon. Lin Chia changed into his uniform and looked at the clinically huffing and puffing Chubby Bailey as he shouted, "Don't sleep, it's time to gather." Chubby Bailey. Fatty. Dead fat. Bailey Fatty was still snoring to the heavens, just as if he had installed a signal blocker. Lin Chia let out a long sigh, slapped him across the face, and said in a bad humor, "Time to gather." "Ah. It's time to eat?" Bailey Chubby sat up sleepily and said vaguely. "Eat a few heads, it's time to gather. Get dressed." Glaring at Chubby Bailey, Lin Chia walked straight towards the training ground. These two were almost the last to arrive at the training ground, so they could only stand in the back row. The recruits stood casually, they couldn't be said to be lopsided, they could only be said to be out of order, even talking, laughing, and jostling. Those who knew it was an intensive training camp, those who didn't thought it was some kind of vegetable market. Far away on the high platform, more than 20 instructors stand straight, each upright like a pine, imposing. Wang Quan and Yuan Gang stood at the front, one looking calm and loved ones, one looking fierce. Looking at the disorganized recruits, Yuan Gang had a stern face, he and Wang Quan exchanged glances, the latter nodded and stepped forward. "Shut up." The moment Wang Quan opened his mouth, an invisible pressure spread across the entire training ground, and the unsuspecting recruits screamed out, the vast majority of them face to face with Mother Earth. The world went quiet. A handful of people stood amongst the sprawled-out crowd with gritted teeth, and they looked towards the high platform in unison. Silver hair disturbed with the wind, Wang Quan stared unblinkingly at the crowd, his voice was not loud, but it was incomparably clear into everyone's ears, domineering and condescending. "Rookies, my name is Wang Quan, and I am the honorary chief instructor of this recruit training camp. Of course, you guys definitely haven't heard of this name, I also have a code name, Daylight." At these words, some of the recruits who were almost pressed into the ground desperately raised their heads as they wanted to see what Wang Quan looked like. Every night watchman adored special squads, let alone Daylight, who was a one-man is a squad. "Are you guys only worthy of looking up to me? A bunch of dirt-eating losers, don't look up, stand up for me. In the name of the chief instructor of the training camp, I give the first task of this training." Saying this, Wang Quan paused for a moment and raised his volume and shouted, "Stand up. Don't act like cowards. Of course, if you guys are losers, obediently lie down." Chapter 36, Mask, Entry. Wang Quan's words echoed in the large training ground, he was right, what was it if he couldn't overcome this little difficulty if he wasn't a waste? "Ah! I'm not a waste." The recruits gritted their teeth and retorted loudly, every session that could come to participate in the intensive training were geniuses in the true sense of the word, and the vast majority of geniuses must have pride that belonged to them, they would never allow others to insult them as trash. The pressure released by Wang Quan was just right, he would not intentionally make things difficult for this group of recruits, but there was no doubt that the process of standing up was extremely painful. Crackling bones rattled out, severe pain spread throughout the body, and every movement was like countless needles piercing through the body. "It's a bit painful, but it's not that exaggerated." Looking at his comrades who were wailing non-stop, Bailey Fatty looked at Lin Chia in disbelief, he was an ordinary person and one of the few ordinary people standing. "You've experienced hellish training, it's not like they have." Lin Chia gave him a blank look, just thinking about hell training was a bit of a head-scratcher. The feeling of being chased by a bunch of bloodthirsty mythical creatures was annoying. Time passed by minute, and the screams rose and fell, never stopping. Gradually, some people struggled to stand up, even though they were already so tired that their clothes were soaked in sweat, even though they were grimacing in pain, even though they still had to endure the stabbing pain. Seeing this scene, the instructor on the martial arts stage was gratified, but did not express it too much. This group of geniuses were the future of the vigilantes, the more resilient they were, the stronger the vigilantes would be. 2 hours later, everyone stood up. Everyone stared at Wang Quan with burning eyes as they waited for a reply. "Very well. You guys are not trash." Wang Quan nodded in satisfaction, then his words changed, "But you guys are geniuses?" "Perhaps. To spend 2 hours on something as simple as just standing up, if it were me, I would be ashamed. Of course, this is who you are now, in a year, you'll be new. Then, congratulations on completing my first mission." After saying that, Wang Quan took a step back while lifting the pressure, his mission was accomplished, giving the new recruits a downward spiral and making them realize their shortcomings, but this was obviously not enough. Yuan Gang stepped forward, his eyes swept across the room, his neutral voice rang out, "All stand still, who told you to relax?" "But we've already completed Instructor Wang's mission." "That's right, it hurts." Those who were unconvinced in their hearts boldly retorted. "Pain? You guys have only completed a trivial test, what qualifications do you have to scream? You may be geniuses, possessing skills that boast your peers, powerful forbidden ruins, incredible abilities. But this merely proves that you are not trash. Yuan Gang raised his voice, his mountain-like aura pressing over the crowd, which had been honed on the battlefield, between life and death. Remember, from the moment you enter the intensive training camp, you only have one identity. It's the new recruits. It's rookies. If you're not even rookies, you're just trash that's a little better than trash. When faced with a mystery, you will only drag your teammates down and get yourself killed. Don't be complacent because you've accomplished a small mission. You are far, very far from becoming a true point vigilante. Yuan Gang's thunderous voice echoed in everyone's ears. Some people were puzzled, some people looked at each other coldly, and some people fell into deep thought. Standing on the high platform, the expressions of all the people were captured in their eyes. Most of them were cold. This effect was the result that the instructors wanted. Yuan Gang raised his eyebrows and asked, "What, not convinced, rookies?" He emphasized the word rookie with a heavier tone. There was no need to answer, the answer was already clear. That's right, not convinced, I'm a genius, just not convinced. It's good to be unconvinced, it's only when you realize the gap that you can wake up. Do you believe it or not, in your state, even if you're in a higher realm, you're still just high realm trash. In the face of a true expert, you won't last more than a round. Believe it or not? At this moment, the vast majority of the new recruits had their anger values drawn to full capacity, and their eyes were practically spitting fire. I don't believe it. A tugging teenager shouted, wearing his cap backwards, his uniform top open, chewing bubblegum in his mouth, his eyes full of disdain. Glaring at Yuan Gang, the tugging teenager's gaze rested on Wang Quan. He didn't think that Whitehair's words of "we'll meet again soon" were true. Great. What's your name? Shin Qingzhu. In fact, Wang Quan noticed him a long time ago. How can I say it after putting on the uniform? This kid's performance was simply a military gangster, but he always felt that something was not right. The stronger the person tends to be, the more they are hiding something. Sometimes, what you see with your eyes may not be true. Anyone else? I'm not convinced. Me too. That's right, I'm not trash. With someone like Shin Qingzhu taking the lead, the number of people who were unconvinced increased. When Bailey Chubby looked at the people around him, and then looked at Wang Quan on the stage, he sympathized with them and muttered helplessly, "Brother Quan is standing up there, you have to coil even if it's a dragon, and you have to lie down even if it's a tiger." I actually think you have a point. Lin Chiye said back approvingly. Other than Wang Quan, a strong person, he had truly seen mysteries. The ghost-masked man was very strong, the great mutilation was able to fight back and forth with itself, and even nearly killed itself. The Nantucket snake demon was very smart, secretly planning everything. It was just unlucky enough to have met Wang Quan. However, they were only Chuan realm, not considered weak, yet by no means were they truly powerful mysteries. Very well. Empty words are no proof. I'll give you a chance to prove yourselves and a chance to recognize yourselves. The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth rose slightly. This was the effect he wanted. Wang Quan pulled out his walkie-talkie and joked, "Gentlemen, you can start parachuting, the chicken eating begins." Roger. Wang Mian's voice came from the other end of the intercom. The instructors on the stage looked up at the sky in unison, and the recruits looked over immediately afterward with a confused look on their faces. In the blink of an eye, 7 gray dots appeared startlingly in the blank clouds, and the gray dots grew larger and larger until they could be seen clearly, and the recruits were dumbfounded. Holy! Someone is flying in the sky. They don't seem to have parachutes? Crazy, jumping without a parachute. While others could only see blurry silhouettes, Wang Quan could see them clearly. The mask, people were not wearing any protection, they were completely free falling. He remembered that he just said to Wang Mian, "Come out a little more handsome, give the new recruits a little shock." Who would have thought that this guy would directly play free falling? Holy! In terms of pretending, Wang Mian, you kid has a knack for it. Wang Quan spat in his mind. Chapter 37, Special Challenge, Group Battle begins. Above the sky dome. 7 silhouettes were falling at extreme speeds, with the sound of wind whistling past and gusts of pig-killing howls. I'm still single, I don't want to die. Why don't you let me take the parachute? Dying. The swirls tumbled in the sky, the screams getting louder and louder. Be quiet, it's annoying. Rose glared at Maelstrom and said impatiently. Jumping at a few thousand meters without a parachute, I'm scared. Swirl said with a crying voice, I'm afraid of heights. Calm down, it's just a parachute jump. Wang Mian clasped his hands on his chest, his tone calm. Captain, Brother Quan just said for us to come out a little more handsome and just be able to deter the new recruits. there are obviously many ways to do it. Maelstrom was still chattering and shouting, "What if we fall to our deaths?" "Don't worry, can't die." Wang Mian remained calm. "That's right, with me here, everything is a small problem." Tianping's tone revealed unrivaled confidence. "Are you sure?" "I've gained weight recently." "Can you hold me up?" "Be sure to protect me, ah. I don't want to die yet at my young age." Maelstrom talked on and on like a series of pearls. Tianping let out a long sigh, looked at Wang Mian, and said in a good-natured manner, "Captain, can we drop this bastard to death?" "No. Alas. It's a pity." "No, I'm still in front of you." Maelstrom was speechless. "It's almost time to land, stop yelling, or it'll be embarrassing." Wang Mian reminded, then waved his hand to greet Wang Quan. He knew the other party could see. Wang Quan gave a thumbs up, as if to say the piece of pretending, "It's still you." As the 7 people got closer and closer to the ground, the blurred silhouettes became incredibly clear, and one person exclaimed, "Wow! It's Mask, Team G. This training set is worth it. Not only can we see daylight, I didn't expect Mask to come as well. So happy." Seeing that the 7 people were about to fall into meat paste, some of the recruits covered their eyes in fear. However, the second before they crashed into the ground, the scales gently wiggled 2 fingers, and the gravity around the Mask squad disappeared. They were like 7 bird feathers, lightly landing on the ground, first pointing their toes on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they stood firmly on their heels, and even had a handsome stance. Under the sun, the cloaks swung in the wind, and the various masks gleamed. A light shone in the eyes of the new recruits, both marveling and envious. Wang Mask slowly opened his mouth. That cold and magnetic timbre made the Mask squad's compulsion go up a level. "We are." Just then, Maelstrom's legs went limp. Wang Quan saw this scene. In order to not let Mask lose face, he supported Maelstrom with the fastest speed in his life. In the eyes of the others, Wang Quan was still standing in the same place, and they couldn't even see the remnants. The accident didn't happen, and Wang Mask finished his introduction. Maelstrom looked at Wang Quan with a grateful face. The latter rubbed his thumb and forefinger, bound to ruthlessly slaughter this bastard. Maelstrom agreed with tears in his eyes. The last time he invited Wang Quan for dinner cost him a month's salary. As the supporters arrived, Yuan Gang swept a glance at the defiant recruits and his loud voice rang out, "Here's your chance to show yourselves. It's now 3 in the afternoon, by 10 in the evening, no matter what means you use, as long as you unmask any of the masked squad, you'll be considered winners. If you can defeat the special squad, that means you are really good. I can apply for you to finish tomorrow." As soon as Yuan Gang's words fell, Wang Quan came to his senses. He instantly brought a chair from his office and sat in the middle of the high platform, looking at everyone confidently as he added, "I'll add a special reward. Before 10 o'clock, I'll be sitting right here. If anyone can run into me, this forbidden object will be yours." Saying that, Wang Quan held up the chopping white and introduced chopping white, one of the forbidden objects of the Bailey family's townhouse, the real deal. "I promise on the honor of the Night's Watch to do what I say." After saying that, he let go of his hand, and the tip of the chopping white blade sheath touched the ground. Wang Quan pressed one hand on the hilt of the blade and rested the other on the chair, crossing his legs with a cocky expression of "Come on me." The people in the mask squad were dumbfounded, and the instructors were also dumbfounded. Not to mention the new recruits, they all kind of wanted to try it. That was chopping white, Forbidden Ruin Sequence 061, a priceless treasure. "Instructor, it's not fair. Their realm is too high, we can't beat even 10,000 more." That's right. The new recruits were not cuties. There was no suspense at all in this battle. They'll suppress their realm to the Marigold realm, what? You guys don't dare? Yuan Gang sneered and mocked. 239 versus 7, do you guys dare? At these words, the eyes of the recruits blazed and their breathing became rapid. Dare? How can you not dare? Right at this moment, Wang Mian spoke, "No need for 7, against you guys, 5 is enough." After saying that, he gave a wink to 2 people in the squad, and they followed the instructor and left. Wang Mian's words ignited all the new recruits, and they all leapt to their feet, while Wang Quan's next words pushed the atmosphere to its climax. "I'm also suppressing to the Marigold realm. As long as you touch me once, chopping white will be counted as yours. Whether it's defeating, mask, or snatching, chopping white, from daylight, all of these will prove that you're a genius in millions." With the tempting rewards in front of them, supreme honor seemed to be within reach. The instructors retreated, and on top of the high platform, the 5 people of mask stood tall. Wang Quan sat there, his eyes like a proud lion king, looking down on everyone equally. The atmosphere immediately became tense. The recruits stared intently at the only 6 people left, their gazes like hot lava. "Excuse me, when does it start?" One raised his hand to ask a question. Scales stretched out a finger to point at that person, and immediately afterward, the questioner's body trembled, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backwards. In the next second, Wang Nian's voice drifted into the tumultuous crowd. "Everyone, it's already 3:01 Mino. The battle started a long time ago. This is the first lesson taught to you: don't ask your enemies, have your own judgment." As soon as the words fell, a dozen recruits immediately rushed towards the martial arts stage. Fiery flames, cold ice, lightning. Countless abilities were released at the same time. In a flash, half of the sky was drenched in colorful colors as if it was the new recruit's aura. The atmosphere of the training ground was like a long dormant volcano, erupting. A small portion of them burst in from the flanks. They weren't interested in defeating the mask, rather they were more interested in the sword in Wang Quan's hands. Not to mention that dealing with one person could be easier than dealing with 5, not to mention the condition of just touching it. Looking at the encircling recruits, Wang Quan couldn't help but smile. A big melee began. Chapter 38: Gambling. "Brothers, charge!" Chubby Bailey shouted at the rushing crowd with a fervent look. "Stop, stop, stop!" Lin Xie tugged on him and twisted his head to run wildly outside the training ground. "7 nights, everyone's on, isn't it not quite enough for us not to be on?" Bailey Chubby scratched his head, a bit ashamed. "Get on your ass. We don't have a weapon and we don't know about mask, so let's go up and look for death." Lin Xie chopped his head and cursed, itching to stomp this dishabag. "But I have." Bailey Chubby touched his coat pocket, but Lin Xie didn't give him a chance to play at all. "Don't bud, Wang Quan is sitting there, you think you can touch him?" Lin Xie aggravated his tone. He so far didn't know what exactly Wang Quan's untouchable domain was. "Oh, I know. Then where are we going?" "The warehouse." The two of them took advantage of the chaos to slip away, unaware that all of this was seen by Wang Quan, who spoke quietly, "Not bad, not stupid." Right at this moment, a hand had already touched, chopping white. The corners of this recruit's mouth went up crazily, and for a moment he felt that the legendary daylight was nothing more than that. People were rushing to their faces, and they were still lost in thought. The next moment, the smile on his face froze. The hand stopped in mid-air, 1 centimeter left from chopping white. But it was this centimeter alone, that was like a mote in the sky. "You. Very brave." As soon as the words fell, the sunglasses fell off, and the pale blue pupils suddenly lit up. This recruit's legs went soft and he fell to his knees uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt an unfelt majesty that made him fearful, made him tremble, and made him want to worship. This was the aura displayed by the king's power. "In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one." It wasn't until this moment that the recruit realized how foolish the party's thoughts were. The recruits rushing behind didn't know what was happening because the picture in their eyes was like this. That dude just got glared at and then knelt down? Goon. What was this if not a goon? He's only one person, don't be a wimp. Brothers, charge. The sluggish crowd was activated by these words, and more than 24 people surrounded Wang Quan from all sides, dripping with water. Snapping. A crisp ringing finger occupied this world. In an instant, a circle of purple gold ripples burst out with Wang Quan at the center. The strong repulsive force swept through everyone who tried to approach the king's right, and a series of thuds sounded as everyone flew out backwards. At the same time, a strange change occurred on the mask side. A deep purple vortex bloomed in mid-air, blocking in front of the 5 people of mask, which absorbed all attacks in an instant. Immediately following it was a pink sledgehammer as tall as a 2-story building, which swept up a gust of wind and swept away all the recruits flying in midair with a divine dragon swing. The masquerade's counterattack didn't end here, as the purple vortex that had swelled to a certain level erupted. Those who were still charging forward realized something was wrong and turned to run. It's too late. You're finished. The vortex smiled disdainfully. Flames, lightning flashes, and earth spikes. The recruit's own means of attack returned in a furious storm. A series of explosions rang out, and a blinding light obscured the blazing sun. The rushing wave blew away the lollipop in Wang Quan's hand, and he glanced at the vortex and cursed, "Get out of here, don't hit me." "Brother Quan, you're not being reasonable." Swirl complained. As soon as his words fell, the 5 lollipops drew a perfect parabola in the air and steadily fell into the hands of the masked couple. Please eat them. Wow. This is good stuff. Moonghost's eyes lit up in surprise. Wang Mian tore off the candy paper and looked at the fleeing recruits. As still as water, he spoke quietly, Moonghost, go to the warehouse and block the people. Okay. Moonghost nodded, and after placing the lollipop into his mouth, his figure shifted and disappeared into place. Less than a minute into the exchange, the recruit camp lost half of its people. In that case, it seemed to be a crushing game. In the distance, looking at his comrades flying around, Bailey Fatty swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Are they still human? They're not going to cheat, are they? They didn't depress their realm at all. Lin Xie shook his head and said with a serious face, people don't need to, it's them who are too stupid. When dealing with a group of opponents you don't understand, you have to wait and see first. Let's go. Oh. The duo flew away from the training grounds, and again, there weren't many people like Lin Xie among the recruits. From the beginning, the recruits were wrong. For the truly strong, the human pile tactic was useless. Soon, only Wang Quan and the 4 people from the masked squad were left in the training ground. I really envy Brother Quan, being able to sit leisurely and play with his cell phone. Swirl flirted. What, you want to accompany me? Wang Quan raised his eyes slightly and narrowed his eyes as he asked. No. Or forget it. Maelstrom frantically shook her head, fearful in her heart. Go, off we go. Rose glared at Swirl and quickly followed the captain. Who knew that Wang Mian suddenly looked back at Wang Quan and asked curiously, who do you think will win between the 2 of us under the same realm? Him. Wang Quan said without hesitation. Tisk. Can't you think for a moment? The corners of Wang Face's mouth twitched and his tone was like that of a complaining woman. Oh. Then I'll think about it. Or him. Bet. Wang Mian came interested and said. Bet on what? The loser washes the winner's stinky socks for a month. No problem. Wang Quan nodded. Soon, the masked crowd disappeared from his sight. The underground base of the training camp. The instructors were sitting in front of the monitor screen, no one had a pile of information in their hands, each shaking their heads and sighing. It's only one photo and more than 100 of them have folded. This class of new recruits' awareness is really bad. It's still that, mask, is too strong. Besides, Chief Instructor Wang used chopping white as bait. The temptation is too strong, it's completely fishing for law enforcement. Another instructor analyzed. No. It's not right to say that, the realms are the same, the recruits have a numerical advantage, it's not considered bullying, right? You can't think like that, experience and tacit understanding are worlds apart, and the false face has 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins and a divine agent. On top of that, Chief Wang's forbidden market is not even in the sequence of known forbidden markets, and I've heard that the intelligence on his abilities is top secret information. One can only say that this class of recruits is too unlucky. The instructors were divided in their opinions, and most of them didn't think highly of the new recruits. It doesn't matter. Yuan Gang, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The ones who were eliminated were some idiots, but the ones who really decide the winners and losers have long since left. Chief, from what you're saying, the new recruits can win? Can't. Yuan Gang shook his head, but a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. But maybe they'll lose dazzlingly, and will make us shine. What do you think, Chief Teacher Wang? The air was quiet for a moment, and Wang Quan's voice sounded in the headset. Maybe it might win. I've been betting with Wang Face for a month's worth of stinky socks. The instructors, N. Chapter 39, I think I'm in love. Training ground. Wang Quan looked at the sky and fumed. He felt that he should let some water out, otherwise no one would dare to challenge him, if that was the case, when it was boring. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The moment he raised his head, the sandbag-sized fist broke into his eyes. It was Shin Xingju. Not a bad idea, just too weak. That's not necessarily true. I wonder if you can't block the vacuum. As soon as his words fell, a crisp snapping sound rang out, and in a flash, the air around Wang Quan was emptied. 068s, Chi Min, it can be. Wang Quan yawned and complimented. Shin Xingju's face changed drastically. A vacuum can still speak. Is this dam still human? Unbeknownst to him, the moment he unleashed his ability, he entered within Wang Quan's realm. Although the Marquis realm could only maintain the realm for 10 minutes, it was enough to deal with these novices. It's a special realm. Shin Xingju's mind turned quickly and immediately reacted. Very smart. Wang Quan nodded and casually threw, chop white, over. This time Shin Xingju was completely confused, everyone else was trying to grab it, how did I directly give it away? When he reached out to grab it, he realized that his idea was stupid and he couldn't touch it at all. The next moment, his expression froze. I don't know when, Wang Quan was already standing beside him, but he had clearly been staring at the other party. You're quite a drag. However, I like your nature. To think that back then, I was even more tugging than you, completely fearless. Wang Quan said to himself, he was right, Shin Xingju was somewhat similar to him in a certain aspect, he extraordinarily appreciated this kid. Do well, looking forward to your performance. With a word, the domain disappeared. Wang Quan waved his hand and Shin Xingju directly flew backwards, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Damn it, is this how you appreciate people? A cursing voice echoed in Wang Quan's ears as he smiled and sat back in his chair, leisurely eating a lollipop. 7 nights, wait for me ba. Why are you running so fast? Bailey Fatty was somewhat unable to keep up with Lin Qia's speed, panting with exhaustion and speaking out of breath. Fatty, when the blood wolves were chasing you, you ran faster than a rabbit. Lin Qia let go of Fatty Bailey and helplessly glared at him. That's different, being chased will kill you. Oh. Then I'll go first. After saying that, Lin Qia increased his speed and flew, leaving Bailey chubby behind. 7 nights, can't I just run? You slow down. I can't fight if they catch up. Bailey Chubby gritted his teeth, his legs backpedaling faster and faster. He had just reached the warehouse with his front foot when a miserable scream came from behind him, and when he turned his head to look, it was empty. What's the situation? Bailey Fatty scratched his head with a puzzled face. Fatty, quick flash. Lin Qia hadn't even finished speaking when the sky fell alive and Bailey was crushed underneath. Shin Xingju bristled and said with great displeasure, Dead white hair, is there such a thing as playing with people? Lin Qia caught the word dead white hair and his favorability toward Shin Xingju automatically increased by 10 points, he reached out to pull, but the latter didn't care about him and stood up on his own. Egu. Which hold back the brother boy, smashed into the little master. I threw thunder old mother ah. Bailey Fatty cursed. I said the ground is so soft, so there's a fatty. Shin Xingju realized afterward. You smashed someone, don't you know to apologize? Bailey Fatty said angrily. The place is so big, it's not like I asked you to stand there. Shin Xingju clasped his hands on his chest, full of unconcern as he explained. But you should apologize to Fatty. Lin Qia spoke up in favor of Fatty Bailey, he saw someone's shadow in this tugger and it was a bit annoying. Sorry. Shin Xingju said extremely perfunctorily, he saw the word warehouse and knew that it was time to take the weapon, he was too lazy to bull with the duo. 7 nights, it's better to figure out how to get the weapons first. Bailey Chubby wasn't the type to be calculating. Good. Looking at the 3-meter-tall unknown alloy gate, all 3 of them were a bit numbclawed. How do I open this thing? Bailey Fatty frowned and looked at Lin Qia. It requires a forbidden ruin with strong destructive power. Oh? Bailey Chubby's eyes flashed as he quickly walked towards the gate, then I. Get out of the way. Before Chubby Bailey could finish his sentence, a clear and cold female voice came from behind the trio. They looked together and a red-haired imperial sister stood in the sunlight. The girl was tall, even the wide military uniform could not hide her delicate figure. Wow! So hot! Bailey Chubby looked straight in the eyes and murmured and whispered. Look and I'll blow your eyes out. The red-haired beauty pushed Bailey Chubby away and walked straight to the front door of the warehouse. She put her white hands on the alloy door. In the next second, the entire warehouse shook violently. Buzzing buzz. The alloy gate emitted a sharp buzz and vibrated at a frequency that was invisible to the naked eye as a terrifying crack spread out. Lin Qia's trio consciously backed away, after all, everyone had the same purpose. Between the cracks appeared at about the same time, the girl took a few steps back and then kicked the heavy iron door with a flying kick. The broken door shattered into several pieces and she walked in without looking back. Such strong destructive power, an expert. Lin Qia marveled. Bailey Chubby stared intently at the distant silhouette and gulped nervously. What are you doing? Lin Qia said with a disgusted expression. 7 nights, don't you think she's handsome and beautiful? Do you think she has a date? Such a beautiful girl must have a nice name. 7 nights. I think I'm in love. Lin Xie. Shin Xingju, idiot. The two of them each rolled their eyes and walked into the warehouse without looking back. Gradually, more and more recruits converged towards the warehouse and everyone was picking out weapons. Lin Xie casually took a standardized straight sword. He had always used this during his time in Squad 136. At the same time, he noticed that the red-haired woman walked into the deepest part of the warehouse and took out a large taijutsu from the nooks and crannies. This kind of weapon wasn't common, and it was obvious that the other party was using it well. This is definitely a powerful teammate, Lin Xie thought as he did. What's your name? Molly. The red-haired girl replied coldly. What a beautiful name, just as beautiful as you. Bailey Chubby scurried out from one side with empty hands, and opened his mouth to be too oily. A beautiful woman with a famous watch, first time meeting, this Patek Philippe is for you. By the way, my name is Bailey Tu Ming. Molly had a look at a little cutie. The eyes looked at Bailey Chubby, the taijutsu in her hand trembled slightly as she coldly asked, is your Bailey the one known as the Forbidden Objects Museum? Oh. Upon hearing this, Chubby 100 Miles thought that his spring had come and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Then get the hell away from me. I hate lineages the most, especially a rich and powerful lineage like you. Molly's face darkened as extreme disgust surfaced. Ha! Bailey Chubby froze as if struck by lightning. Chapter 40 Group Beating. Looking at the loveless Bailey Chubby, Lin Xie really wanted to punch him to death. What time is it? Still lovey-dovey, simply owes a beating. He pushed Chubby Bailey away, politely extended his hand, and introduced himself. My name is Lin Xie, I think we can work together. Molly remained cold and didn't want to bother with him at all. Seeing this, Lin Xie didn't have to care. Geniuses, more or less all have a bit of arrogance in their bodies. After all, there was a guy beside him who was arrogant as hell. Ultra high risk forbidden market? None of your business. Tell me and take you to win. Cut. Molly had a disdainful look on her face. Who do you think you are, saying you can win? Of the 5 people in the mask, there are at least 3 ultra-high risks, and there's even a divine agent. If the ultra-high risks on our side aren't united, we can't win. Lin Xie explained. So you are too? Molly became interested. Honestly, no one in the new recruits wanted to lose. Everyone was a genius. No one was more useless than anyone else. No. Lin Xie shook his head, then his words changed, confidently raising his tone. I'm Michael's agent. Saying this, he paused for a moment and continued. I'm the only divine agent of this class of recruits, qualified to work with you? Molly's eyes were filled with shock, and after freezing, she nodded. Aha! My forbidden ruin is the 076 sequences, universal frequency motion, which can control the vibration frequency of all objects in direct or indirect contact with me within the forbidden ruin's range. Happy cooperation. Me, and my ba. Learning from the pain, Bailey Chubby came over and sophisticatedly said, Molly, I don't know what Bailey family law, just a child of an ordinary family in Guanshan. Molly? I'm warning you to stay away from me. I hate the worldly family's male children. Come closer and I'll cut you. I'm not a male son, really. Bailey Fatty didn't know where he was acting out, panicking and emphasizing. Fatty, I suggest you find a place to hide to save yourself from getting punched. Lin Xie gave a very pertinent suggestion. No. Bailey Fatty shook his head frantically. I want to fight alongside everyone. Suit yourself. Molly first turned away from Chubby Bailey, then looked toward Shin Xingju, who had just walked out of the warehouse, and said, that guy is also super high risk, so you'd better drag him in as well. It's a bit hard, this dude is too tuggy. It doesn't feel like it's very easy to get along with. Lin Xie said with a headache. I can cooperate because old me doesn't want to lose. Shin Xingju walked over by himself and said defiantly. Good. Lin Xie extended his hand. Welcome aboard. No need. Shin Xingju twisted his head, with no intention of shaking hands. In the shadows, an invisible silhouette was quietly approaching a few people. It was none other than Moon Ghost. He swept through the crowd, his eyes locked onto the not-so-smart-looking Chubby Bailey, and then his figure flashed, his dagger stabbing at him like a viper. Chubby Bailey was still peeking at Molly, looking a little bitter. Little fatty, too unguarded, wait for elimination. The corners of Moon Ghost's mouth rose. In his case, Chubby Bailey's exit was a nail in the coffin. Clang! A crisp sound echoed in front of the warehouse. All of a sudden, the golden light pierced the eyes, and Moon Ghost couldn't open his eyes. This mutation similarly startled Lin Xie's trio, who quickly took up a welcoming stance. I'm going. You kid still has a ING passive skill. Looking at the chipped dagger, Moon Ghost couldn't help but burst out. Bailey Chubby was dumbfounded and asked back, "Are you sneak attacking?" Moon Ghost. "Oh. Sneak attacks don't work, blah." Bailey Fatty pointed to the necklace on his chest and introduced, "This is the Yao Guang, sequences 171, ranked as a high-risk forbidden market O." Holy. This little fatty didn't look too smart, but it turned out to be a hanging dog. Moon Ghost was speechless. Him. Shinju didn't hesitate and drew his sword. Good. Molly raised her taijutsu, and the huge blade immediately trembled, even distorting the air around her. The duo clamped down on the Moon Ghost with a left and a right. But something weird happened. The Moon Ghost suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a field of moonlight. Molly, 3 o'clock. Lin Chiye used his spiritual power to detect the Moon Ghost's location and immediately reported the point. In the next moment, the taijutsu that vibrated to the extreme slashed down. It's wrapped in the power of a mountain and slashed down heavily. The Moon Ghost was forced to show himself, and the taijutsu ran through the right half of his body, leaving a several-meter deep gully on the ground as well as countless cracks. "You can see me?" Moon Ghost tensed up. A fluke. Lin Chiye flashed a nonchalant smile, but in the next second, he drew his sword and slashed. Holy. One with hanging, one with perspective, this new recruit is perverted, right? Moon Ghost was once again stealthy, but under Lin Chiye's continuous reporting, his best assassin profession was completely nullified. In the midst of the melee, Bailey Chubby reached into his pocket and pulled out an old piece of monocle and put it on the bridge of his nose, and with a flash of blue aura, the Moon Ghost's woeful figure was in his eyes. With a flick of his hand, Yao Guang transformed into 2 golden wheels of light that shot out, and the wheels blocked off the Moon Ghost's left and right retreat paths. Molly and Lin Chiye were one in front and one in back. Shinju raised his hand and gripped it hard against the middle place of the two. Jimin was unleashed. For a moment, the Moon Ghost could not avoid, and he realized that he could not breathe. 7 nights, knife lifts some, the mask is there. Chubby Bailey reminded. Even the little fatty can see me. Is there any justice in this world? The miserable Moon Ghost shouted in his mind. This was not what he expected. Getting the hint, Lin Chiye raised his sword in a smooth manner. However, the Moon Ghost bent back at an extremely tricky angle and the straight sword slashed through against the mask. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, the mask would have lost. Molly, left horizontal blade, chop. Bailey Fatty continued to command. Hearing this, Molly did not hesitate and instantly changed her blade's momentum. Hypoxia, extreme dodging. At this moment, it was too late for him to even turn on voiding. You newbies are shameless, a bunch of people swarming me and beating me alone, damn it. Moon Ghost shouted in his heart. At this moment, the expressions of Lin Chiye's few people lit up. Victory was just around the corner. But a bizarre scene happened. Everyone stopped moving, and from afar, they were frozen like bugs sealed into colorless amber. Soon, the king mask came into view, full of majesty. Wang Mask dodged and threw a sidekick. The Moon Ghosts were kicked out of the encirclement, and he left immediately afterward. When Lin Chiye's group came back to their senses, they were almost hit by their teammates' attacks. They quickly stood together and were joined by a steady stream of new recruits who had gotten weapons behind them. One side was led by Lin Chiye, while the other was led by Wang Mian, the 2 agents of the gods. Looked at each other from a distance. Chapter 41, Prolonged Explosion. Wang Mian stood on the road north of the warehouse, pressing one hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist as he spoke calmly. Give up resisting, you've been surrounded. That's right, you are surrounded by the 4 of us. Maelstrom walked leisurely from the south, his tone relaxed. Chance guarded the west side with a 3-story tall pink sledgehammer, and Scale stood on the east side, staring at the new recruits in silence. Surrounding? 4 people surrounding dozens of people? Although it sounded outrageous, the recruits were all stony-faced, and no one thought it was a joke after all. The masked squad eliminated a quarter of them in the opening minutes. What to do? Molly frowned and looked at Lin Chiye. Should we fight to the death? No, it's impossible to fight. Lin Chiye shook his head. As his afterglow swept the semi-collapsed warehouse to the south, he locked onto the vortex and then whispered, "Don't listen to me in a while, follow me." Bailey Chubby, Emoli, and Shinju were dumbfounded, but still nodded their heads in agreement. There are only 4 of them. As long as we stick together, we have a chance to win. Lin Chiye's loud and combative voice traveled into every recruit's ears. When the guy wearing the scales mask makes his move later, everyone focus on that girl. The recruits gripped the weapons in their hands and were ready to charge. Right at this moment, Scales made his move, the alloy fragments and building debris floating in midair fell like rain, and the recruits, carrying twice the gravity, all surged in Rose's direction. Underestimating me? Then you're all in for it. Chance raised the sledgehammer high and slammed it down, the giant hammer swirling a gale, as powerful as a mountain. The new recruits were likewise not vegetarians. Several lights suddenly lit up, Chance's hammer was toppled back, and there was a stalemate between the two. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people in the mask couldn't help but increase their speed. The encirclement was shrinking crazily. Right at this moment, Lin Chie made his move. Instead of surrounding Rosebud with the rest of them and the surroundings, he rushed to the south. Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 Bailey chubby people followed behind Lin Chie as fast as they could. Captain, there are 4 that didn't come over. Tian Ping was slightly stunned by this scene and hastily reminded. No harm done, drop the big head at the apex. Wang Mian hesitated slightly, quickly firming up the team's goal. Maelstrom, you take the top first. Roger that. Maelstrom quickly reversed direction and went after the strongest 4 of the new recruits. Fatty, any more powerful props, take them out on him. Understood. Bailey Fatty revealed a bad smile and immediately pulled out a large broom from his pocket, the kind that sweeps the road, very large. I'll go. Damn you, Doryman. Maelstrom was dumbfounded and couldn't help but spit out. After all, Bailey Chubby's pockets couldn't be big enough to fit a broom, it was too abstract. Go you. The gale was wrapped in fine arcs of electricity, like an enraged beast, roaring as it rolled towards Maelstrom. With a big wave of the vortex's hand, a dark purple vortex absorbed the fat man's attack. Whatever it is, everyone throw it together. As soon as Lin Chie's words fell, Fatty Bailey pulled out another large treasure sword before raising it high above his head and warming up. 1 transformation 3000, charge off for my little master, large treasure sword. In a flash, densely packed golden flying swords covered the sky and swished into the dark purple vortex. Shin Qingju stopped at a distance of 10 meters from the dark purple vortex. He slightly raised his hand, and with a firm grip, the invisible air was compressed to the extreme. At this very moment, he casually threw out a lighter and turned around with his hands in his pockets. Boom! Thunder gusted, the fire was in the sky, the swaying fire reflected Shin Qingju's side face. Real men never look back to see explosions. But a bizarre scene happened. The explosion was like a dynamic cotton candy, swallowed by the dark purple vortex as much as it could. What no one noticed was that the vortex's hands were trembling. It wasn't true that he could absorb attacks, but the cultivation limitations of the Marigold realm limited what he could absorb. Scratch that. This group of monsters, they almost couldn't carry it. Maelstrom secretly breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to return these attacks. He was just about to do so when 2 boxes of detonators streaked across the sky, and Molly clapped her hands and looked behind her. Lin Chie struggled to throw them, and the ignited explosive packets traced a graceful arc, colliding with the detonators. The explosion shook the earth, and a several-meter-high mushroom cloud rose. While Bailey Chubby and Shin Qingju were dragging down the vortex, Lin Chie and Molly brought the last straw that broke the camel's back. The vortex's ability exceeded the critical mass. Run! Lin Chie turned around and ran in the direction of the warehouse, with the 3 following closely behind. The moment the 4 of them turned around, a dark purple mushroom cloud that was 10 meters tall rose up, and heat waves swept through the surroundings. This time, the explosion even shook the group of instructors located underground. Cough, cough, cough. Holy! The wretched Maelstrom staggered out of the smoke, his clothes covered with black holes and even minor burns. Thanks to his quick enough reaction, he opened another vortex in time, or else he would definitely be dead. With this effort, the remaining dozens of recruits had already been packed up and kicked out by the rest of Mask. Why, it doesn't taste good, does it? Moonlight Eily wrapped her arms around Vortex and teased, being surrounded by those 4 won't do you any good. It's obviously you 2 who are too wasted. Rose was full of contempt. Hard work. Wang Mian patted Maelstrom's shoulder, his pupils trembling slightly as he realized that Maelstrom's mask had a lot more cracks on it, and the masquerade almost lost. Soon, he smiled again and said admiringly, worthy of being an agent, it's really different from the norm. Captain, I seriously doubt you're flattering yourself. That's right. Wang Mask was silent and walked quickly in the direction of the warehouse. He wasn't sure if he could still catch up with those 4 people. Just as the 5 masked men passed by the warehouse, a beep 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 electronic sound drifted into their ears. The 5 of them turned dark and ran away from the warehouse at the same time. Boom! Dazzling flames mixed with rolling black smoke, the warehouse blew through. The time bomb was just the fuse. It exploded and detonated all the explosives in the warehouse one after another. After the earth-shattering sound, the warehouse was leveled. A long way away from the warehouse, Lin Chiye laughed a little and muttered to himself, I wonder if they like this gift. 7 nights, it's not that I'm saying, this is too shady for you. Bailey Chubby looked at the monstrous flames in the distance and swallowed hard. And in case it blows up, will it kill anyone? No. Lin Chiye said with extreme certainty, if they die, they won't be a special squad anymore. That said, do we count ourselves as having sold the others out? Molly looked at Lin Chiye with that hint of guilt. No. If we don't sell them out, they can't escape all the same. 4 people and 40 people, the masquerade only has one choice, we're just forcing them to make a choice. If we break out with them, it's all over for everyone. Besides, we'll bring them victory, won't we? Lin Chiye swept a glance at the trio, his eyes glowing as if they were filled with confidence. Bailey Chubby looked dumbfounded, as if he saw a hint of kingship in Lin Chiye. Chapter 42 Chao Yuan. Where to next? Bailey Chubby asked as he returned to his senses. Lin Chiye picked up a twig and scribbled on the ground. Soon, a rough map of the training camp was completed. He cleared his throat and said, so far, the idiots and the recruits are probably out, excluding the ones who broke defense and hid. There should be more than 90 people left. SSSH. Nope, there's also the removal of the people who robbed the king's right. There might only be 70 or so people left. Speaking of this, Lin Chiye let out a long sigh. His side's battle force was pitifully small. He continued his analysis, sneak attack or not, frontal attack or not, I feel that it takes at least 10 people to successfully hold back a member of the masked squad. Assuming that the only people left are hugging each other, it's estimated that there can be a group of 4 to 7. With that, he circled a few places in his sketch on the ground. If it was me, I would definitely quickly break down each small group, which would inevitably lead to attacking the strongholds, and a wheel war would not be favorable for the masked squad. So the question arises, where do you guys think the most people would be gathered? Lin Chiye looked at the 3 and asked. The cafeteria. Bailey Chubby said without thinking. Get lost, you just know how to eat. Lin Chiye blankly glanced at Bailey Chubby. What about the classroom side? There's a lot of rooms, good for sneak attacks. Molly stroked her chin and slowly opened her mouth. But it's not good for hiding, the more people there are, the more they reveal themselves. Lin Chiye shook his head. Then where is it? Just damn straight say it. Shin Xingju was too lazy to guess and cursed. Lin Chiye. It's the dormitory. The first place the masked squad goes to is definitely the dormitory, let's go there. Lin Chiye stuck a tree branch in the dormitory's floor plan and said with extreme certainty, the dormitory is the biggest, there are enough hiding spots, and the probability of a successful sneak attack is the highest. Lin Chiye seemed like a master general in front of a sand table, heavily predicting the enemy's movements. Bailey Chubby and Molly's expressions were surprisingly consistent, staring blearily at Lin Chiye with nothing but shock in their big eyes. I'll go. How did you grow this brain? Chubby Bailey exclaimed out in shock, which was also Molly's heartbeat. What's the problem? You know, after we graduate, not only do we have to play against mystic boomerangs, we also have to fight against our own kind, so predicting each other's behaviors is the right thing to do. At this remark, the 3 said almost in unison. Pervert. With Lin Chiye's analysis, the several people hoofed it to the dormitory, during which they happened to cross the training ground. From afar, conspicuous white hairs fluttered in the wind as Wang Quan crossed his legs and relaxed. He noticed the 4 people in the distance and waved his hand enthusiastically, come over and have a seat. Grab a, chop white, no. I can let go of the water. You guys old man stand still, why are you still running faster and faster? Lin Chiye several people didn't look back and almost ran the fastest speed in their lives because the biggest variable in this battle was Wang Quan. They thought that Wang Quan had already left the training ground, but they didn't realize that he was still waiting for someone. Damn him, he couldn't even touch it, which brainiac would go and grab it. About 20 minutes after Lin Chiye's 4 left, the masked 5 came running. Brothers, come over and play na. Do you guys want chopping white? I can relax the range. Wang Quan looked like he was a pickup artist, and any faster hand swinging would become a helicopter propeller. No, man. Wang Fei stopped in his tracks. Some bungports lived, you're still sitting here? What, are you guys going to lose? Wang Quan gloated, he was waiting for Wang Mian to wash his smelly socks. Wang Mian looked at his face, the corner of his mouth twitched, raised his middle finger, and spoke with only his mouth shape but no voice. SB. The 5 people of Mask left in a hurry, taking the exact same route as Lin Chia's people. Wang Quan rested his chin on his hands and looked at the distance with boredom. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he disappeared in place. Dormitory. Lin Chia was sitting on the dormitory bed and was resting his eyes. Within 10 minutes of arriving at the dormitory, he had united all the forces that he could as an agent of the gods. The next step was to use the dormitory as a stronghold to truly decide the winner and loser of the battle. Just at this moment, Molly's voice rang out from outside the door. "We've deployed on our side." As soon as her words fell, Shin Xingju's tugging voice ghostly sounded, "It's done. But there's a swinging asshole who won't cooperate no matter what I say. I really want to chip him. I'll go take a look." Lin Chia slowly opened his eyes and pulled open the dormitory door. "Dang Wei, take him there." "Okay, brother Shin." A naive-looking teenager walked out from behind Shin Xingju. Dang Wei brought Lin Chia to the front of the dormitory, helplessly spread his hands and spat, "Brother Knight, no matter how much persuasion is given, and all the good words have been said, Chao Yuan, he just has no fighting spirit. It's really not possible, let's just leave him alone." "That, don't call me Brother Knight, it sounds a bit like a triad." "Okay, Brother Knight." Lin Chia. "Go get busy, I'll see what's going on." After saying this, Lin Chia pushed open the dormitory door. An inch-haired teenager was lazily leaning on the side of the bed, holding a knife in his arms, and I don't know if it was an illusion or what, but he could feel a faint murderous aura. This killing aura was not directed at anyone, it was the kind that had been honed by killing many people. Lin Chia had felt it in Wang Quan, and also in the instructor, as they had all gone to war and had experienced life and death for a long time. Could it be that this person had also been to war? "Hello? My name is Lin Chia, and I'm..." Lin Chia hadn't even finished speaking when the inch-haired teenager popped up with a bang and instantly closed in, his gaze blazing with a little bit of hope at the same time. "What did you say your name was?" The inch-haired teenager's tone was agitated, and his body was trembling in a way that was visible to the naked eye. Lin Chia. What's the problem?" "Shuangmu standing, Yagami going one, entering the night for 10 years, ferrying my world." "Ha ha 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 ha. So here it is." The inch-haired teenager muttered and whispered and laughed, then was stunned again. "Crazy, aren't you?" "No." The inch-haired teenager shook his head. "You're my honorable man, my name is Chao Yuan, the Chao of Chao Chao. And, give me the most dangerous place." Chao Yuan's attitude changed drastically as he stared at Lin Chia with a burning gaze. "Then, in a moment, you'll go out with me to be the bait." "No problem." Chao Yuan nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The duo walked out of the dormitory together. Dang Wei looked dumbfounded, others had persuaded him many times but it was useless, Brother Knight took care of it so quickly, awesome. Toward the first floor to catch up with the duo ran into Bailey Chubby face to face, saw some close to the two people, he instantly sense of crisis full, muttered. "This monk is going to rob my good buddy." "Hey! Monk, stay away from 7 Knights, I'm his best buddy." Bailey Chubby was like a dog protecting its food, baring its teeth at Chao Yuan. "Ha!" Chao Yuan froze and scolded, "You're sick. 7 Knights is my honorable man." Chapter 43 The Bait. "What nobleman? You're sick in the head." Fatty Bailey stared dead at Chao Yuan, his eyes full of hostility. "Dead fatso, you're picking a fight. Stinking monk, I'll throw thunder." "Stop stop stop." Lin Chia stopped between the two and let out a bitter laugh. "The masks are about to fight up, don't implode." "Dead fatty. Stinking monk." The two glared at each other and cursed as they turned around. "Let's go." Lin Chia turned around and glanced at Chao Yuan. "By the way, how are your hands?" Chao Yuan clutched his sword. "I'm very strong, but if I draw my sword, I'll go berserk and not be able to distinguish between enemy and self." Lin Chia was dumbfounded and slowly spoke, "Knowing that you still want to follow me on? As long as it's your order, I'll carry it out unconditionally." Chao Yuan was like a pug, the invisible tail behind him wagging fast. "Then what is your forbidden ruin?" Sequence 031, Black King chopping confidence June. It's much more advanced than Tug and Molly's. Lin Chia's eyes were filled with shock, he never expected that the last ultra-high-risk forbidden market that he had been looking for was right in front of him. During his studies in Squad 136, Lin Chia remembered that the top 30 of the Forbidden Ruin sequence was known as the Domain of Gods, implying that the vast majority of those 30 forbidden ruins belonged to gods. Then the Black King Chopper was the strongest under the gods in the sense that it was the most powerful, The most important thing to remember is that it's a great weapon. The corners of Lin Xia's mouth rose as he said, "There's no need to be a decoy with me, wait for my signal before you go." Good. Chao Yuan didn't ask why and just agreed. Take a good rest and build up your strength. Lin Xia admonished and returned to the first floor. At the entrance of the dormitory, Shen Qingju and Molly had been waiting for a long time. Counting Lin Xia, the three of them were the decoy squad, responsible for distracting the mask squad. Outside the dormitory building, the setting sun was dropping, coloring the distant sky red. The three dormitory buildings were spread out in a zigzag pattern, and a few beams of light passed between the two ports and shone on Lin Xia's trio, making them look as if they were wearing a red veil from afar. Lin Xia gazed at the blood-colored horizon and unconsciously touched his pocket, which contained a forbidden object called the Scroll of Sealing. According to the information provided by Bailey Chubbies, this forbidden object was used to target that sword in Wang Mian's hand. It was just that approaching Wang Mian had great difficulty. Gradually, there were 5 more silhouettes on the horizon, their gray cloaks swaying and hunting with the wind. "Just the 3 of you?" Wang Mian asked in a flat tone as he looked away from Lin Xia. "Of course. The 3 of us are enough." Lin Xia nodded, his confidence high. "Interesting. Your tone is so similar to that guy. No wonder you're his disciple." Wang Mian teased, as he really saw a hint of Wang Quan in Lin Xia, except that the kid's meticulous character was less arrogant and uninhibited. "I'm not a disciple of a dead white hair," Lin Xia emphasized. "Captain, cut the crap, let's do it." Rosie was a bit impatient and rushed out without even finishing her words. In the blink of an eye, a 4-story tall pink-colored giant hammer blotted out the setting sun. Its power was like a titan, and it set off gusts of wind wherever it passed. In the next moment, something surprising happened. The giant hammer was stuck by an invisible wall 10 meters away from Lin Xia's trio. "It's Chi Min." Tian Ping reminded his teammates as he drew his sword and burst in from the flank. "The game is finally ending, I'm starving to death." Chatterbox Maelstrom burst in from the right flank. Lunar Ghost scattered into unseeable moonlight and waited for an opportunity to stab. Wang Mian pressed one hand on the hilt of his sword, with no intention of striking. Lin Xia and Molly had a left and a right, each carrying a sword to meet the battle. The big battle was imminent. Seeing his teammates striking, Shen Qingju reached out and gripped in Rose's direction, while disarming the air wall and letting the giant hammer fall. In this instant, he threw out his lighter. Under the blood-colored dome of the sky, the swaying flames suddenly lit up, and a loud boom shook the surrounding buildings. The giant hammer in Rose's hand crumbled inch by inch, and she and Shen Qingju flew out backwards together. Shen Qingju fell through the shadows downstairs into the open space in the center of the dormitory building, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stood up in a fishpike, patting his half-scorched uniform, and his stern eyes pierced through the layers of dust. Facing the setting sun, he raised his middle finger at the slightly distressed Chance and said disdainfully, "Masked squad, nothing more than that." "You crazy bastard, you even blew yourself up." Rosie was furious and coalesced another giant hammer with one hand, charging straight at Shen Qingju. Seeing this, Lin Xia and Molly unconsciously raised the corners of their mouths. Although they had known each other for a short period of time, the piece of being angry at people, it had to be Tugger. Going up against him would make any normal person explode with anger. That's right. What they were using was aggravation, or aggravation that was easy to see. However, when dealing with a long-established special squad, the simpler and rougher it was, the better it worked. After all, they had their own pride. "Rose, it's a trap!" Tian Ping shouted, but it was too late. "Old lady is going to blow up this little." Rosie didn't care about that, there was nothing, she only wanted to violently beat Shen Qingju. After Rose stepped into the blank area between the 3 dormitory buildings, the ground behind her shook violently. A wall rose up, made of stone, made of vines, made of compacted earth. These walls completely sealed the only gap in the character. This is the plan to close the door and beat the dog. As for which one of the masks is trapped, it doesn't matter anymore. The next second, the dormitory building poked out a lot of gun ports, bullets, grenades, rockets. An uncountable rain of bullets wrapped around Chance. The smell of gunpowder was like an impermeable wall, suffocating. "Captain, are you there?" Tian Ping was anxious, but before he finished speaking, he was fixed in place. Not only Tian Ping, but also Maelstrom and Lin Xia. From afar, Wang Mian was like a ghost, and wherever he passed, everything was silent. This was the power of time. In just a single breath, Wang Mian stood next to Rosie, looking at the rain of bullets that swept over him. He launched his sword. Clang! The black blade came out of its sheath an inch, transforming into the world's pause button. Aside from Wang Mian, everything around him lagged in action and almost didn't move. Immediately after that, the black blade was sheathed, an invisible ripple rippled out in all directions, and the blade suddenly lit up, its light obscuring the sun behind it. King Face Chakra swung his blade, and uncountable blade lights weaved into a large net, similarly framing its surroundings. Crack! Crisp blade sounds, and the black blade returned to its sheath. The world was pressed to start and clamored once again. A trail of knife marks centered around Wang Mian, slicing the 3 dormitory buildings into countless pieces in a matter of moments. What was even more amazing was that the blade light only destroyed the dormitory buildings and did not injure anyone. Rumble! The dormitory buildings collapsed, rolling dust and smoke engulfed everything, and shrieks followed one after another. Is this still human? Open, he's open. Damn, pervert. Shin Shinju cursed and violently stretched out an arm from the rubble, finally standing up with a gray head. Kid, you're very tuggy. Wang Mian spoke in a bland tone and spoke quietly. Chapter 44 Eating the Crowd. It was all Lin Qia's idea. Shin Shinju was less than 5 meters away from Wang Mian in a straight line, and this distance was a decapitation line. Although he was a bit crazy, he wasn't stupid and couldn't provoke the other party at a time like this. Not far away, Lin Qia's force stopped. This is the Marigold Realm? Molly was dumbfounded. Why do I feel like Wang Mian slicing a building is easier than slicing tofu? It's indeed a bit over the top. Lin Qia was a bit helpless. In the face of absolute power, all schemes were null and void. Ha, admit defeat, brats. Maelstrom crossed her arms, her nostrils facing the sky, and said, "No way." Molly sternly refused, clenching her taijutsu and slashing at Maelstrom. "Holy crap, still fighting. Been fighting all day, give it a rest, sister." Maelstrom advised as he blocked, he was tired. Just then, Moonghost, who had been waiting for the right moment, struck. He reversed his short sword, intending to stun Molly. As long as he took care of the leading few on the newbie side, this game would be over. Molly, behind. Lin Qia reminded at the first moment of spiritual perception, but unfortunately it was too late. Just in the nick of time, golden sword light came from the distant sky, seemingly dropping down from the heavenly river. Only to see that under the blood-colored dome, a person's feet on auspicious clouds, holding a big broom. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective. Molly felt that the one who came to her rescue was very much like the Qi Tian de Shang in the mythological story. In short, it was very handsome. The visitor righteously shouted, "Old Six, don't even think about hurting Molly." Bailey Chubby was like a heavenly god descending from the earth, once again repelling the moon ghost. "Damn it, how come it's you hanging dog again?" The moon ghost appeared, pointing at Chubby Bailey and cursing. One could only say that the hanging dog specializes in Old Six. "7 nights, leave this place to me." Bailey Fatty jumped down from the cloud transformed by Yao Guang, and the roaming sword light made a sharp turn, stabbing at Tian Ping with a brain. "Please." Lin Qia turned around and ran wildly, aiming for none other than Wang Mian. Right now, the new recruits were almost completely wiped out, and when it came down to it, it was still a battle between these few people. "Chao Yuan, if you're still alive, give it to me. Knock that woman's mask off." Lin Qia shouted at the ruins. As soon as the words fell, black baleful qi overflowed from between the building's broken pieces, looking like a black fountain from afar. An unrivaled killing aura enveloped the entire scene. Bang! After a loud sound, an arm burning with the flames of the fury qi rushed out, and then the ruins trembled, and the monster that looked like a human being or a devil crawled out. The black demonic aura intertwined into a bizarre armor. Chao Yuan grinned, a wisp of white smoke came out, and his demonic blood-colored pupils stared into the distance, causing people to shudder. At this moment, Lin Qia began to doubt the choice he made. Roar, roar, roar. Chao Yuan let out a beastly low roar. At the same time, several recruits crawled out from the ruins around him, and they were almost next to Chao Yuan, as well as next to hell. Chao Yuan made his move, prioritizing the destruction of the closest targets. The gray-haired recruits were dumbfounded, watching the butcher's knife fall and screaming in terror. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Qia and Wang Mian acted at the same time. With human lives at stake, the rest of the battle was meaningless. "Mom, I don't want to die." The recruit right next to Chao Yuan was so scared that he clutched his head, crying and shouting. Suddenly, an arm broke through the rubble and clamped a death grip on Chao Yuan's knife. "Stop shouting. With me here, no one will die." Wang Quan's lazy voice rang out as he slowly stood up, his body immaculate as if the building debris around him didn't exist. I'm going. Why the hell are you here? Wang's face couldn't help but burst out. Wang Quan yawned and slowly explained, I saw you all come over to this side of the dormitory and thought about watching the show, but I ended up being too bored and fell asleep. And then it was what you guys saw, which gave the building demolished. Wang Quan, still steadily clutching Chao Yuan's sword, cursed and spat. It's your father. I demolished it, have an opinion. Wang Mian glared at Wang Quan, you're such a talent, you can sleep anywhere, I'm convinced. Roar roar roar. Seeing that he had been unable to pull out his sword, the berserk Chao Yuan was furious and simply let go, slamming a straight punch at Wang Quan. Young man, young people shouldn't be too angry. Wang Quan grabbed Chao Yuan's fist and instantly staged a wave of swinging sledgehammer for the crowd. The clanging sound echoed above the ruins, and Chao Yuan quickly changed back. When the crowd was not paying attention, a square table was added in front of Wang Quan, with a bunch of snacks such as melon seeds and potato chips on it. What are you looking at? Go on. He sat down as if no one else was around, pulling on the bewildered Chao Yuan in the process. I'm tired too. Shin Xinju picked up a larger piece of roof beam debris and sat down at the square table. You two continue. Then Captain Cheer. Rose ran over and picked up a bag of chips, asking, it's not a violation for me to lift it up and eat it, right? It's not like the mask fell off, whatever. Oh yeah. Eat your melon. Bailey Fatty, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, noticed his teammates groping for fish in the distance, and the five of them glanced at each other and put away their weapons together. Starving. Maelstrom rubbed his stomach and darted towards Wang Quan. Just leave it to the captain. That's right. Tempest and Moon Ghost laughed. Molly, you're not hurt, are you? Bailey Chubby came over to Molly's side and asked with concern. None of your business. With a disgusted look on her face, Molly walked towards the melon eaters without looking back, and as she walked, she paused in place, her tone cold. I'm fine, thank you just now. Of course, it was just out of politeness, after all, I hate you males very much. Bailey Chubby froze for a moment, then giggled, repeating in her heart, Molly back to me, ha. So happy. Molly, wait for me. Who wants to wait for you, fat ass? Aside from Wang Mian and Lin Xie, the duo's teammates all took a break. No, can you guys be a little responsible? The battle isn't over yet. Lin Xie looked at the crowd and said in a good-natured manner. Cheer up, you're our divine agent. Bailey Chubby clenched his fists and raised his small arms, his words sincere. That's right. Go for it, agent. 7 nights, I'll always support you. Chao Yuan had a serious face. Lin Xie, VV. Ah, it's so delicious, I'm starving. Maelstrom had a chicken leg in his left hand and a pig's trotter in his right hand, gnawing happily. As he gnawed, he wiped his mouth full of oil and looked at Wang Mian. Captain, go for it, you're the strongest. Captain, I will always support you. Chance added as he ate the chips. Captain, go for it. Cheer up, you'll win for sure, Captain. Come on, cheers. Wang Quan raised his coke in greeting. The crowd followed suit and raised their drinks. Cheers. Wang Mian, C#. Chapter 45 Mutual Slashing Duo. The next is the time that belongs to us. Wang Mian stood in front of the ruins, looking away from Lin Xie. Begging for it. Lin Xie smiled faintly. He hadn't planned to go besiege the mask members. Instead, he was more interested in going one-on-one with Wang Mian, who was also an agent of the gods. For the greater good, this idea was somewhat capricious. But this was Lin Xie's true thought. Fortunately, fate followed his heart. There was only a faint golden line left in the distant sky, and the sun was about to set. The last rays of sunlight gathered on Lin Xie and Wang Mian like stage lights. The instructors underground were glued to the screen. Wang Quan looked at the duo, and Mask's crew looked here. Everyone held their breath, waiting for an exciting battle. Clank! The crisp sound of a sword broke this tranquility. Lin Xie made his move, and at this moment, the last of the sunlight in the sky disappeared. The night descended. Starry Night Dancer was launched. Lin Xie was as swift as the wind, and from afar, he could only catch a series of residual shadows. Wang Mian frowned slightly. He noticed that Lin Xie had become much faster, but didn't care. Eagle Duck slowly sheathed his sword, and the invisible time god market unfolded. In Lin Xie's eyes, Wang Mian's speed of drawing his sword was so fast that it was a blur. He couldn't see it at all. He could only use his spiritual power to perceive it, but fortunately, his mind's eye was much better than his eyes. In the next moment, a hideous blade mark swept through the air and flashed towards Lin Xie. Buzz buzz buzz. The air emitted a wailing sound. Relying on his powerful dynamic vision and sharp perception, Lin Xie predicted the trajectory of the blade light in advance and avoided it in a thrilling manner. A few strands of hair fluttered down as the blade light flew past Lin Xie's forehead, and without any stops, he continued to rush forward. Interesting. Lin Xie's stance far exceeded Wang Mian's expectations. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. An opponent like this was interesting. Without any hesitation, he swung out the second blade, the third blade. Just like earlier, the blade awnings wove a large net that enveloped Lin Xie. The Bailey Chubby. Several people in the distance immediately tensed up because Wang Mian had used this move to defeat the ambush of the new recruits, and in the face of such a dense web of knives, it was impossible to avoid it. Lin Xie, who was within the range of the knife net, didn't panic in the slightest, only to see the essence of light flowing in his eyes as his dynamic vision was catalyzed to the extreme. In his eyes, Wang Mian's movements slowed down, and the gaps between the knife net were clearly visible. However, in just this instant, Lin Xie's eyes ached more than a little. The dense web of blades closed in, and as he tactically leaned back while stabbing his straight blade into the ground, the entire world passed through the largest gap in the web of blades in a bizarre position. Lin Xie could even clearly perceive the eerie chill on each blade. But if he made a small mistake, he would definitely be sliced into pieces. The blade lights didn't enter the ruins behind Lin Xie, directly clearing a clean and leveled pathway in which smoke and dust rolled. At the same time, Lin Xie realized that Wang Mian's speed had slowed down. The Time God ruins had reached their limit. He knew that the king face of the Marigold realm couldn't possibly maintain such a heaven-defying ability as manipulating time for a long time. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xie pushed Starry Night Dancer to the extreme. His speed went to the next level. Wang Mian could only barely see, and he was waiting for the Time God ruin to cool down, so he subconsciously shielded his mask. After all, the mask was the key to winning or losing. In his place, he would have taken advantage of this effort to attack the mask. However, Lin Xie didn't do so. His figure flashed and a piece of tape was attached to the eagle duck. Along with a slight vibration, this forbidden object was sealed. Lin Xie accomplished his goal. Did enough homework. Wang Mian wasn't surprised, but instead praised Lin Xie, worthy of being a divine agent. Well done. Saying this, Wang Mian glanced at Bailey Chubby, and without even thinking about it, it was only this Bailey family's young master who could provide the scroll of sealing. He. Bailey Fatty scratched his head in embarrassment. Retracting his gaze, Wang Mian backhandedly blocked Lin Xie's slash, and a crispy vibration was released from Eagle's duck, but that was all. Your divine ruin still has a speed boost? Does the mortal dust divine realm have this ability? It's 003 anyways, it's normal to be stronger. Lin Xie felt flustered. This wasn't the first time he had been seen through. Back when he was participating in the hell training, Wang Quan had the same question. Oh. Compared to Wang Quan, this god of time agent was easier to fool. Being the same divine agent, it was easier to understand the same kind of person. You're damn well dragging your feet. Lin Xie was an afterthought, and once he thought about possibly exposing Nyx, he forgot that he was in a dry run. No. Aren't we talking while fighting? As soon as Wang Mian's words fell, a faint glow lit up under his eyes, and the Time God ruins opened once again. The black blade chopped down, leaving a crescent trail in midair. Clang! Lin Xie blocked it with his sword across his body, and without the blade's astral deities, the king's face wasn't as perverse. Of course, within this field, Wang Mian was still the dominant player. Giving up the blade astral-centered fighting style, he only focused on throwing out blades, frantically throwing out blades. In a second's time, Wang Mian swung out at least 500 blades. Lin Xie was slow to act, merely managing to block, and had absolutely no chance to fight back. This was all thanks to Wang Quan's hellish training and Chen Mai's knife instruction, otherwise he wouldn't even be qualified to defend. The black blade and the light blue straight blade resembled two huge dragons roaming the sky, and the light and shadow of the swords were superimposed together, weaving a picture scroll of murderous energy. Soon, the Time God ruin ended. Next was Lin Xie's turn. With the Starry Night Dancer enchantment, the king's face without the divine market was completely inadequate. Lin Xie transformed into a thunderstorm at sea and pressured Wang Mian into retreating. If not for Wang Mian's experience, he would have lost long ago. As Lin Xie's offense ended, Wang Mian counter-pressed back. Just like that, the two took turns violently slashing each other. Aren't the two of them tired? Bailey Chubby rubbed his eyes. He was tired of watching. His eyes were dazzled. There was no spectacle at all. It doesn't look very tired. Swirl took a small sip and spoke slowly. Wang Quan yawned, and suddenly shouted at the duo fighting furiously in the distance, "Apprentice, go for it, cut over that guy. I'm relying on you for a month's worth of stinky socks for my master." Once these words came out, the instructors in the monitoring room fell silent. "Big brother, you're an instructor, which side are you on?" After saying this, Wang Quan leisurely picked up the teacup, not waiting for the entrance. The teacup shattered. Fixing his eyes, it was now Lin Chia's turn. Wang Quan shook his head and picked up the Coke on the side. Just before he was about to drink it, the Coke also exploded. By the way, it was now Wang Mian's turn. The two were in the middle of a heated battle, so it was inevitable that some small stones or something would pop and fly, and then happen to hit Wang Quan. "No! You too, I'm ing." Wang Quan cursed and stood up, and the masked crowd on the side hurriedly pulled Wang Quan back. "Brother Quan, they definitely didn't mean it." Calm down, said goodbye to eating melon. "Brother Quan, don't be impulsive." Chapter 46 The End. The moonlight was like water, falling down from the Milky Way. The light of the intertwined and colliding blades disturbed the bright moon, and also filled with the breath of two strands of defiance. The bright eyes reflected the sparks from the collision of the blade tips, and when the two blades touched again, the divine agents watched each other. "Lin Chia, aren't you tired?" "Not tired." Lin Chia gasped, his eyes revealing determination. "Actually, you've already done very well." Wang Mian appreciated the kindred spirit in front of him more and more. "I might not be able to do so well if I were at this time. I just wanted to go all out for once, that's all." Lin Chia responded with a stern blade. "Good." Wang Mian learned of the other party's determination and swung his blade with a sudden increase in speed, while Lin Chia similarly increased his speed. The invisible net woven by countless blade lights pushed the battle to a climax. Wang Mian's body trembled lightly, his originally calm pupils set off shocking waves, a light filled with majesty overpowered the bright moon, and invisible ripples rippled out from under the mask of the word king. The majesty of a god rushed into Lin Chia's mind, and it was the first time he experienced the shock of a god's might. Only a god could fight against a god. Lin Chia's pupils contracted as dazzling golden light burst out, blazing golden pupils, blazing divine might, like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, violently erupted. In a flash, a fierce astral wind spread out with the two of them as the center. Holy! How did the two of them glare at each other and the wind blew? Bailey Chubby stood up in shock. "It's not them, it's..." Pale blue light came out from under the sunglasses, that fiery battle intent burst out. Wang Quan clenched his syllables, and one word popped out of his mouth, the word God. Following the light of the pale blue eyes, under the dome of the sky, two magnificent figures gazed at each other, rolling divine might as light as water, but heavy as a mountain. The god of time, Kronos. The king of heavenly gods, Michael. The divine might fiercely clashed together, and blood crept into the eyes of Lin Chia and Wang Mian, who were now competing against the god's underlying strength. In the next moment, the uncontrollable, scorching battle intent stirred the two strands of divine might, and Kronos and Michael twisted their heads in unison to look. Wang Quan stood up, his hands in his pockets, his emotions stirring. Facing two gods at the same time, he was still confident and arrogant, as if there was a huge dragon hovering in his eyes. Lin Chia and Wang Mian were both confused. The two never expected that the gods behind them would go and gaze at an ordinary person. This guy, what a pervert. Indeed. After a short period of staring at each other, the gods' encounter came to an end. Only hearing a soft boom sound, Wang Mian's body lightly trembled and retreated with a muffled grunt. At the same time, the time god ruins surrounding him collapsed by inches. Lin Chia gripped the straight sword, the whole person like a cannonball catapult start. The pale blue crescent moon was imprinted under the silver moon. Time was frozen in this moment. Click. The blade cut through the mask, and the word king split in two. This fight is over. The mask lost. Underneath the mask was a clean and calm face, as calm as usual, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The few people who were eating the melon rubbed their heads and stood up. Only Wang Quan was as steady as an old dog. Now the most panicked person has to be the instructor sitting in front of the screen. I didn't expect to really call the new recruit side to win. Wang Face looked at Lin Chia and spoke in a small voice, "I'm sorry." As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes lit up and a faint glow glowed out. The time god ruins unfolded once again. The mask that was about to fall to the ground returned to Wang Mian's face. Lin Chia still maintained the action of swinging his sword, and the eaters who had originally stood up sat back down, their minds blank. This is time rewinding? Lin Chia's face was filled with suspicion. Was this an ability that the Marigold Realm could perform? Of course, it wasn't just Lin Qiye who remembered this, the instructors remembered it, and so did Wang Quan. Lin Qiye won. Awesome. The underground monitoring room exploded, and the instructors were all dumbstruck. Some were relieved. It's good that Wang Mian can time travel back. But he wasn't in the Marigold Realm just now. It's not still a loss. An honest instructor said. Do you want Wang Mian to lose and then send all the recruits to the battlefield to die? The other instructor gave this douchebag a blank look. How's that? Stinging or not? Wang Quan's gloating voice rang out. We seem to have lost. No. The mask didn't fall off, we didn't lose. Yuan Gang replied thickly. That's true too. We can't let these rookies go to their deaths. Wang Quan laughed badly. They haven't experienced my hellish training yet. Winning or losing isn't important, the future of this group of kids is. Yuan Gang slowly spoke, his expression serious and without a hint of selfishness. Aha! Wang Quan turned off his headset and strutted forward as he looked idly at Wang Mian. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Lose it, old brother. His voice was so small that only Lin Qiye and Wang Mian could hear him. How are you okay? Lin Qiye was a bit surprised, clearly everyone else in the neighborhood was affected. You guys have divine ruins and I have a domain, it cancelled out. Wang Quan explained. Oh. Then this domain of yours is quite perverse. After saying this, Lin Qiye looked at Wang Noodle and said seriously, you're cheating. When these words came out, Wang Mian put his index finger against his mouth and whispered softly, shoo. I am losing, but the intensive training will continue. That's right. Wang Quan nodded, then his words changed, but little light son, you can ruthlessly slaughter the instructors for a wave of gold coins law, forbidden objects law, or something like that. Lin Qiye? Big brother, if I remember correctly, you're also one of the instructors, right? I'm a man of principle. How about wrapping a red packet of $1 million? Wang Quan proposed. Seeing that Lin Qiye was hesitating, he immediately added, add a forbidden item. Cough cough. That. Lin Qiye lightly coughed a few times. In fact, he was already going to agree. Firstly, one can't be too greedy as a human being, and secondly, he should give Wang Quan face. You, show it. Wang Quan gave Wang Mian a look before emphasizing, this is my disciple. Lin Qiye, in hindsight, for the first time didn't refute Wang Quan, but emphasized, that's right. This is my master. Wang Mian's mouth twitched as he cursed, I'll damn well give you, eagle duck. Okay. Lin Qiye wasn't polite at all. No. But you can look for me in the future, as long as it's not a matter of principle, I owe you a favor. Hiss. 3 okay. This is what, Mask, owes you. Holy. 3 favors from a special squad, what more do you want? Wang Mask saw that these two goods were still staring straight at him, and it was almost like he was going to break his defenses. Can. Totally fine. Please take care of me in the future, Captain Wang Mian. Lin Qiye said with a smile. Right, there's one more thing. Wang Quan's expression was very serious as he stared blearily at Wang Mian. Chapter 47 Thunder Tiger. If you have a fart, let it go. Wang Mian glared at Wang Quan and said unhappily. You lost the bet. Remember to wash my stinky socks for a month. Wang Quan's voice echoed in Wang Mian's ears, and, go kite, was already halfway out of its sheath. I know, willing to bet and lose. Wang Mian let out a long sigh and sheathed his sword. How about it, you heard all the conditions, Chief Instructor Yuan. Wang Quan contentedly patted Wang Mian's shoulder and leisurely walked away. No problem. Yuan Gang readily agreed, this was what Lin Qiye deserved, the more geniuses there were, the happier he, the chief instructor, would be. Soon after, the announcing sound resounded through the training camp. Time's up, the sparring match is over. You lost, rookies. Upon hearing this, the masked squad's crowd breathed a long sigh of relief, it would be a shame if they flipped. No, I don't think it's quite right. Moonghost scratched his head, puzzled. That's right, that feeling is like the time of the captain who experienced it. Rose had a strange look on her face. Not waiting for her to finish, Tianping violently coughed a few times and frantically gave a few people a wink. The crowd suddenly realized that they had lost. Half an hour later, the training ground. A group of instructors, even the masked squad, stood on the martial arts stage, looking down at the lowly recruits below. I'm disappointed in you all, is there anyone still unconvinced now? Yuan Gang's loud questioning echoed under the night sky. 239 people lost to 5 people, do you guys still think you're geniuses? The recruits fell silent, and the masked squad lowered their heads. Perhaps it was because he was overjoyed in his heart. Yuan Gang still complimented, of course, a certain few of you did very well, all that's lacking is experience and honing. But the vast majority of you haven't even touched the coattails of the masked squad, moving in a chaotic manner, fighting without any rules, and being arrogant and ignorant. I was right from the start, you're just a bunch of losers, dragging down your teammates and getting yourselves killed. Yuan Gang cursed at the top of his voice. Losing isn't scary, not recognizing yourself is. Abandon your pride and devote yourselves wholeheartedly to training. This intensive training lasts for 1 year and is divided into 2 parts. One is half a year of the purest physical training. During these 6 months, your forbidden ruins will be suppressed and you can only rely on yourselves. We will torture you in the most brutal way, an ordeal that will be harder than going to hell, look forward to it. As for the theoretical part of the second half of the year, wait until you've survived the first half of the year. Dismissed. Yuan Gang swept over the recruits with a glance and left with the instructors. Ouch. It's finally over, I'm exhausted. Bailey Chubby breathed a long sigh of relief, not caring about the so-called hellish training, in terror of being able to have the horror of the training arranged by Wang Quan. Say, where are we going to sleep tonight? Lin Chia leisurely and bitterly spoke. Holy. We all forgot about this, the house was demolished by King Face. However, when the crowd turned back, everyone froze. The dormitory building that had shattered into crumbs had somehow recovered as if everything had never happened. Is the construction speed of the intensive training camp so fast? Awesome. Great, I can go to sleep. Some people were shocked, some people rejoiced, and Lin Chia was the only one who was silent as he looked into the distance. I'm exhausted. Wang Mian staggered and almost fell. Hurry up and help me. Okay. Scales and Swirls sighed as they supported Wang Mian left and right. Here. On the side, Wang Quan handed over a special lollipop, and Wang Mian took a bite and swallowed it with a click, his pale lips regaining some blood color. Thanks. Wang Mian removed his mask and stood up straight, his black hair disturbed by the wind. Captain, why do you bother? Maelstrom said with some heartache, just let Yuan Gang and the others rebuild it, the new recruit's big deal is to sleep on the concrete floor for a day. I'm the one who destroyed the dormitory, besides, tomorrow they will start training, the coach is still Wang Quan, I guess it will kill them, let them sleep well tonight. Wang Mian glanced at Wang Quan and then to the dormitory area in the distance, his eyes full of sympathy. Captain, did we really lose? Rose was curious and couldn't help but ask. Wang Fei smiled and nodded slightly, that's right, lost. And owed Lin Chia 3 favors. There wasn't the slightest bit of anger or resentment in his tone, all he had was hope, and the future is promising for the younger generation. If it were you, would you lose? After saying that, Wang Mian looked at Wang Quan and slowly opened his mouth to ask. Wang Quan shook his head, his confidence still intact, and said without hesitation, in the training ground, I have the certainty to make everyone fall. There's no way I can lose. Worthy of being a forced king, you can. Wang Mian's mouth twitched. Ding 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 ding. Sharp, ear-piercing whistles echoed under the half-black, half-white sky, breaking the quiet dormitory area. Lin Chia popped up violently and glanced at the Rolex on his bedside, his brows furrowed, the time was 3 a.m. He quickly put on his uniform and hit Bailey Chubby with a backhanded slipper, the latter scratched his butt and turned around to continue sleeping. Dead fatty. Lin Chia muttered in a low voice. Dinner is served. What cuisine? Bailey Fatty popped up and sat up like he was electrocuted, his eyes glowing with gold. Cuisine your ass, it's time to gather. Ah. Bailey Fat shrieked, glanced at the watch, cursed, this is damn only 3 o'clock, the chicken are not so early ah. They are crazy. Stop howling, I feel like I'll get punished for being late. Lin Chia pushed open the door and hurriedly left. Bailey Chubby put on his uniform and scattered to chase after him. Looking around, outside the dormitory is a huge swath of people. Some people are speeding up and sprinting, some people are walking slowly. Under the night, Lin Chia was surprisingly fast, and he was the first to arrive at the training ground. Fixing his eyes, his entire body was dumbfounded. only to see a large iron cage placed under the martial arts stage, in which was a white tiger with black thunder stripes on its body and the word king on its forehead was incomparably clear. The thunder tiger stared at Lin Xie and greedily licked its lips, then released a terrifying pressure. I'll go. How was this tiger's oppression even stronger than the Ghostface King? Lin Xie felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously clenched his fists. This tiger was at least a Chuan realm mystic. He looked up and saw that there were 3 instructors standing on the martial arts stage, among them was Wang Quan. So it seemed that everything made sense. On the first day of training, a whole head of Chuan realm mystic was produced, and the difficulty of the recruits who were suppressed in the Forbidden Ruins being just ordinary people could be imagined. This was definitely being sent to the 18 layers of hell. Thinking about this, Lin Xie sucked in a breath of cool air. Gradually, more and more recruits arrived. Everyone coincidentally looked towards the white tiger under the demonstration stage. Most of them were witnessing mythical creatures for the first time, so they were mostly curious. Wang Quan pinched his stopwatch and looked down at the recruits under the stage with an expressionless face. As the time came to 3 minutes, he gently pressed the stop button. Click. The moment the subtle ringing sound appeared, an invisible barrier enveloped the entire training ground. The recruits who hadn't yet walked into the training ground were stuck, and all of them were at a loss. Chapter 48, Life and Death. Unfortunately, you guys are late. Wang Quan narrowed his eyes slightly at the recruits outside the training ground. The rule of the training camp is that you must assemble at the training camp within 3 minutes of the whistle. Those who haven't stepped into the training ground run 20 laps under weight to warm up. Of course, if you can walk in, the punishment is waived. With these words, many late recruits saw hope. After all, just waking up at 3 in the morning and having to run 20 laps, the pain didn't need to be described. The recruits began to try, but no matter how hard they tried, they were never able to step out. The training ground was close at hand and equally far away. Gradually, these late unlucky ones could only go to run laps. Some people were still trying, attempting to break through the invisible wall. Among them was Xin Xingzhu, who had already stepped into the training ground with 1 foot. The pressure was like thousands of silver needles, constantly stabbing Xin Xingzhu. Blood and sweat seeped out of his pores, soaking his uniform. Whether they were running wildly on the track or standing inside the training ground, everyone focused on this. Xin Xingzhu grimaced in pain, but froze without saying a word. Time passed by minute, and most of his body broke through the mental power barrier set up by Wang Quan. Finally, Xin Xingzhu walked into the training ground. He staggered, panting heavily, sweat mixed with blood dripping from the tip of his nose. This scene, just by looking at it, one could tell how much pain one had to endure, and those recruits running laps were glad that they did not stubbornly continue. Xin Xingzhu slowed down for 3 minutes, and with great difficulty raised his head, looking squarely at Wang Quan. His hoarse voice resounded, "Instructor, did what I said earlier count?" "It counts. You don't have to run laps. But don't be late next time. Get in line." Xin Xingzhu's body swayed, his vision blurred, and he fell headlong. Just at the moment he was about to fall, Wang Quan caught him. Reversal technique was activated. A flash of silver light. Xin Xingzhu snapped awake. "Come on, get your ass into the team." Wang Quan blankly glanced at Xin Xingzhu. "Oh. Also, put your hat on." Wang Quan knocked Xin Xingzhu's brain and straightened it with his hand. "Those who are not late can rest in place. Those who are late go collect their weights." Wang Quan's figure flickered and appeared on the martial arts stage with a whoosh. "Chief Teacher Wang, what level of pressure did you set up?" Hong Hao asked curiously. "It's only the pool realm." Wang Quan waved his hand and smiled bashfully. "Then this Xin Xingzhu kid is okay, although he looks like a gangster, his perseverance is good." Hong Hao glanced at Xin Xingzhu and nodded appreciatively. The sky turned fish belly white, and the morning training ended. Most of the recruits looked sad, and those who were penalized for laps were worse than dead. Returning to the dormitory, Bailey Chubby let out a long breath, sat on his but on the hardboard bed, and muttered, "Thanks to Brother Quan training me a month in advance, or else I'm sure I'll have to run laps today." "I think you're getting close too. It's not a matter of physical ability, it's laziness," Lin Xie said in a good-natured manner. He. Bailey Chubby scratched his head and slightly flattered, "I don't have you here at 7 nights. Punctual wake-up service, too sweet." As soon as his words fell, Lin Xie hit him squarely in the face with a slipper and scolded, "Go to hell you, dead fatty." Bailey Fatty took down the slipper and yawned, preparing to have a beautiful sleep. Who knew that just after lying down, the ear-piercing whistle sounded again. Holy! Playing with people doesn't take this kind of play. Bailey Fatty frowned and cursed as he put on his uniform. With the previous experience of morning training, the recruits didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and they took out their milk strength to rush to the training ground. Gee. No, man, touching the porcelain. A new recruit just fell down in front of Bailey Chubby in a watery manner, startling him. Fixing his eyes, this seemed to be the person who was penalized for circling. Fatty, run, you're going to be late. Lin Chie, who was running at the front, voiced a reminder, and Bailey Chubby realized afterward that his entire body was numb, so he could only run wildly with all his might. At the moment before Wang Quan pressed the stopwatch, Bailey Chubby jammed into the training ground. Looking back, there were quite a few recruits lying on the ground, all of them being penalized for lapse. Immediately after, a group of conscripts wearing white coats ran in a flurry of wind and fire, and like picking up mushrooms, they threw the fainted recruits onto a stretcher and left happily. Not bad, not bad. Wang Quan nodded with satisfaction. Then the words turned. It is that some people exist card point behavior, often walk by the river which have not wet shoes. Pay attention to the point. Bailey Chubby East look, West look, silently lowered his head. Today card point and seems to be him one. You can eat breakfast, time is 20 minutes. Have a nice meal. The corner of Wang Quan's mouth rose, looking forward to the next screams of the recruits. The real hell hadn't started yet. 20 minutes later, the training ground. The recruits stood neatly under the martial arts stage, their faces not looking too good, probably because the breakfast was with blood and raw meat. On the martial arts stage, Wang Quan was sitting on a recliner, and the cat-like thunder tiger that was previously kept in a cage was lying on its side, unencumbered. He glanced up and spoke quietly. Today's training is physical fitness, I'll be in charge. Upon hearing this, the recruits breathed a sigh of relief. The physical training was nothing more than a weighted run or cross-country or something like that. Like in morning training, it was still acceptable for ordinary people. As for that thunder tiger, the crowd thought that it was a pet that Wang Quan kept. The content of physical training is running, no need to carry weight. Wang Quan's lazy voice resounded throughout the entire training ground, and the recruits' hearts simply blossomed with joy when they heard no need to carry weight. At this moment, the thunder tiger stood up, facing the sunrise, its white fur fluttering in the wind, majestic. Wang Quan got up and came to the edge of the martial arts stage, adding, running has another name, and that is. Saying this, he paused for a moment, and then a low voice with a hint of chill echoed in the ears of the new recruits, and the speed of life and death. Running slow is going to kill you, yo. Alright, on the count of 3, everyone enter the runway. The recruits were dumbfounded, finding what Wang Quan said a bit baffling. Only Lin Chie and Bailey Chubby were as if they were on the verge of an attack, ready to take off. You two look so nervous. Molly on the side wondered. Molly, listen to me, you absolutely have to run for your life in a while. Bailey Chubby warmly reminded. Isn't it just running laps? Shinju put her hands behind her head, blankly glanced at the two of them and said disdainfully, what's there to be afraid of? Right at this moment, Wang Quan's booming voice rang out, and he only said one word, the word. 3. As soon as the word fell, Lin Chie and Bailey Chubby riveted their energy and rushed towards the runway with a whoosh. No, why are you two grabbing the runway? That's right, the instructor said to count to 3. Molly didn't hesitate, the third one followed, and then Chow Yuan. In the next second, the sound of a tiger's roar resounded through the clouds, and the real life and death time began. Chapter 49, we've fought side by side, haven't we? Wang Quan said to count to 3, and he did say 3, as for whether there were 1 and 2, it had nothing to do with him. This was the second lesson he taught the new recruits, to improvise on the battlefield. Thunder Tiger roared and jumped off the martial arts stage. Even if it was suppressed, hanging a group of new recruits who couldn't use forbidden ruins was simple and easy. Only a bang was heard, a recruit who was still waiting for the countdown was slapped away, he flew backwards like a kite with broken strings dozens of meters. In the next moment, Wang Quan came to the side of the seriously injured man, pressed one hand on the other's shoulder, and said with a smile, young people have to know how to improvise, or else you'll die, yo. On the battlefield, there are no surprises, variables always exist. The voice with a smirk went through the brains of the new recruits, spreading out to the entire drill ground. Whether others remembered it or not couldn't be determined, but this unlucky man was impressed anyway. Ah! Run! Run! The recruits, as an afterthought, ran around the training ground in a frenzy, and not surprisingly, more than a dozen of them flew out of the training ground with serious injuries. Taking advantage of this, the recruit who had been sent flying at the very beginning stood up alive. He stared at Wang Quan with an unbelievable face, his eyes full of admiration. You're so powerful, your body doesn't hurt at all anymore. Oh? Wang Quan's eyebrows were smiling with a harmless look. Recruit, he. Since it's better, then continue training. Wang Quan picked up the dumbfounded recruit and threw him back to the training ground. Then, he rescued the other severely injured recruits and finally threw them all back. Instructor, is he still human? Molly looked at her comrades flying around in the training ground, a chill ran down her spine, and she couldn't help but spit out her words, while at the same time, she was glad that she had followed Bailey Chubby's duo to the runway. Too ruthless. Throwing mystery into the crowd on the first day of training. Chow Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Say, how did you two know that the instructor would only count one number? Molly asked curiously. Lin Chiye and Bailey Chubby glanced at each other as painful memories surfaced and the two of them winced in unison. If you were chased by wolves, you would naturally know. Gradually, the headless recruits finally discovered the key to staying alive. That was that Lei who would not attack people standing in the runway. Run towards the runway. One person yelled, and everyone ran towards the runway as if they were desperate. Under extreme fear, the recruits forgot everything, and in the messy crowd, someone suddenly fell, followed by a chain reaction of 7 or 8 people falling to the ground, including Xinxingzhu's juniors, who himself was already close to entering the runway safety zone. Woo. I'm so scared, why is mystery so scary? Mommy, I want to go home. The few people who had fallen down looked at the gradually approaching Lei Hu, and some were so scared that they burst into tears. Deng Wei, who was located at the very back of the group, bore the brunt of the attack and became Lei Hu's first target. Get the hell out of my way! Xinxingzhu cursed as he rushed towards Lei Hu, swimming against the current in the crowd. Roar! Thunder Tiger immediately noticed Xinxingzhu, and instantly lost interest in the person who had lost his sense of resistance. Only to see the tiger's body leaping up high, its sharp beast claws slicing through the air as if cutting through space. Xinxingzhu subconsciously tried to activate the Forbidden Ruins, only to react to the Forbidden Ruins being suppressed. Damn! He cursed in his heart, and his gaze instantly became determined as he punched over. Ordinary person Xinxingzhu versus Chuan Realm's Lei Hu was tantamount to an egg touching a stone, losing was inevitable, and the pain of flesh and skin was feared to be unavoidable. Xinxingzhu was not afraid of pain, only a few broken bones, a little blood, and brothers then, this is nothing. Just in the nick of time, a silhouette pounced from the side, he rolled to the side along with Xinxingzhu, avoiding Lei Hu's attack. Ouch! Lin Chiye hurriedly stood up and sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, his left shoulder was grazed by the tiger's claw and his skin was split open. Stupid tiger, little master is here, come eat me. Not far away, Bailey Chubby patted his butt and provoked Thunder Tiger in a manner. Mystery can't understand human language, are you an idiot? Molly cursed while throwing a stone towards Lei Hu, hitting him squarely in the face. Lei Hu was really enraged and roared as he rushed towards the duo. Run away, fatty! Oa! On the other side, Chow Yuan picked up the several people who were scared silly one by one and escorted them to run towards the runway. This scene broke into Xinxingzhu's eyes as he sat on the ground, suddenly looking up at Lin Chiye, whose arm was stained with blood, and asked in disbelief. Why are you guys doing this? We're not very familiar with each other. Lin Chiye stretched out his right hand and stood in front of Xinxingzhu against the light, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He replied cheerfully. We've fought side by side, haven't we? The first lesson that Wang Quan taught Fatty and I was not to abandon our teammates. Lin Chiye's eyes were sincere, and he was speaking from the bottom of his heart because Xinxingzhu's willingness to give up entering the safe zone for his brother showed that he was a sentimental and righteous person, worthy of deep friendship. At least that was how it seemed to Lin Chiye. I didn't ask you guys to mind your own business. Xinxingzhu skimmed his head, trying his best not to let Lin Chiye see his expression, but he still reached out to hold the other party. I threw thunder, old mother ah. You two stop chatting, Molly and I are going to die wow. Chubby Bailey squealed as Lin Chiye pulled up Xinxingzhu. Right now, only these 4 people were left in the middle of the training ground, and it was good that they were closer to the runway. Just as Chubby Bailey and Molly approached the runway, the Thunder Tiger suddenly accelerated and caught up with the two of them in the blink of an eye. The tiger's claws flashed with a cold aura and suddenly slapped down. Chubby Bailey blocked the blow with a sideways movement, but together with Molly, he was sent flying. He protected Molly in his arms and skidded more than 10 meters against the ground, the sharp pain spreading from his back to his whole body, stabbing his brain. Fatty! Lin Chiye shouted with some anxiety. Although Bailey Chubby was lacking in heart, he didn't deny that Chubby was one of his few friends. At this moment, how could Fatty Bailey have the heart to pay attention to Lin Chie? His attention was all on the beauty in his arms. "Molly, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Molly's tone was cold, hurriedly disengaging from Bailey Chubby's embrace. Stunned for half a day, she picked up the other party, a hint of softness in her tone. Are you alright?" "Dang." Hiss. Bailey Chubby just wanted to show off. The wound on his back immediately told him to be human. Molly's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at it with her afterglow. The back of Bailey Chubby's military uniform almost rotted away, the white and tender flesh and blood turned out. The injury was not light. As soon as she thought that Bailey Chubby was injured for herself, Molly's heart was overjoyed. Does it hurt? Let me take you to the infirmary." And Molly didn't care about training or anything else, pulling up Bailey Chubby and about to leave. The moment she took her hand, what kind of wounds severe pain seemed to be unimportant. "Hey!" Bailey Chubby was full of light, feeling too happy, thanks to Lehu, thanks to Brother Quan, thanks to training. He couldn't wait to thank the air around him. Chapter 50 New Unlocked Quest. Wan Quan came to Bailey Chubby's side with an instantaneous movement and casually waved his hand at his back. A silver aura flashed and the wound disappeared into thin air. Cough, cough, cough. He lightly coughed twice. "So what, where's the training? Pay attention next time." Saying that, he glanced at the two people who were still holding hands. "Instructor Wang, it's not like that." Molly hurriedly let go of Bailey Chubby's hand with a flustered face. "He was seriously injured. I'm taking him to the infirmary." Bailey Chubby had a bitter look on his face. The happy moment ended before it even started. Wang Quan patted his chest and said with a confident face, "With me, even if his heart is ripped out, he can be saved. Infirmary or whatever, no need." After saying that, his figure flashed back to the martial arts stage. His loud voice rang out in a serious tone. "This is what I'm going to teach you all today. Don't be so rigid in your dealings. The battlefield isn't a training camp, and none of the enemies will follow instructions. When I say count to 3, it doesn't necessarily have to start with 1. You'll get hurt in training, but on the battlefield, you're already dead." There was a moment of silence from the recruits on the runway, especially those who had disorganized themselves and those who had been slapped away. All of them were in deep thought. Just now was just an appetizer. The next step is the beginning of physical training. Before that, I'm going to praise a few people. Those whose names are called out come out. Lin Chie. Present. Shin Qingzhu. Oh. Bailey Tu Ming. Here. Chao Yuan. Here. Molly. Present. The 5 of them stepped out and lined up with their chests straight. Comrades are suffering. The 5 of them stepped forward. I'm very pleased. Everyone remember, don't abandon your comrades. Remember? Wan Quan raised his volume and asked. Remember. Remember what? Never abandon your teammates. The recruits' loud voices echoed throughout the training ground. Some were ashamed, some reflected. Physical training begins with a starting lap of dozens of laps. But if you are caught up by Lehu, add 10 laps at a time. It's now, give me an immediate run. As soon as Wang Quan's words fell, the recruits rushed out with all their strength. At the same time, the thunder tiger that was licking its paws moved, and a girl located at the very back of the team was the first to be pressed to the ground. This time Lehu's force was just right, just enough to restrict the opponent's movement without causing damage. Congratulations, plus 10 laps. Watch out for the next one, it's already catching up. Ah! Get away from me. Brother Tiger, give it a chance. The sound of Lehu's grinding teeth was close to his ears, and the recruits who fell to the tail of the line cried out in ghosts and wolves, only hating that their dead legs weren't running fast enough. 3 minutes later, the 239 recruits scattered along the large 1,000-meter runway, looking like a necklace from afar. They were divided into 4 sections, with Lin Chie, Chao Yuan, Shin Qingzhu, and the ancient martial family's children who were the same as Molly leading the way. Those in the middle section were trying to catch up with the leader. Bailey Chubby was among them, only he was running slower and slower. The ones in the tail section were a group of unlucky people on the verge of adding laps, with Lehu in hot pursuit. Of course, the most pitiful was the 4th section located behind Lehu. They were already happy to add laps. On the martial arts stage, Wan Quan was reclining on a rocking chair, holding a tall glass in one hand and leisurely drinking red wine. Chief Instructor Wang, you can't drink during training, pay attention to your image. Yuan Gang's voice came out from his earpiece. Is there such a rule? There is. Then ask around, am I the one who abides by the rules? There was a silence on the other end of the headset. There was no need to inquire at all. Yuan Gang still knew more about Wang Quan. This cargo's main focus was to be spontaneous. It could be said to be the one with the most peculiar personality in the vigilantes. Then I can only report it to the commander. I'll go. Wang Quan sat up violently. He was surprised not because Yuan Gang threatened him, but because the system had released another new mission. The system panel floated in front of Wang Quan. Spell Spirit Manipulation Technique Unlocked Mission. Task 1, Genius of Geniuses, recognized by 10 geniuses, 0-10. Task 2, Realm Reaching Immeasurability, 1-1. Task 3, Kill a Limitless, 1-1. Ability Description, Spell Spirit Manipulation Technique Alteration, can take subdued mysteries into one's own use. A difference of 2 ranks in realm can be forced to be taken in. Wang Quan narrowed his eyes slightly. Spell Spirit Manipulation Technique was the ability of Summer Oil Jia, but it seemed more reasonable to call it Mystic Manipulation Technique here in the system. Become a Pokemon Master. This one can be had. While thinking, Wang Quan looked toward the runway in the distance. If geniuses, there should be enough 10 in the recruits. As the sun set, there were still dozens of people running laps on the runway. They had been caught up too many times, so many that it was the kind of thing that couldn't be finished in a day. The only thing worth celebrating was that Lei who was off duty. After dismissal, Wang Quan called over the few people who ran at the front and swept through them one by one. He nodded with satisfaction. One day down, it was these few people who had the least number of extra laps, and they were also one of the few that could still stand after running for so long. Cough, cough, cough. After tactically clearing his throat, Wang Quan suddenly turned around, his hands behind his back, the sunlight hitting his body, as if he was a man of the world. Crowd? What did you all learn today? Know how to improvise on the battlefield. Never abandon your teammates. Instructor's training style is very interesting. I admire your original method. When these words came out, the crowd looked at the person who spoke in unison. Interesting? Damn, being mysteriously chased is still interesting. Your hobby is the letter M, right? The corner of Wang Quan's mouth curled up slightly as this new recruit's compliment rose of progress. Not bad, not bad. Wang Quan nodded. You guys performed fine. It's fate that we all met in the training camp. One person can go to dinner if they compliment me. The question was direct, and the crowd was confused. After a moment of silence, someone was the first to speak, and it was from a heartfelt admiration. To be honest, I did hear a lot of your stories, and because of that, I want to join the night vigil. The name of Daylight is as good as thunder. You are truly awesome. Just like this, some people were really worshipping Wang Quan, some people were forced by obscenity. The progress bar of Task 1 came to 6. At this time, Lin Qiye and Shin Qingzhu were still left, the two of them. One of them furiously cursed Wang Quan for being a narcissist, and one of them was dead arrogant. You two, quickly say something nice. Impossible. Narcissist. After a few moments passed, the two with bruised noses and swollen faces each glared at Wang Quan and reluctantly complimented him. Alright, get lost. Wang Quan looked like a scumbag, taking off his pants and not recognizing them, waving his hand to send the two away. At this moment, there were still 2 spots short of Wang Quan's dream of becoming a Pokemon master. Coincidentally, at this time, Bailey Chubby, who had just finished eating, passed by, and this guy ran faster than on the runway after dismissal, and Wang Quan didn't even have time to leave him behind. Quan. Bailey Chubby hurriedly covered his mouth in the middle of his words, then saluted. Good chief instructor. Fatty, compliment me. Ha? Oh. Brother Quan, my respect for you is like a torrential river, unceasing, and like a lofty mountain, straight into the clouds. You are simply. Alright, stay where it's cool. Wang Quan interrupted Chubby Bailey, almost forgetting that this goods do not even have a forbidden market. Strictly speaking, he is a Kryptonian, a hanging dog, not a genius. Thinking about it, Wang Quan dialed Wang Mian's number. Hello? Something wrong? Compliment me on my awesomeness, will you? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, followed by the wordy 2 words coming out. Chapter 51, Picking Up Treasure. No, it's business. I badly need a word of approval from you. Wang Quan's tone straightened up and explained. There was another moment of silence, and Wang Fei spoke quietly. You're great. He could understand this detrimental friend too well. Once he got serious, it meant that there was really something going on. No reason was needed, he would choose to help. Of course. Thanks a lot. Right, how are you guys doing on your mission? Wang Quan resumed his usual tone of leisure. A sea realm mystery is just that, simple. Wang Nian's tone was calm. I'm still missing one, call over a random person from your team. I'm not with them. So what the hell are you smoking? Wang Nian's slightly sultry voice rang out. I had a dream, and in the dream there was an old grandpa who said that if you put together 10 awesome sounds, you'll be able to obtain the forbidden ruins. Wang Quan joked. Coincidentally, at this time, Maelstrom's voice rang on the other side of the phone. Captain, there's a delivery for you. I didn't buy anything. Wang Nian was a bit puzzled and casually handed the phone to Vortex. Who is it? Me. Brother Quan, what wind blew you here? Swirl was a little surprised. Complimenting me on my awesomeness. Wow. You really have nothing better to do. Maelstrom wasn't surprised at all. In his impression, this was something Wang Quan could do. I know you're awesome, but you can't be this shameless. As soon as Maelstrom's words fell, the system's beep sounded. Spell spirit manipulation technique change unlocked successfully. Bye, I'll invite you guys to dinner sometime later. Atmosphere Brother Quan, bye. Hanging up the phone, Maelstrom sat paralyzed on the sofa of the temporary stronghold and spat out, Captain, do you think Brother Quan broke his brain from the fall, making a phone call just for the sake of listening to a sound of someone praising him for being great? Wang Nian was silent, his face was blue, and in the courier box was a pile of stinky socks. It's all buddies, you really ing mail ah. Wang Quan, you retard, give me what I'm waiting for. Wang Nian cursed, but then again, how did this bastard know Masked Squad's address? Captain, what's the courier? Maelstrom was curious when he saw that the captain was silent for half a day. Swirl, let me ask you something. What? How did that bastard Wang Quan know we were here? Quan said he was going to send us some of his lollipops, so I told him. Swirl said with a smirk. In the next second, the smile on his face froze, and then his attitude became humble, trying to awaken the comradeship with Wang Nian. Captain, don't draw your sword. The divine ruins are open. Outside the stronghold, several people from Tianping happened to come to the door. Rose and Moonghost were each holding a box, listening to the screams inside. Several people had a heart attack. So what, he was the one who had to take that box, right? Moonghost spoke helplessly. That's right. Right. I can testify. Tianping, who was the vice captain, nodded slightly with a serious face. As he prepared to open the door, before his hand touched the doorknob, the door clattered to the ground. Looking around, the living room was intact, and Swirl, who had been beaten to a pig's head, sat pathetically on the couch. Captain, it's a lollipop. That's right. Chance and Moonghost laughed. Kingface was in a soothing mood. After all, a certain trait of Swirl, the talker, was not far from King Power. Intensive training camp, 3 a.m. In the quiet warehouse, a sneaky figure poked his head out of the alloy door, and it was none other than Wang Quan Han Quan. There was no other mystery around, so he could only try his hand at the camp's teaching materials first. After a day of exhaustion, Master Lei Hu was huffing and puffing, not realizing that danger is approaching. Waiting for that pair of beast pupils to slowly open, the scene in front of him gave Lei Hu scared urine. The silver broken hair was windless, and Wang Quan was staring straight at it with fiery eyes. It was this man, terrifying man, simply strong. The reason why Thunder Tiger could put down the dignity of the king of all beasts to accompany a group of rookies to Playhouse was because it was almost killed by Wang Quan, which caused it to have a psychological shadow. Right now this man came again, and the biological instinct told it that it would not live long. Wang Quan opened the special cage and slowly raised his right hand to stick it on Lei Hu's forehead. The latter trembled in fear. In theory, the spell spirit manipulation technique should be to subdue the mystery first before it could be harnessed. However, for Thunder Tiger, who had experienced Wang Quan's violent beating package, it was already convinced beyond belief. Wang Quan mobilized his spiritual power, and in the blink of an eye, a single reddish-golden rune surged out of his right hand, and the runes connected together to form a chain of energy, and these chains formed a sphere. As the rune chains contracted, Lei Hu's body began to crumble, turning into black and white points of light before coalescing into a white ball of light the size of an egg, with black arcs of electricity wrapping around it. When using the spell spirit manipulation technique to absorb a spell spirit, the spell spirit needs to be transformed into a black orb-like object, spell spirit orb, and then swallowed from the mouth. The mystic manipulation technique given by the system should be used in the same way. Wang Quan looked at the white ball of light and remembered Xia Yuji's description of the flavor of the spell spirit ball, like throwing it into the sewer, wiping the rag of vomit, and then swallowing it whole. After a minute-long mental construction, Wang Quan picked up the ball of light and swallowed it. He had even put on his pain mask in advance. The ball of light wasn't as bad as Wang Quan had imagined, it tasted like mineral water while carrying a crunchy electric sensation. After swallowing the ball of light that Thunder Tiger had transformed into, all the information about it surfaced in his mind. After freezing like this for a moment, Wang Quan suddenly smiled as he muttered, "Not bad, picking up a treasure on the first try. Hakihoyu guy, it turns out that you still have the potential to evolve." At the end of a sentence, Wang Quan's palm was flooded with silk-black arcs of electricity. He casually flung it out towards the side, thunderons exploded, and 5 claw marks cut the alloy door into pieces. This was one of the abilities of the mystic manipulation technique, extracting the ability of the harnessed mystic to turn it into his own. The disadvantage was that he couldn't raise the strength. This Thunder Tiger was in the Chuan realm, and Wang Quan extracting its ability to unleash the strongest strike could only be in the Chuan realm. Looks like we need to find some powerful mythical creatures. Wang Quan stroked his chin and muttered. Right at this moment, a sound of footsteps rang out from outside the warehouse, and a dozen instructors, led by Yuan Gang, hurriedly arrived with star blades in their hands. Enemy attack? Seeing Wang Quan standing in the warehouse, Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief. That's right. Someone was trying to steal our teaching materials, and they've already been sent flying by me. Wang Quan bolted in a serious manner, completely unable to hear a lie. Flew? Yes. With a whoosh, it flew over there. It's probably dead. Wang Quan pointed at the distant sky, his right hand was behind his back, and with a gentle grip, the ball of light entwined with black arcs of electricity appeared in his palm. When the instructors were not paying attention, he threw the ball of light into the cage, and Thunder Tiger returned intact. Unlike earlier, the beast's pupils had an additional pair of reddish-golden crosshair markings. Chapter 52 Leap of Courage. Run, run, dead legs run for me. Don't, brother Tiger, spare my life. Alas. No, I've been smoked 800 times today. Recruits are screaming, passion is burning, Lei Hu smiling. Now this was already a beautiful scenery line in the intensive training camp. After Wang Quan completely subdued Lei Hu, I was even more relaxed, and the life and death training was transformed from semi-automatic to fully automatic. On the martial arts stage, Hong Hao was in charge today. Looking at the runway in the distance, he had to admit that Wang Quan's way of education, over the past half a month, the new recruits' physical ability, reaction speed, and awareness had all improved significantly. Now, it was time for the next item. Training is suspended, everyone go back to the dormitory and rest for half an hour. Hong Hao's loud voice rang out. In the next second, earth-shattering cheers broke through the atmosphere, and the recruits, one by one, ran towards the dormitory as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Lei Hu stopped and walked slowly to the middle of the training ground. It yawned and sunbathed comfortably, playing half a month of black labor. The tiger also emaciated. 7 nights, I'll take a nap, don't forget to call me. Bailey Chubby collapsed on the bed and let out a comfortable piggy squeal. Lin Chia took a bite of a compressed cookie and said with a helpless face, "Dead fatso, don't sleep, I advise you to get your strength up for good." Like eating something. Ah. It's 10 o'clock now, isn't there 2 hours left before dinner? Bailey Chubby said doubtfully. We don't know if we'll be able to eat in a while. Didn't you realize? There were 5 new transports in the camp yesterday, so I guess we'll have to leave the barracks to train outside. Oh? Bailey Chubby sat up violently with a light in his eyes. Can we finally go out? It's not a good thing anyway. Lin Chia finished eating the compressed cookies and threw a piece to Chubby in his hand. Eat quickly, it can top things off. Oh. Bailey Fatty ate it in 2 or 3 bites. After all, trusting 7 nights is quasi-correct. The rest time ended, and the recruits gathered at the training ground on time. There were 5 instructors standing on the martial arts stage, and they all looked into the distance in unison. Rumble. Thunderous sounds rang out, and under the blue sky, 5 transport planes slowly landed outside the training ground, their high-speed rotating propellers swirling up gusts of wind. Hong Hao stepped forward, his eyes swept over the crowd under the stage, and shouted under his breath, "Today we're going to train outside the battalion, don't make any noise, and board the plane in an orderly manner." Great, I can go out, I've been suffocating myself for the past half-month. Why am I scared? That's right, I have a bad feeling about this. Why? Because Instructor Wang isn't here, there's definitely something fishy going on. The recruits exchanged whispers, some were excited, some were scared, and some were calm. 5 instructors, 239 recruits all boarded the plane. The transport plane slowly took off, the propeller turned faster and faster, and finally disappeared into the sky. In the transportation plane for the first, the atmosphere was not as serious. The recruits curiously looked out the window and exchanged whispers. 7 nights, look, so many bird G's flying past outside. That cloud looks like a puppy. Bailey Chubby smiled like a little kid and kept sharing what he saw with Lin Xie. Your family is so rich, you haven't seen anything, is that so? Lin Xie's ears were buzzing from the noise and he couldn't wait to sew up Fatty's mouth. Private planes just have a good internal experience, they don't have the flavor of a transport plane like this. Bailey Fatty analyzed with a serious face, rather like an experienced gourmet. Upon hearing this, the several people next to him sank in color. Invisible pretending was the most deadly. Damned rich boy, yuck. Molly glared at Bailey Chubby, but her tone was less heartfelt disgust that she had at the beginning. Molly, it's not what you think it is, blah. Chubby Bailey hurriedly explained. Right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted out, words filled with surprise. Look, what a beautiful lake. It's kind of like. Hiss. That's right, like a sky realm. At these words, everyone looked out the window. The sunlight was not dry, and above the pale blue dome of the sky, clouds rolled in. A few strands of golden silk hung down from the distant sky, like disturbed snow, and fell into a lake. The surface of the lake shimmered, and the sky was reflected in it, like a sapphire set in the mountains. To the left and right of this large lake there were 2 large mountains, one taller and one shorter. The shorter one kind of looked like it had been temporarily piled up. Do you guys know how this lake came to be? Hong Hao slowly spoke. No idea. I don't remember Sangnan having such a big lake, especially if it's in the mountains. That's even more unlikely. Lin Xie, who was a local of Sangnan, was dumbfounded. It couldn't be man-made. This lake is your instructor Wine's battlefield when he killed a limitless realm mystery, that is. When the words came here, even Hong Hao was shocked by it. He paused for a moment and continued, shaped the landscape with human power. Human. Man-made? Humans can do such a thing? Simply too powerful. One day, I want to be as strong as Instructor Wang. The recruits were all wide-eyed and filled with incredulity. I remembered that Sangnan earthquake a while ago was because of this. Bailey Chubby had an afterthought. Lin Xie nodded. He knew the inside story and wasn't as surprised as the others. While the crowd marveled at the beautiful scenery, Hong Hao smiled badly and muttered, I hope that you guys will like the scenery too in a while. Only ripples were seen on the stunningly beautiful lake, and in the blink of an eye, shadowy shadows emerged from underneath the lake. It was a huge snake shadow that measured 100 meters in sight, and it slithered and coiled under the lake, covering almost the entire man-made lake. The snake's shadow flickered, and almost everyone saw it. What was that just now? I saw what looked like a big snake in the lake. I saw it too. I have a phobia of giant things. The joy brought by the original beautiful scenery began to dissipate, replaced by the fear of the unknown. Along the way, snake shadows appeared and disappeared. Eventually, the transporter stopped at the top of the tallest mountain, where the logistics department had built a temporary airport as well as a platform for high diving. Wang Quan sat on the edge of the cliff, eating a lollipop while enjoying the scenery, and when the recruits had finished assembling, he slowly stood up and walked towards the tarmac. The straight military uniforms fluttered in the wind and the military clothes hunted. Wang Quan stood at the forefront of the recruits, spitting out his sugar stick and slightly squinting his eyes. His voice rang out with a smile. Everyone, welcome to the Paradise of Courage, the Alpine Diving Program. With that, he turned sideways and pointed to the distance, explaining, everyone, today's training program is called Leap of Courage. It's very simple, dive from the diving platform in front of you, then fish a glowing red bead from the bottom of the water before swimming to the opposite shore. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. As soon as Wang Quan's words fell, someone couldn't wait to ask, Instructor, on the way here, I saw such a big snake in the water, it's not real, is it? You guess. Wang Quan smiled slightly. Chapter 53, A Frightened Look at Each Other. The person who asked the question was confused. How could he guess this? Not waiting for him to open his mouth, Wang Quan continued. Maybe you're hallucinating. No, I saw it too, Instructor. And me too. Me too. That way. Wang Quan shook his head helplessly. I was thinking of giving you guys a surprise. He spread his hands, not pretending anymore, showing his cards. It's true. There is a serpentine mystery in the lake, but you guys have to jump, that's an order. Wang Quan's tone was not to be questioned. After all, this was one of the training from hell. Upon hearing this, the recruits were terrified and looked a bit overwhelmed. Snap, snap, snap. Wang Quan clapped his hands hard, the powerful ringing sound shattering the panic of the crowd as he asked, "Any more questions?" "Yes." Lin Xie raised his hand. "Speak. How do I find the beads in the lake? On the way to fly here, I see that the lake is quite big." Wang Quan nodded with satisfaction. This question was the point. As for what was in the lake, it didn't matter. In a moment each person will be able to receive a special set of diving equipment. Snorkeling has been taught to you 2 days ago, right? Okay. Lin Xie nodded and buried his head in thought. How deep is the lake? Shinju spat out the bubblegum and asked. Over 100 meters. Is there someone there at the end of the line to meet us? Of course. Do you have to find the beads? Yes, or I'll kick you back into the lake when you get to shore. Is that shorter hill the direction of the finish? Yes. The giant snake was a foregone conclusion, so the others were concerned about the specifics of the training so that they wouldn't be penalized for not completing the task. After the question and answer session was over and each person had changed into their special diving suits, Wang Quan led the crowd to the diving platform. He pulled over a small bench and sat on the edge of the cliff. The shaky look was scary to look at. Any volunteers? Wang Quan twisted his head and asked. As soon as his words fell, 2 people walked out of the group at the same time. I'll do it. Me. It was Lin Xie and Shinju. Seeing Lin Xie leave the team, Xiao Yuan hurriedly followed, but was stopped by Wang Quan. Only 2 people are supported to dive at the same time at a time, so you're on the next wave. Okay. Xiao Yuan was a bit helpless and could only line up behind Lin Xie. I'll come too. Bailey Chubby hesitated for half a day and put up a fight for the sake of his brother. Lin Xie and Shinju came to the edge of the jumping platform and looked down. The jumping platform was roughly 100 meters away from the lake, which was extraordinarily calm and even a bit scary quiet. Lin Xie took a deep breath and just wanted to jump out. The huge snake's shadow floated out of the water. The snake's head was facing the landing point of the jumping platform. It was hard to see the exact appearance. Because of this, it was really scary. Fear stems from the unknown, and despite being mentally prepared, he couldn't help but shiver. When he came back to his senses, he realized that there was no one next to him. Fixing his eyes, Shinju was leisurely free falling, and he was still half the distance from the water. Tug is still as brave as ever. Lin Xie spat out a sentence in his mind, then took a step out. A sense of weightlessness came over him, and his heartbeat accelerated. The surrounding rocks and vegetation became blurred as he was falling at breakneck speed. Puff! Puff! The 2 entered the water one after another, splashing a few meters high. The water temperature wasn't very cold, and the side near the cliff appeared to have been leveled off without rocky outcrops, presumably for the safety of the recruits' lives. The only drawback was that the visibility was a bit low, only 2 to 3 meters visually, but one could indeed clearly see the red glowing object. This was Lin Xie's experience after entering the water. He looked around and locked onto a glowing place. At this moment, right behind him, the snakehead silhouette slowly emerged, silent and hard to detect. Lin Xie's spiritual energy sensed a huge object behind him, and he violently twisted his head to look, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The red vertical pupils were staring straight at him, and the lavender snake's letters were moving in and out of the water. The giant snake, close at hand. He was incomparably sure that this distance, within reach. From a distance, in the empty, bleak underwater, 1 man and 1 snake watched each other, one giant, the other as small as a mayfly. Deep water, murky, giant. It can be called the most terrifying stare down. Lin Xie couldn't help but stutter in his heart and turned around to swim frantically, cursing Wang Quan in his heart. This damn bad taste, even set the mission target and the snake pupil to a color, bastard. Luckily, the giant snake didn't chase after him, and seemed to be simply trying to scare a certain lucky guy. The thought of finding a prop for a mission and getting face to face with a giant snake made Lin Xie's scalp numb. On the jumping platform, it was the turn of Xiao Yuan and Bailey Fatty. Looking at the bottomless lake, Bailey Chubby's legs couldn't stop shivering. For the rich young master who was raised with respect, this was a little too exciting. Dead fatso, don't jump if you're a wimp. Xiao Yuan raised his middle finger towards Bailey Fatty, and then leapt. Upon hearing this, Bailey Fatty cursed and jumped down. Holy, stinking monk, stop right there. Coincidentally at this moment, the snake shadow surfaced a little bit. I throw thunder old mother Don't eat me. Bailey Chubby's screams scared the recruits who were still lining up to dive into the water, and they couldn't help but gulp. The recruits jumped into the lake one by one like dumplings, screams after screams. Snake, the snake surfaced. It's waiting down there. A girl was so scared that she turned her head and ran, but she didn't escape 2 steps before Wang Quan dragged her back. Young people are practicing their guts. Go you. With a single word, he threw the girl down with his own hands. Who else doesn't dare? I'm warm-hearted and can help. Wang Quan smiled and stared at the remaining recruits, only the smile was frightening. As the last recruit jumped into the lake, Wang Quan stood up and picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone has gone into the water. Roger. Get the medical department ready. Yes. Wang Quan pushed up his sunglasses and gazed into the distance. At the foot of the short mountain, he could clearly see several tents and a number of instructors and other people at the reception points that had been set up in advance. In one of the tents, Yuan Gang stared at the big screen full of red dots and lamented, "It's still the young people who have ideas. This diving treasure hunt exercises too many abilities." Yes. I was shocked the first time I saw the underwater snake shadow. That's a real leap of courage. Another instructor staring at the screen spoke up. The upper left corner of the screen in front of him had a string of numbers, the number of recruits. Chief, what if Serpentine Mystery gets out of control? I still think this is too risky. This instructor's concern was not unreasonable, although this training was equipped with real-time positioning, underwater robots, and an underwater rescue team, and there was even an instructor who personally went into the water, but in his perception, a mystery was a monster, and the degree of controllability was extremely low. Yuan Gang swore, absolutely nothing will happen. His confidence came from seeing it with his own eyes. He had seen that snake-like mystery sticking its tongue out in front of Wang Quan like a dog. As for how Wang Quan had subdued the mystery, Yuan Gang was quite curious. Unfortunately, most of the information about this guy was classified and was held by the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch himself. Chapter 54: A Disaster in the Southwest. Gulp. A large series of water bubbles rose under the calm water surface, and a huge snake's shadow emerged, such a scene that even the instructor who was responsible for receiving it on the side couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The snake's head slowly poked out of the water, very lightly, without a single splash. The big snake slightly tilted its head, its red vertical pupils curiously surveying the instructor on the shore, and it seemed to have something in its mouth. In the next second, the big snake opened its mouth, giving the instructors a frightening shout of. The giant snake spat out 3 people, who were covered in slime and wet, but not injured. Medical team, quick, quick, quick. Hong Hao was the first to return to his senses, waving his hand frantically at the tent in the distance. The medical soldiers in white coats came flying with a stretcher, and after checking, the 3 were unharmed. They had just fainted from fear. So it was fainting from fright. The Serpentine Mystery is what saved them. Hong Hao muttered and whispered, and immediately felt that the big snake was much more obedient. What about these recruits? The instructor on the side asked. Splash them awake with cool water and kick them back into the lake. The mission won't be completed until the beads are obtained. Hong Hao announced the treatment without any hesitation. With 3 pots of cool water, several people woke up with a start and screamed. What a big snake, scared me to death. How come the snake's eyes are also red, directly to my face, scared me to death. Whoa! The water is so muddy, the snake is so big, I miss my mom. Seeing this, Hong Hao frowned, with a look of hatred. He took a deep breath, and his medium voice rang out, stand up. The recruits stood straight as a reflex and looked at Hong Hao in unison. Turn backward. Yes. Start walking. The 3 were a bit confused when Hong Hao gave the stop order as the recruits walked to the shore. Instructor, are we completing the mission? Finish my ass, 1 by 1 stun softballs, get the hell back to the beads. Hong Hao cursed, then kicked 1 by 1 to the 3 people into the lake. At this time a head drilled out and happened to see this scene. What's going on here? Lin Chiye was dumbfounded. How did he get kicked back in good time? After kicking the 3, Hong Hao clapped his hands and turned his head to lock Lin Chiye. You kid finished the mission? Those 3 just now are the ones without beads on their hands. Aha. Lin Chiye frantically nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, while flashing his red beads for fear of disaster. Confirming that it was the real thing, Hong Hao nodded. At the same time, there was an additional timing in the monitoring room. It was Lin Chiye's time, 31 minutes and 12 seconds. The second person to come out of the water was Chao Yuan, then Emoli. The instructors looked at the water, expecting someone. After all, he was diving with Lin Chiye. Until the 10th person came out, there was still a delay in seeing Shin Xingzhu. Yuan Gang lifted up his tent, frowned, and muttered, "It shouldn't be, this kid is unruly at best, but quite serious in every aspect of his studies." Gangzi, Xinju wouldn't come out by himself. Wang Quan, who was lying comfortably on a rocking chair, spoke quietly, "Don't you worry about that. Don't you quite appreciate your kid? Don't want him to get better grades." Yuan Gang's words just fell. Wang Quan pointed to the place of the heart and said with a smile, "Achievement is one aspect, the largest proportion is here." Ha 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 ha. Indeed. Yuan Gang laughed out loud, "The heart is the most important thing." In the 40th minute, the water surface has moved again, this time floating up 3 people, Xinju left tugging Li Jia, right supporting Li Liang, mouth biting red beads, face suffocated on the purple side. The strange thing is that his oxygen tank is gone. He spat out the beads and shouted, "Medical soldier, medical soldier." Only when the medical soldier checked to confirm that the two were unharmed did Xinju let out a sigh of relief. "Brother Tug, what's wrong?" Lin Chi's several people gathered around and inquired with concern. "Don't mention it, those 2 wasted snacks, one oxygen tank broke, and the other made the snake faint from fear. So that's why you gave them your own oxygen tank." "I don't need it, there's less oxygen in the water, but not so little that there isn't any." Xinju waved his hand, with a look of full disinterest. The crowd didn't say anything, but just smiled slightly. Who didn't know that Drag was a knife mouth and tofu heart, a proper arrogant boy? The sun held the clouds as it slid down towards the distant mountains, more and more people came out of the water, and this training was nearing its end. Daxia, Southwest Mountains. A soft haze spreads across the distant sky, a few gentle touches illuminating the late returning farmers. The terraced fields were one step after another, and occasionally a mountain song floated out. Rumble. The distant mountains suddenly resounded with violent vibrations, an unknown force shook the entire southwestern mountainous region, causing a wide range of earthquakes. Fortunately, the magnitude was small and did not cause casualties. The line of sight crosses the rolling mountains, pushing straight to the southwestern border of Daxia, where the highest plateau of Daxia is spread out, and the world's highest peak is located in the western part of the plateau. At the end of that azure sky, there was an enclosure higher than the peaks. It rolled over like a sea, connecting heaven and earth. This was the mist that stopped at the border of Daxia. Above the sky, a few black colors gradually enlarged. Those were 3 helicopter gunships. The closer they got to the mists, the smaller the helicopters looked. Flying Eagle 1 to HQ, outside the mists there's. Only to see the mists surging, a black shadow that covered the sky was swimming, a weird force interrupted the communication, and the Flying Eagle 1 crashed into the snow-capped mountains. The image was fixed at this moment. It wasn't sometime greatness, but the last image sent back by the reconnaissance squad. A middle-aged man in military uniform frowned, staring dead at the imaginary figure on the screen. "Is it mystery?" "No, it's a divine beast." "Damn thing." The man cursed and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Uncle San's Flavored Earth Food Restaurant, please." "It's me. There's something over in the southwest that needs your attention, a suspected divine beast." "Okay, wait for me to take a vacation." "No need, I'll have your night watchman there cover your shift for you. There will be a special airplane pickup within 3 hours." "Going straight to the southwest?" "No, pick up someone in Songnan first." "Good." Yifan hung up the communication and turned his hand to dial another number. "Hello? What are you looking for me for, Lao Dang?" Wang Quan's arrogant voice rang out. You? Hiss, I'll beat you up when the time comes. Stop the instructor's work for a while and go on a mission to the southwest." "No problem." Wang Quan agreed without thinking. "What level? It might be a divine beast of the evil god." Yi Fan said. "I'll go." "No, I'm only limitless, against a god, hiss. It's kind of impossible to fight. Even if it was the Klein realm, Wang Quan could touch it. If it was a god-level battle power, he was a bit weak. It had nothing to do with confidence, it had something to do with brains. "You have a partner, I'm trying to let you see in advance." "Which ceiling?" "The sword." "Commander, Daylight, is ready to go. Please use me to your heart's content." Chapter 55 Brother Ping. The evening breeze was cool, a bright moon hung directly above the lake, and Wang Quan sat on the edge of the cliff, his silver hair ruffled. "When will that one come?" Yuan Gang pulled out the cigarette case from his pocket and casually flung it out. The cigarette jumped up high, he tilted his head, the cigarette steadily fell into his mouth. After the crisp clicking sound, a wisp of green smoke floated up. "I don't know, I can only wait here." Wang Quan stretched his waist, glancing at his watch in passing, 24 o'clock sharp. Yuan Gang exhaled a smoke ring and looked at the deep night in the distance. His tone sounded a little excited. I didn't expect to meet the Sword Saint. This year really hasn't been in vain. Dasha's explicitly top combatants, one sword, one rider, one Zun, one void, one husband, with the sword as the leader, known as the Sword Saint. One man, one sword, with a mortal body comparable to a god. To be able to see such a character with one's own eyes, this life is enough. It might not be the same as what you think. Wang Quan took a precautionary shot in advance and reminded. Yuan Gang looked puzzled. It's coming. The night sky was as clear as a wash, without a trace of impurities. Yuan Gang stared wide-eyed, still unable to see anything. He seriously doubted that Wang Quan was simply playing a prank. After all, this guy was a repeat offender. Wang Quan raised his hand and pointed to the distance. The pale blue pupils under his sunglasses flickered slightly, confidently saying, about 3,000 meters away. 3,000 meters? Your damn clairvoyance. As soon as Yuan Gang's words fell, a bit of faint light appeared in the direction of Wang Quan's finger. Soon, a thunderous ringing sound broke through the clouds as the transporter gradually approached. I'm going. Pervert. Yuan Gang was so shocked that he snuffed out his still-burning cigarette and looked at Wang Quan with unbelievable eyes. The transporter slowly landed, the whistling wind blew the military clothes hunting. Yuan Gang stared at the hatch, his eyes flashing with anticipation. The hatch slowly opened. First down came a few soldiers, then a young man holding a long box walked off the airplane. The young man's head was hanging low, his bangs half covered his eyes, a black half-sleeve, a black trouser. The passerby costume coupled with an ordinary temperament, thrown in the crowd, no one would even give it a second glance. Brother Ping, long time no see. Wang Quan quickly stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Zhou Ping's shoulders as he greeted him warmly. Little Wang, long time no see. Zhou Ping's voice was a bit small, and his tone was soft with a bit of excitement. This is the legendary Sword Saint? Yuan Gang was surprised that he couldn't detect a bit of the aura belonging to a strong person in the other party. Of course. Great Summer Sword Saint, the real deal. Zhou Ping was a bit socially horrified, and without the intention to speak, Wang Quan spoke for him. Great Summer Sword Saint. These 4 words were like being smashed into the heart by a hammer. Yuan Gang couldn't help but feel respect, because behind the birth of the appellation was the determination to guard a nation that. It was the courage to face the gods head-on. It was the shield of 10,000 families. Your Excellency, Sword Saint, in the next Shangjing City 006 Vigilante Squad Vice Captain, Yuan Gang, here to wish you triumph. Thanks. Thank you. Yuan Gang's booming voice made Zhou Ping even more socially terrified, but he could hear the sincere respect in it, and his heart warmed. The boarding was over, and the headquarters assigned the duo to officially leave for the southwestern border. Yuan Gang watched the transporter leave until it disappeared into the night. Inside the transporter, the accompanying logistics department personnel opened the latest incoming image. In the boiling mist, huge shadows flashed by, so blurry that it was impossible to see what they were. Lord, Daylight, allow me to share the information with you. Yesterday, at 5:03 and 28 seconds p.m. Shangjing time, a large-scale earthquake occurred in the southwestern mountains, and it was initially determined that the source of the tremor came from the Himalayas. Our side sent out 3 reconnaissance planes that were all crashed by unknown forces, and the subsequent reconnaissance planes that were sent out couldn't take any clearer images no matter what. Speaking of this, the man from the logistics department paused for a moment before continuing to speak again, a bit of shock in his tone. It's something in the fog that doesn't want us to see it. Until now, it has been hovering at the edge of the mist. Wang Quan removed his sunglasses, and a pale blue halo enveloped the entire cabin as he said, "Return the image to before the vapors appeared." Good. The people from the logistics department retreated back as requested, then pressed the play button. In Wang Quan's eyes, the image was split into frames, and the blurry figure became clear. A big snake with wings and 5 heads, what is it doing? Didn't get a shot. When these words came out, the people from the logistics department were dumbfounded. Knowing that the image about the vapors was only 5 seconds long, the people from the headquarters had long analyzed it frame by frame, but the image was as if it had been subjected to some kind of spell, and they were never able to get any useful intelligence. At this moment, the 5-second image was seen by the human eye. It was simply unimaginable. Go check it out like I said and figure out what that thing is. Wang Quan patted the staff's shoulders. Yes. The man's look at Wang Quan changed from unfamiliarity at first to admiration. The cabin was quiet for a few seconds before Wang Quan pulled out a martial arts novel from his book bag and handed it to Zhou Ping. "Brother Ping, if you're bored, read it for a while." "Good." Zhou Ping took the novel and turned page after page with concentration. No one would have guessed that the great Summer Sword Saint's sword technique came precisely from martial arts novels. It was proven that reading books could also make you stronger, or the ridiculously strong kind. "Brother Ping, playing games, or not?" "Ah." Zhou Ping looked up slightly. "I don't know how." "I'll teach you." Wang Quan pulled out 2 cell phones from his school bag and handed Zhou Ping one with a smile. "Okay." Because of Yi Fan, the two had known each other since a long time ago, and since Zhou Ping was a bit older than Wang Quan, he had always treated the other as his younger brother. In front of Wang Quan, he was less socially intimidated. In the cab, Yi Fan called. "Where have you arrived?" "Reporting to the commander. There's still a quarter of the journey left." "Aha. By the way, how are the two of them prepared?" At those words, there was a silence in the cockpit. "Speak up." "Dumb?" Yi Fan shouted impatiently. At this time, someone stammered, "Commander, Lord Daylight is teaching Lord Sword Saint to play the game, and the two are quite cheerful." "Yi Fan?" Yi Fan's face was filled with black lines, and he suddenly regretted a little bit letting Wang Quan and Zhou Ping go on a mission together. "Zhou Ping, what a good kid. Wang Quan, what a bastard. Open the driver's door." "Okay." The moment the hatch was opened, the sound of Wang Quan's dog barking came to mind. "Ping, milk me, quick quick quick. I'll be 5 kills soon. Milk on." As soon as Zhou Ping's words fell, pentakill echoed in the tiny cabin. "Ping, awesome. You're a genius." "Aha." Zhou Ping gave a small "Wang Quan, don't swear in front of people and don't bring people down. I'll break your leg sooner or later." Yi Fan's roar rang out like an erupting volcano, but it was a pity that Wang Quan was immune to the dead pigs. Chapter 56 Naga. "Both of you, the information from headquarters is here." The staff returned to the rear cabin of the transporter with a laptop. "Bring it over and I'll take a look." Wang Quan took the computer, and Zhou Ping also brought his head over. Multi-headed, snake-bodied, infesting the southwest border, closest to the pre-cataclysmic E3 countries, suspected to be the Naga of myth and legend. It's a multi-headed, head-shaped cobra-like, long-bodied, footless, horned, and highly venomous aquatic elf-like creature. These are myths, FYI, after all, variants are highly likely. Since the outbreak of the mists, this mythical creature has never been recorded. Look out for caution. "I'll go, possibly poisonous?" Wang Quan exclaimed in shock. The power to stop could defend against any attack, the only drawback was the fear of poison. "What's wrong?" Zhou Ping had a calm face and a soft voice rang out. "Nothing, ahahaha." Wang Quan scratched his head. It was good that he had more than one ability that didn't affect the battle. "Finished reading, hard work." Wang Quan closed the computer and looked at the staff with a smile. No. It's all what we should do. Attention everyone, we have entered the airspace over what was once the roof of the world." An electronic beep echoed through the cabin, and Wang Quan and Zhou Ping looked out the window in unison. On the horizon, towering mountains connected heaven and earth, like the legendary pillars of the sky. Right at this moment, the transport plane suddenly shook violently, and in the blink of an eye, the engine stopped working, and it fell straight down from an altitude of 8,000 meters. "Everyone, prepare to jump. All the instruments on the airplane are out of order." "No need to jump, everyone fasten their seatbelts and wait for me." Wang Quan shouted and opened the hatch with his hand. The gusty wind poured in and blew people's eyes open. He gave Zhou Ping a look. The latter nodded slightly and quickly fastened his seatbelt. "Lord Sword Saint, this." "Fasten it." Zhou Ping spared his words, his clear words echoing within the cabin. The soldiers accompanying him took the lead in fastening their seatbelts, and the staff members who were filled with fear had no choice but to do as they were told. Now it was an altitude of 8,000 meters, the kind where you would not be left with any crumbs if you fell. Outside the cabin, a layer of silver halo wrapped around Wang Quan. From a distance, he looked like a meteor from the falling universe. In the blink of an eye, and the falling transport plane pulled away. The silver aura cut through the azure sky, only to hear a loud bang. The plateau had an additional crater. Wang Quan slowly stood up. The corners of his clothes were not even messed up. This is the power of stopping. 7,000 meters in the air without injury. Jumping is to pity Mother Earth. Wang Quan held up his sunglasses and tilted his head to look at the sky. A small black dot was zooming in extremely fast, and in his earphone was the calm broadcasting voice of the pilot. 6,000 meters. 6,500 meters. 5,000 meters. 4,800 meters. 4,500 meters. This place is 4,000 meters above sea level. Seeing that Wang Quan hadn't moved yet, the pilot, his head full of black lines, hurriedly reminded. Don't panic. Wang Quan responded with a smile, eyeing the small black dot high in the sky that was getting bigger and bigger. There's still 100 meters to go before we land. Do you think I'm panicking? The pilot let out a sharp popping sound. He wanted to live. As soon as the words fell, Wang Quan removed his sunglasses, his pale blue six eyes gleaming. The field unfolded, and there was an infinite amount of empty space. In an instant, the black hole rose from behind Wang Quan, and the white world spread infinitely, swallowing the airplane in one bite. Here, there was no gravity, no space. As long as Wang Quan wanted, anywhere could be the ground. Inside the transporter, except for Zhou Ping, everyone else had dull eyes. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the transport plane had already landed steadily. The hatch opened and the people from the logistics department and the pilot stumbled out of the plane. Some people got down on the ground and started vomiting. Vomit. Everyone, how's the experience? How's it? 8,000 meters of parachute-less free fall. Is it exciting? Is it cool? Wang Quan looked at the crowd with an expectant face. Bye. Vomit. Day. Vomit. My lord, 8,000 meters, it's not fun at all. If you can, next time you don't play. No, I think it's pretty cool. So damn exciting. The co-pilot of the transporter had a little excitement on his face. At those words, the few people on the ground looked over with a look of a psychopath. Idiot. Pervert. Classy, man. Wang Quan raised his hand forward for a high five, and the latter tacitly cooperated. Zhou Ping unbuckled his seatbelt and walked off the airplane holding the long box. He looked at Wang Quan and asked in a low voice, "What now?" "Notify the headquarters first." "Good." Wang Quan pulled out the satellite phone from his backpack, which only had one number on it, and it was none other than the current commander-in-chief of the vigilantes, Yifan. "Hey! What's wrong?" Yifan didn't scold Wang Quan like he did in the past. Instead he was very serious. "The satellite phone activating means something is wrong. We crashed. And don't send airplanes this way, they should be affected by Naga." "I know. You two get to the border as soon as possible. I'll mobilize all the mobilizable resources around to assist you." "No need, it's enough to give me the positioning." Wang Quan spoke confidently as always. "Humph. By the way, I'm going to transfer the nearest special squad to help you too." "Which one?" "Phoenix is in the southwest and can come the fastest." Upon hearing this, Wang Quan's face was filled with black lines and he swallowed hard. He was rarely flustered. Suddenly, I think I'm enough for Brother Ping." "No, the entire southwest region's calamity crows have called. The situation is a bit complicated." "That woman will slaughter me." "Who told you to peek at someone's bath? You deserve it." "Alas. Young and unintelligent." Wang Quan let out a long sigh. "It's decided." Yifan hung up the communication, and Wang Quan had a lifeless look on his face. "What's wrong?" Zhou Ping noticed that something was wrong and asked with concern. "Brother Ping, if someone wants to beat me up, can you stop them?" "Even if it's God, I'll help you stop it." Zhou Ping's head hung low, his voice was extremely small but firm. "Brother Ping, you are my half-brother." Wang Quan hugged Zhou Ping's thigh. In front of the others, he always acted confident and strong. That was because he felt he should protect them. Ever since he was young, Yifan had always taught him this way. Only in front of Zhou Ping, Wang Quan will rarely soften. Ding! Wang Quan's satellite phone rang. He glanced at the route on the map and put one hand on Zhou Ping's shoulder. In the next second, the two disappeared and entered the field together. Ordinary people as well as those who were many realms lower than Wang Quan or even in the same realm would be affected if they stayed in the infinite empty space, but Zhou Ping was a human ceiling, comparable to a god's battle power, and wasn't really affected. Thus, this was the perfect way for the duo to catch up. Above the endless plateau, silver streams of light advanced close to the ground, heading straight for the mists. Chapter 57. A God. The towering snowy mountains stretched on and on. In the vast mountains, on the side of Mount Everest, a silver lightning was climbing along the inclined ridge at great speed, a peak of more than 8,000 meters, but in a few breaths. Above the lofty giant peak, the wind was furious and the snow was flying. The snow was a curtain that covered the world. Two silhouettes slowly walked out of the snow curtain, directly facing the white wall of mist. The mist churned. From afar, it looked like a vertical ocean. A pair of scarlet vertical pupils suddenly opened. Even through the thick mist, a bone-chilling chill could still be felt. It knows we're here. The snow dyed Zhou Ping's black hair white as he gazed into the distance and slowly spoke. Yes. Wang Quan pressed one hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, his silver hair seeming to merge with the snow, his tone serious. In the mist, the dark green giant snake poked out its head, a head that was on par with Mount Everest, with two spiral horns growing on top of its head. Of course, one is only the beginning. The wall of fog shuddered and shuddered, and a second red snake head poked out. 3, 4, 5. Until all 9 heads of different colors were revealed, the amazing aura completely erupted out, and the terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions, and the mountains shook. In an instant, the heavy snow drifting in a radius of 1,000 miles was fixed in mid-air, and even the edges of the snowflakes could be clearly seen. From afar, 2 tiny black shadows and monstrous snakes stare at each other, peaks, drifting snow, mist. It all looked like an oil painting. Ding! A clear and bright sword sound rang out from the peak. The sword sound was like a song, punctuating this dead silent world. The wind returned, blowing the frozen snow. Zhou Ping, who had been hanging his head low, slowly raised his head. He spoke in a small voice, but it was like thunder. Within the borders of Disya, the gods are forbidden. This is not a place where you should come. The killing sword intent counteracted the terrifying might. Mortal, you are strong, but how can you stop me? The voice of greatness stirred out from the mist, not the Naga giant serpent, but a genuine god. The kings right on the top of the mountain always felt that something was not quite right. Do gods like to hide so much? A little bit of a wimpo. What kind of trash god are you? Have the ability to come out and touch. Don't hide in the mist like a dog, shrinking turtle. Big fool chanting. Saying that, Wang Quan raised his middle finger to the mist in the distance. He was perhaps the first human to raise his middle finger to a god. You. That god was momentarily speechless. He didn't expect a worm to dare to be so wild anymore. In the next moment, the 9 snake heads opened their mouths in unison, and 9 destructive rays shot out. Raging and surging energy swept over half of the mountain range. The heavy snow that enveloped the mountain range was actually cut off. Looking at the rays wrapped in divine might, Wang Quan's heart was like water, and in passing, he flashed his other middle finger at the Naga giant snake. At the same time, the long box in Zhou Ping's arms opened half an inch. In a flash, a bright sword light rushed straight to the sky. The powerful sword light covered the sky. The sword light chopped down. The 7 colored rays crumbled inch by inch, in which the divine might was gone. Wang Quan came behind Zhou Ping with an instantaneous movement, cursing at the gods that existed in the shadows like a villain. This is it? Rubbish thing, are you any good? Are you a true god? Aren't you good? Come cut me. If you have the guts, try it with my big brother. At this moment, no sound was better than sound, even the gods were silent. After a moment passed, an enraged voice came out from the mist. I admit, you are the most shameless mortal I've ever seen, empty of power, shameless. Slippery, come and hit me. I'm standing right here. You. The gods were speechless to the extreme, but both Wang Quan and Zhou Ping could see that what was in the mist was probably just an avatar, and the avatar and was the 9-headed Naga giant snake had a great connection. Just then, a small snake head scurried out of the mist. They were densely packed. There was 1, 4, 5 of them, releasing spiritual power ranging from the marigold realm to the sea realm. Thousands and thousands of Naga snakes scurried out of the mist. Their speed was strangely fast, like lightning, and they rushed out of the Everest's range in less than a breath's time. At the same time, the 7-headed beast moved. Its entire body rushed out of the mists, its golden body spreading over several thousand meters, its back bearing wings, and a layer of flames wrapped in thunder enveloped it. Wang Quan and Zhou Ping glanced at each other. Zhou Ping handed out a sword. Wang Quan stepped on the sword light and danced with the 10,000 snakes, leaving the range of Everest faster. The wind and snow drowned the 1 man and 1 snake on Everest, and Wang Quan's vision gradually blurred. The only thing left in front of him was the roiling rain of snakes, which were like dark clouds that stretched over 1,000 meters along the borderline. He was the only one who could feel the deathly aura coming from his face. At this moment, countless ordinary people had witnessed the scene. A frightening scene that could be called a natural disaster. Mommy, look, there are so many snakes in the sky. The tender child's voice was like a stone falling into a lake, stirring up a large splash. The people living at the border were in chaos, some were puzzled, some were desperate, and some hid inside their houses. No one could have imagined that this would be the end of the world for no reason. A long way away, people can feel the death of the bones. Once the rain of GA snakes fell, it wouldn't take long for the borderline to become a living hell, turning it into an inferno on Earth, and perhaps dozens or millions of people would die as a result. At the Night's Watch headquarters, the executives gathered in the conference room, all of them staring at the satellite cloud map, in which there was a large black spot, representing death. Images from the front line also came back at this time. What the? What's going on here? That's right, it's too sudden. Yi Fan, who have you sent? How did such a big mess happen in the southwest? What about the other ceilings? That young man you promoted can't do it at all, right? One person trying to fulfill the responsibilities of an entire special squad. I've told you before, he's too arrogant, he won't be able to achieve great things. The conference room was in chaos, filled with voices of accountability and skepticism. Many of the higher-ups had long looked down on the daylight that Yi Fan had promoted out of the blue. Bang! Yi Fan slammed the table, huffing and puffing, his voice overshadowing everyone. All shut up, watch, he can guard this country. This confident tone was the same as someone who was thousands of kilometers away on the borderline. Looking at the monstrous waves of snakes, Wang Quan took a deep breath, pale blue light bursting out from his eyes as he muttered and whispered. Domain unfold, maximum range. As soon as the words fell, a splash of pure white ink dripped into this world. In a flash, the white expanded out to a full 1,000 kilometers, and Wang Quan's mental power was nearly drained. PFF. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes shed a few tears of blood. The infinite realm could not catch up with the Klein realm after all. It was still a bit of a stretch, but it was good enough. In the outside world, something happened that could be called a miracle. A second sun appeared in the sky. It hung below Mount Everest, holy but not blinding, its soft light warming everyone who looked directly at it. People at the border stared at the second sun in the sky for a long, long time. Gradually, some people knelt down toward the sun. The people did not know what had happened, they only knew that the benevolent sun had prevented a disaster and saved their lives. Chapter 58 The Power of Faith. Within the pure white realm, a huge black hole entwined with asterisms hung in the far sky, and it looked like a huge eye, indifferently scrutinizing the world. Countless Naga serpents were fixed in mid-air, their eyes staring blankly, and within a second's time, their brains had received decades of portions of garbage information. With such a quantity of information, even a divine beast scion couldn't carry it. Clank! At the moment of the blade's sound, a circle of spatial ripples extended infinitely, spanning the length of 1,000 kilometers across the borderline, and Wang Quan stepped on it with his feet as he sheathed the chopping white. Only his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the far left end of the domain. Looking up, 10,000 Naga serpents were strung together into a large one. Who? Wang Quan exhaled a mouthful of white breath, the blade in his hand shaking madly. At this moment, his virtual-style common Gromwell attached to the blade. The power of this space blade reached its peak. Shakura swung the blade, dark purple blade shadows stacked one by one, forming a huge crescent moon in mid-air. The moment the tens of thousands of blade shadows returned to a single point, a terrifying blade aura shot out, and wherever it passed, space collapsed inch by inch, leaving behind a tattered and absolutely beautiful trail. The blade aura enveloped the entire domain, engulfing the entirety of the Naga serpent. Clang! The Tang blade returned to its sheath, and the second sun that hung high in the sky transformed into points of light in the sky. At this moment, the sky was clear and the snow was flying. Wang Quan's body trembled, involuntarily fell down, and in the afterglow, he saw the people who were kneeling devoutly, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Detected a large amount of the power of faith, began to carry out the recovery. Recycling progress 1%, 0.2%, 0.1%. Power of faith? Wang Quan snapped his eyes open and was at a loss. The system still has this function? There was no time to think about this. He pulled out 10 lollipops from his arms, quickly peeled off the candy paper and ate them one by one. At least he could recover a little bit of his spiritual power, although not much, but it was enough to save his life. Halfway down, Wang Quan noticed a bright flash of fire startlingly appearing in the distant sky. The flash of light was advancing at breakneck speed, targeting. How is the target me? He opened his eyes wide after exclaiming in shock, his pale blue eyes flickering constantly as he finally saw the firelight clearly. It was a blazing fire phoenix, whose dragged 9 long flaming tails as it elegantly crossed the dome of the sky. Alas! Wang Quan let out a long sigh and lifted the stopping power, allowing his body to fall. 100 meters away, there were a few people half squatting on the fire phoenix, and one of them, a glasses-wearing, svelte-looking man, shouted. Captain, speed up, Team Wang's falling speed has gotten faster. Just let him die. A female voice with a grudge rang out from the Fire Phoenix. No, he's definitely consuming a lot after stopping the roiling mysteries all by himself. Right now, only you, Captain, can save him. Oh. Xia Siming coldly responded, shouting for Wang Quan to die while frantically accelerating, nearly throwing down her teammates on the back of the Fire Phoenix. Finally, before Wang Quan crashed to the ground, the Fire Phoenix caught him. Alive! Wang Quan lay on the Fire Phoenix and let out a long breath. Team Wang, are you alright? Kong Wound asked with a worried face. Wang Quan had worked with the Yi Phoenix squad, and the people in the squad usually called him that. No problem. It wasn't saved. Wang Quan patted the Fire Phoenix's back and said with a smile. You'd better go die. Xia Siming's cursing voice rang out. Kind of regret saving you. Mother Tyrannosaurus, wasn't it just peeking at you bathing? You can't expect me to die for the rest of my life. Wang Quan helplessly spread his hands and spat. What do you call old mother? Die. The Fire Phoenix disintegrated at a distance of 3 meters from the ground, and the people on its back fell like dumplings. I'm going. Captain, why did you disintegrate without warning? Captain, you're being capricious again. Captain, obviously you just accelerated to save Team 1, why did you just flip out? Screams rose and fell, but fortunately it was only 3 meters, so everyone was nothing more than a slight pain in the ass from the fall. Bastard, dare to curse my mother, go to hell. The moment Wang Quan landed on the ground, the golden silhouette roared and fell, and in the process, performed that fist technique of falling from the sky. Ugh! With a light sigh, he moved a centimeter to the left, and immediately after, dust flew up and a 3-meter deep, 10-meter square mound appeared. A fresh breeze blew through, and in the hazy dust curtain, the proud figure was visible, big where it should be big, and not a bit of flesh where it shouldn't be. Under the blazing sun, long golden hair danced with the wind, and a pair of furious peach eyes stared deathly at Wang Quan. Bastard! You have the guts to curse again. Wow! Wang Quan unhurriedly raised his middle finger and laughed cheaply. I have never heard such a request, Mother Tyrannical Dragon, no one wants it, slightly. Abominable. Damnable ah! Xia Siming was so angry that she stomped her feet, her cheeks puffed up, adding a few points of cuteness to her beauty. Old lady will absolutely kill you this time. As soon as the words fell, her figure flashed, and her longer-than-life thigh swept across, a vertical slash falling, but unfortunately, it was unable to hit Wang Quan, who was in the state of stopping power. Among the women Wang Quan had seen, Xia Siming undoubtedly had the best figure. You can't hit again, give up. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Xia Siming didn't care about this, her fists and feet were hitting stumps. Ugh. Phoenix Squad Vice Captain Kong Wound let out a long sigh. These two are at it again. Vice Squad, come on, have some chips. That's right, it's not the first time. I'm not surprised. The rest of the female players were all smiling with anti-smiles on their faces, ready to eat their melon early. Do you guys feel that Team Wang and the captain are especially like the kind of happy couple in idol dramas? Wow. If you didn't say it, I totally realized that indeed gee. It's exactly the same as the hero and heroine of that drama I recently watched. They meet and get at each other's throats, and one ends up loving the other more than the other. When the girls get together they like to talk about gossip law in the drama they've been watching lately, not to mention the fact that the material is right in front of them. Something's not right, the captain won't really like Team Wang, just now rescue that eager look, can't wait to fly there at the speed of light. Who knows? Not far away, the battle was still continuing. Wang Quan was waiting for the progress, so he accompanied Xia Siming to have some fun. Yo! The fighting technique has improved a lot. Of course, I'm going to break 100 sandbags with your picture on them every day. Wang Quan. Also, I recently raised an era named Xiao Wang, and he's already been sterilized. When these words came out, Wang Quan's crotch went cold. You're damn sick. Old lady is fine, stinking rascal. No, it was your team members who bet me that if I dared to peek at you in the shower, one of them would give me $100,000. I was docked a year's salary at the time, I was really short of money. There's more to this? Aha! Wang Quan nodded. After he finished, Xia Siming stopped her attack and turned towards her cute teammate. Chapter 59, I believe in him. Wang Quan sat on a slightly larger piece of gravel, let out a bitter smile, and muttered, much cleaner ears, this woman, too difficult to deal with, alas. Captain, listen to my sophistry. No, no, no. Explain Kong Woon's slightly innocent voice rang out. That's right, the Vice Squad is afraid that you'll end up alone, so it's a slight trick. We just paid a little bit of salary. Besides, Team Wang is so handsome, can cook, and is strong, reliable when he should be, and cheap. Cough cough. Humor when it's time for humor, you two are quite. Ling Lin? The words were stifled by Xia Ximing's death stare before she could finish. Captain, I was wrong. Wang Quan didn't pay attention to the loving Phoenix team, staring at the distant Mount Everest without looking away, as if the cold sword aura was right in front of his eyes. The snow curtain gradually blocked the sight of the pale blue pupils, but could not block the pair of clear black pupils. Long box straight inserted in the top of the snowy mountain, Zhou Ping negative sword standing, long hair hanging down shoulders, killing intent unstoppable. In front of the Everest, only a dark green head of the nine-headed Naga remained, and the wings that covered the sky behind it were cut in half, and the light golden blood of the beast dyed a large area of white snow. The Sword Saint stood alone on the top of the mountain, which was the highest city wall in Dacia. Human, I have to admit that you are very strong. If you weren't trapped by your mortal body, you might be able to step into the divine realm. The serpent's head swayed in the wind and snow, like a candle flame about to be extinguished. Are these your last words? The body of the sword trembled lightly. Zhou Ping looked down at the broken body of the divine beast, ready to hand out the sword that would send it to its death. A split body is just that, an incomplete authority is just that. To be able to call it a god was also high praise. Just then, Naga's body suddenly collapsed, and the god within it sacrificed itself by blowing up this bilocation, and a pale golden storm infested the mountains with blood. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no heaven-changing vision, only greater snow. An octagonal ice crystal connected together, forming a small pyramid over 3 meters high. This is divine technique. A sealing technique uniquely belonging to the gods. The one who won the spell, the great summer sword saint. The dark green snake's head contracted extremely fast, then spat out a one-person high egg from its mouth, and immediately afterward, the mountain-sized snake's body dissolved into a bubble, leaving behind a sneer that died with the wind. Mortal, you won't have only myself to show up, right? Ridiculous. This match. You lose. Zhou Ping froze for a moment, and a terrifying sword intent erupted from his body like a monstrous wave, and the entire plateau trembled. A sword chopped down, and a hideous crack was added to the ice crystal pyramid. This thing could not trap him, but it could trap him for a moment. For another divine doppelganger, a moment might be enough. Swinging out several swords consecutively, Zhou Ping suddenly laughed out loud in response to the sneering god. Xia, there are more than just sword saints. The pure light of his eyes crossed the wind and snow and rushed out of the mountains, as if it had some sort of magical power. The confident voice of the sword saint overshadowed the ice and snow in the sky. Trust him. Clang, clang, clang. A sword roar resounded through the sky, as if ringing an alarm bell. As the sword roar echoed through the heavens and earth, Wang Quan stood up violently and stared intently in the direction of Mount Everest. He realized that something had flown out. It seemed like an egg, and it flew towards a border village. Everyone, something has happened. Without waiting for the Phoenix crowd to speak, the domain covered away, and a few seconds later, they appeared ahead of time at the point where the egg had landed. Old Kong, bring people to evacuate the crowd. Xia Ximing and Wang Quan glanced at each other and knew what was in their hearts, decisively ordering. Do it. Good. Wang Quan and Xia Ximing, one on the left and one on the right, flashed their figures and one kicked the heavily alien egg. Only a loud bang was heard as the egg crashed into the distant cliff wall, and all of a sudden, debris flew and a layer of dust obscured the line of sight. What happened? Not sure, but it's dangerous. Wang Quan frowned. Something should have happened on Ping's side. He didn't worry about the other party's life. After all, a doppelganger couldn't threaten him at all. Go and take a look. Good. The two of them came to the bottom of the cliff like the wind, one after the other. The dust dispersed, and a one-person high egg was quietly embedded in the mountain. What a big egg, it can be eaten for a long time. Xia Ximing's eyes lit up and she gulped. Idiot, just know how to eat. Wang Quan's mouth didn't stay in his mouth, and he cursed with his mouth open. You big idiot. Xia Ximing couldn't get angry and disliked back. While the two were spraying at each other, the egg moved, and then the clear sound of a heartbeat appeared. Dum 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 dum. Destroy it. Of course. Red golden flames covered Xia Ximing's entire right arm, heat waves rolled over, her legs fired, the ground chafed, only to hear a thud, the earth cracked into dozens of pieces. A punch that contained absolute violence, extreme physical strength, and blazing flames blasted out. Wang Quan crossed his sword to his side, a dark purple halo wrapped around the blade. He took a step out, Silveron surged behind him like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, he followed Xia Ximing. The two of them were close to each other, the power of space wrapped in bursting flames, chopping down heavily. The moment the attack touched the eggshell, countless black runes flowed on its surface, and a circle of energy ripples spread out. In the next second, the several hundred-meter-tall mountain was cut off and the egg shattered. Dum 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 dum. The sound of a powerful heartbeat echoed in the ears, and an invisible killing chant spread out. The six eyes keenly sensed this killing force, and Wang Quan yanked over Xia Ximing in his arms and dodged to the side. Who gave you the guts? Xia Ximing hadn't even finished speaking when the place where she and Wang Quan originally stood was wrapped in darkness shaped like flames, and all matter there was annihilated. Thank you for saving my life. Xia Ximing, who was always straightforward and would never bend the rules, thanked. Small problem. Then have you hugged enough? Isn't the old lady's waist very thin, asshole? The situation compels me. Wang Quan let go of Xia Ximing, and the latter was a bit strange. It was strange that she didn't reject physical contact with Wang Quan. At the same time, the broken eggshells on the half-broken mountain began to reorganize, and they used the black runes as bones to coalesce into white skin. In the blink of an eye, the white and flawless toes clicked down, and a naked woman appeared there, whose appearance was described as stunningly beautiful, only looking around indifferently. Finally, she locked onto Wang Quan and Xia Ximing. At the first glance, Xia Ximing's expression froze. As a divine agent, this aura was more than familiar to her. Stinking rascal, that's... She sucked in a breath of cool air and continued, God. Saying that, Xia Ximing's face touched out the night watchman crest, and said with a determined face, I'll stalk, you can instantly move, hurry up and run, and go notify the headquarters. Since joining the special squad, every night's watchman has been ready to die. Chapter 60 Hymn of Courage. The white sun and snowy mountains strung together into an infinite line. The naked woman gently took a step, the mountains shivered, black runes flowed over the white skin like water, gradually converging into a black sarong. Look straight at my pure body, mortal, death penalty. This god seemed to be somewhat uncomfortable with its current body, and its way of speaking was broken. However, the divine might it released was exceptionally powerful, sending chills down Wang Quan and Xia Ximing's spines. Who spares a look? Wang Quan rolled his eyes and cursed. Master doesn't kill nameless gods, report your name, what kind of trash god are you? Wang Quan's trash talk stacked up, the goddess shook with rage, her cold eyes locked onto him, and words wrapped in divine might rang out. Insolence! She raised her hand and dropped it again, a pitch-black arrow broke through the air, and wherever it passed, the air emitted a series of bursts, and boundless blackness cut through the sky. Wang Quan tightly gripped the chopping white, the dragon-shaped pattern occupying half of his face, and when the pale blue in his eyes faded, his blood-colored vertical pupils suddenly lit up. The snow-white blade emitted a gurgling dragon's roar as it swung out, and the hideous, roaring dragon's head bit down, collapsing along with the black arrow. Wang Quan stifled a grunt and couldn't stop himself from taking a few steps back, a few drops of blood falling from the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, his entire arm disintegrated into countless wounds before being wrapped in nearly liquefied blood chi, healing in the blink of an eye. It was still too much of a stretch to receive a strike from a god with an immeasurable amount of capital. Mother Tyrannosaurus. Do you think this recovery power of mine is worse than your phoenix bloodline? This is my second forbidden ruin, I'm sure I can hold her off for a while. Wang Quan glanced at Xia Ximing and smoothly snatched her crest in a domineering manner. With Lao Zi around, there's no need for you, a woman, to die. Stinking rascal, you. Not waiting for Xia Ximing to finish, Wang Quan pushed with force, her whole person was like a kite with broken strings, and she was out of the battlefield in less than a breath of time. In the next second, the pale blue eyes lit up and the field engulfed the god. Wang Quan took a step out and rushed into the deep mountains with the god. How many seconds he could trap a god, he himself didn't even know. Stinking rascal, wait for me. Xia Ximing's eyes were red, staring dead at the silver glow in the sky as she staggered to her feet and ran towards the village behind her. The other members of the Phoenix squad happened to run out of the village as they completed their evacuation mission. Captain, what's the situation? Kong Wound couldn't help but tremble when he saw the always fiery captain crying like a little schoolgirl, and the Wang Quan people were gone. It's God. Wang Quan took her to the depths of the mountain. You guys notify the headquarters. I'll go help him. That bastard snatched my coat of arms, that bastard. Why should he carry it all by himself? Obviously my mom is also the captain of the special squad. Xia Ximing's peach eyes held tears, her voice trembled, only to see two strands of red golden fire ignite from her eyes as she leapt towards the sky. The phoenix sounded in the nine skies, and the fire phoenix lifted its wings and flew away. Kong Wound immediately contacted the headquarters and said anxiously, "This is Kong Wound of the Phoenix Squad, tell the commander that there is something under Mount Everest." His voice trembled without finishing in one breath, "There is a second god, requesting for support." What? The operator exclaimed, "I'll contact the commander immediately, good luck. Be sure to hold on, be sure to survive. The safety of Dacia is in your hands." On this day, there was a god in the southwest. On this day, the southwest is in danger. On this day, southwest also has a night watchman. Boom! A shocking roar came from beneath the snowy peaks, so great that it triggered a large avalanche, which looked like a white tsunami from afar. Amidst a white aura, a flash of pure blackness lit up, and in an instant, the white color disappeared. The sky, black. A dozen of pitch-black lances penetrated Wang Quan's body, warm blood stained the blood at his feet, he gritted his teeth and pulled them out one by one, trembling, he raised his bloodied middle finger at the distant god and laughed. Well, I'm still alive. The goddess stepped on her feet in the void, and with a faint light in her eyes, her speech became fluent and her tone exalted as she said, "Mortal, I recognize you. My name, Kali. It is the dark goddess of the Temple of Heaven. You are worthy to learn my true name." Interesting. Wang Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted word for word, "Great summer vigilante, Wang Quan. You have good posture, if you warm my bed, I won't kill you." This was humiliation, naked humiliation. For the outer gods that were above all beings, this was likewise the most intolerable thing. With her head full of black lines, Kali mobilized the strongest divine power that this body could muster, and a terrifying killing power was released as she grabbed at the sky. At this moment, the sky was torn apart. The stripped fragments coalesced into a dozens of meters long pitch black spear in Kali's hand, and the power it unleashed reached the level of a subdivine. This was the strike of a true god, which was wrapped in the power of the crippled laws, the same extreme that this body could achieve. The laws were what truly distinguished humans from gods. This strike caused the entire Himalayas to vibrate non-stop. The lance came with a brutal killing power, as if it was a meteorite falling from the universe. A ring of black circles formed a falling star orbit, and the lacquer black lance accelerated in speed. Compared to the paint black lance, Wang Quan was tiny, somewhat like an ant trying to shake a tree. Nope. A human fighting a god was an ant trying to shake a tree. But the hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage, and the law of mankind is unyielding will. A dragon's roar broke through this side of heaven and earth, the power of blood and chi poured out in full force, and the red dragon met the gun of the gods in the roar. This strike was infused with all of Wang Quan's power, and was the first time he had gone all out. The black spear fell to the ground, and the dragon soared into the nine heavens. Suddenly, the indestructible fire phoenix brought light. The dragon and phoenix were attached to each other. Two attacks with the soul will merged into one at this moment. A small hand helped Wang Quan, who was about to fall, and the gentle words that were a little bit complacent floated into the ears, seemingly inviting credit, seemingly worried, with a crying voice. "Old mother is back. You don't want to carry it alone. I'm the captain of the Phoenix. And a night watchman like you." Under the black sky, those two glimpses of light were so dazzling. "Stupid woman with big boobs, what's the point of coming back?" Wang Quan laughed and spat, a sigh followed by a loud bang. The three forces intertwined and collided under the broken sky, and a violent explosion shook the sky and earth. As the blinding light dispersed, the pitch-black spear covered in cracks continued to fall. The power of a god's law was not something a mortal could easily shake. Kali wrapped her hands around her chest and raised the corner of her mouth in disdain, sneering. "Mortal, not self-conscious." Seeing that the pitch-black gun was about to fall, Xia Ximing pushed Wang Quan away. She took a fond last look and stubbornly said, "Stinking rascal, I don't owe you anything. Mother Tyrannosaurus, you." Wang Quan's vision became blurry, and it was also at this time that the system's voice rang out. Chapter 61, I will seize the authority of the gods. The collection of the power of faith is complete. It has been automatically transformed and stored into faith rosaries. Current number of rosaries, 1000. Power of Faith Special Skill 1, briefly enhance the realm. must not exceed the host's physical limit, please use with caution. Special Skill 2, consume a certain number of rosaries to activate realm fusion. Special Skill 3, after the spiritual realm reaches the peak of Klein, every consumption of 99,999,000 rosary beads can cohesion of a kind of law of force. Two sides of host Nuo ability unlocking tasks released. Task 1, meet the gods, 1-2. Task 2, behead the gods, 0-1. Task 3, I want to become a Pokemon master and collect 15 mysteries, 2-15. The system's voice echoed in his head, and the Night's Watch crest pinned to his chest was gone. The pitch-black gun wrapped in endless killing intent crashed down close to him, and Xia Siming opened her arms, and her blazing feathers sprang out from behind her back, protecting the king's power behind her. She pressed the button on her coat of arms, and small needles coated with the demonic god's lure popped out. As long as they were injected into the body, they could briefly reach the human ceiling and gain power that rivaled that of the gods. The price is nothing more than burning out your life. The second before she gave her life, she looked back one last time. A few moments of reluctance grew in her peach eyes, but immediately became firm. I am the captain of the Phoenix Squad. If the Phoenix doesn't die, Dasho will live on. At the moment the needle was about to pierce the skin, Xia Siming felt a person lying on her shoulder, a blood-stained pair of hands poking out from the back of her neck, gently pressing the ghost and god guide back. The tone of his voice was still confident, still proud. He was like a lion riding on the prairie. Wang Quan's impression to Xia Siming was always like this. At this moment, that guy she usually beat and scolded was behind her, his chest was that solid. With me here, there's no need. With a single word, Wang Quan staggered out, the lacquer black lance close at hand, his silver hair disturbed by the wind like a dancing flame. Using the rosary, I want to match the power of the gods. According to the host's current limit, consuming 100 rosaries will give you the power of a human ceiling for 3 minutes. Only a white rosary containing energy appeared in front of Wang Quan's eyes, warm, pure, and swirling with clean ripples. 1, 2, 3. 100 rosary beads circled around Wang Quan like stars. He raised his right hand and easily clamped down on the head of the lacquer black lance, and with a gentle grip, the lance shattered. The lance attached to the power of the law suddenly crumbled, and countless points of light floated toward behind Wang Quan, who stepped on the roiling divine radiance, his steps firm and powerful, facing that gods above the firmament. At this moment, above the land of Disya, another new star is rising. The human ceiling. This is enough to rival the power of the gods. One sword, one rider, one dignity, one void, one husband, and the rest of the 5 all felt something. At the top of Mount Everest, the sword Saint Zhoping put down the sword in his hand, and a smile appeared on his calm face as he stared at a large mountain that had collapsed in the distance, and following the example of a warrior in a martial arts novel, he arched his hand and said, "Little Wang, congratulations." At the vigilant headquarters, Yifan's tightly frowned brows stretched, his majesty-filled vision swept over a group of executives, questioning. Another ceiling has come out of the southwest border. If it's not the Sword Saint, who do you guys think it is? That child's talent is no weaker than anyone else's. Upon hearing this, the crowd of executives lowered their heads, and in front of absolute strength, all clamoring seemed powerless. Under the azure sky, the ancient carriage slowly came to a stop. The thin chestnut red horse's nostrils puffed out. The child driving the carriage turned back in confusion. "Master, don't we need to go to the border?" "Little friend Wang can naturally handle it. Let's go and watch the ceremony. It's rare that we don't need to use our hands. It's good to familiarize our muscles and bones." An old voice floated out from within the carriage, carrying a strong sense of laughter. Under the black sky, the ragged Wang Quan stepped into the air, one bloody step at a time, his sword pointing at the gods, his head held high as he said, "That black whatever, come and fight. My name is Callie." Callie's brows furrowed in displeasure, but her heart was strange. Obviously, she was on the verge of death last second. How did this suddenly become similar to that mortal on Mount Everest? It's useless to talk more. With one last step, the king's power transformed into a blood-colored meteor and shot straight into the sky. Callie gripped it in the air, a pitch-black gun coalesced once again, and her figure flashed as she met Wang Quan. Blade light and gun shadow, the pitch-black field was shattered, and the radiance that shot out was like a divine radiance, spilling over the earth. The crowd of the Phoenix Squad hurriedly arrived. They surrounded Xia Siming, all staring at the sky with unbelievable faces. "Holy, the one fighting that venerable god couldn't be Team Wang, right? Wang. Team Wang broke through the human ceiling? Awesome." Xia Siming looked at the sky and spat, "That pervert, how outrageous." "Captain, are you crying?" Kong Wound asked an untimely question. "No." "Then why are your eyes red? You won't really like." "Oops." Kongwon didn't have time to finish his sentence before his person was jerked away. At the same time, the high-altitude battlefield. The blood-colored dragon circled up, trapping Callie in the dragon's body, its head drooping, its mouth containing a raging energy which was then spat out. After the realm reached the human ceiling, Wang Quan knew that the god in front of him was a more complete doppelganger, but a doppelganger was still a doppelganger, and only inherited a small portion of the body's law power. How did you become so strong? Callie let out an agonizing wail. She no longer had the lofty look she had earlier, she no longer had the indifference that scorned everything, and surprisingly, she had developed a fearful mind. God, it's you who are too weak. Clang. Wang Quan withdrew his sword into his sheath. If the onlookers heard it, they would only think that his tone was too crazy. But if one had the strength, then it was not madness, but true confidence. The boiling blood chi faded, the pale blue six eyes lit up, and the darkness above the sky dissipated. Golden sunlight poured down on the earth, and the people at the border saw a miracle once again. That white sun rose, and within the pure white field, Callie's eyes froze, and this time, it wasn't just the spam hitting her brain, but the suppression of the spatial power within the field. This was because the infinite empty place was greatly associated with the power of space. Wang Quan's eyes blazed as he shook his hand across the space at Callie, who also had a sudden thought. Mysterious manipulation techniques were unleashed, red golden runes erupted from his hands. What a crazy move, he was trying to harness a god. Mortal, you're crazy. Callie's eyes widened as her black veil skirt shattered and the black runes underneath her skin fluttered about in more ways than one. No. I'm sane. So what if it's an outer god? I will be the one to seize the authority of the gods. The first. The voices of kingship were like waves, one layer after another impacting Callie's mind. A god, for the first time, felt a terrifying malice, the malice from a mortal. You madman. Madman. The heavenly temple will never let you go. Lunatic. This act of seizing the authority of a god was called bold and crazy. Chapter 62, Fragment of the Laws of Darkness. Callie, an alter ego of the Dark Lord God of the Heavenly Temple, at this moment, she was like a dog on the side of the road, held in the hands of the king's power, black runes boiling. This was the struggle of a god. It's useless, so what if it's a god? In this realm, I'm the only one. The pale blue pupils radiated a domineering light, and with the human sealing power, the king's right was more confident than ever. The red golden runes gradually engulfed the struggling black runes, and the divinity's detachment was dissipating, like snow under the sun's light. How could a tiny snowflake defeat the blazing sun? The black runes kept shrinking, and were trapped in the orb of chains composed of red golden runes, and black ripples rippled out, which were fragments of the law of darkness. The king's 5 fingers opened, and then gripped down completely as Callie's horrified voice echoed through the pure white realm. Damned mortal, the gods of the celestial temple will never let you go. The authority of the gods is not for you, a mortal, to harness. As the mournful voice disappeared, an orb composed of pure dark elements floated in the king's right hand. The sudden whimsical maneuver had come true. He had truly stolen the authority of a god. Wang Quan snapped his fingers, and the pure white sphere peeled away inch by inch, and points of light spilled out and drifted across this part of heaven and earth. Above the azure sky, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, Wang Quan spread out his right hand, and the fragment of the law of darkness was in his hand. The collection of the power of faith is complete. The number of faith rosaries has increased. The current number is 1,200. The system's voice rang out. Just now, as he opened his domain, he had harvested another wave of faith power. The fragments of the law of darkness were recycled into the system space, and the rosary enchantment time limit ended. His realm regressed back to the peak of infinity, but the feeling that he had touched the ceiling of humanity would not go away, and one day, without the need for the system's enchantment, he would still be able to reach this realm. The southwest crisis was completely lifted. Wang Quan's eyes went black and he fell from a high altitude. I'm going. Teen Wang fell down again. Captain, go save your beloved. Kong Wound, who had been sent flying at the beginning, stood up with a carp and loudly urged. Shut up. Idiot. Xia Siming glared at Kong Wound with a red face and cursed as she transformed into her fire phoenix form and soared into the clouds. At the very same moment, a carriage of thin chestnut red horses stepped into the air and caught Wang Quan with unerring precision. Husband, we came at the right time. The child driving the carriage said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Just in time. Husbandman laughed as he lifted the side curtains of the carriage, just in time to see the fiery phoenix that shot straight up into the sky. Boy, throw little friend Wang down. Ha. The child holding Wang Quan was dumbfounded. Throwing him down at this height would kill him. Just throw it, someone will catch it themselves. Alright. The child gently pushed, and the unconscious Wang Quan continued to experience the movement of free fall. Go to Everest to meet someone. Okay. The child nodded, then waved the horsewhip and the carriage disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the top of Mount Everest, Zhou Ping held his sword in one hand, staring unblinkingly at the pure white wall of mist in the distance, the corner of his mouth rising. It's over. Well done, little king. With a single word, sword chi streaked across heaven and earth, and the pyramid that had trapped Zhou Ping suddenly collapsed. The long sword entered the box, and the moment Zhou Ping turned around, an immortal old man stepped into the air, and the old man's every move was elegant and easygoing. Hard work, sword saint. Husbandman made a bow and saluted, a smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Fuzi, I've made you run for nothing. Zhou Ping carried a long box on his back and bowed back like a chivalrous man. As the words fell, the two of them looked into the distance in unison. The husband's son had a puzzled expression as he muttered, "Little friend Wang seems to have used some strange means. It would be troublesome if he paid any great price." Under the crumbling mountain, Princess Xia Siming carried Wang Quan and slowly landed. The rest of the Phoenix squad all gathered around, and Kong Woon spoke quietly, "So what, is Team Wang all right?" "How do I know?" Xia Siming sat down on the ground and gave her thighs to Wang Quan to pillow. "Why don't you captain your Wang team with artificial respiration?" "I think it's totally fine." Ling Lin agreed. "This can be had, come on captain." Another team member wore an anti-smile, her eyes full of anticipation. "Get the hell out of here, you guys." Xia Siming clenched her fists and glared viciously at the crowd. "Don't freeze here, go check out the mountain, in case someone is trapped inside." "Captain, those are snowy mountains." Kong Woon spat. "Normally speaking, there shouldn't be anyone." "Will you guys go by yourselves, or will I send you there?" Xia Siming's body lit up with flames around her, and she asked with a face of nuclear kindness. "No trouble for you." "That's right." The Phoenix squad crowd flew off and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xia Siming dog sneakily looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, she took a deep breath and muttered to herself with a red face. "Artificial respiration is just to save people. I, Xia Siming, definitely have no other ideas." After saying that, she cupped Wang Quan's head, her heartbeat accelerated and she kissed. Artificial respiration went down. Just as the lips were about to touch, Wang Quan slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, his brain went down. "I white blue. I'm afraid I'm not in God's illusion. What is the situation? Mother Tyrannosaurus Rex in dry line ah? So what are you doing?" Wang Quan slowly opened his mouth. Xia Siming was shocked, just like a frightened kitten, a hand pumped away from the person in his arms. Ah. Rascal ah. Wang Quan was embedded in the mountain, and the person was confused. "Sister, who is the rogue between the two of us? Don't you have any points in your heart?" Sighing, he took out his satellite phone and said in a serious manner. September 20th, 2021, Night Watchman Wang Quan, under the Dasha Everest, observed the Dark Goddess Kali, confirmed as a doppelganger, coded into the Divine Sequence, Sequence 043. Night's Watch Headquarters, Commander's Room. After listening to Wang Quan's report, Yifan took a long breath and hung up the communication. He lit a cigarette and took a sharp drag. A few wisps of smoke rose, a pixelated bunny hopped out of the table hall, and a young girl's voice rang out from the pixelated bunny. Ahem. That. SSSH. Is everything okay on your side? I had an accident when I went to blow up the heavenly temple, and the god there is supposed to take revenge on Dasha. It's fine. Yifan took another puff and returned. Upon hearing this, the girl on the bunny's side completely relaxed and said with a smile, "Dasha is blessed with a great life, I knew it would be fine." "Where are you now?" Yifan asked. "In the mists of the southwest border." The girl said back. "Then continue to busy yourself, all is well in Dasha. By the way, I sense that at the border, someone used a power similar to the divine origin. Who is that?" The girl asked curiously. She had been traveling in various circles of people in the mists for years and was familiar with this power. "Is it whichever god of the Grand Xia that has revived?" Yifan listened in bewilderment, his brain racing. "Wait for me to stroke it." Chapter 63, My Name is Memorial. Sword Saint, Daylight, Phoenix, these were the participants of this god exorcism battle. As for Fu Zi, the battle had already ended when he arrived. So who is the most likely to use this power among the three? Yifan silently took a drag on his cigarette. He couldn't think of any, all three were possible. Wait for me to ask. Good. The girl responded, if you know who it is, have him meet me. Instead of destroying the faith wishes of the outer gods, it's better to use it for your own. For the meeting place, hiss. Wait for me to see? There's a particularly tall mountain in the distance. That's Mount Everest, the highest peak in Dacia. Have that person wait for me on Mount Everest. No problem. Hanging up the communication, Yifan first contacted Shangping. At this moment, he had already boarded the return transportation plane. After saving the world, he was going back to save his third uncle's vegetable restaurant. Something wrong? Origin power, do you use it? No, never heard of it. In that case, hard work. Yifan dialed Wang Quan's number again, and in this effort, Wang Quan and the Phoenix Squad were resting in the nearest city. Big Yak Hotel, buffet restaurant. I'll go, this roast meat smells so good, try it. Wang Quan stuffed a roast pork to Xia Simeng, a happy smile on his face. If you want to ask why he was so happy, it was because this meal was a long absence of publicly funded food and drink. I'll taste it. Xia Simeng was a little flattered, carefully took a bite. It was indeed good. White clouds become soft because of me. Don't look at me as just a sheep. Sheep are unimaginably smart. The slightly childish ringing of the phone suddenly rang, and many people in the bustling restaurant looked over. Mom, it's Pleasant Goat G. That brother is so cute. Phoenix crowd? When did Team Wang become so contrasting? It's quite cute. Captain, don't you love it? Love your mother's leg. Xia Simeng arrogantly skimmed her head and scolded. Wang Quan picked up the phone, took a deep breath, and said in a good-natured manner, who is it? It's not easy to reimburse the public expense once, you damn. Before the words were finished, Yifan's fire skyrocketed. If it wasn't for the fact that this rebellious son had made a merit, he would definitely have to deduct his salary. It's me. Old. Commander. Find a place where no one is around to ask you something. Oh. Wang Quan reluctantly nodded. He glanced at the Phoenix crowd and said, you guys eat first, I'll be right back. Okay. Waiting for you, yo, Team Wang. As soon as Wang Quan's domain opened, he left the Big Yak Hotel in the blink of an eye, on the outskirts of the city, in a place where birds don't, and he opened his mouth slyly, his tone carrying a little grumble. What's up, say it. The power of faith, is it something you use? At those words, Wang Quan froze. Regarding the system, he was 100% sure that he was the only one who knew about it. Yes. After a moment of silence, he answered truthfully, Olji was his adoptive father and his only relative in this world, there was nothing to hide. I knew it was you, kid. Yifan wasn't surprised at all. After all, his adopted son's abilities were not very clear to him personally. Going to Everest tonight to wait for someone. Who? Just go. Okay. Wang Quan nodded. I'll go back and gorge myself if it's okay. Only eating and drinking at public expense is delightful. Yifan. Cough cough cough, by the way, you're not too old, when will you find a date? Yifan changed his usual strict father image and suddenly asked. This time it was Wang Quan's turn to be silent. No, I'm only 20, what's the hurry? Laozi raised you for so many years, you have an opinion? I see Xia on. Hang up Wang Quan didn't even give Yifan a chance to finish, we don't talk about family matters during working hours. After saying that, he hung up the phone in seconds. With the moon on the branch, Wang Quan, who had a full meal, quietly groped his way out of the Big Yak Hotel. Thus, on the serene Everest ridge, the climbing figure appeared again. According to the agreed time, Wang Quan climbed to the peak. Rarely did it snow, the sky was clear as a wash, and the moon on Everest was bigger and rounder than on the ground. Bored with waiting, Wang Quan simply built a snowman while waiting, and when he was still a nose short, someone handed over a pixelated carrot from behind him. Thanks. Wang Quan had an afterthought and immediately turned around and drew his sword. Under the soft moonlight, a girl stood barefoot in the snow. Her white and red toes looked like 10 crystal clear grapes. She wore a hood and couldn't be seen. Her hands were stuck in the pockets of her tattered cloak. It's you. The girl spoke, with a soulful tone, like a lark. Who are you? Wang Quan was on guard, as the aura emitted by the person in front of him was exactly at the human ceiling level. Yifan introduced me here. The person Lao Deng asked me to meet is you. Hearing Lao Deng's name, Wang Quan let out a sigh of relief and sheathed his tang sword. How did you use the power of faith? The girl asked very directly. Talent, no need to say more. Wang Quan waved his hand, his words were sincere, and he couldn't tell that he was making things up at all. Just forget it if you don't want to say it. The girl shook her head and said helplessly. In the next second, she took off her hood, her long silver hair cascading down, and her cool and absolutely beautiful fawn face presented itself. The girl stretched out her hand and introduced herself with a smile. My name is Memorial. Wang Quan. Wang Quan responded politely. I don't have any malicious intent and am on the side of Xia. Feeling that Wang Quan didn't quite trust himself, Memorial emphasized. So, what is it that you're looking for me for? I have an organization under me that is mainly engaged in exploring and stealing information from mythological powers outside of Xia, as well as carrying out terrorist attacks on their godly kingdoms. Gods rely on the faith wishes of their people to strengthen themselves, and the purpose of this organization is to weaken those gods. Put it this way, do you understand? Memorial asked as he sized up Wang Quan. Aha! If possible, I want to see your talent for mobilizing the power of faith, it's important. If you really possess that kind of ability, I would be happy to help you steal the power of faith from the outer gods. As soon as Memorial's words fell, Wang Quan's eyes lit up. He was worried about getting the power of faith. 99,999,000,000 faith remembrance beads were needed to condense the power of laws, which was a headache-inducing amount. Since that's the case, then this great master will show you. Wang Quan said with a smile, and immediately flipped his hand, a pure white and flawless rosary floating in his hand, emitting a soft halo of light. Memorial stared intently at the rosary, her beautiful eyes trembling, her heart pleasantly surprised. She never expected a human to have such a magical power. This is simply the chosen. Hit worker. Junior, you're really a one-in-a-million genius. Memorial suddenly got close to Wang Quan and appreciated without mincing words. This sudden operation gave Wang Quan a whole won't. Chapter 64 Illusory Vein Earth Dragon. The young girl's silver hair swayed gently above the snowy peaks, and the teenager topped it with the same type of silver hair, and the two of them were close to each other like a pair of brother and sister. Wang Quan pressed his index finger on Memorial's forehead and pushed her away slowly, saying with a disgusted face, "You stay away from me." Memorial smacked away Wang Quan's big pig's hoof and smiled badly, her white tiger teeth showing. What? Shy? No. Wang Quan gave her a blank look. You have a weird look in your eyes, like an evil capitalist seeing the chosen beating up workers. It's really annoying. That's right, you guessed right, yo. Remembrance's silver bell-like sinister smile echoed on the top of the snowy mountain. Her small white hand rested on Wang Quan's shoulder and asked, "Do you want to join the upper evil society? The power of faith of the outer gods, you deserve it." Payroll? Wang Quan asked with a serious face, no interest in the upper evil society in his eyes, only a desire for a paycheck. Remembrance? Aren't you the captain of the special squad? It's reasonable to say that your treatment is among the top tier in the Night's Watch, so how could you lack money? Remembrance blinked his big eyes with a puzzled expression. Alas! Wang Quan let out a long sigh, looked up at the starry sky at 45 degrees, and cried, the pain of wage deduction, you don't understand. Every move, every micro-expression was spot on, aptly portraying a miserable cowhorse. 3 years ago, the upper evil will blow up the Egyptian Lyran circle of the 12 main gods and the temple suddenly exploded. I remember that the temple, much of the building is made of pure gold. Of course, the general gods built to collect the power of faith will not be worse. What gold, gemstones law, more than. Before Memorial finished speaking, Wang Quan eagerly held her hand with a face and said very cordially, Chairman, new member of the upper evil society, Wang Quan reporting for duty. Memorial? This bastard is really money-minded. Shouldn't the focus be on stealing the faith-wish power of the outer gods? Ahem ahem. Money is something outside the body. As soon as Memorial's words fell, Wang Quan turned his back and placed his hands behind his back, acting as if he was a worldly superior as he opened his mouth in a righteous manner. That's of course, we walk in the mist, the burden on our shoulders is heavier than Mount Tai, what gold, silver, big diamonds, emeralds. Of course it doesn't matter, I'll definitely work hard. Tisk. Remembrance frowned, a face of contempt. This goods really Yifan brought up the baby, simply not at all. You, come here for a moment. Okay. Wang Quan ran over on his ass, his eyes were all yearning for treasure. Chairman, when are we going to rob the gold? Cough cough. The power of faith of the outer gods. There's no mission for the time being, so be a good boy and stay within Daxia. If you want to go out on a mission, wait until your realm reaches Klein. Alas! Upon hearing this, Wang Quan let out a long sigh. Remembrance spread out her palm, a silver-colored aura rose, countless pixel dots coalesced into a small treasure-seeking mouse. She handed the treasure-seeking mouse over and flirted, "This is a treasure-seeking mouse from the myths and legends of Dixia. I think it's quite suitable for you goods." "What is this thing?" Wang Quan picked up the pixel treasure-hunting mouse and asked curiously. "A contact device. You can use it by injecting spiritual energy. You can try it." "Good." Wang Quan immediately injected spiritual power into the treasure-hunting mouse, only to see it glow with a light golden halo. "Oi! Oi oi! I hear you." A voice of remembrance rang out from the treasure-hunting mouse. "So it's a phone call." "Of course. See you again sometime, treasure hunter mouse." Wang Quan? When he came back to his senses, he realized that remembrance had already disappeared. "Your code name will be treasure hunting mouse." "Ha? Chairman, this moniker isn't high class at all, can we change it?" "No way." Memorial hung up the communication, leaving Wang Quan alone in the wind. Wang Quan pulled down his sunglasses and looked at the distant ridge. Under the full moon, the silver-haired girl looked like a white fox, beautiful and agile. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into the mist. The mist rolled over like a sea. Wang Quan pushed up his sunglasses, and when he thought about it, he hadn't walked into the mists yet. "Misty? Let's have a chance to check it out later." Stretching his back, Wang Quan descended along the long ridge. It was the depth of the night when no one was around, and a distant mountain suddenly vibrated, a scene that happened to be seen by Wang Quan. In the vibration wave, Wang Quan detected a spiritual power fluctuation of immeasurable level. In the next moment, a bright pillar of fire unexpectedly rose from the snow-covered mountains, and the blazing breath melted a large area of snow. Wang Quan's figure flashed and instantly appeared above the fire pillar. A hole in the ground with a diameter of more than 10 meters emerged from the thick snow, and the flames came from it. "Looks like there's a windfall. Looks like I should go buy a lottery ticket," Wang Quan muttered before jumping into the hole in the ground. The hole in the ground was about a few hundred meters deep, and after a few seconds of darkness, there was a sudden light before his eyes. Wang Quan landed on the gurgling and bubbling lava and looked around. This was an incredibly large underground space, as big as 100 basketball courts. Different sizes of lava pools were distributed in the underground space, and heat waves rolled in the air. Rumble. With the arrival of the king's power, a thunderous sound resounded under the largest of the lava pools, and the lava immediately boiled up as a purple-golden dragon head surfaced. Those lantern-sized vertical pupils stared straight at Wang Quan. It was an earth dragon. Wind, Inferno, Earth, Illusion, Earth Dragon, as a category of mythological creatures with the highest level of life. Once its realm reached the limitless realm, it would stimulate its own racial talent. There was no doubt that an illusion-vain earth dragon survived in this underground cave. The earth dragon let out a low roar of displeasure, intending to drive Wang Quan away. It lived under Mount Everest and had been left undisturbed, and was deeply hostile to all creatures that intruded into its territory. Wang Quan had always wanted to have a pull-along mount, and now that it was rushing up to be fed into his mouth, there was no reason to let it go. The earth dragon rolled over, and the lava transformed into a monstrous wave that roared and slapped down. Wang Quan walked towards the earth dragon unhurriedly, letting the hot lava fall. Either submit or die. He walked through the giant curtain of lava as if it was nothing and walked in front of the earth dragon. Roar, roar, roar. How could an earth dragon of the limitless realm, the king of mysteries, willingly submit to a tiny human? The earth dragon let out a kingly roar, verbalizing fiery flames, a sea of flames engulfing the kingly power. Although fire breathing was only the most basic means of attack for an earth dragon, the flames of an infinity-level earth dragon were enough to melt the vast majority of objects in the world. The earth dragon tilted its head proudly, as if to say that all creatures that offended its majesty would die without a burial place. Such a weak attack won't kill me, yo. Wang Quan slowly stepped out of the flames, his red golden dragon tattoos climbing up his neck, his golden pupils gleaming in the underground molten cave, and his aura, which belonged to the same dragon species, erupted out. Chapter 65, You Just Favored Her. The illusory vain earth dragon was stunned. It didn't expect this human to come out of its flames intact. Not waiting for the earth dragon to react, Wang Quan blasted out with a straight punch. Where the fist blade passed, the air exploded, a sonic ring bloomed above the lava, and a vacuum appeared in the lava under Wang Quan's feet. The point of the straight fist landed on the head of the earth dragon, and the huge dragon body flew out of the lava. This earth dragon was 100 meters long, and its purple golden dragon scales shone like precious gems. The punch sent the earth dragon flying hundreds of meters, all the way into the edge of the crypt before coming to a stop. Facing for the same realm of mythological creatures, in order to perform mysterious manipulation techniques, the first step is to beat the submissive, so just that punch Wang Quan did not use the full force, killed more than lost. Roar roar roar. The earth dragon pulled out the half of its body embedded in the wall and stared viciously at Wang Quan. It opened its mouth and purple crystal-like energy coalesced into a ball in its mouth. Crystallized Dragon Amazing Break, one of the awakened talents of this illusory vein earth dragon. The light of the purple crystal reached its threshold, and a beam of crystal-like rays covered in spikes shot out, and wherever it passed, hot lava and dark red rocks instantly crystallized. On the contrary, Wang Quan's blood chi boiled like the sun, thick red color coalesced in his hands, and his blood chi filled the entire crypt, rendering this space red. The moment one red and one purple clashed, a large amount of blood chi crystals crumbled, and then quickly replenished. Wang Quan topped the rays of the earth dragon and approached it step by step. All he had to do was to show how powerful he was. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The rays were getting shorter and shorter, and Wang Quan was getting closer and closer. The earth dragon was confused. Is this still a human? In the next moment, all the scales on the earth dragon's body surface lit up, and a steady stream of energy surged into its mouth, and the crystallized rays rapidly expanded until they filled the entire crypt. The lava was extinguished as much as it could be, and the vertical pupils of the illusory vein earth dragon reflected an indestructible, vibrant red color as the silhouette pressed right up to the front. This king of mythical creatures was afraid. Crack! The crisp ringing sound of crystal shattering filled the entire underground space, and the earth dragon shivered as the man came before it. That's a good move, little dragon. With a smile on his face, Wang Quan grabbed the horns of the earth dragon and backhandedly lifted the 100-meter beast and slammed it to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Each loud thud represented the earth dragon being dropped, left, right, left, right. The earth dragon's brain buzzed, fully realizing the horror of this human, its every cell trembling. Ow, 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 ow. The earth dragon screamed miserably, as if saying, "Big brother, please spare me." Wang Quan fell a dozen more times and tossed the illusory vein earth dragon aside like trash. If it was the strongest wind vein earth dragon in the earth dragons, it might have been able to last a little longer, but unfortunately it wasn't. This should be considered a beating submission. Wang Quan looked at the earth dragon curled up in a corner of the crypt, its 100-meter body resembling a dog. Just as she approached the earth dragon, the latter's vertical pupils suddenly lit up. The illusion vein earth dragon had a talent that the other 3 types of earth dragons didn't have, and that was illusion. Wang Quan's pupils were tinted with a layer of purple golden halo, and at the same time, pure white faith rosary beads drilled out from his brow. The power of faith was the purest spiritual power, perfectly counteracting the earth dragon's illusion technique. Wang Quan realized afterward and stared viciously at the illusory vein earth dragon. His fists could not help but clench. Good. Quite smart, knowing to wait for the enemy to let their guard down before making a move. If you're so smart, you'll be rewarded with a big fist. At this moment, Earth Dragon only wanted to yell out. This person is ing hung. Wasting one of my rosary beads, I can't beat the hell out of you. After a few moments passed, the Earth Dragon that was covered in wounds circled around Wang Quan like a dog, and every time it moved, this mountain would follow and tremble. Wang Quan nodded with satisfaction. Should have given you a name. If the color is so purple, let's call it Wang Kai. As the words fell, Wang Quan lifted his right hand and stuck it on the forehead of the Earth Dragon. The mystic manipulation technique was unleashed, and the red golden runes spread for 100 meters, enveloping the entire Earth Dragon. The runic chains quickly contracted, and the 100-meter beast transformed into an egg-sized purple ball of light, with a layer of crystal-clear scales attached to the surface of the ball of light. I wonder what flavor the Earth Dragon is. Wang Quan picked up the ball of light and swallowed it in one gulp. Slightly sweet, it was just a bit hot to the mouth, like eating a freshly cooked soup dumpling. After taking care of the Earth Dragon, Wang Quan left the crypt. He had just flown out of the cave when he was surrounded by several people wearing golden cloaks. No, you're not sleeping at night, hammering the mountain under the ground, you're sick. Xia Siming saw that it was Wang Quan who came out of the hole in the ground and broke into a rage. She thought it was a mysterious haunting. You are not my daughter-in-law, why do I have to check in with you? Wang Quan blankly glanced at Xia Siming and spat. Who is your daughter-in-law, dead pervert? Xia Siming raised her tender little hand and slapped it. No, that was an assumption on my part. Wang Quan grabbed Xia Siming's wrist and helplessly explained. Assumptions don't work either, don't try to take advantage of my old lady. Just like whoever wants to. The rest of the Phoenix Squad members silently watched the duo fight, snickering from time to time. Why don't we just get married in place? We can go argue in bed. I'll be damned if I'm going to make a shocking statement. Don't you want to see Captain Trumpet? Then I guess I should inherit Team 1's silver hair. No, you can have two. You guys shut the hell up, stop talking nonsense and I'll kick your asses. Xia Ximing's face turned red from hearing this, and she twisted her head to glare at the crowd. No more jokes, what the hell are you doing, Team Wang? Kong Hurt coughed lightly and asked. Nothing much, picked up a little pet. Wang Quan waved his hand with a calm face. The remaining few people? Show you guys. Wang Quan swung his arm in a ball-throwing motion, and threw his arm vigorously towards the empty space in the distance. Visible to the naked eye, 100-meter earth dragon came out of thin air, looking at the crowd with big round eyes. I'm going. This is a small pet? No, isn't this an earth dragon? The Phoenix crowd was dumbfounded, their worldview collapsing. What's the problem? Team Wang, can I touch it? Ling Lin's eyes were glowing as she asked with gusto. Whatever. Woohoo! Then I want to touch it too. Earth Dragon, so handsome. A group of girls chirped and rushed towards Earth Dragon, who had a look of displeasure on his face and immediately turned on his spine-back dragon form, like a harried cat. Be honest. Wang Quan blared at the Earth Dragon. In the next second, the mighty Earth Dragon transformed into a licking dog. You're not going to touch it? Wang Quan looked at Xia Ximing and asked. Old lady is not a little girl. Xia Ximing arrogantly skimmed her head, but in reality, her hands were itching. Tough mouth. Wang Quan muttered in a low voice and backhanded her onto the back of the Earth Dragon. Captain, the Earth Dragon is so cute, can we keep one? No, what kind of cat or dog do you think this is? Ugh, what a pity. With only two big men left in the spot, Kong Lun laughed and joked, Team 1, you just spoil her. I don't. Wang Quan returned. Chapter 66, The Highest Honor of the Night's Watch. The day after Wang Quan subdued the Earth Dragon, he received a transfer order to go back to the headquarters, accompanied by the Phoenix Squad. As the main force of the Battle of God execution, someone had to participate in the Night Watchman's honoring ceremony. Zhou Ping is surprisingly socially terrified. Killing him will not go to participate in the honoring ceremony, so this task fell on Wang Quan. Early in the morning of the third day, the special plane landed at the airport of the Night's Watch headquarters, and when Wang Quan and his group got off the plane, they came face to face with the masked squad that had just gotten off the plane. Good job, didn't disgrace your father and me. Wang Mask said with a smile as he stood in the sunlight. Scram, you rebellious son, how do you talk to your father? Wang Quan blared at Wang Mian and disliked him back. Listening to the way the two greeted each other, Xia Ximing had a look of disgust. This group of boys thought about being each other's father all day long, but it was really boring. Brother Quan, I heard that you're old and powerful this time. Cut down all the gods. You have to buy dinner this time. Swirl's loud voice could be heard from a distance. What are you doing? People have 3 emergencies. Maelstrom scratched his head and hammed and hawed. It's just that stupid donkeys have a lot of to grind. Chance said without a word of humor. This guy is as unreliable as ever. Xia Ximing spat. Sister-in-law, you're wrong to say that, my humble self is still very reliable. Maelstrom waved his hand and opened his mouth no matter what the words were. Who is your sister-in-law, idiot? At those words, Xia Ximing looked like a cat that had blown up and punched Whirlpool away. Isn't it common knowledge that you and Brother Quan are merry? Swirl sat up, her head spurting blood, helplessly. Cough cough. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Quan coughed lightly and turned his head away in some embarrassment. After the whirlpool stirred up so much, the atmosphere of the line was a little more ambiguous, and unconsciously, the crowd consciously walked in front, with Wang Quan and Xia Ximing both falling behind. Swirl's mouth has always been without a handle, don't mind it. Wang Quan saw that Xia Ximing kept her head down and took the initiative to find a topic. At this moment, Xia Ximing was still immersed in the time on the plateau when Wang Quan had twice stopped her from using the Demon God Guide as well as when he had stood in front of her and crushed the Divine Strike. What are you thinking about? Huh? I'm not thinking about you. Xia Ximing's small face slightly reddened as her brain rambled. However, she quickly switched back to her usual state and said irritably, that bastard has always been mouthy, so I'm too lazy to take care of him. Why don't we walk faster? or else we'll delay the young couple from whispering. Maelstrom's voice rang out, and the rest of them laughed, then increased their speed. Maelstrom, old lady will absolutely kill you today. Xia Siming was furious, her blonde hair rushing up into the sky as she directly transformed into her female Tyrannosaurus Rex form. Team Xia, I was wrong. Don't hit the face. Captain, save me. Wang Mian blankly glanced at him, his tone calm. Who let you be cheap with your mouth? You deserve it. Just beat him to death. This bastard does owe a beating. Can we hang him up and beat him? Can I help? One by one, the rest of the Mask's team members opened their mouths, with absolutely no intention of stopping them. Whirlpool, who had been hammered away, held his chin in the air with both hands and muttered, I'm doing this all for Brother Quan's happiness, or else he, a straight man of steel, will have a hard enough time marrying a daughter-in-law in this life. Everyone chatted happily as the only vortex flew around. As they chatted, they arrived at the Night's Watch headquarters ordination hall. At the very front of the hall, the solemn ordination platform stood under the lights. Yi Fan was wearing a dark red cloak, hanging a straight sword at his waist, standing upright on the stage. The Night Vigil's executives were seated below the stage, including the current director of operations, Zhuo Qing, the captain of the 006th squad in Shinjing City, Xiaopingde, and the head of the Bailey family, among others. Under such a solemn atmosphere, the three special squads stopped jostling and obediently sat in the back row. With all the people here, I announced the start of the honoring ceremony. Yi Fan glanced at the group of young people, and his loud voice rang out. 3 days ago, a divine invasion occurred on the southwestern border of Dixia. The Sword Saint and Daylight were the first to arrive, and the Sword Saint blocked the 9-headed Naga serpent that was possessed by the gods. The Daylight King Power first blocked the reign of snakes made up of thousands of Nagas, and then fought the dark goddess Kali and beheaded the deity. Here, on behalf of all the Night Watchmen of Daxia, I award the duo with the Order of the Star Ocean. As the words fell, Yi Fan looked at the silver-haired young man on the stage with a proud face. It was from the bottom of his heart that he was happy for him. Wang Quan stood up and walked towards the awarding stage with big strides. He first saluted and then received the box containing the medal with both hands. Yi Fan personally put the medal, which contained the stars and the sea, on Wang Quan's chest and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. The next moment, the ordination hall was filled with thunderous applause. Those who applauded the most joyfully were the group of young people sitting at the back. A group of senior management had different thoughts. Some people's hearts were ecstatic that there was a successor of Daxia, some people didn't care about it, and some people were very upset. After Wang Quan stepped down from the awarding platform, Yi Fan continued, the Phoenix squad traveled thousands of miles to evacuate the crowd, and likewise played a great role. Hereby, the Phoenix squad is awarded the Starlight Medal. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix crowd looked surprised. To be honest, the one who turned the tide of the battle was Wang Quan. They didn't play much of a role, and likewise didn't think that they deserved the medal. Xia Siming just wanted to open her mouth to refuse. Wang Quan pressed her shoulder and leaned into her ear and softly said, with the determination to sacrifice for Daxia, this is what you deserve, you are qualified. Stinking rascal, you guy. Xia Siming froze for a moment, then smiled faintly and got up to accept the medals. The medal awarding ceremony ended, and the crowd left the stage. A middle-aged man wearing an expensive suit with graying temples walked towards Wang Quan. His smile was warm and obviously approachable. He was none other than the head of the Bailey family, chairman of the Bailey Group, and a high-ranking member of the Vigilantes, Bailey Xin. Captain Wang is a heroic young man, reaching the human ceiling at such a young age. It is truly a blessing for my Daxia. Bailey Xin's eyes were filled with appreciation as he quipped. Bailey family master is really well informed. Wang Quan could understand this old fox too well. That sentence just now was clearly a test. Just a fluke. That's right, reward me for having a meal with my incompetent son to make friends. Bailey Xin issued an invitation. Isn't little Fatty at the training camp? Wang Quan looked puzzled. It's Jinger, of course I know Tu Ming is training. Oh. Let's talk about it when we have time. Wang Quan waved his hand as a polite refusal. No problem, yell at me when you have time. Besides eating, I have another important thing. I think probably only Captain Wang has the strength to get that item. You will definitely be interested. Bailey Xin's smile deepened, with certainty in his eyes. Just then, Yi Fan's voice interrupted the two. Bailey family master, is this a busy treat for the meritocracy? Chapter 67 The Old Father Who Was Shattered by His Heart. Great Xia heroes, defending the country, treats are deserved. Bailey Xin laughed. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan coughed lightly a few times and said along with Bailey Xin's words, Bailey family master is deeply righteous, the younger generation admires it, then how do you plan to treat? Is it picking a forbidden object, or? When this word came out, the corner of Bailey Xian's mouth twitched. Together I'm polite and courteous with you, you come true ah. Chopping white, are given to go along, what else do you want? Naturally, I'm giving some financial support, I'll call Captain Wang's account later. Bailey Xian felt helpless, he would never let Wang Quan touch any of the Bailey family's forbidden objects again. This kid dared to take, chopping white, when he was in the sea realm, hell knows if he would empty the Bailey family after he became a human sealing. Many thanks to the Bailey family master, it's still you. Generous. Righteous. Wang Quan was happy in his heart. After all, the Bailey family made a move, at least tens of millions of dollars into the account. Before leaving, Bailey Xian whispered in Wang Quan's ear in a mysterious tone, Team Wang, have you ever heard of a divine weapon? I'll wait for you at the dinner party. After saying that, Bailey Xian left the Night Watch headquarters. The windows of the lengthened Lincoln at the entrance slowly rolled down, and a young man who appeared to be a gentleman spoke respectfully, Father, has he agreed? I don't think he'll refuse. For any strong person, the lure of a divine weapon is unimaginable, even if it's just a piece of information. The steward accompanying the car opened the door. Bailey Xian smiled and settled down, raising his hand to pat his son's shoulder. 1,000 calculations, I didn't expect that the king's power would have such a good relationship with an outcast. This is not good for you. Bailey Jing looked out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, his tone revealed confidence. He is even stronger, an outsider, can't intervene in his family affairs. Wang Quan is a lawless person, he doesn't like rules to bind him, making people unpredictable, you should never cross paths with him. Bailey Xian said in a serious tone, the words of a human sealing were still very heavy. I know. But if he is determined to support that outcast at that time, I won't be soft. That's natural. The conversation between Bailey Xian and Bailey Jing was always carried out in a forbidden object, even the driver who was in the same car couldn't hear it. 20 minutes after the stretch Lincoln drove through an intersection, two shared bikes rode out of the corner. Who would have thought that the supreme commander of the Night Watchman and the captain of Daylight would be riding a shared home? Yi Fan was dressed in plain civilian clothes with a big bald head, looking no different from an ordinary middle-aged man. Right, tell Xia to come and eat, I'll cook. Yi Fan suddenly spoke. At those words, Wang Quan almost overturned the car. He looked at his own old man with a puzzled face and asked, what's the point of calling that violent maniac? Call it if you're told to, where's the why? Yi Fan glared at Wang Quan. Oh. Wang Quan dialed Xia Siming's phone and said decisively, come to my house for dinner? On the other end of the phone, Xia Siming was on speakerphone and was fighting landlords with her teammates. Hearing Wang Quan's invitation, the Phoenix Squad crowd exploded. I'll go, an active invitation. Captain, do you think Team Wang has? On you? Wang Fry. Xia Siming immediately raised her voice and interrupted the other party. I just have a 3, Captain, why are you throwing Wang bomb? Coming or not? Wang Quan was shocked to the point that his ears hurt, and asked after him. Definitely go. That's right, Captain Wash Xiang to find you. After a burst of uproar, Xia Siming spoke up. Free to dabble, why don't you go? Okay. Wang Quan hung up the phone and caught up with Yi Fan, who was riding ahead. You two have known each other for years, how do you feel about people? Why do you ask? I'm the commander, can't I investigate how the soldiers under my hand get along? Yi Fan casually found an excuse, and without any sense of incongruity. Mother Tyrannosaurus, always wanting to beat me up every day. Wang Quan bristled, it would be very nice if it was gentle. That's good. I feel that Xiao Xia is not bad either. Yi Fan was commenting in the tone of an old father, who had always felt that this girl was good as a daughter-in-law. The two of them blew in the wind, chatted about family matters, and enjoyed the quiet years. Soon, the time came to noon. Xia Siming came to the door of Wang Quan's house. She changed her usual attire, wearing a light green floral dress, a head of long blonde hair tied behind her head, carrying a brown bear satchel. Knock knock knock. Knocking on the door, the one who opened the door was Wang Quan, who was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand. Seeing the refreshed Xia Siming, Wang Quan was confused. Fresh, light, and well-behaved. These 3 words actually appeared on a female Tyrannosaurus. This isn't right. Stare at my mothers again, and stick out your eyeballs. Xia Siming made a finger-hooking motion and said viciously. Hearing this, Wang Quan nodded with satisfaction, right flavor, comfortable. Little Xia is here, come in and sit. Yi Fan, wearing a white shirt and wearing the same apron as Wang Quan, cheerfully greeted. This time it was Xia Siming's turn to be uncomfortable. Was this still the commander who was full of majesty? How to give a kind of home good man, kind elder's illusion? It was wrong, 9 out of 10 had to be 10 out of 10. Good day, Commander. This isn't work, just call me Uncle Yi. Yi Fan brought over the fruit plate with a loving smile. Thank you, C. Uncle Yi. Xia Siming looked a bit formal, after all, she usually wasn't taught many lessons. You go and accompany Xia to have a chat. Ah? I want a stir fry. Wang Quan reluctantly looked at the spatula and non-stick pan. Get lost. Yi Fan cursed in a low voice and kicked the uninterested rebellious son out of the kitchen. The duo's conversation was heard by Xia Siming, and she couldn't help but frown as she muttered in a low voice, is my old lady ugly? Still not as attractive as stir-frying? Bastard Wang Quan. With this thought, Xia Siming looked down at the peak of the lifting. It shouldn't be What are you doing? Appreciating my own beauty. Narcissistic. You still have the face to say me? I call this self-confidence, can we be the same? Idiot. Wang Quan and Xia Siming chatted for a few moments. Yi Fan in the kitchen bent the spatula, and couldn't help but spit in his heart. How could there be such an unattractive man in this world, or was it raised by me? It's a sin. Right, is the commander usually always like this at home? Xia Siming crossed her legs and ate 2 strawberries in one bite, asking vaguely, she was forgetting all of her teammates' ladylike admonitions. Wang Quan was at a loss for words for a moment, trying to ask when his old father had ever been so gentle. Should, might, probably. Looking at Wang Quan's dumbfounded look, Xia Siming shook her head and casually handed him a strawberry, saying, it tastes good, try it. Okay. Wang Quan was looking at the transfer of the Bailey family, did not look at it, opened his mouth and bit over. It was the strawberry that tasted strange, the texture was also not right, why was it soft and hard?